Just another normal day in Seoul, Korea, with a construction site buzzing with people. But no, they aren't here for some random blue-collar job training. They are actually lining up for this glowing blue portal making a non-stop humming sound. Most of these guys are only here because the pay is absolutely fire. And honestly, they don't have any other skills to flex. Their daily routine starts with grabbing a cheap cup of coffee from a vending machine, chilling, and catching up before getting to work. One curly-haired uncle wearing a crazy neon green puffer jacket, who has not been around in forever, shows up to shake hands with Uncle Kim. Turns out he is back because his wife is pregnant with baby number 2. Uncle Kim just laughs, saying there is really no other way to secure the bag besides dungeon raiding. It has been so long, I am low-key worried I am falling behind the meta. Suddenly, Uncle hears someone shout out to Sung. He peeks over and immediately spots this skinny kid covered in band-aids walking their way. No matter how beat up he is, the kid always greets Uncle Kim Sung-shik with a huge, wholesome smile. Bro named Park is completely lost, asking, "Wait, is that kid some kind of OP hunter?" Everyone seems so hyped to see him. Uncle Kim chuckles. He joined after you took a break, so you would not know. His actual nickname is the world's weakest hunter. While S ranks are total gods, our boy Sung is at the absolute bottom. This guy is so weak he literally got hospitalized in an E-rank dungeon. Like, he might actually be weaker than all of us here combined. Uncle Kim immediately goes shush, telling Park to lower his voice before the kid hears. But Jin-woo heard every single word. Those uncles keep repeating the same old joke. He walks over to the coffee cart to grab a warm cup, only to find out they just ran out of coffee right when it is his turn. Talk about bad luck. Our boy sighs, walking away looking like a total ghost. Bro is thinking, even the coffee machine is hating on me today. Suddenly a voice calls out, "Jin-woo, are you seriously hurt again?" He turns around and sees a blonde girl running towards him, Ju-hee. She is stressing out over the new cuts on his face. Honestly, this is just a normal Tuesday for Jin-woo, so he just laughs it off. Then they sit down in a corner to chat. Since she was not there on his last raid, he explains, "I went to an E-rank dungeon and somehow ended up as the only one getting wrecked. Everyone else was higher rank, so they did not even bother bringing a healer." Ju-hee thinks that is straight up wild, asking, "Going into a dungeon without a healer, are they trying to get cooked?" "Well, I am the weakest player in the room, so you know I do not get a say in anything." Ju-hee wants to argue, but she knows he is speaking straight facts, so she just sighs. Seeing that everyone is geared up and ready, Jin-woo stands up and heads toward the dungeon gate, where a crowd is already gathering. A middle-aged blonde uncle steps up and says, "I will be the raid leader today. Any objections?" Uncle Kim and Bro Park just grin, saying, "Mr. Song is the highest-ranked hunter here, so you have got our vote. It has been a minute since we saw you flex your skills anyway." Younger hunters quickly agree, and obviously Jin-woo and Ju-hee have no complaints. With that, the whole squad starts heading inside, since they all know each other. Uncle Kim even looks back and shouts, "Yo Sung, try your best not to get clapped today." Jin-woo is the very last one to enter. He takes a deep breath, hyping himself up to do his absolute best today, and steps right through the blue barrier, vanishing into the portal like the rest. Once the portal clears, the coffee vendors start gossiping. "Man, that kid Sung Jin-woo wanted just one cup of coffee, and we did not even have any left to sell him." The other guy sighs, "Yeah, that kid is pretty famous around here." Even though it is just a D-rank dungeon, the vendor admits he has never seen Sung Jin-woo walk out of a raid without being totally beat up, so he is low-key worried for him. He wished he could have given him that coffee just to cheer him up. Cut to the dungeon, where Ju-hee is already casting her healing magic on Jin-woo, who is basically a regular patient at this point. She sighs, "Why do you keep risking your life to be a hunter? Fighting like this is only going to get you permanently broken." She quickly corrects herself so she does not sound too harsh, saying, "Look, I am not trying to scold you or anything, I am just genuinely worried about you." Looking over at the other hunters popping off with their magical skills, swords, and fire spells, completely wrecking the monsters left and right, Ju-hee figures this raid is almost over and they can finally head home. While she is locked in, carefully patching him up, Jin-woo looks over at the main group who are already wrapping up the loot. Same old story, he is sitting alone getting healed, while literally nobody else has a single scratch. Out of nowhere, Ju-hee asks, "Hey Jin-woo, is there some secret reason you just can't quit being a hunter?" He laughs and jokes, "I don't know, maybe for fun. Otherwise life would be pretty boring." But Ju-hee is not buying it, saying, "For fun? Bro, you literally almost got permanently logged out of life twice already." Still laughs at her lecture, which almost rips his stitches open. Before they pack up, the leader Chi-yul holds up a glowing crystal to remind everyone, once you slay a monster, you get to harvest an essence stone. A single C-rank essence stone can pull in 10 million won, but for an E-rank hunter like Jin-woo, that kind of money is purely a dream. totally out of reach. Staring at the tiny low-grade essence stone in his hand, he can't help but feel a bit down. All those life-threatening injuries just to walk away with a trash-tier E-rank stone? He's out here putting his life on the line for pocket change. Just as he is sighing, one of the older hunters starts waving frantically, yelling, "Yo, there's another hidden pathway over here." The whole squad rushes over, and sure enough, there's a massive pitch-black cave entrance leading deep underground. Sung Jin-woo steps up to inspect it, casting a small fireball to light up the dark tunnel. The flame flies down, revealing a deep, empty passage of stone. The fireball keeps floating deeper and deeper until it completely vanishes, leaving everyone clueless about what's actually down there. Chi-yul rubs his chin and calls a quick team meeting, explaining that the dungeon gate stays open as long as the boss is still kicking. Points back, guessing that since the gate is still wide open, the boss is definitely lurking in there. Usually, we would report this to the Hunter Association and wait for their call, but things are different this time. The others nod, catching his drift instantly, so Chi-yul lays it out. If other hunters find it first, our cut of the loot gets slashed. So I think we should team up and clear this boss ourselves. Since this is risky, let us take a vote among the 17 of us. Once the final vote is cast, no changing minds. Bro Park and Uncle Kim are the first to agree. Joo-hee just wants to go home, bringing the vote to a tie between leaving and pushing forward. Now it all comes down to Jin-woo's vote. Clutching the tiny essence stone in his hand, he thinks about his empty pockets, his sister about to start college, and his sick mom stuck in the hospital. He has to secure the bag for his family. He decides to risk his life one more time, promising himself this is the final run. This stone path turns out to be way longer than they expected. They have been walking forever and still haven't found a thing. Dungeon gate closes exactly 1 hour after the boss dies. They only have 20 minutes to escape, subtracting the 40 minutes they spent walking down this path. Falling behind the group, Jin-woo suddenly looks up and says, "Sorry, Joo-hee, this is on me." Joo-hee was basically dragged in here against her will, so she did not even look at him. She just muttered that she was totally fine, but her vibe was completely off, making him ask her again if she was actually okay. Joo-hee looked ready to absolutely lose it on this blockhead. She went, "Honestly, I am not okay at all. Are you actually insane? If that sword had stabbed you literally an inch higher, it would have ripped your heart right out, not to mention your arms and legs. Do you think I have some kind of cheat code to heal literally anything?" She was totally drilling him, while all Jin-woo could do was spam, "I am sorry." Honestly, she was spitting straight facts. The only reason he was even breathing right now was because Joo-hee was a B-rank healer. Even after getting blasted, Jin-woo just kept his head down, looking super pathetic and apologizing over and over. Finally, she sighed and let it slide, saying, "If you really feel bad, you owe me dinner." Before Jin-woo could even answer, Joo-hee whipped around, glaring at him like, "What, you do not want to eat with me?" But before their bickering could escalate, someone up front suddenly shouted, "Yo, it is right here. The boss room is right here." Shined their flashlights on a massive door covered in wild blue and gold carvings. Everyone in the group was completely shocked because they had never seen a room like this before. Uncle Kim and Park were totally freaked out, sensing major danger, but Song Chi-yul cut them off. He was like, "What, you guys just want to go home empty-handed?" Stepped up and touched the stone door, hyping everyone up by saying they were the very first ones to discover this hidden dungeon. He told them, "If you are scared, go home. I am going in, even if I have to do this solo." The group had a quick debate, but honestly, Song Chi-yul was an absolute legend with fire skills in the hunter community. People even whispered that his true power was way above C rank. No cap, if he was not over 60 years old, he would probably be running his own top-tier guild by now. They decided to trust him and stick together. The massive stone door looked insanely heavy, but when they pushed, it slid open like butter, letting the squad walk right inside. Suddenly, eerie blue flames erupted on 2 massive pillars, lighting up the entire circular stone chamber. The whole vibe of the place was wild, and everyone was completely stunned. Started looking around out of curiosity. The whole place looked untouched, like nobody had set foot here in ages, and the stone statues standing around were massive and creepy as hell. They realized each statue was holding different items, and some even held musical instruments. Jin-woo was looking up in awe, just like everyone else, when he suddenly heard his friend whisper in his ear, "Hey, do you get the feeling that someone is staring right at us?" They all turned their eyes toward the giant statue sitting in the middle of the room, wondering if that was the final boss. But at the end of the day, it was just a stone statue, even if it was insanely huge and sitting dead center. After scouting the area, they could not find a single monster, not even a shadow. Then they noticed some weird patterns in the center that looked like a magic circle. Someone called out, "Hey, Mr. Song, there is some writing over here. You should check this out." All 17 of them gathered around a moss-covered stone statue that was holding a stone tablet engraved with ancient runes. Hwang was the only one who could actually read the ancient text. It listed the laws of the Cartenon temple. Jin-woo listened closely as Song read the very first rule. Rule number 1, worship the Lord. Rule number 2, praise the Lord. Suddenly, Juhi yanked on Jin-woo's shirt from behind, pointing in absolute terror. That giant statue, I think its eyes just moved. It is literally staring right at us. Meanwhile, Jin-woo heard Song read the third rule, prove your loyalty. Jin-woo tried to tell himself that his friend was just seeing things. But his survival instincts were screaming that something was seriously wrong. Why was the room suddenly dead silent? Then, Song Shi-yul read the very last line. Those who do not obey these laws shall not leave this place alive. Suddenly, a deafening rumble echoed from behind. They whipped around and saw the massive stone door slam shut, completely trapping them inside. As panic started to spread, a big guy in a tracksuit stepped forward. Totally losing his patience, he was like, "This is complete garbage. Coming in here was a huge mistake. I am leaving." He walked toward the exit, gritting his teeth and calling out to the others, "Keep the boss and the treasure. I do not care. I am out of here." Out of nowhere, Chi-yul screamed, "Stop! Do not touch that door." But a heavy scraping sound echoed across the stone floor, and in a split second, blur swept past. In the blink of an eye, the guy's head was completely gone, and blood painted the blue stone door a horrific bright red. Everyone froze in absolute shock, unable to even breathe. The guardian statue standing by the door had just sliced him to pieces in a single frame. Statue calmly lowered its trident, returning to its original pose, except now its stone body was covered in fresh blood. The crowd completely lost it, screaming, "Oh my god! That thing just move? Are we supposed to fight that monster?" Juhi buried her face in Jinwoo's chest, screaming in pure terror. It suddenly clicked in Jinwoo's head. Friend was not crazy earlier. The statues really were moving. He slowly turned his head toward the giant statue in the center, and no way, its massive eyes were staring straight at him. Jin-woo felt cold sweat dripping down his face. Nobody had any answers. The terrifying silence returned, choking everyone in the room. Jin-woo kept quiet, but he was desperately trying to remember the rank of the guy who just got instantly deleted. He was a D-rank hunter, which meant he was way stronger than an E-rank trash like Jin-woo, and yet he got one-shotted? This was supposed to be a D-rank dungeon. There is no way a monster this broken should even exist in a low-level gate like this. From behind him, Song Shi-yul muttered, "If all these small statues can move, then please tell me that giant one cannot." He was talking about the absolute unit, sitting on the massive stone throne in the center of the room. When Jinwoo turned his head to look, his heart stopped. Those giant glowing eyes were definitely moving, locking eyes with him. It gave him absolute goosebumps. Honestly, Jinwoo was no stranger to life or death situations. Basically a magnet for near-death experiences. Once, he got separated from his party and got lost. Another time, he ended up in the hospital for weeks after getting jumped by a single E-rank goblin from behind. He even got trapped in a dungeon once with zero food and almost starved to death. Even though all of this drama happened in low-ranked dungeons, the man had literally looked death in the face multiple times. Other hunters would sell magic crystals to get rich or buy OP gear, fight off monsters, and flex their wealth. But Jin-woo, every single penny he made went straight to paying for his sick mother's hospital bills. So yeah, he was basically broke and physically weak. Jin-woo knew that if he could just buy some decent gear, he would not be getting wrecked so easily. But he had no choice. As long as he did not get instantly killed, he could count on a healer to patch him up. He was already used to people talking trash behind his back, calling him a weak kid who always gets carried in D-rank dungeons, and complaining that the healers had to waste their mana on him. Raiding with this guy is a total nightmare because you constantly have to babysit him. Everyone is whispering behind Jin-woo's back, calling him the absolute weakest hunter in the entire world. Let's be real, he's basically trash. He always drags his bruised body back with shredded clothes and ruined shoes. Day after day, every single raid is just a non-stop cycle of pain for him. Even though Jin-woo has to swallow all their nasty insults, he knows deep down that he has zero talent, but he still has to push through and do his job properly, even if he almost dies every single time. Honestly, maybe that's why his survival instincts are cracked. He immediately notices the glowing eyes of that massive statue staring straight down at them. Gritting his teeth, he grabs Juhi by the shoulder while she's crying and holding her head in terror and screams at the top of his lungs, "Everyone get down now!" That sudden scream leaves them with zero time to think, because right then, the giant statue's eyes light up, blasting out an insanely intense beam of light, so bright and fast that the naked eye can barely track it. The beam sweeps right over Jin-woo's head, who had just slammed his friend flat onto the ground. It absolutely obliterates everything in its path, carving up the stone ground with endless deafening explosions. After a moment, with smoke rising from its eyes, the statue's pupils are still glowing, but deadly laser beam finally stops, leaving a massive deep trench in the floor. Everyone starts scrambling to their feet, frantically asking if they're okay, but of course some people are definitely not fine. Terrified screams start echoing through the room as they quickly realize several hunters were wiped out instantly. Mr. Kim grits his teeth and says, "If Kid Sung hadn't warned us, we'd all be dead right now." Jin-woo struggles to stand up and shakes his healer friend, but no matter how much he calls us out, Joo-hee is completely unresponsive. Another sudden shout echoes, but this time it's from Mr. Chi-yul. "Everyone stay exactly where you are, do not stand up. If we stand, that thing will attack again, so freeze." Everyone is waiting for Mr. Song's orders. He drags himself over to Jin-woo and whispers that Joo-hee can't handle these extreme high-stress situations, which is why she never raids high-level dungeons. Even though she's a solid B-rank healer, this smoking statue is clearly on a whole other level. I noticed that it only targets people who are moving. Everyone who survived did so because they listened to you and stayed low. Jin-woo lets out a blank. Like he just put the pieces together. This makes the older hunter look at him confused. "Wait, I thought you figured something out, which is why you yelled." Jin-woo hesitates and says, "Honestly, I just sensed extreme danger." That's when Jin-woo's eyes land on Mr. Song's arm, or what's left of it. It got completely sliced off, but the old man is holding up incredibly well, only asking the kid to help stop the bleeding. Looking up at that towering colossal statue, he asks Jin-woo what rank he thinks that monster actually is. Since he's raided B-rank dungeons a few times, he's absolutely sure this place is far more dangerous than any normal B-rank. No way a regular magic beast can wipe people out in a literal blink of an eye like this. Thing has got to be A-rank, or actually, he corrects himself, it might even be a straight-up S-rank nightmare. Suddenly, Mr. Chi-yul remembers the commandments of the Cartenon temple they read earlier. First, worship the Lord. Second, praise the Lord. Third, prove your faith. And the final line says that those who do not obey these commandments will never make it out alive. Jin-woo starts piecing it together, thinking that the Lord they're talking about must be this terrifying statue with the glowing eyes, the one that makes everyone feel like they're being watched by a god. Trying to fight this thing is literally impossible. Mr. Song quickly realizes that if they just wait around, they're going to get wiped out one by one. In their world, gates act as portals to these dangerous dungeons. Ever since the first gate appeared 10 years ago, the entire world has changed and weird events have been happening non-stop. But on the bright side, some humans awakened special powers and became hunters. The catch is, your rank is locked from the moment you awaken, and Jin-woo got the absolute short end of the stick as a pathetic E rank. Sure, he's a tiny bit stronger than an average human, but the gap between ranks is absolutely massive. Awakened hunters dive into gates to fight monsters and make a living. It's a high-risk, high-reward job. But sometimes, behind those gates are absolute nightmare monsters that plunge you into deep despair, crushing all your hope just by showing up. Looking at Mr. Chi-yul's arm, which is still dripping blood, Jin-woo asks if he's going to be okay. Party leader knows he's rapidly losing blood and strength. Since they initially thought this was going to be an easy, low-level run, they only brought 3 healers, and that laser sweep just now wiped out almost everyone who could heal. The only survivor is currently leaning against a rock, crying hysterically. Even an experienced B-rank healer like Joo-hee is completely traumatized by the sheer shock of that attack. Long story short, right now, can't do anything to trigger that statue again. Mr. Chi-yul suggests that once things quiet down, they should make a run for it. They know escaping won't be easy, but they have 0 options. Time ticks away, more hunters start breaking down and crying, cursing their luck. I mean, this was supposed to be a simple D-rank dungeon, so why is it this insane? Jin-woo is locked in deep thought. If Mr. Song is right and the statue only attacks when they move, then even if they somehow make it past the laser, those giant stone guardians by the door will easily crush them. So obvious that these statues were set up to make sure absolutely no one escapes. But suddenly, one of the hunters snaps. He stands up, refusing to just sit there and die. He's a combat class hunter known for his insane speed. "I worked way too hard to get scouted by a major guild, so there's no way I'm dying here." He grits his teeth and preps his legs, completely ignoring Mr. Song's warning to stay put. Fully convinced he can outrun anything, flexing his calves and pumping himself up. He genuinely believes his speed is unmatched. He takes off like a rocket, vanishing from his spot and blitzing through the air like a bird. The exit door, literally right there. All he has to do is reach out his hand. He's totally confident he's got this, but he has no idea that behind him, those massive statue eyes are already locked on. A blinding flash lights up the entire room as the deadly beam fires again, exactly like before. Just like that, the only thing left of the guy is his calves and his shoes. He is completely erased from existence in a split second, sending the remaining hunters into absolute chaotic panic. Some are screaming in horror, while others are shaking their heads, trying to erase that brutal scene from their minds. Feeling completely helpless and bitter, Jin-woo punches the floor. One thing is absolutely clear: they are cooked. It was painfully obvious these statues could wipe them out whenever they wanted. Uncle Song gritted his teeth, agreeing it was easier than crushing a literal bug. Jin-woo had a massive question mark. If these things were so OP and could end them instantly, why didn't they just do it all at once? Statues weren't like those mindless trash mobs that just attack on sight. Looking back, the guard statues only aggroed the second someone tried to approach the door. And that giant god statue, it was literally sniping anyone who moved with laser beams. Wait, were they following some kind of coded rule? Plot twist, Jin-woo realized he was actually cooking. He whipped his head around, searching for a pattern, and his eyes locked onto the ancient stone tablet with the laws of the Cartenon temple. That was it. Like grabbing a lifeline, he frantically shouted to Uncle Song, asking what the first commandment was. The answer? Worship the Lord. Those 3 words instantly unlocked something in Jin-woo's brain. Staring at the massive god statue, he slowly hunched over and stood up, whispering his theory. Dungeon has a strict set of rules. Standing up like that scared Chi-yul half to death, but when he caught Jin-woo's gaze, he realized these weren't the eyes of someone with a death wish. Keeping his back completely bent, Jin-woo locked eyes with the giant statue. He was absolutely sure now it wasn't just targeting everything that moved. The moment those glowing eyes scanned his direction, Jin-woo dropped low, holding a half-kneeling stance, panting like crazy, having just bet his entire life on this 50-50 gamble. But bro actually guessed right. The statue wouldn't target anyone who stayed low. Finally cracked the code of the first commandment. Screaming at the top of his lungs, he yelled, "Everyone bow down to the statue right now." Mr. Kim and Mr. Park thought he had lost his mind and was talking pure gibberish. Only Chi-yul realized this kid had actually found a way out. Jin-woo quickly explained it only attacks when we stand up too high, like we're walking. To survive, we have to bend down low enough to show respect to the Lord. It literally wants us to bow, so just do it. It sounded completely insane, but it made perfect sense. Chi-yul was still hesitant since this was a massive gamble, but Jin-woo knew this wasn't just a wild guess, it was their only solid lead. Realizing they had 0 options left, they folded. Every single survivor got down on their knees before the statue, bitterly thinking, seriously, how we survive? Are we really going to make it out just by bowing? Is kneeling to this thing all it takes? Ju-hee was shaking like a leaf while kneeling, but at least she followed along. The giant glowing eyes swept over everyone in the room, then suddenly went back to normal. The entire room fell dead silent, and the attacks stopped. But suddenly, a creepy grinding sound echoed. No way, the stone statue's expression actually changed, twisting into a horrific, sinister grin as it glared down at them. Its eyes shifted colors, and that demonic face had Mr. Park shaking in absolute terror. Even Jin-woo was stunned that this lifeless statue was showing real twisted emotion. Still sitting on its throne, but that spine-chilling smile gave everyone instant goosebumps. Out of everyone who entered, how many of them were even left? Pressed against the freezing stone floor, their minds raced. How many of us are actually left alive? And more importantly, how long are we supposed to stay like this? Suddenly, Mr. Park sat up and whispered, "I think the threat is over." Mr. Kim tried to stop him, but the man already stood, completely upright, confidently flexing that nothing was happening. Was it really over? Jin-woo had a bad feeling he knew this was definitely not the... Suddenly, the entire temple began to shake with a massive rumble. The giant statue was actually rising from its throne. It stood up and slammed its colossal foot onto the ground, shaking the entire circular room like a cheap toy. Looking up, they couldn't even see the god statue's face anymore. Every single step it took sent Uncle Song into a deeper panic. He screamed at Jin-woo, "Bro, do you have any other ideas?" Jin-woo was totally stumped. All he could see was the sinister grin of that massive god. As its giant stone foot lifted, everyone below froze, completely clueless about what to do or where to run. Each stomp felt like a high-magnitude earthquake. Suddenly, Jin-woo whipped his head toward the ancient stone tablet. Yes, that was it. They had to follow the commandments. First, worship the Lord. Second, praise the Lord. That was the key to survival. As they frantically debated how to praise the thing, a long-haired guy stepped forward and said, "Let me try." He used to be in a church choir, so if it was just about singing praises, he had this. He stepped forward, looked up, and clutched his crucifix around his neck, murmuring a prayer, "I praise thee, O Lord, show thy mercy, and grant strength to this weak heart." Few words in, and Jin-woo knew this was a massive mistake. The statue didn't slow down for even a microsecond. Mr. Kim panicked, asking, "Wait, is it slowing down?" Jin-woo was like, absolutely not. That monster was still wearing that demonic grin, and its giant foot was aiming straight for the choir guy. With the massive stone soul less than 2 meters away, sweat poured down his face, but he kept chanting like it was his ultimate saving grace. Jin-woo broke into a cold sweat as a terrifying realization hit him. That prayer wasn't meant for the god of this dungeon. A blood-curdling scream cut through the air as the choir guy was instantly crushed into absolute paste. The brief peace was shattered as everyone started screaming and desperately scrambling to get out of the giant's way. They ran for their lives, screaming for help, but deep down they knew no one was coming. Anyone who tripped or fell was immediately trampled into flat pancakes. Pure horror. Uncle Song yelled, "Split up, grouping up makes us easy targets." But looking at Joo-hee, who was completely frozen in terror, Jin-woo knew if he let go of her hand, she would faint on the spot. Clinging to survival in the stampede, Mr. Park thought of his pregnant wife, who always complained about how dangerous his hunter job was. Tears streaming down his face, he bitterly wondered why he had to die right when he was about to become a father of 2. Cornered with nowhere left to run, he frantically looked around for a safe spot. Mr. Kim sprinted past and screamed, "Watch out, behind you! Turn around!" But it was too late. The statue behind him reaped down with a massive blade, clean cutting him in half. Bro was so stunned he actually tried to hold his 2 halves together before fading away. In the blink of an eye, only a bloody stain remained on the giant stone sword that just slammed down. Desperately trying to survive, Jin-woo forced his brain to work. Praise the Lord? What kind of absolute garbage is that? How could they praise a monster like that? It is literally a devil. Right in front of him was the massive Lord statue, and all around him were moving stone statues that would attack the second you got close. They did not care who you were. These things were fully armed with axes, spears, or swords. Some held pickaxes, hammers, bows, or even musical instruments. But make no mistake, every single one of them could easily rip a human to shreds. Running for his life, Jin-woo knew he could not outrun them forever. What should he do? Suddenly his eyes locked onto a goddess statue blowing a horn. He wondered, would they actually attack with musical instruments? Think about it, the other guard statues only attacked when someone got close, following a set of pre-programmed rules. What if these instrument-holding statues moved too? Dragged Joo-hee along and sprinted forward, screaming at the top of his lungs for everyone to run to the statues holding instruments. Their song made it just in time, sliding right under a goddess statue blowing a trumpet. Immediately, the statue started playing a song. He instantly got the clue and yelled for everyone to find a statue with an instrument because those ones would not attack. Mr. Kim collapsed under a goddess playing the violin, panting heavily. Talk about a near-death experience. He sat there clutching his head, sobbing uncontrollably. Even though he escaped that brutal stone foot, the mental trauma was completely destroying him. Jin-woo was holding Joo-hee's hand, running like crazy toward a male statue holding a drum. He expected it to start drumming, but it just stood there like a normal statue. Both of them started panicking. Why? Why is nothing happening? Wait, he looked over at Joo-hee, who was crying her eyes out, and it hit him. Is it because 2 people are standing under the same statue? He left her there and dashed out to find his own statue. But because he was too slow, Jin-woo caught the eye of the giant lord statue. He sprinted forward, spotting a statue with an instrument. He was so close. Just a few more steps and he would be safe, but that massive stone foot was already crashing down. Somehow, by some miracle, Jin-woo slid and dodged it in the nick of time. "You are going the wrong way," Mr. Song screamed from behind, making Jin-woo turn pale with fear. He slid right in front of the statue only to realize, damn it, that is not an instrument. That statue holding a shield, and it slammed it straight down where Jin-woo was sliding. Boom, the entire floor cracked. Poor Joo-hee saw her friend get crushed right before her eyes. She broke down, crying out in pure helplessness. Jin-woo was covered in blood, trying to crawl like a broken animal under the massive feet of the Lord statue. Dizzy and completely exhausted, he still searched desperately for a statue with an instrument. He prayed in his head, "There really is a God. Please save me." But all he could picture was the creepy, mocking smile of that giant stone lord. He had been dancing on the edge of life and death for far too long. He knew his life support was about to cut out, but somehow, by another miracle, he managed to drag himself under a goddess statue that was singing. Instead of an instrument, she was holding a songbook, and her beautiful voice echoed as if celebrating Jin-woo making it out alive. He looked up, totally dazed. He wanted to laugh, but he had absolutely zero energy left. Her song echoed through the massive chamber, making the silence feel even more deafening. The sound drifted over the bodies of the fallen, before slowly fading away, leaving a chilling silence. Joo-hee rushed over to check on him, but the moment she saw him, she covered her mouth in absolute horror. Jin-woo was confused, but when he followed her gaze down, he realized why she looked so shocked. His leg was completely severed from the calf down. Talk about tragic. Now that the trial was over, the room quieted down, allowing Ju-hee's healing magic to return. Desperately worked to stop the bleeding, crying out, "I am going to save you no matter what." But as she looked up, blood started pouring from her nose, making her cough uncontrollably. She was pushing herself way too hard. Even though Jin-woo was still breathing, nobody knew how much longer he could hang on. Mr. Kim bitterly counted their numbers. When they first entered, there were 17 people. Now only 6 were left alive, and 2 of them were severely injured. Mr. Song was missing an arm, blood dripping, but Jin-woo's condition easily 10 times worse. Even at a time like this, Mr. Kim started shifting the blame, saying, "I get that you lost an arm, but we are in this mess because of your reckless decision. As the raid leader, you are going to take full responsibility for this if we make it out alive." Mr. Song did not even bother arguing back. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet started shaking violently as the giant stone statue moved once again. It turned its back on them, but everyone was still on edge. "Don't tell me that bastard is about to attack us again." Everyone held their breath. This time, instead of using its feet, the statue raised its arm forward. A deep rumbling sound vibrated through the room, different from the heavy stomping before. Suddenly, rising up from the center of the stone floor was a massive 2-tiered altar. Just looking at it, you could tell it weighed tons. Everyone held their breath. The stone structure, summoned from thin air by the giant statue's hand, settled heavily in the middle of the room. Mr. Kim had never seen anything like it, but Jin-woo immediately recognized it, muttering exhaustedly, "It is an altar." Everyone turned to him in shock, asking if he knew about this occult stuff. Jin-woo nodded, explaining that those are places where worshippers make sacrifices to their gods. They usually offer living things like cows, pigs, or sheep, and sometimes even children or virgins. He was absolutely sure that the final commandment would apply to what was about to happen next. Mr. Song agreed, but asked what the phrase, "prove your faith," actually meant. Jin-woo could only pant heavily, far too exhausted to think clearly. Suddenly, Mr. Kim pulled his flaming sword from thin air. "Now I get it. You two are saying we need a sacrifice, right?" Pointing his blade directly at Mr. Song, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Who dragged us into this nightmare?" "It was you, Chi-yul. I remember Park boasting this morning about his wife expecting their second child, and now bro literally got sliced in half right in front of everyone, and he wasn't even the only one. Multiple hunters just got wiped out for nothing, so now you better take responsibility for this mess. Prove to us that you can actually handle it." Jin-woo is in absolute disbelief. He tries to speak up and stop this madness, but Sang-shik immediately barks at him to shut his mouth. "Keep your mouth shut and stay right there, kid. This is grown-up business." But with zero pushback, Uncle Song actually agrees. He says, "Mr. Kim is right. I'll pay the price for this. Put that sword away. I'll step onto the altar myself." Jin-woo is literally gritting his teeth in pure rage. Like, how is this Uncle Chi-yul's fault? Everyone literally voted to enter the dungeon in the first place. How can everyone be so trash and cowardly, forcing Uncle Song to take the blame for everything? But of course, nobody steps up to stop him. Chi-yul walks up to the altar all by himself. He stares down at the weird patterns on the second level, completely clueless about what to do next. Then suddenly, right behind him, a massive flame bursts to life out of nowhere. Mr. Kim was already losing his mind, but seeing this sends him into a total panic. Since only one person in this room might have the answers, Chi-yul turns around and asks, "Hunter Sung, did I do something wrong?" It is just a normal flame, but what does it actually mean? At first, Jin-woo also thinks the altar wants some kind of sacrifice. Looking down at Ju-hee, who is frantically healing him to the point of pure exhaustion, he suddenly asks, "Can you guys help me get closer to see what is going on up there?" 2 of them immediately grab Jin-woo under his arms and drag him toward the altar, totally ignoring Ju-hee as she desperately screams his name from behind. The second the 3 step onto the altar, 3 more flames burst to life. Jin-woo limps closer, wondering how this whole setup even works. Before he can think any deeper, he weakly looks at Uncle Song and asks if other hunters will come rescue them if they just wait. Chi-yul figures it is a no, since today is the last day of the week. Plus, he is sure these creepy statues will make their move long before rescue arrives. And the worst part Jin-woo notices is that this gate is super low rank, meaning the Hunter Association will probably just overlook it. Sure, if they stay missing, a search party will eventually come. But from what Jin-woo remembers, a dungeon break happens after exactly 7 days. Once that gate fully opens, hordes of magic beasts will flood the human world. The only goal for awakened hunter: take down the dungeon boss and close the gate before it is too late. Gritting his teeth at the massive boss statue, Jin-woo knows exactly what's going to happen if they fail to close this door in time. He cooks up a plan, turns around, and shouts to the survivors, "Get up here, quick!" The number of flames being lit matches the exact number of people on the altar. I think we all need to stand up here to see what happens next. With no other choice left, Uncle Song and Ju-hee follow Jin-woo's lead and step onto the platform. Instantly, the last two flames roar to life. Crackle pop, a sound like static electricity echoes through the room. Glowing blue light begins to surge through the carved patterns on the floor. The blazing fire sends surges of energy along those lines, lighting up another circle of blue flames on the outer ring. It is obvious now this magic circle requires everyone to stand on the altar to fully activate. Suddenly, the giant god statue points its hand straight at the door, forcing it wide open. It is a massive exit, big enough for 10 people to sprint through at once. Needless to say, everyone completely loses their minds. Like, why is the door opening right now of all times? It is wide open, basically begging them to run for their lives. But nobody dares to move because they have no idea what the catch is. Can they really just walk away this easily? Looking at the headless corpse lying right in front of them, it is clear that some crazy trap is still waiting for them. Whoosh! One of the blue flames suddenly goes out, and the entire circular room begins to shake violently. Terrified hunters look around, only to realize those giant statues are now marching straight toward them. Glowing blue and white lines, just like the outer circle of fire, surge through their bodies, and every single statue is gripping a massive weapon. Whoosh! Another blue flame goes out, but those stone monsters do not even slow down. They huddle together on the altar, freaking out over what to do next. What in the actual hell is this? They are completely surrounded, with massive armed statues closing in. From the front, the sides, and even from behind. Jin-woo locks his eyes on the closest statue, marching toward them. Suddenly, the moment he makes eye contact with it, the statue completely freezes. He instantly figures out the trick and shakes Ju-hee, telling her to keep her eyes wide open. Right then, Mr. Kim also connects the dots, shouts, "This is just like that children game we used to play. Just let them get close, but whatever you do not look away from them. Everyone, do not look away." The blue flames keep dying out one by one, but it does not seem to affect the statues at all. Behind him, a terrified girl who has been holding her breath whole time finally breaks, whimpering in pure fear. The second a giant stone foot stomps down hard, she completely loses it and screams at the top of her lungs, "No!" Jin-woo reaches out to stop her, but she is too fast. She bolts right out of the circle of fire, and instantly, a red flame vanishes right before everyone's eyes. The massive stone door slams shut a bit, crushing the headless corpse and turning it into a bloody mess. But the girl keeps running like crazy, managing to slip out right in front of everyone, leaving them completely stunned. Hunter Sung, how did she just escape like that? She is actually alive. The door definitely closed a bit, but it was still open enough for her to squeeze through. Jin-woo is desperately trying to make sense of this. The blue flames are slowly dying out over time, while the red flames represent the number of people standing on the altar. If anyone steps off, their red flame goes out instantly. Jin-woo quickly pieces the clues together. First, commandment, worship the Lord. Second, praise the Lord. Those two were easy enough to figure out, but right now, he is absolutely certain that the open door in front of them is a massive trap. This whole thing is just giving them false hope. When all the flames are lit, the door opens wide, but for every red flame that goes out, the door slams shut a little more, which means the door will fully lock if all the red flames go out. The real meaning of the commandment, prove your faith, even in the most terrifying and threatening moments, or when sweet temptation is laid out right in front of you. Isn't the last rule telling them to prove their faith? Exact situation. While Jin-woo is racking his brain, this massive guy standing next to him starts shaking like a leaf. He looks down at Jin-woo and stammers, I am sorry, but I do not think I can handle this anymore." Bro literally shoves the skinny kid aside and bolts for the door, following the girl who just ran out. Jin-woo watches in absolute horror as the guy disappears past the heavy stone doors in a flash. Kim Sang-shik just stares in shock, and it is pretty obvious he wants to run. Jin-woo runs after him and immediately blocks him. "Don't move. We can't let anyone else leave this place." He knows those giant stone statues are closing in fast, but if we don't have enough eyes on them, we are all dead. He glances back at the panicked leader. "We literally have to keep our eyes glued to those statues. Stand right here until the blue flames burn out." Yup, those blue flames are basically a countdown timer. Once they go out, we can make our escape. Uncle Kim finally starts to calm down, realizing our boy Sung is actually spitting facts. But wait, if the door closes completely once all the flames die out, how will we have time to run? Am I right? Jin-woo kept quiet about this, but the old man already figured it out. Still, Kim Sang-shik had to admit, in a life or death situation, a weakling like young Sung is crazy useful. Bro admits he always looked down on him and never expected anything when he joined. So many people have died since entering nightmare of a room, and the only reason anyone is still breathing is literally because of Sung. He basically single-handed cleared every single puzzle. I only survived because of you, so thank you. Jin-woo is speechless. It has been forever since he actually felt respected. But before he can even say a polite thank you, Old Man drops his sword with a loud clang. He starts sobbing hysterically, crying about how he has a family and does not want to die here. His mind is completely gone, and Jin-woo hears him slowly stepping off the stone altar. I am so sorry, but I cannot stay here any longer. Jin-woo goes absolutely wild, screaming Kim's name to try and stop him, but the fourth flame representing him suddenly goes out. He is totally devastated, tears streaming down his face as he watches the man run straight for the giant stone door. Bro just said thank you. Why would he play him like that? Jin-woo breaks down, sobbing in pure despair. That coward really just ran away and left them behind. Die. This is incredibly messed up. Jin-woo clutches his head in absolute agony. Now only Uncle Song and Ju-hee are left, and that door is already half closed. Uncle Song mumbles under his breath, finally realizing the truth, but it is way too late. You two can escape from here. The leader's words make Jin-woo whip his head around in panic. It turns out Chi-yeol figured out the whole puzzle. The door will only close completely when there is just one person left in the room, right? You two still have your whole lives ahead of you, so get the hell out of here. Ju-hee, can you help me carry Sung? The blonde girl nods, yes. But the moment she tries to stand up, she completely collapses, her legs completely giving out on her. Ju-hee is so terrified she can barely speak, her knees shaking violently. No matter how hard she tries, won't move. She looks at Jin-woo in pure terror, tears spilling over as she stammers, my legs, I can't move them. Uncle Song instantly realizes she is suffering from extreme mana exhaustion. You spent way too much of your energy trying to heal Sung earlier, and now you are completely drained. Jin-woo speaks up next, asking Uncle, can you please carry Ju-hee out of here for me? Since there are not enough people watching the statues, they start moving once again. While the two of them are back and forth arguing over who gets to escape, Jin-woo looks at Ju-hee. She is absolutely losing it. She still desperately insists on staying by Jin-woo's side. He reaches into his pocket, forcing a weak smile. Hey, remember how I promised to buy you something? Delicious to eat. Take this. He hands his last essence stone to his crying friend. If I actually make it out of here alive, I am coming. Find you and get my change back. Before she can even protest, boom! Uncle Song knocks Ju-hee out cold and swings her over his shoulder. Because there is literally zero time to waste on emotional goodbyes. Jin-woo knows this. He looks up with heavy, tired eyes and asks him to take care of her, sitting back down as two of them head further and further away. He stares blankly into space, not even turning around, but he can hear Uncle Song's footsteps finally crossing the threshold. They made it. They actually escaped safely. He closes his eyes in exhaustion, accepting his fate. As long as they are safe, it is fine if he is the only one who dies. A tiny sliver of light from the closing door hits Jin-woo is sitting. He mumbles, man, if I knew this was going to happen, I would have saved up and bought some serious life insurance. Then his eyes land on the sword Kim left behind, and he crawls over to grab it. He points it at the stone statues closing in on him. If I am going down, I am at least taking one of these bastards with me, just to get some payback. Jin-woo is sitting in a literal pool of his own blood, which is gushing from his severed leg nonstop. The stone statues stomp closer and closer, and Jin-woo's vision starts to fade. He is so exhausted his eyes are shutting, and he has to grit his teeth with everything he has just to stay conscious. Still aiming his sword, he growls at the giant statues. Come on, show me what you got. One of the statues suddenly leans forward and drives a massive stone spear straight through Jin-woo's chest. Boom! One shot. An unimaginable, agonizing pain surges through him as blood coughs up from his throat. The statue grabs the spear handle, twists it, and lifts Jin-woo into the air like a piece of meat on a hook, before slamming him back down onto the bizarre carved altar below. He can feel the very last of his lifeblood draining out. His throat can only make painful choking sounds. He can hear his own blood dripping off the edge of the altar, feeling his consciousness slowly fading away. No, I do not want to die like this. He cries in absolute despair, remembering everything that just happened. He is so mad. Thank you? What a joke. All trash. That guy said thank you just to stab them in the back and run. I have a family too. I do not want to die either. After cursing his lungs out, Jin-woo starts blaming himself. He knew he was weak and bound to die, so why did he keep playing with fate? As the giant statues raise their weapons to deliver the final blow, Jin-woo realizes he wants to live more than anything. Just one more time he begs. If only I had a chance to redo everything. Just as the statue's blade swings down, the very last blue flame goes out. Suddenly, the blue lines of light connecting the altar to the statues vanish without a single trace. Giant statue's descending sword freezes mid-air. Plot twist. Time itself literally stops in this exact moment, and flickering right in front of him, a holographic screen pops up A notification. Alert, you have completed all the necessary requirements for the secret quest, Courage of the Weak. Jin-woo has no idea if this is real or if he is just dreaming. He reads the words over and over as his vision starts to blur. A secret quest, and he actually cleared all the requirements? As his vision completely fades to black, a robotic system voice rings in his ears. You have met all the necessary requirements for this secret quest. You may now become a player. Do you wish to accept? Jin-woo has absolutely no idea what is going on, but the system voice just keeps repeating the question. No time left. Decline and your heart stops in 0.2 seconds. Accept or die. Right now, Jin-woo only has one question in his head. If I accept, do I actually survive? Bro forces his eyes open one last time and sees a holographic screen with the exact same warning. Obviously, yes. He doesn't even have the breath to speak, but he's taking this deal. Instantly, the screen changes and says, "Welcome, player." Suddenly, a blinding light wraps around Jin-woo's broken and mangled body. It's so bright it completely blinds the creepy god statue, which just reset back its original form. A massive explosion goes off, but there is zero sound, just pure, blinding white light. When he finally opens his eyes, again, Jin-woo is absolutely stunned. He's actually lying on a hospital bed. He clutches his chest, gasping for air like a fish out of water. His heart is beating. He's alive. After a few seconds of pure confusion, he wonders if that nightmare was just a dream. He looks around the room and realizes, in a hospital. But how? Just then, the door slides open. Two guys in suits walk in, like they were just waiting for him to wake up. Flash their badges at our weak MC. Turns out they're investigators from the Korean Hunter Association. That's when Jin-woo finds out. Been passed out for 3 whole days. The first thing he asks is if Ju-hee and Mr. Song Chi-yul made it out okay. The investigator tells him Mr. Song lost an arm, so his hunter career is officially over. He's basically forced to retire. As for Ju-hee, she's currently getting therapy for severe mental trauma. Honestly, it's doubtful if she'll ever step foot in a dungeon again. The other suit starts to bring up Hunter Kim, Tae-shik, but Jin-woo cuts him off. He only cares about those two. As for that spineless coward who abandoned everyone when they were on the brink of death, Jin-woo will never forgive him. The blonde investigator gives a quick breakdown. Only 6 survivors made it out of that dungeon. Even though hunters deal with danger daily, a brutal slaughter like this is extremely rare. Once we got the distress call, we sent the White Tiger Guild to investigate. But when they arrived, there was absolutely no one left except you, passed out cold in the middle of the room. There was no god statue or any of the stone monsters you guys described. Jin-woo is speechless. How could massive giant statues just vanish into thin air? The investigator nods. We wouldn't have believed it either, but all the survivors' stories match perfectly, even if some minor details vary. Plus, if we hadn't found the remains of the dead hunters there, we'd think you guys were hallucinating. Looking closely at Jin-woo, he says, just a theory, but we believe you've experienced a double awakening. Jin-woo's mind goes completely blank. He knows what that means, but he has no idea why they think it happened to him. Usually a hunter's stats are locked forever after they awaken. However, there are rare cases where a hunter awakens a second time. They can go from a rank to an A rank, or even jump from a B rank straight to rank. Pulling out a golden device with a purple crystal on top, the agent says, "This is a mana detector. Just place your hand on it." In his head, the agent is thinking, if the survivors were telling the truth, a high-rank monster like that doesn't just vanish unless an A rank or S rank. Hunter wiped them out. He starts up the device, thinking there's a high chance this weak kid had a double awakening. Would explain how he survived all by himself. But when the test results screen pops up, the investigator realizes the truth. Damn, trash is always going to be trash. Even a bottom-tier E rank usually hits 70 points, but this guy's level is barely at 10. Realizing they're wasting their time, the two agents immediately pack up and bounce. Like the wind, Jin-woo is left speechless. He sits quietly on his bed, looks up and sighs. Looks like nobody else can see this thing. A giant holographic screen saying, "You have an unread message," is literally floating right in front of him, and they didn't even blink. They definitely can't see it. He wiggles toes, which should have been completely sliced off. All his limbs are fully intact, and his massive chest wound is gone. Jin-woo has no idea if what just happened was a dream or reality. He slowly reaches out to touch the screen, realizing he can actually feel it. Just as he is leaning forward, poke the screen, his sister's voice rings out from the door. "What are you doing? Your head is still injured." Looks like she came straight from school to visit him. She storms over to Jin-woo, nagging him. "Do you have any idea how worried I was? Why do you always come home half dead?" Smiles as she rants, realizing how close he came to leaving her all alone. Yeah, this definitely isn't a dream. His sister is still nagging him, which means she also can't see the giant system screen floating in front of him. Jin-woo points at the empty space and asks, "Do you see this?" Jin-ah tilts, her head, totally confused. To her, her brother is just staring at blank air and talking to himself like he's lost his mind. He reaches out, taps the screen to see if he can open the inbox. Boom. The message pops up, "Welcome, player. Your daily quest is to become stronger every day." He has zero clue what is going on. He waits for Jin-ah and her friend to finally head out before he starts going through the notifications. The system claims it will help the player grow, but if he fails to follow the system's commands, he'll face a penalty. Another notification pops up, "You've received a reward." 3 screens in a row appear, leaving Jin-woo completely lost. Come to think of it, right when he was about to die, on that altar, this exact same screen appeared. Looking back at the first panel, Jin-soo sees his daily quest is meant to make him stronger. He taps on it to expand the details and sees a massive list of daily workouts to become an absolute god. We're talking 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run. Even though there's a huge warning at the bottom, Jin-woo just thinks it's some stupid prank, collapses back onto his hospital bed. I mean, he's literally recovering in a hospital. Who has the energy to work out? He decides he'll deal with it after a nap, but he sleeps clean through the night and is still knocked out. Meanwhile, the system warning is still glowing red. Failure to complete the daily quest will trigger the penalty zone. That penalty clock down there started out white, but as time ticked away, it shifted to green, then yellow, and finally a warning red. Then boom, another system notification pops up, warning him that since he didn't finish his daily quest, he's getting dragged to the penalty zone for a set amount of time. Half asleep, Jin-woo feels the ground beneath him shaking violently. Bro thought it was an earthquake and had no choice but to sit there and wait. But wait, the solid floor under his hands suddenly turns into scorching hot sand. Next thing he knows, he is literally stranded in a blazing hot desert. Split second, a massive sand dune behind him rises straight up, casting a giant shadow right over where he's sitting. Still praying this is just a dream, but his danger senses go wild, making him spin around. Oh my god, a giant poisonous centipede is staring right at him, baring its fangs. Jin-woo freezes, sweating bullets. Just then, the system screen pops up right between him and the monster, declaring a survival penalty quest with the goal to stay alive until the required time of 4 hours runs out. Looking at the screen, then at the drooling, hungry mouth of the centipede, his face twitches as he prays, this is all a dream. Under the blazing hot sun, Bro is running for his life, gasping for air, with his hospital gown fluttering in the wind. Running barefoot on burning sand, he is desperately trying to escape the giant centipede right on his tail. The beast is burrowing and slithering like crazy to catch him. To make matters worse, this monster calls in backup. Now there is a whole pack of dozens of giant centipedes chasing him for 4 straight hours without stopping. Only 7 seconds left on the clock, but he's sprinting so hard he doesn't even have time to look. Just as the hospital room clock strikes exactly 4 o'clock, those razor-sharp fangs are inches away from snapping him in half. He thinks he's cooked and about to die, but right then the system window pops up once more to save his life, saying quest complete. Instantly his world flips upside down, and his very next step lands him right back in his familiar hospital bed. He collapses on the floor, gasping like crazy, finally realizing he actually survived the penalty. Right then, another notification pops up, completely ignoring how beat up he is, asking if he wants to accept his rewards. Bro rubs his eyes, but before he can even click yes, he passes out cold. The night shift nurse walks in, sees this, and immediately screams for backup. Quick, get in here. Why is the whole room filled with sand? The patient is lying there looking half dead. No wonder she lost her mind. A few days pass in the hospital, and rumors start spreading about this patient, Sung Jin-woo, who just woke up but is already jogging every single day. The doctor says hunters heal fast anyway, so some light exercise is fine. But seeing his shadow zoom past the window while he's panting like crazy, you have to wonder what kind of light exercise this is. How many hours has this guy been running anyway? Jin-woo doesn't care, he just keeps grinding. This is already day 4 since he woke up. Stopping for a breath, he looks up to confirm he hit his 10 out of 10 kilometer goal for the day. Since then, our boy knows for a fact this floating screen is no hallucination. Even if nobody else can see it, the system is updating his stats in real time. Today's rewards let him choose full recovery stat points or a random loot box. The second he picks recovery, a refreshing wave of energy surges through his entire body, leaving him stunned. This insane healing magic literally deletes all his fatigue and makes his sore muscles feel brand new. Plus, he gets stat points and a random item box to boost himself even further. First stats mean he's getting seriously broken. His status screen, skills, inventory, and gear are laid out just like an RPG game. Jin-woo slumps onto a stone bench, breathing a sigh of relief. Even though he feels like a puppet on a string, he is slowly getting used to this weird system. Thanks to it, he can clearly see he's currently level 1. The next morning, he heads to the front desk to see if he can get discharged. The nurse asks where he's heading, and he just says he has things to take care of, but he goes straight to Hapjeong Station, exit 3. Stands there looking at the green key in his hand, thinking it is finally time to find out what this is. The random box usually drops trash like bandages or pens, but this one is different. It's called an instant dungeon key, an E-rank dungeon that lets you spawn an instant gate right at Hapjeong Station, exit 3. Bro is stunned, a key that actually spawns a dungeon. Quests, status screens, and rewards. Could this be a double awakening? Or maybe it's the path to getting one. He doesn't know, but he's gotta try. If the world's weakest hunter gets a double awakening, everyone is going to lose their minds. But hey, he knows he's cracked at running, so if things get bad like last time, he can just bolt. Pointing the key forward, it glows bright gold, and a weird energy surges through the air, transforming the subway entrance into a gate just like the ones he saw before. He calmly walks down and steps right through the portal. But then he hears a cracking sound behind him, and when he spins around, he realizes the entrance has completely turned into a solid wall. No way, he's shocked, slamming his hands against the wall. Is the exit blocked? He frantically bangs on it, but then a random girl walks right through it like nothing is there. That's when it hits him. He is in an entirely different dimension, and he's the only one who can see this. Totally different from a normal gate. Bro is panicking now. How is he supposed to run if the exit is completely blocked? Like this? To make things worse, the system pops up saying he can't leave unless he defeats the boss or uses a teleport stone. The panic is real, and his heart starts racing. Just a few days ago, he almost died fighting E-rank monsters, and now he has to solo a whole dungeon? While he's stressing, thick black smoke suddenly erupts, accompanied by an eerie howling sound. Jin-woo quickly turns around, asking himself, he wondered if he could actually clear this dungeon without a party. Well, there was no other choice now. Time to jump in and find out. Looking down, pure horror filled Jinwoo's eyes. Wait, so he really had to do this solo? No backup? Seriously? At the bottom of the windy stairs, there was nothing but pitch-black darkness. Jinwoo slowly took a step down, surrounded by overgrown weeds and flickering lights. The only sound was his own footsteps echoing in this abandoned subway station. He looked around, completely on guard, and whispered, "There is no way I can pull this off alone." Suddenly, a familiar scent hit him, a beast-type monster. Out of nowhere, a massive packed with razor-sharp fangs lunged straight out of the shadows. Jinwoo panicked and dodged just in time to avoid a red-furred beast lunging at him with killer eyes. The beast snapped its jaws down, but Jinwoo leaped back a few steps to put some distance between them. The thing was massive, easily the size of two grown men. Standing 10 meters away, Jinwoo finally realized this monster looked exactly like a giant wolf. Before this, he barely managed to take down a few trash goblins, and now he had to fight this fanged beast? Talk about a nightmare before the fight even starts. Sweat poured down Jinwoo's face. He wanted to run, but his legs were completely frozen. Was he really that terrified? He did not even get this traumatized when facing the Stone Golem Lord. Before he could even think, the wolf charged, snapping its jaws right where Jinwoo was standing. Somehow, survival instinct kicked in, and he managed to jump away just in time. Honestly, the sheer fear of dying in this dumpster fire of dungeon was the only thing moving his legs. This wolf was insanely fast. It almost took a massive bite out of Jinwoo's face. He did a quick roll to get 10 meters of distance, hitting the ground hard. But as he tried to back up further, he realized he had hit a dead end right against a metal gate. Pushing himself up, Jinwoo noticed something incredibly weird. His body felt light as a feather. He literally leaped clean over the wolf's head and landed perfectly on his feet. But this beast was just as fast, turning around with drool flying everywhere. Okay, now Jinwoo was officially ticked off. I got a second chance at life. There is no way I am going to wuss out and die here. Clenching his fist, he threw a savage uppercut straight into the wolf's chin. The impact blasted the beast backwards, slamming it straight into the metal gate. The sheer force was insane. Even Jinwoo was stunned by his own raw power. Wait, was this because he dumped all his stat points into strength? Too bad that single punch was not enough to put this iron-fanged wolf down, especially since its name was glowing orange above its head. As the beast lunged back at him, Jinwoo had no other choice. He let out a loud battle cry, throwing punches and striking the wolf every time it tried to bite. But even though he was landing hits, he knew this was not going to work. Normal physical attacks do absolutely nothing to magic beasts. No matter how much he beat it up, this monster still had the upper hand. Just as Jinwoo smashed the beast back into the metal gate, it lunged back, chains rattling in its mouth as if mocking him. Realizing he was in deep trouble, he wondered what else he could do besides running away. I mean, who actually clears a dungeon solo? He dashed to the left, barely dodging a nasty bite, but the wolf still managed to leave deep, bloody claw marks chest. Dodging a barrage of attacks, Jin-woo realized there was no way he could win this without a party, a healer, or even a basic weapon. All he had was his bare hands and a weak body. Staring at his empty hands, Jin-woo desperately wished for a weapon. Some kind of magical weapon would be perfect right now. Wait, a light bulb went off! He quickly called the system to open his inventory, and boom! Right there in the top left corner was board icon. Whipping it out of his inventory, Jin-woo swung it straight at the wolf, slicing it clean in half. Talk about satisfying. What he was holding was the exact sword Uncle Kim had left behind in the stone golem dungeon. The system showed that this weapon gave him a massive +10 attack boost, which was why the iron-fanged wolf was chopped up so easily. He leveled up right then and there, leaving him completely stunned. If he remembered correctly, Uncle Kim once mentioned buying this sword for 3 million won. Since he couldn't afford something like this, he was definitely going to use it to its full potential. Plus, this inventory had so many empty slots, he could probably store tons of loot in here, right? But then, heavy footsteps echoed from behind. Even though Jin-woo was exhausted, now that he had a weapon, his confidence was through the roof. When 2 more iron-fanged wolves started closing in, he didn't even flinch. But wait, why did the sword suddenly feel heavy as a boulder? He strained to lift it, but it wouldn't even budge. Oh crap! With 2 pairs of razor-sharp jaws just 1 meter away, some hidden power surged deep inside Jin-woo, allowing him to rip the board free. He leaped into the air and unleashed a clean slash, bisecting the wolf that was about to pounce. But unlucky for Jin-woo, the second wolf caught his blade right in its jaws. Talk about having a literal jaw of steel. But trying to disarm my only weapon? Dream on. Jin-woo started spamming knee strikes straight into the wolf's stomach, till he finally ripped the sword free and sliced the monster in half. Right now, this sword was basically his lifeline. He couldn't afford to lose it. When that wolf was sliced to pieces in a split second, the remaining wolf froze in its tracks. Jin-woo smirked and scoffed. Compared to those stone golems, you guys are absolute trash. Brimming with confidence, he locked eyes with the last wolf. The beast whimpered, terrified to take another step forward, and slowly backed away into the pitch-black shadows. Within seconds, only its glowing eyes were visible before it completely vanished. Right then, Jin-woo's status window popped up, showing he had leveled up once again. He even unlocked a new passive skill called Tenacity. Taking a moment to check his stats, Jin-woo realized that every single stat had increased by 1 point upon leveling up. Normally, completing a daily quest gives him 3 points, but leveling up automatically adds 1 point to every single stat, giving him a total of 5 points. Okay, so farming monsters is definitely the fastest way to level up. He still didn't know how much of a difference a single stat point made, but he was curious about stats like intelligence and perception. What would happen if he pumped those up? Well, the easiest one to understand was definitely his strength stat, which was already sitting at a solid 20 points. Jin-woo could already feel a massive surge of power running through his body. He figured that with every stat point increase, his physical power leveled up too. Either way, the absolute best way to get stronger right now was to keep leveling up. Staring at the pile of wolf corpses scattered across the tiled floor, Jin-woo realized he just had a talk about a massive glow-up. He just soloed a few magic beasts all by himself. Walking up to one of the corpses, Jin-woo started wondering why this thing didn't drop an essence stone. Aren't dungeon beasts literally guaranteed to drop those? Or is this place not even a real dungeon, just some game-like instance made by the system? The more he thought about it, the weirder it got. If this game system is actually controlling him, there is a high chance this dungeon and these monsters were custom-made just for him. So instead of normal essence stones, junk loot instead, he picked up an item the system labeled as a wolf's fang, which was basically trash loot described as a massive, sharp fang from a red wolf. Description said he could keep it or sell it to the shop. Wait, there is a shop? No way. Jin-woo opened the interface and saw 2 buttons, buy and sell. He tried to click buy, but the system immediately hit him with a prompt saying he was too low level, so he could only sell his junk for now. Shop offered 20 gold coins for it. He had no clue how much that was in real cash, but whatever, might as well sell it. After all, the dungeon he was in was likely just an E-rank instance, so any loot he found wouldn't be worth much anyway. So what is the play now? Usually if you don't take down the dungeon boss, you can't escape. Having a teleportation stone would make leaving a breeze, but he did not have one. Right now, running out of food was his biggest worry. Looking at his blood-stained sword, Jin-woo muttered to himself that even if this was just an E-rank dungeon, soloing the boss was still way out of his league. But wait, what if he leveled up more? Would that give him a fighting chance? Just a moment ago, the thought of dying against the boss made Jin-woo's hands shake with fear, but there was no time to panic. From the corner of the station, another red wolf spawned, looking exactly like the last one, and behind it, dozens of glowing red eyes in the dark. A whole pack of nearly 10 wolves was slowly closing in on him. They moved together, giving off pure menace while he's completely solo. But honestly, at this point, why even be scared? Jin-woo stood up, gripping his bloody sword. He'd already died once anyway, so what did he have to lose? He did not care how many iron-fanged wolves were in front of him. Jin-woo charged right in, one man against a whole pack. His sword movements were getting smoother as he slashed 2 or 3 times, aiming directly at the heads and legs of the closest beasts. Suddenly, a wolf clamped its jaws onto his shoulder, and the smart bastard jumped right back the moment Jin-woo tried to shake it off. But that weak scratch is not going to kill me. Jin-woo glared back at the glowing eyes, waiting the shadows. He growled, "You better bring everything you've got, or this is going to be pathetic. Come on!" Jin-woo unleashed a flurry of sharp slashes, putting every bit of his strength into tearing through the savage beasts surrounding him. His strikes were incredibly solid and fast, absolutely shredding the entire pack of red wolves in no time. As long as I'm breathing, I'm fighting with everything I've got. The system popped up to announce a level up, but right. Now Jin-woo was fighting for his life and couldn't care less about notifications. He knew that if he backed down against these savage fangs, he was cooked. So every single slash was a full power strike. His raw presence was completely overwhelming the beast pack. He had a sister getting ready for college and a mother in the hospital. If he died here, who would protect them? Dead wolves were stacking up on the floor, but more of them just kept coming. Jin-woo was totally battered and knew he might lose everything in this fight, but that was a million times better than living like a total loser just because he's too weak. Gripping his sword tight, he made a promise to himself. As long as he could get stronger, he would follow this system's rules, no matter how absurd they were. "Bring it on," he roared, charging straight into the pack. The system immediately chimed, "You have leveled up," but Jin-woo's movements didn't stop for even a single second. Blood splattered everywhere, painting the floor red. Jin-woo was panting heavily, exhaustedly dragging his sword into another section of the subway station. He looked up and saw dozens of glowing eyes labeled as iron-fanged red wolves, slowly closing in on him. He let out a sigh, completely unfazed by their bloodlust. Clenching his teeth, he calmly counted their number, completely missing the system notification saying he had unlocked the Wolf Slayer title. His sword was not only covered in blood but also chipped, meaning it would probably shatter any second now. Even if he spent a fortune on weapons, they always broke after a few dungeon runs anyway. He once bought a dagger for 500,000 won. It definitely made raiding easier, but against a dungeon boss, trash weapon instantly broke. The reward for that run was only 3 E-rank essence stones. Realizing it was a total waste of money, Jin-woo decided stop buying expensive gear altogether. Since then, he literally chose to fight beasts with his bare hands, even if it meant returning, covered in scars. That is why even a chipped sword felt like an absolute cheat code to him now. With the entire area cleared, Jin-woo gained crazy experience points. The Wolf Slayer title gave him a massive 40% stat boost whenever he fought beast-type monsters. Checking his loot, Jin-woo got 34 fangs, 2 blunt daggers, a traveler's cloak, and a return stone. Stared at the return stone, surprised by how easy it was to get. Having this item in his hands meant he could bail whenever he wanted, but he gripped it tight and hesitated. Who knew when he would ever get another chance to level up like this? And what would happen to this dungeon if he used the stone to leave? Would it just disappear? Then, since the system created this place, it would probably vanish forever. When he really thought about it, someone or something was clearly pulling the strings, treating him like some main character in a game. He only had 2 choices here: keep pushing or quit. Gripping the return stone, finally stored it in his inventory and walked deeper into the dark subway station alone. Once again, the sound of tearing flesh and level up notifications fill the quiet station. Right now, Jin-woo only cared about boosting his stats and surviving. Even without checking the screen, he could feel his power rising second by second. Every time I level up, clapping these magic beasts gets way easier. Right now, taking down shadow panthers and sharp claw monkeys is literally a walk in the park. No more struggling like in the beginning. I can feel myself getting stronger by the second, but honestly, this dungeon is built different. The monsters just spawning non-stop. They do not even feel like real living things. It is like a literal video game where you fight pre-programmed mobs. If I analyze their spawn patterns, maybe I can figure out where they are coming from. The claw monkeys always drop from the ceiling, while the shadow panthers pop up one by one from the left or right. Spinning his chipped sword, Jin-woo does not even need to look to drive his blade straight through a monkey diving from above. One shot, he does the exact same to a panther lunging from the right, and off goes the head of another one from the left. Next, steel-fanged wolf leaps at him, but Jin-woo does not even blink. He deletes it with zero fear, total focus, pure precision. But man, this is still a workout. Huffing and puffing, he looks down at the wolf he just sliced in half. He notices its name tag, Steel-Fanged Wolf, but it has turned white out of nowhere. After all this grinding, Jin-woo realizes the name tags actually show the monster difficulty. If the name tag is white, the mob is weak. Orange means they are on his level or slightly stronger. But if it is red, they are overpowered and he needs to run for his life. Jin-woo remembers the wolf was orange at first. Now that it is white, it means our boy has officially leveled up. With the weak mobs cleared out, he looks down the stairs. A dark, terrifying aura is oozing from below. Even for a guy who almost died in a double dungeon, this gives him goosebumps. At his current level, there is no way he can beat whatever is down there, right? But since his level skyrocketed, his senses are cracked. Just standing here, he can tell the monster waiting down there is an absolute beast. It is insanely strong, but there are no more small mobs left to grind for levels. Plus, his sword is literally on its last legs. It will break if he wastes it on pointless fights. Staring down those stairs, Jin-woo takes a step forward. He is going to see what is down there. A terrible stench hits him, getting worse with every single step. It feels like this staircase is endless, like a bottomless pit. Place is so ruined he wonders if this is even Hapjeong Station anymore. Reaching the bottom, Jin-woo finds a massive flooded area, water splashing against mossy stone pillars. This is straight up a creepy swamp, and something is moving in the mist. Jin-woo narrows his eyes, scanning the water. Suddenly, a shadow speeds through the water, rushing straight at him. Too fast! He blocks with his sword, but the impact sends him flying back. The sound of metal scraping against the monster's hard scales is deafening. Crashing hard, Jin-woo coughs up blood and slides against the wall, gasping for air. Looking down at his trusty sword, it is completely snapped in half. Trying to take on a boss weaponless is pure suicide. But there is no backing down now. He forces himself up. Bro thought he was strong after leveling up, but facing this boss, the name tag is still a glaring orange. The swamp ruler blue venom fanged Kasaka is flicking its tongue, welcoming him to its domain. The massive serpent opens its jaws, revealing two fangs as sharp as daggers. It spits out a stream of disgusting acid that makes him want to puke. So you are the boss of this place, huh? Gripping his broken hilt, has to fight, even if his weapon is cut in half. At this size, Kasaka definitely deserves the title King of the Swamp. Staring at its thick scales, Jin-woo realizes a sword strike will not do a thing, and bare fists are completely useless. Seeing the human freeze, the giant serpent rears its head back and strikes with blinding speed, fangs ready to rip them apart. Jin-woo dodges and slashes frantically against beast's scales. It is using its massive weight and speed to crush him. He has to break through its defense while countering its attack. But simply dodging is a miracle. How is he supposed to pierce those steel-like scales? The serpent thrashes wildly, slithering all over the place, trying to crush him. Running for his life, Jin-woo scans the boss, desperately looking for a weak spot. He scrapes his broken blade against the blue scales, but it only sparks, chipping his weapon even more. One direct hit and he is cooked, so Jin-woo keeps dashing around, trying to find a gap in the armor. But the snake is smart. It reads his movement and wraps its massive body around him in a deadly trap. Coiling tighter and tighter, even without a direct strike, just the crushing friction of those scales is causing unbearable pain. Covered in cuts, he barely stands on the wet floor, while Kasaka thrashes behind him ready for the kill. Collapsing to his knees and coughing, Jin-woo realized he is still too weak. Holding his broken sword, he wonders how much stronger he must get to escape. Tragic past. Pointing his broken blade at the gaping jaws of the snake, painful memories flash before his eyes. Did you say the weakest hunter? All mankind? Yeah, Song Chi-yul said that is what everyone calls you. I thought you already knew. Seeing the kid shake his head, the veteran hunter looked super awkward. It seems those guys are not mature enough to even use your real name. Well, he pats his shoulder. Look at it as motivation to grind harder. His sword is about to shatter, but Jin-woo refuses to let go. He barely dodges as the massive snake lunges, trying to crush him into paste. Breathing heavily, he leans on his broken blade, fully aware of his own weakness and why he earned that pathetic nickname. Charging straight at Kasaka, Jin-woo remembers the shame of being the weakest hunter alive. He used to look at himself with nothing but pity. Gripping Kim's sword tightly, the memory of them kneeling before overwhelming power flashes back. Absolute power, Ben, is the only thing that makes people bow down, whether they are gods or monsters. All that fake friendliness before entering the gate, pure lies. Hypocrisy cannot save you. No matter what strategy you use, humans are completely helpless against overwhelming strength. You can try to fight the fear, but you will quickly end up on your knees before the strong. Just like Kim said on that altar, Jin-woo remembered those words crystal clear. I never thought the weakest hunter here would actually be this useful. Honestly, I looked down on you and never expected much whenever you joined. But thanks to you, so many of us survived. Damn, the old man actually thanked him. Thanked him for his high IQ or sheer wisdom, whatever it was. But none of that matters because wisdom crumbles before absolute power. Bro praised Jin-woo to the heavens, only to turn around and cry like a baby, whining about having a family and not wanting to die. When true terror showed up, even Uncle Kim could not control his legs and ran. Jin-woo still remembers that feeling like it was yesterday. Without power, you get betrayed. It is that simple. That is why he absolutely has to get stronger. He has come too far to stop now. Just then, boom, Kasaka's tail whipped him right in the back, slamming his body hard against a nearby wall. Struggled to crawl back up. The snake's venomous eyes were locking onto Jin-woo, staring him down. Seeing his hands shaking violently from the impact, he forced them onto his knees. Stopped the trembling. Yeah, it hurt like hell, but Jin-woo actually has a goal now. To get strong, no matter what. The beast's giant, terrifying jaws lunged at him again, but Jin-woo dodged it just in time. Stick to the plan. He sprinted forward, looking for any opening to drive his blunt sword in. Even though he was dancing on the edge of life and death right now, compared to that giant, terrifying stone god statue, today's fear was literally nothing. Bro was unfazed. Lunging straight at Kasaka's gaping jaws, Jin-woo roared in his head, "Think you can scare me? Not anymore, trash!" He dashed right under the snake's neck, slashing its skin, and this time it actually did some real damage. Furious, the snake charged right at him, coiled its body, and tried to swallow Jin-woo whole. Panicking, Jin-woo dropped his sword. No weapon? No problem. He went full savage, grabbing the snake's neck with his bare hands. He held on for dear life. No matter how crazily the snake thrashed, he refused to let go, digging his fingers deep into its blue scales. I poured every single stat point into my strength stat. I should be strong enough by now. The snake writhed in pure agony as its neck was choked, shrieking like crazy. Slammed its head against the ceiling to shake the human off, even dragging its back against the stone's walls to crush Jin-woo. Damn, that hurt like hell, but Jin-woo locked in and refused to let go, clinging to its neck. His fingers tore deeper into the hard scales like they were nothing but sand. Just die already. Furious, Jin-woo could not even see the snake's mouth, throwing up a fountain of blood. In his head, he kept screaming, "Die! Just die, you trash!" All his focus was locked onto his 10 fingers tearing through its flesh. Meanwhile, night had fallen outside, and the hospital was still waiting for Sung Jin-woo to return. The doctor asked the receptionist, but she had no clue where he went. She just said he went out for a bit. Plus, he is getting discharged soon anyway, so what is the big deal if he stepped out for a bit? The young doctor shook his head. With hunters, you can never tell. We never know what kind of trouble they can get into. He should be resting in his recovery room right now. People always say high-rank hunters make insane money, but the low-rank ones barely make anything while risking their lives daily. I honestly do not understand why they keep doing this. The receptionist saw him shudder and asked curiously, "What do you mean by that?" Well, you do not see it, but the hunters brought into the intensive care unit look absolutely horrifying. I have no idea what happens inside those dungeons, but they always arrive covered in fatal wounds. It is always a bloody, mangled mess, nothing like regular patients. Honestly, I am just shocked they even survive those situations, so making it out of a dungeon is just pure luck then? The receptionist guessed, but the doctor replied, not exactly. Even the weakest hunter is still way stronger than an ordinary human. They might look normal on the outside, but inside they are absolute monsters. Meanwhile, the system level up alerts did not just pop up one by one, like before. This time, he gained 3 levels at once. In the middle of this ruined subway station, only one person was left breathing. Sitting right next to this massive corpse of the Kasaka snake he had literally choked to death. Looking at the massive cracks the beast smashed into the walls, Jin-woo realized he had gotten significantly stronger. Talk about satisfying. To top it all off, an alert popped up. You have defeated the swamp ruler, Blue Kasaka. Bro got 2 drops. First, Kasaka's venom gland, an A-rank consumable item. Pouch of purified venom extracted from Kasaka. It is a rare drop with a very low acquisition rate. Drinking this toxin hardens your skin but permanently damages your muscles. The iron scales of Kasaka effect reduces physical damage by 20%, but the side effect is muscle damage, cutting your strength stat by 35 points. Next up is Kasaka's Poison Fang, a C-rank dagger that gives plus 25 attack power. It is a dagger crafted from the fangs of the beast, meaning the venom is still active, inflicting paralysis and bleeding on targets. You can store this item in your inventory or sell it to the system shop. The paralysis effect has a set chance to stun opponents, while the bleeding effect drains 1% of their health every second. Talk about OP. Sure, his clothes were completely shredded, his brand new sword was broken, and his body was aching all over, but he scored some serious loot that is way better than Uncle Kim's trash sword. A dagger carved from an actual venomous fang, not just bone, doubling his attack power. Plus, it inflicts paralysis, bleeding, That Venom gland seems a bit risky to use right now, so he'll save for later. And then the system alert Jin-woo had been waiting for finally popped up. You have defeated Dungeon Boss. The instance will now return to its original state. Suddenly, the ceiling began to pixelate, breaking down into digital fragments as the dark, creepy dungeon faded away, replaced by a completely normal subway station. Jin-woo stood there, jaw-dropped, thinking, is it really over? Hapjeong Station was back to normal. Dragging his exhausted body upstairs, he realized it was already pitch black outside and completely deserted. Suddenly, someone walked up to him and barked, "What are you doing here? Why did just walk out of there? Did you not hear the emergency evacuation broadcast?" The soldier frowned, but Jin-woo was clueless and asked him what was going on. Just as the soldier was about to snap, he noticed Jin-woo's chipped sword and completely shredded clothes. Instantly realizing this guy was a hunter, his attitude did a complete 180. He saluted him. "Let me escort you out of here, sir." Walking outside, the scene was pure chaos. The streets were completely trashed with monster corpses lying everywhere, pools of blood. It looked like a dungeon break had just happened. Jin-woo asked, "Did these monsters escape from the gate?" Soldier replied, "They are all taken care of. There is only one giant boss monster left." Looking in that direction, Jin-woo thought, this might just be my imagination, but somehow, he could actually feel it. Even though he could not see the monster from where he stood, he could literally sense its presence radiating from the bright light in the distance. He is built different now. That morning started out totally normal until boom, a massive stone foot crashed down out of nowhere. A giant stone golem with raw magical power pulsing through its body was officially on the loose, completely shrugged off every single spell. 0 damage. A team of 9 was desperately trying to fight back, throwing everything they had at this beast. Meanwhile, a crowd of onlookers was crowded around taking photos, completely ignoring the military evacuation orders. Instead of helping, they just stood there watching the chaos. They even started complaining like, what is taking these hunters so long? Why can't they just finish this trash mob already and stop wasting everyone's time? And seriously, who is going to pay for the ruined streets? In the pouring rain, someone yelled for the healers to step up in support. A mage was desperately casting every single spell in their arsenal. But the tank line was taking a massive beating from the golem and was on the verge of collapsing. Right in the middle of all this chaotic yelling, Jin-woo arrived, squeezed through the crowd, looking at the mess. One glance, and he knew these guys were all low-rank hunters. Up close, there were even more than he expected, 8 E-rank hunters and only 1 single D-rank. The guy closest to the golem couldn't even land a finishing blow because he was a pure defense tank. That is exactly why this fight was dragging on forever. The healer squad had 1 B rank and 2 D ranks. Jin-woo looked over and realized the healer backline was a total mess too. An archer in green turned around and screamed at the healer, "Why are you just standing there? Aren't you supposed to be a B rank healer? Do something." Joo-hee froze as they yelled at her, then frantically tried to cast a magical shield for the archer. But honestly, it was all a mess. Wait, what is going on? Joo-hee closed her eyes and tried to focus her power. She told herself this was just a stone golem, but her trauma was hitting hard. Terrifying face of that giant stone statue lord kept flashing in her mind, making her shake uncontrollably. Because of that, her shield started flickering. Joo-hee tried her best to hold it together, because if she backed down now, it was game over. Watching from afar, Jin-woo instantly knew why his friend was shaking so badly. It had been a whole week that terrifying incident, and Joo-hee's mind was still totally shattered. Looking at her, Jin-woo realized he needed to overcome his own fear and trauma too. Determined to move forward, Jin-woo pulled off his hood. Standing under the heavy rain, he went silent for a second, then suddenly braced his legs to get some leverage. Golem was probably just a D rank, meaning it was barely stronger than the boss he just soloed. If he could just break through fences, the team would have a real opening to counterattack. He pulled back, preparing to hurl his broken sword, aiming to land a devastating strike that would shatter that stone armor. The muscles in his arm bulged as he poured every bit of his strength into it. His eyes locked onto the giant golem, then he launched the weapon straight at the monster. The broken sword right over the heads of the panicking hunters below. Some of them were screaming that they were all dead. High-rank backup does not show up soon. The front line is going to collapse. Joo-hee was totally exhausted too, crying out, "What are we even doing? I am almost completely out of mana." Suddenly, the main tank saw the golem turn its head and then, boom, a massive explosion rocked the beast as it came crashing down. Yes, it is working. Our attacks are actually doing damage. It is going down. The hunters immediately spammed all their skills on the falling monster. They all felt like victory was right there, unleashing everything they had until that massive stone body slammed heavily onto the ground. Did it. We actually beat it. The group cheered in pure joy, but the main tank knew something was off. Just a second ago, their attacks were not doing any damage at all. Why did it suddenly collapse? That makes zero sense. Our attacks were definitely not working. I definitely saw something streak through the air. Did that thing actually one-shot this golem? But what kind of weapon could blow up a golem's head that easily? Looking at the rubble, he spotted a broken sword stabbed into the ground. He was stunned. A boss golem that 10 hunters could not even scratch got absolutely deleted by a broken sword? How is that even possible? Totally confused, he looked through the rain and asked one of the soldiers nearby they saw who threw this rusty weapon. The soldier said, yes, some hunter was standing right here a second ago, but he just vanished. Seeing his throw hit the target, Jin-woo had already walked away, having no idea someone was looking for him. Seeing that insane, explosive power, the tank assumed it must have been a high-rank hunter. Honestly, even Jin-woo did not expect his casual throw to one-shot the monster. Or maybe the other team had already worn its HP down, giving him the perfect opening. Amidst the noisy crowd of spectators, Joo-hee felt like she caught a glimpse of Jin-woo. Right now, Jin-woo's stats were looking crazy. His level was up to 18. His strength stat alone was buffed to a massive 48 points. He was not that weak level 1 loser anymore. He was on a whole different level now. Back at the hospital, Jin-woo was training like a beast every single morning. He set up a single bed and knocked out 100 sit-ups in a row, sweating like crazy. He immediately dropped down and did another 100 push-ups. Right then, a nurse opened the door and caught this absolute unit flexing his toned upper body. Blushing hard, she quickly turned away, apologizing like crazy for staring at his shredded chest and abs. But as Jin-woo was putting his shirt back on, she couldn't help but sneak a peek from his neck down to his waist. Since when did this guy get so incredibly jacked? Face totally red, she asked if he was being discharged today. Holding out her phone, she completely forgot what she came in for. She just wanted this six-pack handsome guy's phone number. He took her phone, totally clueless, thinking maybe his test results needed to be sent to his number, so he casually typed it in and handed it back to her. Jin-woo lived in a pretty old apartment building. It was just him and his little sister, and Gina was getting ready for school. Just as she unlocked the door, she heard her sleepy brother call out from behind, hey, off to school already. He was scratching his stomach and yawning, telling her to watch out for cars on her way. Gina was about to leave, but she stopped and looked him up and down. Have you been working out lately? You look way more toned, and what kind of exercise actually makes you grow taller? Do guys still grow after turning 20? Jin-woo had no clue what she was talking about, so he just handed her a folded umbrella and told her to take it. When Gina started to complain, unzipped her bag and stuffed it right inside. This umbrella is barely even heavy, so stop complaining. With that, Jin-woo waved goodbye to his little sister. Left all alone at home, he stared at his daily quest board and saw one final chore left to do, running 10 kilometers. It had only been a few days, but Jin-woo could already see some serious gains definition showing on his arms and his entire body. He is literally getting shredded. No way anyone's body could transform this fast just from a few days of working out, right? I am pretty sure these cheat stats are directly buffing my muscles. My level points keep going up, my body is probably going to keep morphing to maximize the output. Looking at the status window, my strength stat is already almost double everything else. Jin-woo started wondering if he had dumped way too many points into strength alone. If he kept dumping points there, who knows, he might turn into some overbuffed meathead flexing his abs in front of everyone. And that was definitely not his vibe, so he figured he should balance out his stats a little bit. Like, even if your attack power is broken, it means absolutely nothing if you cannot even land a hit on your target. Strength and agility need to go hand in hand, so it is high time to start investing in speed. Raw power is great and all, but Jin-woo realized having high perception actually comes with way more clutch benefits than he first thought. Biggest question mark right now is his intelligence stat. He originally thought it would boost his magic abilities, but does he even need magic? After tweaking things back and forth, he left his intelligence and health as they were, gave his strength and perception a small buff, and dumped a whole 8 points straight into speed. Just as he was about to grab some breakfast, his phone on the couch started buzzing like crazy. The moment the person on the other end heard him say it was Hunter Sung Jin-woo, they literally screamed, "Finally, you actually picked up!" The caller frantically demanded to know why he had been ghosting them for so long. But once they heard Jin-woo was hospitalized with injuries for a whole week, the caller just went, as if they were already totally used to hearing that excuse. Then they dropped the bomb. "Look, Jin-woo, I am calling because I still haven't gotten your rent money for this month. If you are struggling to pay, I can let you slide for another couple of months. What do you say?" He shut it down immediately, saying, "No need, I will wire the rent money by the end of the day at the very latest." pen. Hanging up the phone, he muttered to himself, man, this double awakening of mine should be bringing in big bucks by now, or at least enough to cover rent. If I keep getting stronger like this, climbing up to A rank is going to be a walk in the park. Hunters make their bread by taking down magic beasts. The more experience and the higher your rank, the better your chances of looting some crazy valuable mana crystals from the beasts you slay. But if you want to farm high-tier monsters, you have got to raid the high-rank gates. D rank and E rank gates are the ones that pop up the most, meaning you have to compete with a massive crowd cut of low-tier hunters just to get a spot. That is exactly why top-tier guilds do not even look at E rank trash. To make things worse, E ranks are basically locked out of regular jobs because of all these strict safety regulations. That is why Jin-woo was sitting there thinking, since my official Hunter Association registration says E rank, there is zero chance I can get into any C rank dungeons or higher. At the end of the day, your paycheck depends on where you farm. If he had not gotten this second chance to rise up, his fate would have been stuck as humanity's weakest hunter forever. He thought about getting re-evaluated to update his rank, but seeing the news on television made him realize that would cause an absolute media storm. Sure, flexing his second awakening to the public would bring in crazy cash, but it would also drag in tons of unwanted eyes and danger. People would get insanely jealous of a double-awakened hunter climbing the ranks, and they would start cooking up fake rumors to drag him down. Jin-woo was not about that drama. He could not afford to draw attention until he fully understood his new broken powers. Right now, his #1 priority was getting paid. Scrolling through his phone, he thought it would be perfect if he could just sneak into a temporary strike squad. Talk about luck, a temporary party was actually recruiting. That afternoon, Jin-woo arrived at the meetup spot, which was just another dusty, abandoned construction site. Dressed in simple clothes, he spotted a diverse group of hunters standing a little way off. Buff-looking guy waved him over and offered a firm handshake, introducing himself as Hwang Dong-suk. Second Jin-woo introduced himself, 2 guys nearby started snickering, pointing at him, and laughing, "Hey, I know you. You are pretty famous, aren't you? What was your nickname again?" "Humanity's weakest hunter." They kept throwing trash talk back and forth to mock him, but our boy did not even blink. Finally, Dong-suk stepped in and told them to knock it off. Dong-suk then said they were heading into the gate immediately. He pulled out a document and reminded him, like I said on the phone, someone with your weak rank cannot normally raid a C rank gate. So you will not be getting any of the mana crystals. Instead, I will pay you 2 million won in cash just for showing up to fill the roster. Sound good? If you are down, just sign the contract. Before reading it, Jin-woo did a quick head count of the squad and noticed 5 of them were C ranks, while the other 4 were D ranks or lower. By law, to enter a C rank gate, a party must have at least 10 members, with at least half of them being C rank or above. That is why temporary squads sometimes hire random strangers just to meet the requirement. Suddenly, a friendly voice called out to Jin-woo, "Hey, looks like we are both here just to fill up the head count." He looked over to see a young guy smiling at him, saying, "I am Yoo Jin-ho, 22 years old, D rank. I am not with their guild, they just hired me to make up the numbers just like you." While making small talk was normal, but Jin-woo's eyes instantly locked onto the guy's insanely shiny armor. Like you are only a D rank but wearing that ultra fancy expensive gear? Is this guy some rich chairman's son or what? After signing the contract, Jin-woo asked what his job was, pointed to a pile of heavy bags in the corner, packed with explory scares, lunch, boxes, clothes, and medical supplies. That was when he realized something was off and asked why they did not have a healer. Dong-suk casually shrugged it off, saying, "You know how it is. Basically impossible to hire a healer for a temporary party, so we always run like this." Jinwoo let out a sigh. A temporary squad with only tanks and attackers? That sounds like a recipe for disaster. Then he read the fine print in his contract, stating that Dong-suk's squad would not be held responsible for any accidents that happen inside the dungeon. This sounded sketchy as hell, and without a healer, the whole setup felt extremely fishy to Jinwoo. The group started moving toward the gate, calling for Dong-suk to lead the way. One of them muttered that they did not need to explain their battle strategy to some random kid anyway. As Dong-suk led the squad inside, everyone ignored Jinwoo except for Jin-ho, who asked, "Hey, what are you looking so stressed about? Yo, you said you're a D rank, right? Don't worry, bro. I've got your back." Looking at Jin-ho's ultra-shiny white armor and that totally innocent smile, Jin-woo just gave a dry chuckle to save the kid some embarrassment. Honestly, though, he didn't trust this guy one bit. Standing right in front of the portal inside a half-constructed building, everyone started unpacking their gear and equipment. As for Jin-woo, he only had 2 backpacks loaded with heavy, random stuff to carry. He just lined up with the rest of the crew, ready to head inside. Seriously, why do these gates love spawning in abandoned construction sites so much? The moment Dong-suk stepped in, he looked around and idly asked, "Is it because of the bad economy that they stopped construction? Jin-ho immediately chimed in, saying, I heard that 2 months ago the boss of company stole 900 million won and fled the country. The employees and investors went into total panic over it. Jin-woo didn't really care about the drama, but for some reason, this blonde kid just kept targeting him to chat. Even though Jin-woo didn't reply, the guy kept getting closer and asked, Hey, is that backpack heavy? Are you doing okay? He calmly replied, Yeah, I'm fine. But honestly, that weight was absolutely nothing to Jin-woo since his strength stats had already skyrocketed. Seeing Jin-woo's short response, Jin-ho caught up to walk beside him and kept probing. Since you're older than me, can I just call you Big Bro? Also, are you always this quiet? He let out a dry laugh. Are you always this talkative? Bro Jin-ho scratched his head sheepishly. Well, I guess I do talk a lot, but honestly, people usually love listening to whatever I have to say. Right then, Jin-woo pictured this kid wearing a flawless white suit, sitting on a pure gold throne thanks to the massive fortune his dad left behind, flexing with a single line that forced everyone to listen. Yeah, being a hunter is just my hobby. Suddenly we're here. Dong-suk cut right through their conversation to point out the C-rank gate wide open in front of them. The party immediately started whispering, Wait, this gate is way bigger than usual, right? Isn't this weird? Hwang asked. What do you think, Dong-suk? Why is a C-rank gate this massive? Honestly, even Dong-suk had never seen this place before, but since the Hunter Association posted it as a C rank, there was no way it could be wrong. Just looking at the gate had Jin-ho turning completely pale, making Jin-woo realize kid was a complete first-timer. Taking a minute to school the rookie, Jin-woo explained that the size of the gate doesn't actually matter. What really matters is the mana wavelength radiating from it. The Hunter Association measures those wavelengths to determine the gate's rank. Anything above B rank is handled by the main guilds, while C rank and below aren't as crazy dangerous. But even though Jin-woo was preaching this was actually his first time stepping into a C-rank gate himself, so he was definitely feeling a bit tense. After scoping out the area, Dong-suk gestured for everyone to fall in behind him. He could take the lead and enter first. Suddenly, Jin-ho pulled out a glowing sword and an insanely expensive shield, getting into a fighting stance, which completely shocked Jin-woo out of his mind. Bro, what normal D-rank or E-rank hunters like him barely make any cash? How could this guy afford such crazy weapons, let alone an elite shield? How did a D-rank kid get such OP gear? Looking around, everyone else also had their weapons drawn. Jin-woo figured Captain Dong-suk's team doing pretty well for themselves since they were a private strike squad. Plus, since he'd never been in a C-rank dungeon before, this was definitely a major eye-opener. Even though Old Man Song was C-rank hunter, he was just a mage, so he rarely relied on physical weapons anyway. The moment they stepped through the gate, it was pitch black. Under Dong-suk's command, Hwang conjured a glowing orb in his hand to light up the path. There were 0 magic beasts in sight, but not a single source of light either. Usually, dungeons packed with glowing stones on the walls, so this felt incredibly sketchy. Jin-ho leaned over to ask his new buddy if there were ever dungeons where magic beasts just didn't spawn. But Jin-woo just put a finger to his lips, signaling him to shut up. Jin-woo focused his senses, and his ears immediately picked up the faint sound of footsteps echoing from the shadows. No glowing stones meant the monsters here were pure creatures of the dark. There were absolutely beasts nearby. They were just frike. High-intellect monsters usually hate dark caves, meaning whatever lived in pitch-black abyss probably didn't even use its eyes. Jin-woo quickly ran through all the dark-dwelling, pack-hunting monsters that aggro on light, but he couldn't pin down the exact type yet. But as the noise got louder and closer, it suddenly clicked. He yelled out to warn the group they're insect type monsters. Everyone immediately pulled back into a defensive circle, finally realizing that this whole place looked exactly like a giant ant nest. Panic began to spread through the squad as the crawling sounds grew louder, but the mage's light didn't reach far enough to reveal what was coming. Suddenly, Jin-woo whipped his head up and shouted, "Above us!" That's when everyone noticed a massive hole in the ceiling right above their heads, gripping shield and sword tightly. Jin-ho yelled at Jin-woo to get behind him so he could shield him. But in an instant, a massive wave of red ants started raining down from the hole above. Hwang reacted first, detonating his magic orb to incinerate the ants dropping right on his head. The survivors landed right next to Dong-suk. His shield glowed red-hot as he prepped for battle, roaring out to draw the aggro of the swarm onto health. That's right, come at me, you damn bugs. DPS, what are you waiting for? At his command, the team instantly split in different strike lines, hacking and slashing through the ants. In no time, they carved out a clean path. Through all of this, Jin-woo just stood back, observing chaos. Honestly, C-rank hunters are actually pretty legit. Their coordinated attack chains were clean. Now, it made perfect sense why this squad didn't bring a healer. Hwang Dong-suk was a solid tanker, and the DPS units timed their burst perfectly, proving they've been running together for a hot minute. Under Dong-suk's lead, a three-man cell smoothly locked down the right flank. But looking closely, Jin-woo noticed something. They had to fast and aggressive because they had zero safety net without a healer. He could also sense some of the DPS guys getting way too bloodthirsty, which was the exact opposite of Jin-ho next to him. Honestly, the kid's OP gear was the only thing carrying his lack of skill and experience. While everyone else was doing their job, Jin-woo was just standing there doing absolutely nothing. Naturally, that left an opening, and a stray red ant lunged straight for him. Still clutching his backpack straps, Jin-woo a casual kick and boom, another ant sent flying. He didn't say a word, but damn, his feet were practically begging thus for some real action. Fast forward a bit, and the ground is literally covered in dead ants. Rocking that cocky smile, Dong-suk tells the crew to take a breather before they head deeper inside. This place, probably massive. But once it's time to farm those essence stones, everyone instantly gets hyped. The captain turns to Jin-woo and asks, "Yo, how did you even know monsters were gonna drop on our heads from above?" Jin-woo silently thanks his cracked perception stat for the clutch save, but out loud he just plays it cool and says, "I just had a feeling." Dong-suk looks away and praises him, saying, "Nice instincts, kid. Just hope those instincts don't get you mixed up in things you shouldn't." Jin-woo has no idea what this guy is hinting at. But before he can ask, a teammate yells, "Yo, come check this out. There are tons of monster corpses here, but none of them died from sword wounds." Which means humans didn't do this. They look like they were literally ripped to shreds, with body parts scattered everywhere. Dong-suk nods along and agrees, saying, "Looks like something cleared them out before we even arrived. A turf war? Maybe if these red ants got absolutely wrecked like this, then there is definitely a way stronger monster lurking inside. Probably the boss." Just thinking about it makes a massive creepy grin spread across Dong-suk's serious face. That is not your wholesome smile. It's the face of a greedy veteran hunter plotting something dirty. Because damn, this entire run is starting to smell like money. A ton of cash. They don't even need to say it out loud. The rest of the crew immediately gets the memo. Suddenly, everyone has the exact same shady look on their face. Even though he can't quite see their expressions clearly, Jin-woo's spider sense is tingling. Something is seriously off. He whispers to Jin-ho, "Hey, your sword and shield are super expensive, right?" The naive kid cheerfully replies, "Oh yeah, my dad got them for me when he heard I was going on my very first raid." Jin-woo doesn't even look at him, keeping his eyes glued to the dark path ahead, saying, "I can't say for sure, but we need to watch our backs." He can't explain this gut feeling, but it is definitely bad news. Now, dungeons come in all shapes and sizes, and size has absolutely zero to do with difficulty rank. Sometimes a raid takes days of endless walking, but other times, boss room in just a few hours. After wiping out those red ants, the crew doesn't run into a single mob. But since this dungeon is shaped like a massive maze, they end up walking for what feels like forever. Jinwoo's only job is to carry bags, and as long as things stay quiet, he has zero reason to jump into the fight. He gets a free meal and paid a solid cut without doing any heavy lifting. Sounds like an absolute win, right? But there is this one warning constantly looping in head. Watch out for the lizards. This random-ass warning suddenly flashes in Jinwoo's mind, making he wonder why those words popped up now. But there is one thing Jinwoo knows for a fact. Whenever he gets a bad vibe about something, he is never ever wrong. After a quick break, the squad presses on, deeper inside. Even Dong-suk is starting to find it weird, saying, "We have been walking for a hot minute, and we haven't seen a single mob with all its limbs. It's just corpses. Or monsters on life support. But whatever, there has got to be a boss around here, right? Dungeons don't just stay open without a boss in them." But suddenly he freezes in his tracks and yells, "Hwang, get some light over here!" The mage looks confused but summons a fireball and sends it floating forward, lighting up the whole area. Instantly, some of the guys feel their knees go weak. Hanging right over their heads are countless red ant corpses wrapped tightly in cocoons made of pure spider silk. They wrap the ants tightly with thick, nasty webs stretched all over the ceiling, and as they go deeper, the webbing gets so thick that the whole place looks like a total whiteout. This is 100% the boss's nest, and if they push just a little further, they are bound to trigger it. Dong-suk crouches down and lowers his voice, telling everyone to gear up. The squad silently sneaks in, treading over the thick white webs under their feet, when suddenly they spot something crazy. But it is not a monster. Their eyes go wide as their jaws hit the floor. Right in front of them is a literal gold mine of massive mana crystals, packed so tightly you can't even see where they end. They gasp in pure shock, asking, "Yo, how much is this whole pile worth? Did we just hit the jackpot or what?" Hwang walks around, grinning ear to ear as he explains, "Okay, these have slightly less mana than the regular essence stone we farm from mobs, so they are individually cheaper. But with this insane quantity, the payout is going to put regular essence stones to absolute shame. Rough estimate, this pile is easily worth over 1 billion won. While they are drooling over the loot, Chuljin suddenly laughs. Hey Dong-suk, is this enough to make your precious little brother jealous? Hwang immediately tells him to shut his mouth. Dude, do not bring him up, especially not right now. Dong-suk acts like he doesn't hear them, but he is staring up at the massive heap of mana crystals, his mind instantly drifting to Hwang Dong-soo. See that? You are not always right. You started treating me like trash the moment you unlocked a higher rank. How dare you sell out your own country and run off to America just for some quick cash? Staring at the crystals, Dong-suk's mind goes on a total ego trip. Do you still think you're better than me? Just because they treat you like some god-tier hunter over there doesn't mean I'm some weak loser. But everything about to change. While the crew is busy hyping up the split, doing the math that 1 billion divided by 9 people is still over 100 million each, Jin-ho suddenly gets serious and whispers to Jin-woo, "Give me that contract you signed. Let me take a look. I'm basically a contract expert. I'll spot any red flags instantly." A second later, the kid steps up, chin held high, and demands to speak with Dong-suk, saying, "Hey, Hwang, look at Jin-woo's contract. As you can see, it only outlines the split for essence stones farmed from monsters, but it says absolutely zero about how we split other valuable items found in this dungeon. Am I right?" The kid is so busy talking he doesn't even notice the rest of the crew's faces turning pitch black. He just keeps pressing Dong-suk, demanding to know why that part was left out. This crystal haul should be split among all 10 of us, so why is everyone saying 9? Half of Dong-suk's face shadows over, hiding his expression, but when he turns around, he is rocking a massive fake smile saying, "Of course, we are totally splitting this pile evenly. I already planned on doing that, but before we get to that, have to deal with a much bigger problem." Doc points upward, causing everyone to follow his gaze. Peer through the dark, and they finally spot it. A horrifying spider head with jagged fangs and glowing red eyes. Chilling right above the blue crystals is a massive boss spider sitting in the middle of a giant web, spun itself. Dong-suk grins and says, "As you all know, the dungeon gate closes the second we put the boss down. So before we kill that spider, we need to mine these mana crystals and pack them out quietly." Luckily, the giant spider is knocked out cold from its food coma, making this the perfect chance for a quick grab. Dong-suk looks at Jin-woo and asks if he brought the gear. Jin-woo just laughs it off. Who would have guessed there would be mana crystals in a C-rank dungeon? I left all the mining gear in the car. Dong-suk does not even get mad. He just smiles and says, "Bro, I literally told you to pack everything." One plays dumb and apologizes while the other pretends to sigh. Then Dong-suk turns to the 2 weakest links in the party. "Sorry guys, but can you two stay behind and guard this place? We are going to run back to the car and grab the gear." Jin-ho absolutely not having it, and he is panicking. "No way, this is crazy. They are seriously about to dump just the 2 of us in the literal nest of the boss monster." But Dong-suk has excuses for days. "Look, this boss does not attack unless you invade its space. Plus, it is fast asleep after eating a massive meal, so you will be totally fine as long as you do not poke the bear." Jin-ho tries to argue back, but Dong-suk shuts him down immediately, saying, "Is this your first raid, kid? And you, Sung Jin-woo, first time in a C-rank dungeon." He flashes this super fake, overly friendly smile. "You guys can trust me, right?" Bro, what are they even supposed to say to that? Jin-woo stays quiet, and Jin-ho is completely speechless, unable to argue. Dong-suk says it is going to be fine. That big spider did not even budge while we were talking. Besides, I need to discuss some things with the crew, so I will head out with them and grab a quick smoke. We will be right back. And just like that, the 8 of them smoothly slide out of the cave. It is almost too natural, like they have pulled this off a million times. But Jin-woo knows Squad has exactly 8 members who always run together. But a C-rank gate requires at least 10 hunters to enter, so he and Jin-ho are the only outsiders here. At first, Dong-suk claimed their team had been clearing without a healer for a long time, meaning they have done tons of C-rank gates before. But wait, they are that good. Why would they even need 2 random newbies to fill the roster? The second they walk out of the boss room, Dong-suk calls over Hwang, glares, back with a nasty grin, and orders, "Seal off the entrance to the boss room." The mage smirks and gets straight to work. Inside, Jin-ho is sweating bullets, hearing footsteps outside turn into a massive boom. Something just blew up, sending rocks flying everywhere. The hunters literally set off an explosion the second they stepped out, leaving Jin-ho shaking and speechless. Huge boulders rain down from the ceiling, completely sealing the exit. This is it. Jin-woo finally knows for sure. Trash-tier bastards are the exact lizards he was warned about. And no, the term lizard is not some system notification or something Jin-woo just made up. Back in the day, an older hunter he worked with gave him a solid piece of advice. "Listen, kid, sometimes you are going to run into people who act like lizards. Raiding is a deadly game and accidents happen all the time. But the wild part is whatever happens inside a dungeon's inside. That is why it is so easy for them to commit crimes. No security cameras, no witnesses. Who is going to stop a hunter from breaking the law in there? Absolutely nobody. Just facts. If you are weak, you get left behind. If you are strong, they will try to drag you down. If they feel like you are useless or just in the way, they will cut you off like a lizard dropping its tail to save itself. So you gotta be extremely careful, especially when you are the weak link. Right now, Jin-ho is losing his mind. He grabs Jin-woo, shouting, "Bro, what do we do?" The exit is completely blocked. He punches the wall in absolute rage. Those pieces of trash really left us to die just for some stupid crystals. Watching the kid break down, Jin-woo feels a bit guilty for not stopping them sooner. But honestly, how could he? They were already caught in a trap. If they made even one wrong move, those guys would have jumped them on the spot. Back when Jin-ho innocently suggested they all stick together, the rest of the squad had pure murder in their eyes. Now, Jin-woo finally gets why Dong-suk said, "I hope your instincts do not pick up on anything unnecessary." Jin-woo drops his heavy gear onto the ground, remembering that long-haired guy who was talking trash before they even entered. Hwang, right? He is a C-rank mage who controls light magic. Jin-woo touches the massive pile of rubble. The guy did a solid job blocking the exit, but honestly, if Jin-woo wanted to break out, he easily could. He looks up, sizing up the room. Okay, things are gonna get a bit tricky. That explosion just woke up the boss, and that giant spider is the real issue here. Ever opened its eyes, it locked onto the two humans below. It starts crawling down its 8 creepy legs carrying that massive heavy body. Dealing with a C-rank dungeon boss is something Jin-woo has never done before, but he looks up at it with zero fear in his eyes. Meanwhile, outside the gate, the rest of the squad already chilling outside, laughing and talking trash. Since they cleared the path earlier, getting out was a breeze. They decide to take a quick break before heading back in. Walking in the back, Chul-jin does not get why Dong-suk is making things so complicated. Bro, we could have just ended those two kids right. Fought. Dong-suk glares at him like he is a total idiot. If we fought those kids inside, we would have woken up the spider. How supposed to mine and carry out the crystals with a boss on our tail? Besides, one is a trash E rank known as humanity's weakest hunter, and other is a D rank rookie with 0 raid experience. There is no way they are beating a C rank boss. Dong-suk chuckles wickedly. The play here is to wait until the spider eats them up and goes back to sleep. Then we stroll in and mine the crystals. Even if things go south, we can always just kill the boss ourselves. Plus, did you guys see Jin-ho's gear? Just that kid's sword and shield are worth literally millions. Even if we cannot carry all the crystals, stealing his high-tier gear is a massive win. Dong-suk pulls out his phone, starts looking up which wealthy family Jin-ho belongs to. I mean, we should at least pay our respects, right? Hwang, flexing the wall he just built, laughs behind the leader's back. That wall made a massive racket when it came down. The boss is definitely awake by now. Suddenly, Dong-suk looks up and asks, "Hey Hwang, that boss is massive. You think you could take a beast like that solo? Are you kidding? No way." Does not even have to think about it. Dong-suk nods, knowing that even as the party leader, he wouldn't stand a chance solo. Bro, they don't call these things boss monsters for laughs. No matter how hard they try, there is no way 2 low-rank hunters are ever making it out of there alive. Meanwhile, that giant spider boss starts flailing its massive legs, lunging straight at the 2 humans. Jin-ho turns completely pale and screams, "Jin-woo, stay behind me. I will do whatever it takes." But our main character doesn't even flinch. He just calmly analyzes this giant boss. It has countless eyes and an ugly, jagged mouth full of teeth, a body as big as a house, and long, creepy legs. Besides being absolutely massive, this boss's strength is on a whole different level. Seeing how it easily smashes through mana crystals just by moving forward, Jin-woo admits this spider is pretty crazy. But if we are talking about real danger, that giant Stone Lord statue was the only thing that gave him actual trauma. Thinking of that, a smirk grows on Jin-woo's face. This bug stands no chance against him. How can it even compare? He steps forward and tells Jin-ho, "Just stay right there." Boom! A bright light flashes in his right hand as he opens his inventory. Split second, Kasaka's poison fang dagger appears, the sick weapon he got from defeating the system dungeon boss. His eyes turn ice cold as he stares at the— Wait! Jin-ho panics and screams, "Bro, what are you doing? Don't tell me we actually to fight that thing." Jin-woo just says, yeah. Bro's jaw literally drops because he thinks Jin-woo has completely lost his mind. As the spider creeps closer, Jin-ho keeps buzzing in his ear. Only B-rank hunters and above can solo a C-rank boss. Or at least you should be a strong C-rank hunter. How on earth are you planning to fight that? Why aren't we trying to escape? Jin-woo raises his dagger, getting into a fighting stance. Deep down, he knows kid is right. Even after his return, he is still pretty weak and has to carry hard with weapons. But why, when facing this high-level monster, does he feel zero fear? Like, no despair at all. The blue Venom Fang Kasaka he beat in the trial dungeon was super strong for an E-rank dungeon. It was probably even stronger than a D-rank boss, and that golem boss was definitely D-rank or lower. This giant spider is definitely way stronger than any other boss, not to mention it looks ugly as hell and keeps roaring. But the fact that he feels no fear facing this rank boss, it means he has leveled up. He is simply built different now. Jin-woo smirks to himself. Right then, the spider opens its massive jaws and lunges, legs tearing up the ground, making the whole cave shake. Getting into position, Jin-woo thinks, I am level 18 now, so I can absolutely take down a C-rank boss. To Jin-ho, this bro is running straight to his death. He turns pale and screams his name, but then suddenly freezes. Jin-woo just did 3 crazy flips in the air, landing right on the spider's back and leaving a massive clean slash on its body. Flying high into the air, he hears the monster screeching in absolute pain. Yes, his attack worked. Green spider blood is all over his Kasaka dagger. This thing is cracked. It easily slices through the rock-hard shell and deals massive damage. Jin-woo lands smoothly next to one of the massive legs. He is finally starting to realize why they call them hunters. He slowly stands up, not even looking back. He grips the dagger. The hunt officially starts now. There is only one prey and one hunter, and only one of them is making it out alive. Jin-ho is totally speechless. He can only watch as Jin-woo grits his teeth and charges right back at giant beast, completely unfazed by its creepy looks and destructive power. Now the kid starts stammering, finally realizing a truth, trying to deny this whole time. Is this guy really just an E-rank? Seeing how Jin-woo is literally dancing on the spider's back, a million questions pop into Jin-ho's head. The spider boss is absolutely molting. It starts stabbing its 8 legs like crazy right where Jin-woo was standing. Dodged fast as lightning, leaping high to avoid the massive legs smashing into the ground. His dagger collides directly with the hard shell, but does not cut through. Jin-woo only leaves a tiny scratch before backing off to analyze. Damn, this outer armor is way too thick. If he wants to pierce it, he needs to put some serious power behind his strikes. Suddenly, a massive claw with 2 sharp pincers lunges at him, interrupting his thoughts. He has to leap back again. But just dodging won't work. There is nowhere to hide in this cave. This beast has 8 legs and a crazy amount destructive power that can smash rocks into dust. Every single strike it throws is a potential one-shot kill. Speeds up, looking for an opening to close the gap. If he can't get close, there is no way he can kill it. Now, the battle zone pushed right against the cave wall, far away from Jin-ho. He is safe, but he is shaking in his boots. Who is this guy, an E-rank? No way. Nobody would believe that trash rank. Yeah, the association papers says E-rank, but the way he moves is absolutely cracked. Seeing him land right on the spider's back, Jin-ho gasps. Wait, is he a fake hunter? Fake hunters are rare people who hide their actual power levels. They can control their own mana and intentionally lower their rank during the evaluation test. People hide their power to blend in with the low ranks, and everyone calls them fake hunters or false rankers. But here is the scary part. Most of these fake hunters are psychopaths who kill people just for fun. Suddenly, Jin-woo looks totally different to him, especially with that deadly smirk on his face. Jin-woo has no idea he is being misunderstood. He is busy slicing the spider into pieces. Landing smoothly from the air, Jin-woo takes a deep breath, looking totally chill. But to Jin-ho, exactly like a crazy serial killer. His inner voice is literally screaming, "Why did I even come here? Father, please save me." Jin-ho's mind is completely broken, and he can do nothing but wait. Meanwhile, the clash with the spider continues, exchange after exchange. Jin-woo calculates how long they have been fighting, maybe 5 or 10 minutes. He is getting worried because the longer this drags on, the more exhausted he will get. Still hasn't landed a single scratch on this monster. According to the system, Jin-woo's fatigue is already at 57. He knows if that number keeps going up, speed is going to tank. No way he can let this drag on. Gripping his dagger tight, he cooks up the only play that can bring home a win. He's got to trigger his dagger's broken special effects, either paralysis or draining 1% of the enemy's health every second. Anything works, as long as he hits the weak spot to let the dagger work its magic. Honestly, that's basic hunter math. Jin-woo aims straight for the head, the ultimate weak spot for basically every living creature. He's locking onto the squishiest part of it, the eyes. But just as he's flying towards the spider's face, its massive mouth suddenly snaps open, and a stream of nasty green liquid comes blasting right at him. Dodged. He bounces high into the air, barely escaping a jet of high-grade acid that was spat out of the monster's throat. The moment that green goop hits the floor, it melts a giant hole in the stone. No doubt this acid is the monster's secret trump card. Landing not far from Jin-ho, Jin-woo keeps his eyes locked on the boss, which is currently wheezing out toxic fumes. He realizes that at his current speed, he won't stand a boast of a chance. No time to slack off either. The beast is one step ahead, so he has to move even faster. Jin-woo stands up, a crazy aura swirling around his legs like a mini hurricane. Gotta go faster to close the gap between them. Stomping his foot down, he triggers his active speed buff, boosting Jin-woo's speed by a whole 30%. His movement becomes a blur, leaving a blue streak of light that's impossible to track. Like, are you seriously going to dodge this? Jin-woo starts flashing all over the spider's massive body, carving it up from every angle. But before he can even celebrate his paralysis debuff hitting, boss resists it. Its magic resistance is just too high. After getting shut down over and over, Jin-woo really wants to wrap this fight up fast as possible, but he just can't land that critical blow. All this moving is draining him fast, pushing his fatigue up to 61. Jin-woo grits his teeth, pushing his body to the absolute limit. Faster, even faster, until he lands a solid hit. He's just going to keep cranking up pace. In a split second, he turns into a streak of light that Jin-ho's eyes can't even register. But Jin-ho knows that no matter how cracked his partner is, he's running on empty. How is he going to pull this off? Honestly, he's about to be panting like a dog out there. Just as a giant spider leg slams down, Jin-woo leaps high to dodge it, finding a sweet opening to plunge his dagger into the monster's head. Plot twist, his fatigue spikes to 70, making his vision blurry. In that split second of hesitation, a massive spider leg swats him midair, slamming him hard into the dirt. Rocks and debris explode behind his back. Instantly, the spider's twin sharp claws swipe down to shred Jin-woo to pieces. He desperately brainstorms a way out before completely cooked here. Then it hits him. Back during his first daily quests, the system offered him rewards like status recovery, skill points, or a random loot box. Smirking, Jin-woo forces out the word status recovery. Boom! The spider's leg crushes the ground, but instead of celebrating, the beast looks completely terrified. Its glowing red eyes reflect a human shadow charging straight at it, so fast to even react. Jin-woo plunges his Kasaka dagger deep into the spider's eyeball, making the beast screech in pure agony. He holds his grip, unblinking, even monster blood splatters all over his face. Ripping the dagger out, Jin-woo stabs another eye right next to it. Boom! The paralysis effect finally triggers, proving that this blow serious work. He swings his blade over and over, stacking paralysis and bleed damage onto every single one of spider's eyes. In no time, the boss freezes up before its head literally explodes into pieces, leaving Jin-woo to land safely in the background like a total boss. The system notification pops up. You have defeated the dungeon boss, confirming that Jin-woo just soloed a high-rank monster. His level shoots up right after, but Jin-woo just feels incredibly lucky. If he hadn't saved that daily quest reward, he'd be dead for sure. The cavern finally goes quiet, leaving only 2 survivors standing. Jin-ho witnessed the entire fight, and his face is completely pale. Like, this guy really just soloed a dungeon boss. No doubt about it, Jin-ho now sees Jin-woo as some hidden OP high-rank hunter who is casually digging out mana stones from the corpse. Giant spider. He cautiously creeps over, trying to play it cool, but he's sweating bullets and his jaw is stiff from sheer terror. Sweating, Jin-ho meekly asks, "Do you want me to mine those mana crystals for you, boss?" He offers a water bottle with a shaking hand, stuttering, "Here, have some water, boss." This sudden respect and the boss title has Jin-woo totally confused. Before he can even say a word, Jin-ho pulls out a pickaxe and starts mining the crystals like a professional laborer. All the gear is in the bag, so please let me handle all the mining, boss. Jin-woo has no idea why this kid is acting so weird all of a sudden, but he decides to just take a sip of water first. He figures the kid is just super grateful because he saved his life. Suddenly, the stone wall that blocked them earlier explodes with a massive bang. Behind the thick smoke, a group of very familiar faces appears, and just seeing them instantly ruins Jin-woo's mood. First up is the annoying bug face of Dong-suk, who is visibly annoyed to see these 2 mice still alive. But their party goes completely quiet when they notice the boss lying dead on the ground. Q1 immediately starts coping. Maybe the boss was just a giant weakling, or maybe that kid's expensive armor carried him. How else could a B-rank boss get clapped by a D-rank and an E-rank? Dong-suk thinks the same, assuming he must have underestimated Jin-ho. Glancing at the expensive sword and shield on the ground, Dong-suk is convinced that the E-rank trash didn't do a thing, and that Jin-ho must have soloed boss. That armor of his must have some broken pay-to-win stats. Honestly, he kind of regrets making this kid an enemy now. Q1 looks at their leader, asking, "So what's the play, boss?" Hoping to recruit Jin-ho to their side, Dong-suk steps up and says, "Hey, I did a quick search online because that gear of yours is so high tier. Turns out you're the son of the chairman of Yujin Construction. He's your dad, right?" Jin-ho retorts with a cold, So what if he is? Sneering with contempt, Dong-suk just lets out a greasy laugh. Nothing. I just didn't expect a rich heir like you to be running around in a dump like this. I need to talk to your old man, so I am giving you one final chance. Go in, Jin-woo. Dong-suk's eyes flare with pure bloodlust, showing he's dead serious. Bro is not playing around. Jinyo is totally shocked, and so mad he is about to lose his mind. Finish off Jin-woo and become our ally. That is the only way you walk out of here alive. The trash mobs behind him step up to back Dong-suk up. If you don't do it, we will just end both of you. What are you even waiting for? Nobody is gonna know what went down in this dungeon anyway. Or is a D rank like you actually scared of some weak E rank trash? Jino is completely lost, looking back at Jinwoo to see what his move is. But Jinwoo is totally chill, acting like it is no big deal. He literally says, "It is fine, of course you would betray me. I mean, I am the weak one here." Jino looks down, dead silent, then out of nowhere he steps right in front of Jinwoo. This move proves he is officially choosing to defy Dong-suk. Bro, Dong-suk's face immediately turns sour. Seeing Jinyo pointing his sword and shield right at him, Dong-suk barks in disbelief. Are you really teaming up with that loser to fight us? He knows he has to silence both of them anyway, but ending a rich kid bit of a waste, so he decides to wipe out the weakest link first. Drawing his sword to set the tone, Dong-suk's squad step forward looking like straight-up thugs. Have you ever even ended a life before? Jinyo is shaking in his boots, and even Jinwoo is biting his lip, feeling the heat. Right then, the system screen suddenly pops up, telling him there is an emergency quest. Pops up 4 freaking times all at once with totally random info, leaving Jinwoo completely stunned. Because of this, when Hwan's magic blast comes flying, he is wide open and takes the magic hit right to the face. No way! Jinyo panics, turning around to see his bro get launched straight into the back wall, completely speechless. Those toxic players are still trying to play nice and recruit him, which makes Jinyo absolutely sick to his stomach. Meanwhile, Jinwoo can only see a blurry mess of colors on his screen. The impact literally shattered the wall behind him, leaving him in absolute agony. The system screen keeps glitching out, completely unreadable. Jinwoo lies there, his mind racing with endless questions of why and how. All those thoughts feel like they are falling into an abyss until they crash into one ultimate question. How did I forget that in a place where only the strongest survive, survival of the fittest is the only law? Of course it is because I have been totally naive up until now. Over time I have cleared so many dungeons, playing tug of war with death itself, so it did not even faze me anymore. Getting wrecked, getting hurt, healing up, and heading right back into dungeons day in and day out. Because of that cycle, fell into a trap, thinking dungeons were actually safe. Now, the emergency quest screen is crystal clear in front of him, and Jinwoo knows it is literally forcing him to become a killer. The system even highlights the keywords in bold red, basically threatening him that he has to eliminate these guys if he does not want to end up dead. Or maybe the system itself would be in trouble if it let him die. Watching the rocks crumble and fall, a wild realization hits Jinwoo. Definitely no coincidence. And it is not like the system is showing mercy either. The system literally needs him. It needs Sung Jin-woo to get absolutely cracked. He sits up from the debris. His health points have dropped to just 1,360 out of 2,600, but he is still kicking. The thugs are shook, but Jinwoo's mind is locked on one thing. The system's not just trying to make him strong, it wants a completely evolved version of himself. Alright, Jinwoo says to himself, now, big picture is finally clear. The system is using me, and I am going to use the system right back. Jinwoo stands up and looks at Hwang with a mocking sneer. What a joke. One shot should have easily cleared out a weak E-rank trash. Dong-suk also agrees, barking at the mage to actually use some real power next time. But little do they know, Hwang is totally confused because he literally put everything into that last attack. Why on earth is this guy still standing? Not only is he standing, but he looks them dead in the eye and says, "Since you guys love playing with people's lives, I assume you are ready to face the consequences." The group bursts out laughing, thinking this fool has completely lost his mind. Jinwoo just keeps walking forward, adding, "If you call yourselves hunters, are you actually ready to become the hunted?" That warning hits the group of 8 loud and clear. One curly-haired thug steps up, telling Dong-suk he will handle this clown. He walks over and puts his arm around Jinwoo like they are best buddies. "Hey little bro, do you not realize what going down here?" But bro is instantly shut up when a freezing cold dagger is pressed right against his throat. With zero hesitation, Jinwoo slashes with insane speed. That brown sliced clean off. Jinyo is totally shell-shocked and Dunk's mind is completely blown. Jinwoo's eyes are ice cold, staring right through them as blood splatters everywhere. Bro got decapitated so fast he probably did not even realize he just got taken out by a single swipe of a dagger. One down, Jinwoo mutters coldly, taking a step forward as the system count of targets drops from 8 to 7. The rest of the guild starts panicking, screaming, "Where did that bastard even pull that dagger from? He was empty-handed a second ago." Dong-suk starts sweating, feeling a chill run down his spine. Even if he was off guard, the guy was still a D rank. How could a low-life E rank move that fast? Jin-woo knows he just took a human life. Grip on the dagger tightens. There is no denying it, he just ended someone. Even if it was the system forcing his hand, the reality is still the same. Yes, he really just killed a guy, but his hesitation vanishes in a split second. If I don't take him out, they will end me. So, there is no backing down now. Only the strong survive in this world. He remembers every single person he has ever met on his hunter journey, recalling all their fake faces and betrayals. When push comes to shove, people always show their true colors. Some of them only care about saving their own skin, leaving him to pay the price. Jin-woo vividly remembers the absolute despair when the flames around altar died out, leaving him to scream in agony while that coward old man Kim ran away to save himself. That weak Jin-woo is officially cooked. He is built different now. A wave of pure bloodlust radiates from Jin-woo's blood-soaked face. His aura is so insane that anyone with half a brain can tell he is not to be messed with. To handle him, Dong-suk orders his mage Q1 to blast him, screaming, "Don't let your guard down." The mage rushes forward with a massive fireball in hand. This is about to be. Clown got fully buffed to attack Jin-woo, but bro vanished like the wind. By the time Q1 realized it, Jin-woo was already right next to his attacking arm. Magic trick is getting old. Jin-woo slices and dices this trash mage over and over to pay him back for locking him up earlier. Dong-suk froze for a few seconds as he watched his buddy get turned into mincemeat. Behind him, two other goons teamed up and charged at Jin-woo. But with that same absolutely crack speed, Jin-woo vanishes from Chan's sight, slashes his neck as he glides past, and heads straight for the curly-haired guy who just swung his blade down. Bro just parries the guy's elbow upward, snaps his bone, and drives his dagger straight into his gut. Jin-woo slices him in half like some low-tier monster. What the hell? How is an E-rank moving like this? I can't block him, he's too fast. Jin-woo easily dodges every single slash from the enemy hunter. If these trash call themselves hunters, they should try hunting him then. Jin-woo has only one thought in his mind right now. Hunters are born to hunt, and these scumbags are his prey. Just one slash activates the paralysis effect, rendering the guy completely unable to move. All he can do is scream in agony, sending a wave of absolute terror through his remaining squad. What the heck is this? Did that guy use magic? Jin-ho watches the whole thing and can only stammer out. He is too strong. Staring at Jin-woo's back and fluttering coat, Jin-ho knows for a fact that bro is way stronger now, even more broken than when fought the dungeon boss. One by one, the Kasaka dagger's poison spreads through their bodies, tormenting them until they drop dead. These trash die without even knowing who just slaughtered them. Jin-woo's dagger keeps putting in work until all those loudmouths are face down on the dirt. Only Dong-suk is left, turning pale as a ghost when he realizes Jin-woo just wiped out his entire team. You piece of trash, were you hiding your power this whole time? So you are the one who soloed the dungeon boss, huh? A red aura starts glowing on Dong-suk's back. He is absolutely furious that his whole team got demolished, but he also flexed the massive gap of a C-rank hunter. Physical reinforcement. Dong-suk screams, a red light enveloping his body as he grabs shield and charges straight ahead. No matter how strong this punk is, he has got to be exhausted after fighting a dungeon boss plus 7 other hunters. Just swinging that dagger around must have drained him, and there is no way he has the energy to break through my absolute defense. Sure, he might have power to attack, but he can never overpower my physical reinforcement. The moment we clash, he is cooked, but all of Dong-suk's calculations failed to predict Jin-woo's hand appearing out of nowhere. It is less than 10 centimeters from his nose when Jin-woo's 5 fingers wrap around Dong-suk's. He hears Jin-woo's cold, calm voice loud and clear. You are strong, but there is one thing you do not know. Jin-woo grabs Dong-suk's face and slams it into the dirt so hard the ground behind him shatters. Glancing down with cold, unbothered eyes, Jin-woo calmly lets him know, I have been leveling up non-stop. Cough, cough! Only Dong-suk's painful coughing echoes through the cave. What the hell just happened? The leader cannot believe this kid face slapped him into the dirt so easily. There is no way he is just an E-rank. Is he some kind of false ranker? Struggling to sit up, Dong-suk begs Jin-woo to spare his life. If you want money, I will give you money. Take all the mana crystals here. Take whatever you want. But this cheap offer does not faze Jin-woo at all. His eyes are ice cold as he replies 3 times. You tried to kill me 3 times and now you are begging for mercy? Dong-suk's eyes go wide when he realizes he cannot negotiate. He instantly switches to threatening. Do you think you can get away with this? What happens in the dungeon stays in the dungeon, right? He screams questions, but Jin-woo says absolutely nothing, making Dong-suk shake with pure terror. Finally, he loses his mind and screams, "You bastard! Do you have any idea who my little brother is?" Before he can even finish his sentence, Jin-woo's arm flashes with a shining dagger. A swift swipe of his hand and Dong-suk's head pops right off, rolling away like a ball from his body that is still kneeling on the ground. Looking down at his blood-soaked coat, Jin-woo sighs in annoyance. Great, another ruined outfit. It was too small anyway, so I should probably just buy some new clothes. He turns to look at Jin-ho, who is too traumatized to even think. Bro is literally losing his mind after seeing Jin-woo slice heads off like he is slicing vegetables. Pale and trembling, he is obviously not Jin-woo's target. Noticing the dungeon ceiling is starting to crumble, Jin-woo tells him, "Clean up fast and let's get out of here." As Dong-suk's head rolls, the system alerts him that the urgent quest is complete, and this time, system goes all out and gives him all 3 rewards instead of making him choose. First is a full recovery, second is 10 stat points, and the third is a new skill, Bloodlust Level 1. It costs 100 mana per use, releasing a terrifying aura that inflicts pure fear on the target for 1 minute. Skill can target multiple enemies, cutting all their stats by 50%. Meanwhile, over in Washington, D.C., it is early morning. A massive, muscular man sits up in his luxury bed, thinking it is a beautiful morning. But for some weird reason, ever since he woke up, tears have been streaming down his face. He stretches his buff body, wondering why last night's dream has him crying like this. Meanwhile, at the Korean Hunter Association, things are peaceful until Woo Jin-chul is suddenly called. A blonde man glances back as his assistant walks in with a stack of reports, asking him to check this out. 8 hunters just died in a C-rank dungeon, and the only 2 survivors are a D rank and an E rank. Flip through the pages, Jin-chul naturally assumes they were just cowards who ran away. But his assistant tells him, "No sir, they actually cleared the dungeon by themselves. The D-rank hunter, Jin-ho, had crazy expensive gear, so maybe he somehow took down the C-rank boss. The thing is, boss was a giant type, which a full raid team should easily handle. Yet somehow 8 hunters still died in there." Jin-chul looks at his assistant and says, "Just spit it out. You wouldn't have brought this to me unless something was seriously fishy, since you can handle normal cases yourself." Hesitating, the assistant mentions the second survivor, Sung Jin-woo, the same guy they visited in the hospital after the double dungeon incident. Now this is getting found sus, but Woo Jin-chul thinks there is nothing to worry about. He is like, chill, that evaluation stone was top-tier stuff, the kind you can only loot from O-rank magic beasts. Plus, double awakenings are super rare, not something you see every day. They already ran a background check on Jin-woo and found absolutely nothing sus. But his subordinate's still pushing it. Why? Because out of the 8 dead hunters, one of them was Hwang Dong-suk. And Hwang Dong-suk is the older brother of Hwang Do-soo. Just hearing that name is enough to make Woo Jin-chul freeze. Okay, yeah, something is definitely fishy here. Meanwhile, Jin-woo gets back home and brings a massive box of fried chicken for his little sister. She looks up, looking at her brother with total suspicion, asking, "Did you win the lottery today, or what? Why are you acting so rich when you are usually stingy as hell?" Jin-woo completely ignores his sister roasting him and just chugs his cold beer. He actually wants to get wasted, but nope. His detox skill immediately spots the toxic stuff in the beer and deletes it the second it hits his tongue. Talk about a broken skill. Having high-tier poison resistance is cool and all, but using it on alcohol is just sad. Honestly, the system gave him this cheat code way back when he first woke up in the hospital, called the Blessing of Kandiaru, designed to keep you in peak health. Jin-woo wiggles his toes, remembering that it was also thanks to this crazy blessing that his leg literally grew back after that stone statue nightmare. This thing does not just cure hangovers and regrow limbs, it also grants permanent longevity, immunity to all diseases, and insane health regeneration while sleeping. Literally, the only thing missing is immortality. Suddenly, a wild idea pops into Jin-woo's head as he reads the part about him being completely immune to poison. He stands straight up without saying a word, leaving Jin-ah shouting behind him, "If you are not eating, I am finishing everything." Jin-woo just smirks and grumbles back, "Go ahead if you want to gain weight, sis." But Jin-ah does not care at all. She is already busy licking the sauce off her fingers. Honestly, she is so confused. Ever since her brother got absolutely ripped, been acting way more serious. Like, does working out really change your personality like that, or did something crazy happen to him inside the dungeon? Meanwhile, standing behind his closed bedroom door, Jin-woo stays silent for a moment before pulling out Kasaka's venom gland. He thinks to himself, if I am truly immune to all poisons, then this thing should not have any nasty side effects, right? Well, no point overthinking it, let us find out. Jin-woo literally drinks the entire venom gland, and boom, just as he calculated, the system flags the toxin in his body, and in just 3 seconds, the detox is complete, and the muscle damage side effect is totally gone. Pure God mode. While he is celebrating his big brain move, the door swings open, and Jin-ah peeks her head, She is like, hey, do you know someone named Jin-ho? He is calling for you on the phone. Cut to a cafe later, Jin-ho spots him and instantly gets super hyped, waving him over, spilling everything about how he begged the Hunter Association just to get his phone number. Honestly, Jin-woo did not want to see this kid again after everything that went down, but he still had to thank Jin-ho for giving him all those essence stones. That loot got him 180 million won after taxes. Now that Jin-woo is flexing a fat wallet, he intentionally puts on his coldest face to intimidate the kid, saying, thanks for keeping your mouth shut, it saved me a lot of trouble. He is not even sure if the kid actually gets the warning, because he replies with a totally serious face, saying, well, those guys tried to kill us first. I have the pride of a hunter too, you know. I could not just stand there and let them do that to us. Besides, that was just a battle between hunters. But deep down, Jin-ho is thinking that Jin-woo is definitely a fake hunter and probably a cold-blooded killer. Under normal circumstances, I would run the other way, but right now, things are different. Taking a deep breath, thumbing up his courage, Jin-ho looks Jin-woo dead in the eye and says, honestly, I want to build my own private raid team. But before he can even finish, Jin-woo shakes his head, shutting it down instantly. The answer is no, bro. Giving him zero chance to explain, Jin-woo stands up and says, you want to build a private team? Recruit me, right? No wonder you wanted to meet up. I have zero interest in playing babysitter for some rich kid who treats dungeons like an extreme sport. That is all, I am out of here. But Jin-ho panics and tries to stop him, yelling, wait, just 19 times please. Just run 19 raids with me and that is it. Say what? Jin-woo turns back with a frown. 19 dungeon runs? Did you learn literally nothing from last time, bro? Hunters will take you out faster than any monster. Stop treating dungeons like some weekend adventure. You literally almost died, and you still want to run a private team and fight monsters? Wait, do you actually want to become a guild master? Jin-ho stays completely determined and says, yes, that is exactly it. But then he instantly drops the tough guy act, starts begging and crying to keep Jin-woo from leaving, screaming, please, bro, just let me explain. You are totally right, I need the official guild master license. It is not that hard to get, as long as you have cleared 20 raids. The dungeon we just ran was my very first one, which means I still have 19 runs left. Sure, there is a written exam too, but I am super confident I can ace it. After all, I have to take over my dad's massive company eventually. Oh, right. Jin-woo just remembered, this kid is son of Yujin Construction. Jin-ho does not even try to hide it, explaining that forming this guild is actually a major part of the company's next big project. His dad wants to build their own guild. Why? Well, because even though dungeons are deadly, they are packed with insane riches. Magic stones and mana crystals are just the basic loot. Even the corpses of the defeated monsters can be harvested for high-value materials, meaning data-wise, nothing goes to waste. That is why massive corporations worldwide are desperate to get a piece of the pie. Jin-woo gets it instantly. So your family's company wants to hire hunters to clear dungeons, and then you guys pocket all the profits? Basically, you want to monopolize the whole market. Jin-ho nods. Exactly. Before this, his dad wanted to recruit an S-rank hunter to run the guild, while Jin-ho's older brother would be the vice leader. But running a guild like a family business is basically impossible. There are only 9 S-rank hunters in the entire country, and 8 of them are already locked down by others' massive guilds. What, are they going to recruit the one retired guy? Even if they somehow pull that off, there is bound to be a power struggle between the leader and vice leader. Jin-ho knows this, plus his older brother is not even an awakened hunter yet. Jin-ho is awakened, but he is too young, his rank is low, and he has 0 real combat experience, which makes him totally useless for this plan. Jin-woo figures this kid is just trying to drag him into his schemes to look good in front of his wealthy dad. Jin-ho does not even deny it. Instead, he looks absolutely determined and says, I swear to God I will take all your secrets to the grave. Even if you are a fake hunter, even if you want to hide your true power, still need a solid party to clear dungeons with if you want to hide your OP powers, right? Obviously, that is way better for you than teaming up with high-rank hunters and being treated like a trash E-rank leech. In Yu Jin-ho's eyes, Jin-woo is at least a B-rank monster, maybe even higher. Bro literally folded an entire squad of C-rank hunters without taking a single scratch. Seriously, sticking with Jin-woo is a million times better than trusting some random trash hunter. Plus, even though Jin-woo acts all cold, he actually saved his life twice already. Once from a giant spider, and again from Hwang Dong-suk's crazy gang. Jin-woo is starting to give in, so he asks, what is in it for me? Yu Jin-ho immediately slides over a contract, telling him to check this out. No way. One look at the papers and Jin-woo's eyes widen. He cannot believe what he is reading. Normally, our MC completes his daily quest solo, but today, he is heading outside with his little sister Jin-ah because she suddenly wants to go for a run. He literally warns her, if you cannot keep up, I am leaving you behind, bro. but he still matches her pace anyway. Out of nowhere, Jin-woo asks, if you suddenly had 30 billion won, what would you do with it? She is like, well, but guess I would save it and buy a massive mansion, but the rest, honestly, I have no idea because that is an insane amount of money. But why 30 billion won? Jin-woo replies, yeah, it is hard to even picture it. Jin-woo gets lost in his thoughts, completely forgetting his sister calling him from behind. He suddenly speeds up, and within seconds, he is completely gone. Jin-ah is left gasping for air, totally giving up. She is like, well, my brother is a hunter, so that speed makes sense. Now, that 30 billion won is not some random number Jin-woo made up. Yu Jin-ho actually offered to pay him for a plan to buy a private guild license. To a rich kid like Jin-ho, 30 billion won is just pocket change to pay Jin-woo to carry him through 19 dungeons. An insane bag like that definitely gets Jin-woo thinking. Normally, he would reject it because he knows his current situation is super unique. If he keeps leveling up at this insane rate, he is going to hit S rank in no time, and who knows, maybe he will become even more broken. If that actual 30 billion won is going to look like chump change. But still, he agrees under one condition. Just you and me. Only the two of us are entering the dungeons. The hype instantly dies on Jin-ho's face. Just thinking about the two of them walking into a dungeon alone has him shaking in his boots. Wait, you mean just the two of us in a C-rank gate? He desperately tries to find an excuse, like how you legally need a 10-man party to enter a C-rank gate, but Jin-woo does not care. He is just like, pay some randoms to fill the party slots, exactly like what Hwang Dong-suk did. Jin-ho is sweating, but do you not think that is super dangerous? Seeing him terrified like that, Jin-woo just sighs and says, who is even going to hurt you? Think about it. If we clear 19 dungeons by ourselves, everyone will know our guild name, and your dad will definitely notice. Isn't that way more flexing? The kid instantly gets it, agrees on the spot, and boom, the deal is locked in. Jin-woo keeps running until his daily quest completion notification pops up. That is when he realizes he has been running so fast, he completely overshot the daily limit. Look behind, his sister is nowhere to be found, and honestly, no normal human can match this cracked speed. Wait, he has run 11 out of 10 kilometers, so why is the system still counting? Jin-woo stops. He is like, maybe I should push past my limits and see what happens. He is not even tired, and he has to wait for Jin-ah anyway. 20 minutes later, after pounding out another 100 push-ups, sit-ups, and squats each, Jin-woo notices the counter stops. It will not go any higher. I guess the running part is the same. There is no way the system is letting me run 200 kilometers. Let us aim for 20 kilometers instead. But just as he is about to take off, Jin-ah finally catches up. No matter how much she yells, her brother does not look back. He is running like a man possessed. Meanwhile, late at night in a luxury high-rise in Washington, D.C., a secretary opens the office door just as Boss Hwang is on the phone, demanding his people track down the two survivors. Without even looking back, he suddenly calls out, Laura, let me ask you a question. Pro secretary is ready for anything, but her boss drops a question that has absolutely nothing to do with work. What happens if I kill someone? In South Korea. Her cold blue eyes do not even blink, and she is not even surprised. She just wants to gauge if her boss is actually dead serious or not. Honestly, she has never had to think about this before, and her hands slightly tremble as she answers. The United States and South Korea do not have any extradition treaty for hunter crimes. Since you are an active American hunter, you would definitely be tried in a U.S. court, and our government would easily negotiate a reduced sentence for you. Boss mutters, sounds good. He turns around, veins popping all over his face as he literally crushes his phone to dust, growling, whoever that trash is that killed my brother, I am not stopping until I smash their faces in. See, Hwang Dong-soo is a legendary S-rank hunter from the Scavenger Guild, so the mystery surrounding his brother's death is already raising massive red flags. An entire squad, including his brother, got wiped out while only 2 low-rank trash survived. And Hwang Dong-suk is definitely not the hero type to sacrifice his own life for weaklings. Plus, those 2 survivors were not even official members, they were just filler to meet the party quota. They definitely set a trap and murdered Hwang Dong-suk. Staring at the newly faxed report, he mutters, this is why I always told you, you are utterly useless without me, brother. Hwang Dong-soo wants to book a flight to Korea immediately, but Laura stops him, saying, boss, if you leave, the guild has to put everything on hold, and since you are an S-rank powerhouse, your schedule is booked for the next 2 months. Staring out at the city lights, he growls, I do not even have time to hold a funeral for my brother. Fine, just make sure my schedule is completely clear after those 2 months. Ignoring Laura's warnings, he tears the report to shreds, muttering, I hope those dogs do not die in the next 2 months before I get my hands on them. D-rank trash Yu Jin-ho and E-rank nobody Sung Jin-woo, you better watch your backs. That Same night in Korea, Jin-woo throws on a jacket, grabs his trusty Kasaka Venom Fang, and heads to an abandoned building. In his hand is a rusty red key, which is a secret reward for doubling his daily quest goals. This key leads directly to the S-rank difficulty Demon Castle dungeon, unlocked as a reward after cleared a secret quest. The system says the key can be used at the Daesung building in Songpa district to open the gate to the Demon Castle. Examining the key, Jin-woo is completely stunned. He knew he would get better gear eventually, but an NS rank item this early is crazy. He starts wondering, what if tomorrow doubles his daily training goals again? Will he get another insane reward? Or maybe this secret quest is a one-time thing, meaning out 3 rewards he could choose from. Since he picked the blessed random box, he might never get a shot at the cursed random box ever again. Well, he has the key in hand, so it is time to make a move. Jin-woo thrusts it into the empty space in front of him, and suddenly a bright golden light bursts out. Whole different dimension tears open, creating a dusty, windy portal to a dungeon. Welcoming Jin-woo are towering skyscrapers completely engulfed in raging flames. No way this place is ordinary. If the key's difficulty level matches the dungeon it unlocks, then he is stepping straight into an S-rank nightmare. Anyone with half a brain knows his chances of making it out alive are basically 0. But luckily, Jin-woo still has one unused teleportation stone. If things go sideways, he can just use it to bail. Plus, he and Jin-ho are about to raid a C-rank dungeon, so he really needs to test his limits and see how broken he has gotten. Right in front of the raging fire, 3 pairs of glowing eyes lock onto Jin-woo. He sees those terrifying claws, but tells himself there is absolutely no backing down. Lets fear win, he will never rise up. Even if he has to face the literal gatekeeper of hell, the legendary 3-headed Cerberus, he has got to press on to gain more power. Looking at this savage beast, Jin-woo reminds himself that dying is not an option, he has to level up. But wait, why would a key to a demon castle be classified as an S-rank danger by the system? If this item's rank matches the dungeon it unlocks, survival rate is going to be incredibly low. His best bet is to farm as much XP as possible before diving in. Anything B rank and above is a serious threat, which is why S-rank gates are extremely rare worldwide. One of these S-rank gates popped up on Jeju Island and completely turned it into a desolate wasteland where no human can survive. Even if a squad of S-rank hunters team up, clearing an S-rank gate is still never guaranteed. So few S-rank hunters in the world, clearing a dungeon like this is almost impossible. That is exactly why Jin-woo has been avoiding S-rank dungeons like the plague, because the threat of monsters at this level is completely out of his league. Of course, he is not talking about the 3-headed Cerberus here, those terrifying stone statues he faced before. Those monsters had defenses so cracked that no attack could pierce them, and they were strong enough to wipe you out with a single swipe. Right now, Jin-woo's immediate leveling goal is to take down this 3-headed dog. His eyes follow his slashes as blood sprays heavily from the beast. He really needs to know if his attacks can even dent these deadly monsters. He triggers his speed skill, landing at least 2 deep slashes on each of the dog's heads. Wolf Slayer title active, his slash accuracy goes way up. He quickly stacks his speed buff on top, boosting his movements by about 30%. Drains 1 mana point per minute, but fighting at this insane speed gives him a massive advantage. Zipper slashing back and forth in front of Cerberus. Like an annoying, lightning-fast fly, Jin-woo quickly carves up the beast while easily dodging its clumsy paws. The moment his feet touch the ground, he activates Bloodlust right away to strike fear into the monster and debuff its stats. But plot twist, the Hellhound's resistance is way too high, making his skill completely useless. Alright, time for Plan B. Cerberus is hands down the toughest boss Jin-woo has ever faced. And unfortunately, his attacks are barely doing anything. He is like, no way, I am still this weak even after stacking all my buffs and attacks? Especially since his Wolf Slayer title gives him a 40% stat boost against beast-type monsters. Even if this is not a true S-rank dungeon, Jin-woo is sure it is pretty damn close. On top of being a savage, this 3-headed demon has a rage skill that doubles all its stats for 3 minutes. Slams its claws onto the ground and lunges, trying to rip Jin-woo apart. Dodged, he counters by driving his Kasaka dagger right into the eye of one of the dog's heads. But the system notifications pop up. Cerberus is not feeling any pain at all. The rage mode drives the beast absolutely insane, charges at Jin-woo, sinking its razor-sharp tear teeth into his left shoulder and tossing him into a wall with a sickening crack. With blood dripping from the beast's fangs, Jin-woo lies in the rubble, watching his HP rapidly plummet down to a measly 411 points. Just when he thinks he is cooked, passive skill, Unyielding Spirit clutches up. Turns out this passive cuts all incoming damage by 50% when his health drops below 30%. Jin-woo realizes that in these life-or-death situations, the system always bends over backward to keep him alive. Since Sung Jin-woo is the only player it needs, it simply cannot let him die. Staring at the three-headed beast charging at him, Jin-woo thinks to himself that no other hunter out there, even if they double awakened, would ever go through the insane things he does. But hey, if he is the main character in someone's game, then he is going to show them a performance that blows their minds. Damn, Jin-woo grunts. I will swallow this entire system whole. He triggers his full recovery, getting a 100% heal from the system. No longer a helpless punching bag, Jin-woo grabs the hellhound's giant fangs with his bare hands and snaps them like twigs. Force is so insane it twists the dog's neck completely around. With its first head twisted like a pretzel, Jin-woo uses it as a launch pad to leap into the air. He drives his Kasaka dagger deep into the second head's eye, ripping it across to completely blind it. He is so close to winning this. Landing on the third head, Jin-woo channels every ounce of his power. With a wild battle cry, he drives his dagger straight into the brain of the hellhound. Boom! The ground shatters, sending dust flying everywhere. When the smoke clears, Jin-woo stands alone over the defeated beast. He actually soloed the gatekeeper of hell, Cerberus. Massive dub shoots him up 4 levels. He's like, thanks to you, I finally know how strong I am, but the hunt ends here. Looking at the massive stone gate ahead, Jin-woo decides not to push his luck. I will be back when I am even more OP. Along with the satisfying kill, he gets a Wanderer's Necklace, an A-rank accessory that boosts his agility and perception by 20 points. The Demon Castle Key also gets upgraded to an A-rank item, letting him return whenever he is ready. He also loots Cerberus's Fang, total trash for now, so he just chucks it into his inventory to sell later. Later that night, while the city sleeps, other shady figures are just getting started. A tired, middle-aged guy with messy hair and a red nose meets up with a young man in a sharp suit. Slouching and looking totally defeated, he is actually the first to speak. I heard that nobody really knows what is inside the dungeon. Nothing happened in the dungeon. The guy across from him played dumb but smirked, telling him to keep going, before slamming a heavy Ziploc bag on the table. The exhausted man said there were 2 billion won inside. He clutched it with shaking hands, his face dark, knowing the other guy knew exactly what this massive pile of cash meant. Please, I beg you, just kill those bastards for me. The guy didn't even blink. After a cold silence, he spoke up. I am going to need another billion. On top of this to take down those hunters. Can you get more cash? Asking me to squish some bugs is easy, but inside a dungeon, monsters are not the only things you have to worry about. You have got other hunters to worry about. B-rank dungeons are always packed with high-level hunters, and usually they are already backed by their own guilds. But do you know why I work for the Hunters Association surveillance team even though the pay is trash? The guy let out a twisted smile, pointed to himself. Because I love the thrill of hunting humans way more than slaying beasts. Boom! The wooden floor shook as a swordsman came charging in with insane speed. Opponent was easily twice his size, and they had already traded dozens of blows. The massive racket got everyone from the martial arts club staring in awe. Half an hour later, they finally took off their gear. The young blonde girl praised the old man, saying, "Master, you are still absolutely cracked." Song Shiul, absolutely drenched in sweat, turned around with a smile. Stop teasing me, I am just a washed-up old man. You were holding back earlier, weren't you? She calmly shrugged it off. Not at all, master. I just wish you still had your other arm. Cutting herself off before getting too emotional, Chi-yul laughed. It has been months since that incident, let's not bring it up. So let it go. Suddenly, Master Song's phone buzzed with an emergency call. Low-rank hunters like me always get these last-minute calls. Looks like we have to call it a day. The young girl asked with a serious face, Master, are you really not planning to retire? Chi-yul let out a heavy sigh. Retire? I don't have much time left anyway. I just want to make the world a little safer with the time I have left. But putting that aside, I'm honestly shocked that an S-rank hunter like you is learning swordsmanship from a low-tier nobody like me. Sitting as still as a statue, she calmly replied, ranks might show how much power I have, but my actual skills are still lacking. It was spring, and cherry blossoms were blooming everywhere, petals swirling around Chi-yul as he walked down the street alone, thinking to himself, is this a D-rank dungeon call? My swordsmanship is basically useless against monsters because my physical stats never got boosted when I awakened. Why on earth did a swordsman like me awaken as a mage? He sighed, thinking about how here's mastering the blade, only for it to be completely useless in dungeons. Clenching his fist, Chi-yul tried to stay positive, thinking, surely there must be a reason why things turned out like this. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure in a hoodie. Even though their face was covered, he called out. When the guy turned around, Chi-yul was shocked, blurted out, wait, is that really you, Sung Jin-woo? Under that hood, it was definitely him. But no way, how is he this tall now? He looked totally different. I almost did not recognize you, kid. You look nothing like the scrawny kid you used to be. How did you change this much in just a few months? What happened? But as soon as he asked, froze. He realized he was right there when everything went down. But wait, the kid was fully healed. Hold up, wasn't your leg completely chopped off back then? Jin-woo gave a cheeky smile, throwing out a half-truth. When I woke up, it had already grown back. Honestly, I have no idea how it happened either. He had to play dumb, because there was no way he could expose the blessing of the great wizard Kandiaru that literally regenerated his limbs. Fortunately, Chi-yul did not ask too many questions. He was just genuinely hyped for him. Patted Jin-woo on the shoulder. Whatever happened, I am just glad a young guy like you didn't end up disabled. I am so happy for you, thank goodness. Noticing Jin-woo staring at his own empty sleeve, Chi-yul quickly laughed it off. Hey, do not worry about me. I am lucky I only got this injury at my age. I heard rumors that you survived, but seeing you standing here in one piece feels like a straight-up miracle. Jin-woo suddenly asked, did you also get a call from the association? Are you heading there right now? He nodded, and just like that, the two walked together toward the cordoned-off area, where 3 people were already waiting. With cherry blossom petals raining down, Chi-yul realized something big. Today was going to be an intense day, because every single survivor from that fateful incident gathered right here. Joo-hee stood there in utter shock when she realized the tall, handsome guy walking with Master Sesong was actually Jin-woo. Honestly, Jin-woo was shocked to see her here too. Biggest plot twist? Kim Sang-shik was there too. Master Song couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh the moment he saw his face. This was the coward who ran away. Save his own skin, leaving Jin-woo and me behind to die. He even drew his blade on me and tried to sacrifice us as bait. He must be feeling incredibly ashamed to show his face today. Even though he did end up abandoning Master Song at the very end, these were still the only survivors of that nightmare dungeon. Tears welling up in her eyes, Joo-hee could not believe that it was actually Jin-woo standing right in front of her. You changed so much. I almost did not recognize you. Jin-woo gave a gentle smile and apologized, but Joo-hee was already choking up, asking, how did you grow so tall? Are your legs really okay? But when she looked down and saw both of his legs completely fine, Joo-hee completely speechless. Just as Jin-woo was about to explain to calm her down, some loud, rowdy voices cut them off from behind. From a sleek black car, 3 handcuffed prisoners in full jail uniforms stepped out and started mocking them. What is this? Did we get brought to a movie set to watch some hunters go on a date? Just then, the last guy stepped out and snapped, "Shut your mouths!" His gaze was ice cold and dripping with pure murderous intent. Just one sentence from him, "We are not here to play," was enough to make the annoying prisoner instantly shut up. But a creepy, long-haired convict just smirked and walked past Joo-hee, giving her a wink that made her shiver. I am really looking forward to working with you, babe. Even Master Song had absolutely no idea what was going on or why these sketchy guys were here. Suddenly, an association representative rushed over, looking flustered. So sorry I am late. Are you Sung Jin-woo and Master Song Chi-yul, the 2 hunters called for today's raid? Let me get you registered first. But Master Song cut her off, wanting some answers about what was going on. Following his gaze toward the 3 handcuffed convicts walking ahead, the girl in glasses immediately knew what he was asking. Oh, those guys? Those are probationary prisoners who will be joining your raid today. Chi-yul was instantly annoyed, scoffing. What do you mean, probationary prisoners? Are you seriously telling us we have to go into a dungeon side by side with a bunch of criminals? She shrank back from his anger but quickly explained. I know they are criminals, but they are also former hunters. These guys are just probation prisoners working for a sentence reduction, so they won't cause any trouble. I hope you get the situation, Uncle. We literally have no other choice here. Our local hunter count took a massive hit. But hey, Kang Tae-shik from the association's monitoring division is joining the raid today, so we're totally chillin'. All these prisoners are C rank, and Kang is a B rank hunter. To clear a B rank dungeon, you need about 10 C rank hunters, so this lineup actually makes total sense. Staring at that guy's back, Jin-woo gets a major bad vibe. He turns to Joo-hee and says, yo, you should head back. Don't go in there. Of course, she is not having it. The second she hears Jin-woo is going, her face locks in with determination. Then I'm going too. 2 are straight up flexing their couple energy right in front of the single old folks. Uncle Song sees this and just scratches his head, speechless. The other 2 members stay dead silent. Just like that, this bizarre party walks together under the falling cherry blossoms, entering the gate of the B-rank dungeon. This was probably the weirdest squad Uncle Song had ever run with. Looking down at his empty, fluttering sleeve, he figures this is just fate. Jumping through the portal with everyone else, the raid is officially on. The second their handcuffs are off, these criminals start rubbing their necks, complaining like absolute trash. Do you really have to treat us like this? We're not your slaves. Unlocking the cuffs for the other 2, Tae-shik just snaps, shut the hell up. Then he walks over to Uncle Song's group, introducing himself as Kang Tae-shik. I'm with the monitoring division, as you guys heard, so no need to stress. I'll keep a tight leash on these trash bags. By the way, who's shot calling today? Uncle Song asks, do you have any objections, Mr. Sung? Seeing Jin-woo back him up without hesitation, he immediately bows deep. Thank you for putting your trust in me again. That day, 10 people died because of me, but 6 managed to survive thanks to you. It was my failure for not protecting everyone. On behalf of all the surviving hunters, I bow to you. Please accept our deepest gratitude. Kim Sang-shik and that big guy see this, but they don't even bother coming over. They just want to rush inside and get this over with. Sang-shik stays quiet. Uncle Song turns to him and asks, Hey Kim, I'm leading this raid. You got a problem with that? Without even looking back, Uncle Kim just mutters, do whatever you want. Realizing he can't get a word out of him, Uncle Song just shrugs and lets it go. An ugly green goblin lunges from the corner, only to get its teeth absolutely shattered by a mace. It's that bald prisoner, swinging his weapon like a madman, dropping several of them at once. Right next to him, the scrawny blue-haired guy is also relentlessly smashing his club into a goblin. Meanwhile, the third giant guy is just using raw fists to throw absolute nukes, literally blowing the goblins to pieces. Watching them enjoy the slaughter, Uncle Song can barely tell who's the human and who's the beast here. While he's momentarily distracted, a goblin jumps down, trying to catch him off guard. With a quick flick of Uncle Song's wrist, magic fire erupts. He hurls it at the goblin, turning it to ash instantly. Right behind him, 2 more goblins with axes and spears charge in. But garbage of this level only takes 1 more wave of his hand to wipe clean. Over on the other side, Kim Sang-shik is wielding his sword, keeping an eye on him this whole time. Has to admit, Song Shi-yul is definitely a C-rank hunter, playing no different than those prisoners. Noticing the stare, Uncle Song turns and starts nagging. Hey Kim, is that all you've got? And you call yourself a swordsman? Uncle Kim just huffs. That bossy attitude of yours hasn't changed one bit. Before Uncle Kim gets triggered, Uncle Song softens his tone. Look, we should try to cooperate. After all, we're the lucky survivors who made it out alive that day. Looking over at Jin-woo, Uncle Song praises him. Man, you've really leveled up, haven't you? Where did you get that sick dagger anyway? I remember you always fought barehanded, but now with a weapon, you look like a completely different person. Jin-woo just gives a polite smile, while Ju-hee chimes in. Honestly, he's totally right. I haven't had to heal you once today. Have you been secretly training or what? Jin-woo just chuckles. Oh, just some daily workouts. But as a veteran swordsman, Uncle Song knows this kid has changed a lot. He feels like this boy is no longer the weak Jin-woo he used to know. Not just his looks, but his entire aura has shifted. Uncle Song starts doubting. Is this guy really the same Jin-woo from before? He used to be pretty pathetic, but now he's got this calm confidence, like he finally became a real man. Meanwhile, Ju-hee is still struggling. She is literally shaking just from seeing a few goblins. Her trauma runs deep. It's sad, but if she keeps this up, she's going to have to retire for good. Reaching a fork with 3 caves, they have to decide which way to go. Tae-shik looks at Uncle Song and suggests that since this dungeon is easy, they should split up. It might be a bit risky, but it will clear this place much faster. I'll take the prisoners down the right path. If any of you find the boss room, just hit me up. Using his senses, Jin-woo detects that the leftmost cave is giving off a completely different level of power. Points to that cave, proposing they go left, and Uncle Song agrees immediately. At that exact moment, Jin-woo catches a dark smirk on Tae-shik's face, doesn't get what that smirk is about, only knowing he has to stay on guard. So the party splits into 3 groups to head into the 3 caves. Aside from Ju-hee's group of 3 and the prisoners, Kim Sang-shik and the big guy take the middle path. Jin-woo is positive the boss is waiting at the end of their own path. His hand grips his Kasaka dagger. He chose this path to fight the boss and level up, since farming goblins forever is trash. But more importantly, he has a terrible gut feeling about that guy in the suit, which is why he wanted to split. Carrying that same sinister smirk, Tae-shik stands waiting for the prisoners to finish clearing the monsters in his cave. Expected, the monsters in this dungeon are a walk in the park. Goblins are weaker than an average adult male anyway, with small bodies and the brain of a child. But their stealthy ambush tactics can make them tricky. Though honestly, if you put a weapon in a kid's hand, they also become hard to control, because even a kid with a weapon is fully capable of taking a life. There are plenty of child soldiers on the other side of the world armed to the teeth. So honestly, there's basically no difference between humans and monsters. They're all just annoying bugs. Staring at the dumbfounded prisoners, Tae-shik suddenly drops a question. Are you guys capable of killing a child? That was his question. What kind of dumb question is that? One of them barks out. Bro has absolutely no clue what Tae-shik is cooking, and honestly, Tae-shik himself agrees it sounds goofy. But seriously, from here on out, you guys are about to face 100 kids in this dungeon. The curly-haired prisoner is completely lost. Like, why the hell would there be kids in a dungeon? But Tae-shik just keeps dropping the lore saying those kids are absolutely starving, so they're going to tear you apart and eat every single shred of your flesh. So, I gotta ask, can you actually bring yourselves to kill them? Bro repeats the question, but this time, the prisoners just start grinning. Duh, of course we can kill them. That was exactly the answer Tae-shik wanted. He looks down and starts giggling like a psychopath. Exactly. To survive, you gotta take out your enemies, no matter who they are. That's exactly what I'm telling the raid squad when we get out of here. You guys took down 100 goblins. Bro is literally making up a whole fan fiction, but there's this straight up evil glint in Tae-shik's eyes. Meanwhile, after slicing off the head of the very last goblin in the tunnel, Sang-shik realizes they've totally got this area under control. The big guy is just praying things stay this smooth so they can wrap up this raid without any drama. Dr. Kim is pretty sure nothing's going to go wrong. Honestly, having the weakest hunter in all of humanity here is basically proof that this dungeon is a total joke. That's what we kept telling ourselves. But look how that turned out last time, right? A heavy silence falls between them before Mr. Kim speaks up in a quiet voice, addressing the big guy next to him. I've made up my mind. Once this raid is over, I'm going to bow and apologize to Jin-woo. Leaving him behind that day has been eating you alive too, hasn't it? We're a straight-up embarrassment to all hunters. We abandoned our teammate to save our own skins. How can we even hold our heads up after running away like cowards, just to live with ourselves? Swallowing our pride and bowing is the bare minimum, even if he never forgives us. Actually, he shouldn't forgive us, but we still have to say it. Seeing that the big guy doesn't disagree, Mr. Kim knows they're on the same page. Time's ticking. Let's move. It's just the two of us here, so keep your guard up. They head to the end of the tunnel to group back up, but the place is completely empty. They think they're just early, but as they step past the rocky corner, Kim Sang-shik sees something so cursed he wishes he could unsee it. Right before they got there, only Tae-shik's voice was echoing from the third tunnel on the right. "Aw, my sweet little puppets totally ruined the plan. I was literally hired to delete you guys in the most painful way possible, but this is ending way too fast. Oh well, watching you cry for mercy while your guts spill out is still pretty satisfying." Lifting the buzz-cut prisoner up by the collar, Tae-shik giggles like a maniac. "Come on, why don't you beg me to put you out of your misery already?" Prisoner instantly folds and begs, "Please, just let me live." Hearing that desperate whimpering makes Kim Sang-shik freeze at the corner, and when he finally steps out, his jaw literally drops. Two prisoners are already dead in a massive pool of blood, and Tae-shik is holding the last guy by the throat like a literal chicken. He casually looks over and asks, "Well, look who it is. Where'd you two pop up from?" He draws his dagger and mumbles, "Ah, I get it. All these tunnels are connected, huh?" In one smooth motion, Tae-shik slices off the prisoner's head, casually whispers, "Which means the boss room is at the end of the left path." Kim Sang-shik and the big guy are so traumatized by this bloodbath that they let out a blood-curdling scream, loud enough for Jin-woo's group in the far left tunnel to hear every single bit of it. Their song, "We need to get back, you heard that right?" They sprint after Jin-woo, rushing back through the tunnel on the right. That scream was straight up terrifying, sounding like someone was literally getting their throat slit. In the pitch-black darkness of the endless tunnel, Jin-woo's eyes suddenly flash to the right. Out of nowhere, he snatches a flying dagger that was heading straight for Juhi's face. Acting like he didn't just try to murder her, Tae-shik casually says, "Damn, you're pretty fast." "What do you think you're doing?" he asks coldly. Jin-woo locks his grip to completely shut down his attack. Tae-shik jumps back, realizing this kid is cracked. Not only is he insanely fast and strong, but his battle instincts are off the charts. Since his little plan is ruined, Tae-shik just decides to go loud. "Well, to make sure things don't go south, I gotta take her out first. I mean, even if she's not fighter, she is still a B-rank healer. If the script doesn't go my way, I'll just have to rewrite it." "Wait, what?" Juhi stammers, completely lost, only to meet Tae-shik's psycho gaze. "Doesn't matter, I'm gonna slaughter every single one of you, just like these prisoners." That's when they finally notice 5 lifeless bodies scattered on the ground right behind him. Mr. Song screams in absolute horror. "You work for the association. Why are you doing this?" Suddenly, Jin-woo hears a faint groan right next to him. Kim Sang-shik fading out and slipping into a deep memory. He's hazily remembering a day when his wife was nagging him, asking why he keeps putting his life on the line as a hunter when it's so dangerous. He just smiled and told her, "Honey, the economy's trash right now. There's no other job that pays the bills like this." His wife practically broke down, crying, "Do you even care about how I feel waiting for you to come home? I'm terrified that one day they're going to bring me your cold body." Sang-shik chuckles softly. "Still better than breaking my back at a construction site for pennies. Besides, the association doesn't send low-rank trash like me. Dangerous dungeons." Plus, our oldest is starting middle school next year, and our youngest is about to enter kindergarten. Her voice softens, completely defeated. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. And just like that, they promise to stay strong for each other. Then he remembers his oldest kid asking him, Dad, why did you become a hunter? When I told my friends, they were all like, no way, that's so cool, and got so hyped. Does that mean you're stronger than everyone else? Socks all swelling with pride. Of course, your dad can even take down massive monsters. Kid's eyes, Tae-shik was absolute peak, and he knew he was strong too. After all, only 1 in 1,000 people ever awakens, and out of 5,000 awakened hunters, only one ever makes it to D rank or higher. So many lives depend on a single hunter, and Kim Sang-shik was that 1 in 5,000 guy. He is a hunter, but to his little family he is a husband and a father. That's why Sang-shik makes a vow. I can't die today. And I can't die tomorrow either. I absolutely cannot die like this. He mumbles to himself, even though he's literally drowning in a massive pool of his own blood. It looks like every single drop of blood is draining out of him. Jin-woo is completely shocked. Kim Sang-shik is barely holding on to life. Ju-hee, heal him. Seeing her freeze up, he yells right in her face, hurry up and heal him! But the moment Ju-hee starts channeling her healing magic, Sang-shik coughs up a violent spray of blood, coughing in absolute pain as his mind clears up a bit. Sang-shik looks up at the two kids, gasping for breath as he warns them, it is no use, you cannot save me. Stop now, I have lost way too much blood. Sang-shik grabs Ju-hee's hand, and that is when she finally realizes he is right. His blood literally soaking the entire cave floor. But Jin-woo is not having any of it, yelling at him that he absolutely has to survive. Think about your family, you have to live for them. No matter what happens, you have to survive. The rest of his words get stuck in his throat, you have to live, because that is the only way I can keep hating you. I am sorry, I'm so sorry. Sang-shik struggles to get the words out. I am sorry that I have to apologize to you like this. I want to bow my head and apologize, but if I bow down right now, I will literally die. Just saying those words completely drains his remaining strength, with blood pouring from his mouth and nose, choking him. Yet this old man actually forces a smile and calls out, Sung, I'm so sorry, I'm truly sorry. And just like that, his head drops, cutting off his last apology forever. Jin-woo watches in absolute shock as Kim Sang-shik bleeds to death, his voice dripping with pure rage. Why did you do that to Mr. Kim? The purple-haired trash behind him smoothly explains, well, you could just say this is pretty much the nature of magic beasts. One day a gate opens and monsters overrun humanity, like some kind of natural disaster. And honestly, I just came up with a fire plot for this story. At first, I was going to say the goblins wiped everyone out, but I think a little plot twist would make it way better. Let us say the prisoners plotted together to escape, slaughtered you guys first, and then went after the dungeon boss. Since I let my guard down, they ambushed me from behind, but since I am a B rank hunter, those trash were no match for me, and that is how I ended up as the sole survivor of this dungeon. Pretty neat, right? The public is totally going to buy. Meanwhile, Jin-woo is gritting his teeth, ready to rip Tae-shik apart. Uncle Song grabs his shoulder to hold him back, saying, you cannot win this, let me handle it. Even though he sounds confident, Chi-yul knows a C-rank hunter stands 0's chance against a B-rank opponent. Plus, Tae-shik is an assassin type, meaning there is no way he can match his insane speed. Reaching over to grab Mr. Kim's sword, Chi-yul mutters, mind if I borrow this? Stepping forward, Chi-yul admits, it has been a hot minute since I last swung a sword at anyone. He keeps talking to buy time and quickly cook up a plan in his head. This guy is probably squishy with weak defense. If that is true, I can one-shot him with my magic. He calls out to Ju-hee, can you buff my power? She immediately complies, her hands glowing with light, though she is highly confused as to why Uncle Song is holding a sword. The moment the buff hits, Chi-yul decides he has to force Tae-shik into a close-quarters brawl. He needs to close the distance so the guy cannot dodge his strikes. Seeing Chi-yul's face twitching as he plans his next move, Tae-shik sneers, a mage pretending to be a swordsman. Buffing a page is completely useless. It only wastes their mana. But as the power wraps around his sword, Chi-yul points it straight ahead. No backing down now, it is time to fight. Because I'm a swordsman. Buffing a mage is normally completely useless since it only drains their mana. Chi-yul knows this perfectly well, but he still does it, wrapping the sword in his magic-infused buff and pointing it forward as he boldly declares, right now, I am a swordsman. I am a mage. My strength, health, and agility stats are way lower than his. I have to stay aware of my massive disadvantages before I strike. Even if Ju-hee protects me from behind, it is just a waste of time. It is literally like riding a bicycle equipped with a car engine. Going downhill, if you cannot control that speed, you are going to crash and die on the very first sharp turn. Tae-shik does not give the old man a single second to think, lunging forward to clash swords with Uncle Song. With a loud clang, they lock blades, Tae-shik smirking with pure disrespect. A mage hunter is at a massive disadvantage against an assassin hunter, old man. Picking up a sword might have been a smart play, but at the end of the day, you are still just a mage. Your physical stats are not even D rank, so how on earth is holding a sword going to make any difference? Chi-yul never expected things to escalate this fast, but anyone can see Uncle Song's defense is not as weak as they thought. Tae-shik realizes the old man can actually parry his blade, throwing a heavy strike right where he stands. Song Chi-yul furiously reminds that bastard, "A sword in my hands can make a massive difference." Too bad his strike misses. Tae-shik dashes back like a ghost and sneers back. "You are pretty fast, old man. You got buffed, but it looks like you actually have some real skill." In Jinwoo's eyes, that strike was incredibly sharp, proving Uncle Song can actually match his speed. If he can just get a tiny bit faster, he has a solid chance of winning. Even with only one arm, Uncle Song can still pull off a pretty impressive swing. Indeed. Having spent so much time cutting people down, Tae-shik instantly realizes Song Chi-yul is insanely fast and precise. Now he finally understands why old man chose a sword over his magic. But that is his absolute limit. Tae-shik blurs past Uncle Song like a gust of wind, leaving a deep slash on his shoulder. The fresh blood spraying only fuels his insane bloodlust. Think about it carefully. There is a damn good reason why a magic swordsman has never... Fortunately, thanks to Juhi's fast heals, that deep wound is instantly reduced to a tiny scratch. Tae-shik glares at Juhi with pure venom. "Bits, that healer chick is getting on my nerves. I cannot let this turn into a battle of attrition." Instantly switching targets, he charges straight at Juhi. Take her out first. But Tae-shik completely underestimates Chi-yul, who somehow matches his speed and swings his blade right at his back. "Never turn your back on an opponent holding a blade. You completely underestimated me." Tae-shik angrily pivots to block Chi-yul's sword, narrowing his eyes as he realizes old man is absolutely built different. Even though Uncle Song's arm is trembling from the heavy impact, he stands incredibly strong, saying, "I might not look it, but I actually trained an S-rank hunter myself." Letting loose another clean slash, Song Chi-yul is totally flexing his skills. Even though his aging body cannot keep up with his mind, he refuses to let this punk outclass him in pure technique. But Tae-shik knows exactly where the old man lacks speed, so he keeps playing mind games and exploiting his raw speed, slowly pushing Chi-yul into a corner. A regular mage keeping up with an assassin speed? Stop capping. Within seconds, they clash over 10 times. Song Chi-yul is left desperately parrying every single blow, while Tae-shik keeps zipping around him like a total menace. Tae-shik kept creating openings and slicing up Mr. Song. The old man was taking hit after hit in pure agony, while Tae-shik didn't have a single scratch on him. Maybe someone a bit stronger would stand a chance, but my rank is way higher than yours. Mage-type hunters like you can't even track my movements. Trembling all over, Mr. Song collapsed, shocking Juhi. She was about to rush over, but she saw his hand weakly shaking, telling her to stay back. Seeing his opponent fall, Tae-shik smirked. "Good, you're smart. Looks like you finally realized that trying to fight me is completely useless." Song Chi-yul kept his head down in silence, looking like he had given up. Tae-shik lowered his guard, planning to give him a quick and painless death. But right then, Chi-yul's silver hair moved. His eyes glared as his hand touched the ground, casting a spell. The fire magic he had secretly set up earlier suddenly lit up right under Tae-shik's feet. A massive vortex of fire erupted, trapping him inside and swirling all the way to the ceiling of the dungeon, shaking the entire place violently. Did it work? Mr. Song looked up with hope, but plot twist. Tae-shik was already standing on his left, completely fine except for his coat burning a bit. A mage pretending to be a swordsman to distract me from his magic signature. You waited for me to attack so you could release your spell at the perfect moment. Not a bad plan. What a sneaky old man. But even after all that, the old man couldn't lay a scratch on him, making Mr. Song grit his teeth in despair. For Tae-shik, it was over. He raised his dagger, ready to plunge it into this old trash. But out of nowhere, Jin-woo's sleek black dagger deflected Tae-shik's weapon. Jin-woo shielded Mr. Song, forcing Tae-shik to pull out another dagger to block this sudden strike. Juhi's jaw literally dropped, while Tae-shik looked absolutely annoyed by the kid standing in front of him. "Who the hell are you? What rank are you?" Well, since he asked, Jin-woo casually replied, "I'm Sung Jin-woo, an E rank." Calm attitude made Tae-shik jump back in sheer disbelief. "You're telling me you're an E rank?" His eyes were full of suspicion. How could an E rank block his attack and leave his hands trembling like this? Mr. Song stood there in shock and asked, "How did you do that?" But there was no time to explain. Jin-woo stared at the purple-haired psycho who was starting to lose his mind. An E rank? Blocking his strike? Sure, maybe if he was a strength-build hunter. But judging by his reflexes, Tae-shik knew this kid was far from ordinary. He had blocked his attacks twice already. Could he be an assassin type? Tae-shik wondered before shaking his head. No, this has nothing to do with his class. This brat is hiding his real skills. Jin-woo just stood there as Tae-shik interrogated him. Kid, are you a false ranker? No, you've been close with your party for too long to hide that. False ranker would never let anyone who saw their true power live, which means there's only one answer. You're a double awakened. The old man and the girl stared at Jin-woo in complete shock. Sung is double awakened? Tae-shik loved their shocked faces and mocked them. Judging by their reactions, you must have reawakened pretty recently. But even so, you're still just an inexperienced brat. With both weapons drawn, Tae-shik was ready to go all in. Face darkened as he muttered, "Since I'm your senior, let me teach you a lesson or two." Jin-woo wasn't intimidated by this psycho at all. He calmly asked, "Why are you doing what?" Tae-shik smirked, letting out a wild laugh. "You talking about me killing those prisoners?" Jin-woo glared at him with pure disgust. "I'm talking about everything." Tae-shik's twisted smile grew wider. He laughed, "Man, your eyes are giving me chills. Relax a bit, bro. I had my reasons." It turns out Tae-shik's involvement started at a cafe last night. A miserable-looking old man met him and said, "I heard you never know what happens inside dungeons." Placed a heavy bag on the table and said, "There are 2 billion won in here." Trembling as he held the bag, holding back his tears, begged Tae-shik to kill those scumbags. "I believe you understand why I'm giving you this money." Tae-shik immediately set his terms. "I'll need another 1 billion won on top of this to take care of the other hunters. Can you get that much?" Tapping the bag, he asked, "Why do you want me to do this?" Seeing trash on the ground is annoying, but that doesn't mean people will just pick it up. Unzipping the bag to find exactly 2 billion won neatly stacked inside, Tae-shik asked the man, "Why do you want to pick up this trash and throw it in the bin?" With eyes full of pure hatred, the middle-aged man replied, "One of the prisoners I supervise raped my daughter. She hanged herself, and my wife is bedridden from shock. It makes my blood boil to think that bastard will be free in a few years, living his life like nothing happened. I can't even sleep at night. I have to do something about it." Tae-shik recalled the story, explaining why he agreed to do the job for 3 billion won. "No way I could say no to a father whose daughter was assaulted. I tried to turn him down by raising the price, but he accepted it without hesitation. Even though things have changed now, I don't want to hurt you guys. If you promise to act like nothing happened here today, I'll let you go." Jin-woo raised an eyebrow. "You say that, but weren't you just talking about teaching me a lesson?" Tae-shik's face twitched as his bloodlust leaked out completely. There was no way Jin-woo would buy his story. Besides, I have zero reason to believe a guy who just made up a whole story a minute ago. Vanishing like the wind right in front of Jin-woo, Tae-shik instantly reappeared and clashed violently with him. He had laid his cards on the table. "Honestly, it doesn't matter if you believe me or not. I just feel bad for the collateral damage that has to die while I'm squashing a bug." Blocking Tae-shik / Jin-woo shot back, "Then I feel sorry for you too." Jin-woo's cold eyes locked onto the psycho. Sparks flew wildly from their clashing blades. "I feel sorry for you because you're about to die." That gaze made him shudder. Even a seasoned veteran like Tae-shik is literally shaking right now. Fear is creeping into his soul, so he starts swinging even harder. Screams, "I do not care how many levels you have climbed, you are still just an E-rank trash. I am not an easy target." Jin-woo feels his blade connect, but plot twist. The guy teleports next to him like a ghost, mocking him too slow. At this speed, Jin-woo's eyes can still keep up, but he has to admit, this dude is actually fast. Next thing you know, they are clashing so fast they are basically invisible. All you see are sparks flying from the sheer force of their blows. Old man Song-shil is just standing there, jaw dropped, wondering, how on earth is this kid moving like that? He is definitely not the weak Hunter Sung I used to know. Just then, Jin-woo barely dodges a direct stab from Tae-shik, but the villain does not even sweat. Instead, he laughs like a maniac. "Guess 3 billion won is not enough for this job. I never expected to find a cracked hunter like you in a D-rank dungeon." Bro is talking major trash, but deep down, he is thinking the exact same thing as Jin-woo. Since they are moving at the exact same speed, Tae-shik decides to test him again. Dashes right in front of Jin-woo, mocking, "Is this your absolute limit? Sure, your eyes can track me, but it does not mean a thing. Your body cannot keep up." Right on cue, Joo-hee clutch casts another buff on Jin-woo from behind. A warm light wraps around his body. She cheers. "You can do it." Seeing this, Tae-shik gets incredibly annoyed. That healer just buffed his speed again. No more playing around. He gears up and boosts his speed to another level. Boom. They trade nearly 10 blows in a flash, fighting from corner to corner in a crazy deadlock. With only one single dagger in his hand, Jin-woo is forced to use his bare left hand to block Tae-shik's dual-wielding attacks. The clash is pure insanity, nothing but flashing blades and blurred movements, dashing all over the room, ringing out with non-stop clanging sounds. Honestly, the two bystanders cannot even track them with the naked eye. To Tae-shik, even if their stats and skills are similar, this punk lacks high-level combat experience. He thinks that exact difference is what is going to make him lose. So, to gain an unfair advantage, Tae-shik plays dirty and throws one of his daggers right at the back. If you want to protect your healer, do it right. Tae-shik laughs like a maniac as the dagger flies straight at Ju-hee. She is completely defenseless, but luckily old man Song Chi-yul has her back. He rushes forward, using his sword tip to perfectly parry the flying dagger away. But even so, Jin-woo gets temporarily distracted. He completely misses the dark shadow rushing straight at him. Tae-shik slashes repeatedly, carving horizontal and vertical lines all over Jin-woo's body. Behind him, Ju-hee screams in absolute terror, but when Jin-woo steps, turns out his body did not take a single hit. He dodged backward so fast that those slashes only sliced empty air. Tae-shik sees this and has to admit, kid actually has some serious balls. He really used himself as bait just to slow me down and protect his healer. Well, Jin-woo is officially done with this yapping trash talker. Bro thinks he can threaten Jin-woo? Two can play that game. I am highly sensitive to anyone who wants me dead. To be exact, the system itself is extremely sensitive to his life being threatened. Thanks to you, the system just popped up again. Right in front of Jin-woo, an emergency quest suddenly appears. Eliminate the enemies. The description is exactly like the time it forced him to wipe out those 8 corrupt hunters. Only this time, there is only one target on the hit list. The Kasaka dagger in Jin-woo's hand is locked onto his prey. Come get some. Jin-woo glares at Tae-shik with pure killer intent, sending a sudden wave of anxiety straight through the villain's eyes. Tae-shik is sweating, thinking, I am supposed to have the upper hand here. What is this punk planning? Meanwhile, Jin-woo is actually feeling pretty grateful. Pissed him. He smirks. Thanks for giving me another valid reason to put you down. In a split second, Tae-shik lunges forward like a hurricane, but Jin-woo is just as fast. Boom! Their blades collide with a massive clang. This strike has way more juice than the previous ones, sending shockwaves that literally make the surrounding air vibrate. Still, Tae-shik just cannot stop yapping. He sneers, we both rely on speed and use daggers, which makes us both close-range assassin types. Don't you think I am the perfect guy to teach you a lesson or two? Jin-woo just stares back with ice-cold eyes, replying, you actually make a good point. I am learning a lot from you right now. For example, I am learning that opponents who yap too much look like absolute trash. Landing a few paces back, Jin-woo activates his speed skill, instantly boosting his movement speed by 30%. It drains 1 mana point per second, but that is more than enough to make Tae-shik completely lose his mind. No way, he is even faster now. He frantically crosses his twin daggers to block, but before he can even spot Jin-woo, his own weapons are violently blasted wide open. So this kid has active skills too? While Tae-shik's guard is completely broken, Jin-woo instantly teleports right behind him. With a clean strike, Jin-woo cuts right through the purple-haired assassin, leaving a deep, bloody slash across Tae-shik's furious face. A wave of sharp pain immediately surges entire body. Boom! Paralysis effect activated. Bleeding effect activated. The villain is now losing 1% of his health every single second. For the first time, Tae-shik feels pure terror, realizing he is fatally poisoned. Just one minor scratch has his entire body violently convulsing. It does not take long for him to realize it is all because of the cursed dagger in Jin-woo's hand. But despite the OP debuff, this high-tier assassin is not going down that easily. The system quickly alerts Jin-woo that the target's resistance is way too high, instantly canceling out the debuffs. Jin-woo quickly adapts. He realized the status effects would not last long against a high-level hunter. This guy is actually pretty tough. Suddenly, Tae-shik's body begins to fade away, but that wicked grin on his face never disappears. He snickers. Now it is Moon's turn to show you something really interesting. In an instant, the purple-haired maniac completely vanishes. Jin-woo's eyes widen as he scans the room, but there is absolutely nothing in sight. What is going on? He cannot see him, and he cannot even sense the guy's presence anymore. Clang! Out of nowhere, Jin-woo reacts in a split second, raising his dagger to block a deadly strike from the left, barely escaping a fatal blow. But still, the enemy remains completely invisible. Tae-shik's mocking voice echoes through the dark cave. I am completely invisible. Yet you actually blocked my attack? Your senses are insanely sharp, kid. This stealth skill makes me completely vanish. You shouldn't be able to see, hear, or even smell me. Only a handful of elite assassin hunters possess this rare broken skill, and honestly, nobody has ever survived after witnessing it. Before Jin-woo can even react, a blade slices right through his left calf. The searing pain makes him gasp out loud. Damn, that hit actually hurt! Feeling absolutely proud of his speed, Tae-shik half-wap reveals himself to Jin-woo and smirks. I literally just shredded your leg muscles, bro. Sure, special care might heal it instantly, but you're way too far from your healer. At best, you're only getting basic heals. Seeing Ju-hee trying to rush over, this purple-haired clown half-materializes again, pointing his sword right at her to threaten her. Don't do anything stupid. Take one step and you're next. Ju-hee freezes up, absolutely terrified, and stops in her tracks. Even Mr. Song is completely helpless. He can't even leave to call for backup because his speed is absolutely no match for Tae-shik's insane skills. The old man is sweating bullets, worried Jin-woo will bleed out and die. Gripping his sword tight, Mr. Song can only curse his own weakness for not being able to help him. Still, he's ready to throw his life away just to buy time for Kid to heal. But Tae-shik's sneaky eyes immediately catch on to Mr. Song's move, and he scoffs arrogantly. Do you seriously think you can survive my attacks in your current state? With that pathetic speed, you can't do trash. Glancing at Jin-woo's heavily bleeding leg, he chuckles wickedly. How many minutes is it gonna take to heal that? Do you even have the strength to stop me? Trash talk just annoys Jin-woo. He snaps back, hey clown, you talk way too much. Suddenly his full recovery skill instantly activates and a brilliant light wraps around Jin-woo, completely restoring his body. Even a B-rank healer like Ju-hee has never seen anything like this, and for a veteran hunter like Mr. Song, he's sweating bullets seeing this. Even Tae-shik is completely dumbfounded. An instant recovery skill literally unheard of, let alone seeing it with your own eyes. Tae-shik is still invisible, but he's panicking hard. Is this crazy bastard an assassin-type hunter like him? Does a combat class with this kind of insane recovery even exist? Only Jin-woo knows the truth. He can only use this instant recovery once, so he needs a backup plan fast. Still hiding in the shadows, Tae-shik stares at the fully healed Jin-woo, mind racing with questions. Is this a trick, or is he bluffing? How many times can he even use that cheat code? He has no clue. But he knows this guy is extremely dangerous. Jin-woo stays quiet, showing zero emotion, hiding his true power, something Tae-shik will never understand. Tae-shik's eyes flash pure irritation before he vanishes. Jin-woo can feel a part of his emotions fading away, instantly locking in his cold, calm face. There's honestly nothing worth getting mad about over a clown like him. Even though Tae-shik is still invisible, he suddenly sees Jin-woo blitzing right at him at crazy speed. A swift dagger slash forces the purple-haired freak out of hiding. His stealth is completely broken. Absolute terror washes over his eyes because the stealth skill he was most proud of just got totally exposed. Leaping back to put some distance between them, he tries to laugh it off. I see you're aiming for my neck. Oh, Tae-shik suddenly realizes, I finally get what makes you different from the others. His lips stretch into a twisted grin. You've already tasted blood, haven't you? No way, you're just like me. Hearing this, Mr. Song finally realizes that even though the psycho talks too much, he's spitting facts. Hunters face countless life-or-death situations. To survive, Jin-woo had to risk his own life and take down others. The kid was forced to make brutal choices in a split second. It's clear his physical appearance isn't the only thing that changed. On the other side, Tae-shik's creepy chuckle says it all. Seasoned killers like him and Mr. Song can tell Jin-woo hasn't just taken out one person, but probably several. Awakening granted an insane amount of power, throwing society's rules right out the window. New rules were made just for hunters, meaning laws and morals don't apply to us anymore. Might makes right, and that's exactly why I'm gonna unleash my true power now. Tae-shik is forced to go all out, and he vanishes once again. His lightning-fast feet blitz toward Jin-woo, who's just standing there with his head down. Strangely, even without looking up, Jin-woo effortlessly blocks every single strike Tae-shik throws at him. The purple-haired clown loses his mind, thinking, I think I finally get how he's seeing through my stealth. My presence is completely erased when it's active, but I attack with intense bloodlust, it leaks for a split second. He's definitely waiting for that exact moment. Still, there's no way he can predict exactly where my strike is coming from. Tae-shik tries to make his movements completely unpredictable to find an opening, but little does he know, Jin-woo has a massive trump card left. His bloodlust skill is activated. The second Jin-woo's eyes snap open, staring straight into the face where Tae-shik is blitzing forward, Tae-shik is hit with a wave of pure terror that freezes him right in his tracks. The ground beneath him turns to absolute mush. A dark, creepy liquid rises up, splashing around him like he's wading through a deep river. Tae-shik stands there in shock, watching his calves sink deeper. What the heck is going on? Why is it so pitch black? Hearing a sound from above, he slowly looks up, utterly terrified. What is this? In the middle of this suffocating darkness, two glowing eyes are staring down at him, completely overwhelming his soul. Is that his shadow? Hearing the wind whip past, Tae-shik desperately tries to dodge, but the pitch-black abyss swallows him whole. Back in reality, Kasaka's Venom fang is buried deep in Tae-shik's chest, making him cough up a mouthful of blood. Ignoring his wound, pure shock and frustration fill his eyes as he struggles to gasp. Who are you? Jin-woo's cold, dead eyes stare down at his opponent, like looking at some insignificant bug not even worth mentioning. His expression doesn't even budge. Anyone who fights monsters should make sure they don't become one in the process, because if you gaze long enough into the abyss will gaze right back at you. That's a famous quote, almost every hunter has heard. They've witnessed endless deaths and taken so many lives because we stand right on the edge of life and death, fighting not just monsters, but other humans too. Hunters have basically become ultimate killing machines. Even with Kasaka's dagger buried deep chest and blood gushing out, Tae-shik still can't shut his mouth, whispering, "You're no different from us, facing death every single day." So don't even try to lump regular humans and hunters into the same category. At the end of the day, I lost, which means I die. That's just the natural law for all living things. Let me ask you one last thing. Who the hell are you? A hunter or some assassin with a crazy healing factor? And on top of that, you can literally siphon your opponent's life. Is a cheat code I've never even heard of. But Jin-woo isn't about to spill his secrets to this dude. He just plays it cool, saying, "Well, to be honest, I'd like to know the answer to that myself." Kang Tae-shik starts coughing up a storm, looking like he's completely cooked. He's like, "A yapper like me must look pathetic to you, but honestly, someone with way too many secrets isn't exactly a good guy either." Suddenly, the paralysis effect kicks in, making him writhe in pain, followed immediately by a bleeding effect. Tae-shik's voice goes totally quiet. "Now that you've finished me off, you can keep your true power hidden." Jin-woo stays dead silent for a moment before dropping a wild question. "What if I'm a hunter who can level up and get stronger after every single fight? How far do you think I can go?" Tae-shik's mind is fading, but he takes this question dead seriously. He stares right behind Jin-woo, whispering, "Your shadow has already merged with the darkness. It's deep, like an abyss. That's exactly how insanely strong you're going to get." Jin-woo just watches as Tae-shik goes totally limp, boom, and the system heme screen pops up to show the quest is complete. This run only gave a single reward, 5 bonus skill points. With the job done, Jin-woo pulls up his hood, lost in thought. There's no doubt about it, I have gotten way stronger than I ever was before. But for some weird reason, as he looks down at the dark red pool of blood slowly creeping toward his feet, Jin-woo feels like something inside him is breaking every time he gains more power. Joo-hee softly calls out to him from behind, "Thank you." And on old man Sung Chi-yul's face, there's a warm smile. "Thank you, Sung. If it wasn't for you, we'd all be dead right now. Only 3 of us made it out." Joo-hee has no idea what they should do. Absolute mess. Shouldn't we just leave the dungeon right now and report everything to the association? But the second Jin-woo says he wants to clear the boss first, old man, Chi-yul practically loses it. "Why are you trying to fight the boss all by yourself?" But then, remembering the absolute god mode the kid just pulled off, his voice instantly softens. "Well, I guess after seeing what you can do, I won't stop you. Man, I wish we could at least give a proper funeral to poor souls." Jin-woo steps over to Tae-shik to grab his Kasaka dagger, when suddenly he spots a glowing blue and white light on the guy's chest. A rune stone with a weird carving, and the system confirms it's the stealth rune stone. Crushing this baby will grant a skill, meaning he can literally steal the stealth skill that guy used. The other two smarten up and get ready to head out, telling Jin-woo they'll contact the association and wait for him outside. Giving them a grateful nod, Jin-woo replies, "This won't take long." He shoves his hands in his pockets and heads deeper into the cave where Tae-shik slaughtered all those prisoners. "I know you're still breathing, get up." The blue-haired prisoner is terrified when he realizes Jin-woo is talking directly to him. "Why were you pretending to be dead? Trying to sneak out? Why aren't you saying anything?" As the guy struggles to sit up with blood dripping from his neck, Jin-woo realizes Tae-shik was a straight-up demon. He twisted enough to slice his vocal cords so he couldn't scream, probably aiming to give him the most painful death. And at this rate, there's no way he doesn't bleed out and die anyway. Jin-woo grabs the trash prisoner by his collar, lifting him up as he mutters, "You could actually survive if I get Joo-hee to heal you." The guy thinks he's saved, but plot twist, Jin-woo starts dragging him the exact opposite way of the exit. Bro, this path leads straight into the boss's lair. The massive wooden doors where 2 burning torches loom ahead, and the prisoner completely loses it. Standing right there is a giant, massive, red-haired boss monster with a creepy grin on its face, staring right at the new snack. Behind it, a whole pack of green goblins are dancing around like crazy. The guy slowly turns to look at the demon who dragged him here. He wants to scream his lungs out, but Jin-woo cuts him off first. "Do you even remember the face of the victim you assaulted? You're even bigger trash than Tae-shik. I will never let you walk out of this dungeon alive." The trash criminal starts shaking uncontrollably as the goblins start closing in on him. Every single one of them has gross green skin, jagged teeth, and drool dripping everywhere. This dude was a bloodthirsty psycho before, but now he's so terrified his jaw literally drops. A goblin reaches out, grabs his lower jaw. The whole pack jumps on him, tearing him apart. These things are straight-up bloodthirsty monsters, and they don't have a single drop of mercy for their prey's pain. Jin just stands there, slowly watching the entire brutal slaughter play out. Goblins tear the guy's body to shreds. A silent scream echoes through the dungeon, though Jin-woo is probably the only one who can hear it. After that, taking down the goblin boss was absolute light work for him. Meanwhile, outside, Song and Joo-hee had already exited the dungeon to report the crazy incident to the monitor officer. The second she hears about the massive disaster inside, she immediately contacts her bosses. Within minutes, high-ranking agents show up on the scene. Woo Jin-chul adjusts his tie and asks the monitoring officer, how long ago was the gate cleared? She says 40 minutes, which means the cleanup crew only has 20 minutes left to do their job. It looks like we're too late. We'll try to recover the bodies within 8 minutes. If we can't, we have to pull out and leave them behind. But when he hears that the survivors actually cleared the gate, Woo Jin-chul is highly suspicious. If Tae-shik was really hired to assassinate all the criminal hunters, and if the story they're telling is true, wouldn't the survivors want to preserve the bodies as solid evidence? Instead, they chose to seal off the dungeon, which means something is definitely off here. As he walks closer to the gate, Jin-chul spots a young guy standing next to Song Ji-yul. Checking his hunter list, he realizes it's Sung Jin-woo, but his glow-up is so insane he looks like a completely different person. He wonders if this is even the same guy. He politely approaches Hunter Sung, we meet again. Jin-woo is stunned for a second, then recognizes him as the monitoring agent from back then. Taking the chance to officially introduce himself, he says, my name is Woo Jin-chul, the manager of the surveillance team. I've heard about the massive incident caused by our agent. We'll issue an official apology once we gather all the facts. The actual investigation will be handled by the forensics division, not us. Meanwhile, Jin-woo really doesn't want to leak that he was the one who absolutely humbled Kang Tae-shik, B-rank hunter. Because right now, this surveillance team leader, Woo Jin-chul, is flexing a seriously overwhelming aura of a true powerhouse, something he never even noticed before. His face was dead calm while doing his job. His level is just different, a total A-rank beast. Current power, he stands zero chance. So when they asked him to cooperate with the investigation, Jin-woo immediately agreed. Alright, let me get straight to the point. Who actually killed B-rank hunter Kang Tae-shik? Jin-woo does some quick math. There is no way he can hide his double awakening now. Looks like his deal with Jin-ho is officially dead. Jin-ho wanted a low-rank but cracked hunter, but once this goes public, Jin-woo's rank is getting re-evaluated. Then, out of nowhere, Uncle Song steps up and says, it was me. I am the one who took down Kang Tae-shik. Jin-chul looks at him and asks, what rank is Chi-yul? Hearing that the old man is only C-rank, totally confused. How could a C-rank beat a B-rank? Chi-yul just nods toward Joo-hee behind him and asks, don't you see who is standing right behind me? Honestly, that makes sense. Jin-chul plays along, agreeing that with support, beating a B-rank is doable. But Tae-shik is a whole different beast to the monitoring division. Skills are way above your average B-rank. Could a C-rank hunter who literally lost an arm actually take down a monster like him? Well, no rush, he just asks everyone to write a report about whole situation. Once the monitoring division backs off, Jin-woo walks over to the old man and asks, why did you lie for me? Song replies, Jin-woo, I know you have your reasons to hide your true power, so I won't pry, but they are definitely going to investigate this. This might not be enough to repay you for saving my life, but at least it is something I can do. Suddenly, Jin-chul calls Jin-woo over for a private chat. Look, I highly suspect you were the one who took down B-rank Kang Tae-shik, but repeating the question of whether you double awakened is pointless. Right now, I just want to warn you, because if you are not careful, you are cooked. Jin-woo is totally lost. But then, Jin-chul brings up Hwang Dong-suk's party getting wiped out the other day. The only survivors of that dungeon were you and a D-rank hunter. But here is the catch, Hwang Dong-suk's brother is the infamous Hwang Dong-soo, and it is highly likely two are on his hit list now. Hearing the name Hwang Dong-soo, the legendary S-rank hunter, Jin-woo fronts, yep, I don't care what actually went down in there. All that matters is that you survived. We can't enforce the law on S-rank and hunters. They are different breeds entirely, way stronger, ruthless, and loaded with special privileges. Keep your head down, because that even monsters are terrified of are hunting you down right now. Before walking away, Jin-chul leaves him with some advice. If you can, leave the country with your family as soon as possible. Jin-woo says nothing, silently pulling up his status screen instead. He is currently at level 27, with his health points almost doubled. Strength is up to 72, speed is 82, perception is 69, with vitality and intelligence at 43 and 39. Aside from his passive tenacity skill, he also got Sprint and Bloodlust as active skills. Physical damage is reduced by 20%, plus some stat-boosting gear. 3 hours later, the investigation on Kang Tae-shik's contract killing is officially announced by Association President Go Gun-hee. Every other hunter's action is ruled as self-defense. With everything wrapped up, Jin-woo is about to leave when he hears a familiar voice. It is Joo-hee, holding that E-rank mana crystal from back then, asking Still remember this? Walking with her to a nearby park, Jin-woo waits for her to speak. You have changed so much, Jin-woo, while I am still stuck in the same place. Hearing her sad voice, he quickly comforts her. You have been through a lot. We all process trauma differently. Smiling at him, Joo-hee doesn't disagree. She is just sad because she is still terrified of being a hunter. I really tried to push through, but it is just too hard. P-rank healer, I should be joining A-rank or B-rank raids, or at least C-rank. I knew that, but I kept joining D-rank and E-rank raids, which is why we kept running into each other. I healed your wounds over and over again. Honestly, at first I was actually annoyed that you kept getting hurt. I thought you were just reckless and foolish, but somehow you always survived. Jin-woo, your eyes were always burning. Raw hunger to survive. It was like you were screaming, I am going to make it back alive no matter what. She looks at Jin-woo with a soft smile, but I don't think I can keep up with that level of intensity anymore. Pulling out the crystal again, she asks, back then, you promised to buy me dinner if we made it out alive, right? So let me return this to you. Jin-woo is completely speechless, but before he can even guess what is happening, Joo-hee drops a bomb. Yes, I am retiring. I am planning to move back to Busan with my parents. If you are ever in town, hit me up. I will treat you to some amazing food. Holding the crystal hand, Jin-woo stands dazed for a moment, then smiles and squeezes it tight. Deal. If I am ever in Busan, I will treat you to a meal instead. Joo-hee lets out a relieved and happy smile. Honestly, who knows when these two will ever cross paths again. Standing alone in the park under falling cherry blossoms, Jin-woo now has a brand new reason to get stronger. He needs to protect himself from the S-rank monster Hwang Dong-soo. He has to grind and get stronger as fast as possible. It is his only way out. Just as he arrives at the meeting spot with the rich kid, Jin-woo is hit with a sight that makes him smirk. Like, what is even going on here? There are 8 random people of all shapes and sizes standing around, looking completely unmotivated. Only Jin-ho is still as hyped as ever. Why the long face? These are our raid party members. Everyone here has a hunter license, but they can't actually fight. Jin-woo spots a polite guy with a limp and another guy who looks like a heavy drinker. This kid is wild. He literally handpicked people who are struggling just to get by. Glancing at a girl in a hoodie standing by a tree, Jin-woo murmurs under his breath, you even brought a kid along? I mean, there is no law against minors raiding as long as they are awakened. She is already throwing a tantrum. Hey, did you just call me a kid? I am a licensed hunter, okay. Jin-woo gives her a blank stare and asks, are you in high school? Got any actual raid experience? She hesitates and says no. Well then, obviously, she is an E-rank. But whatever, it does not matter. It's not like she is entering the dungeon anyway. She'll just stand guard outside. Jin-ho and I will be the only ones going in. Turning back to explain to the 8 people there, Jin-woo straight up tells them, the 2 of us want to handle this on our own, but you cannot even enter a C-rank dungeon without a full party. That is why I called you guys here. Instantly, the party starts whispering. Are these 2 seriously planning to clear a C-rank dungeon by themselves? Like, are they actually pros? The kid with the headphones raises his hand to speak for everyone. Hey man, are you really paying us 3 million won even if we do not step foot inside the gate? Yu Jin-ho holds up 3 fingers to confirm. Each person gets 3 million won per raid. Sweet deal without even going inside, right? All you guys need to do is chill near the entrance and wait for us to return. But remember, you cannot tell a single soul about what you see today. Just like the contract says, if you break the NDA, you will be fined 10 times the amount we paid you. But suddenly, cutting Jin-ho off because he just cannot take it anymore, Jin-woo asks, what on earth are you wearing? The kid is literally covered from head to toe in some super shiny armor. It looks straight out of a display case, but Jin-ho just flexes a proud smile and says, this full set was custom made by a master craftsman in Italy. It boosts my strength. Since the 2 of us are tackling the dungeon, I had to come prepared, right? Jin-woo says absolutely nothing. He just taps the kid's chest with 1 finger. That tiny tap easily knocks him flat on his back. The armor hits the ground with a massive crash. Jin-woo is totally done with this kid. Take that off right now while I still being nice. The poor kid is basically crying, nodding along, but he is not even getting up. A moment later, his tiny voice whimpers, brother, can you pull me up, please? This armor is way too heavy. He literally cannot stand up on his own. Later on, with a massive backpack on his shoulders, Jin-ho puts on a super serious face and says, all right, let us do this. The hype is real already. Looking at the helmet the kid insisted on wearing and listening to his old man-like voice, Jin-woo just scoffs twice and calmly walks on. He and his little bro step right into the gate. Behind them, the party starts gossiping in disbelief. Why do they not look like powerful hunters at all? Once the 2 appear, a guy on crutches speaks up. If they are actually strong enough to handle a C-rank gate, why not just join a major guild and clear higher rank dungeons instead? What if they die in there? Well, even if they die, we still get paid, so chilling out here and gossiping is fine. But then someone says, I know that guy. That is the E-rank hunter Sung Jin-woo, the one everyone calls the world's weakest hunter. What kind of meme title is that? A sketchy-looking dude who addicted to booze and cigarettes takes a puff and scoffs. Those kids are probably just playing tough. Typical teenagers. Fast forward to 3 o'clock. In the afternoon, Yoo Jin-ho comes sprinting out of the gate carrying a massive bag and panting heavily. The 8 party members are still waiting outside, shocked to see them walk out, completely untouched. Suddenly, a blonde guy shouts in shock, "Everyone, get over here and look!" The gate is closing, which means they actually defeated the dungeon boss. Ignoring the noisy crowd, Jin-woo looks at the exhausted kid beside him. "Where are we heading next, Jin-ho?" The rest of the crew just tags along. The next dungeon is about an hour away. We have to clear a total of 3 dungeons today, which means you guys can earn 9 million won. You in? That is a massive bag. Of course, everyone wants in, but literally just standing around and getting paid leaves them completely baffled. These guys literally just cleared a C-rank dungeon, and now they want to jump straight into another raid? Everyone has the exact same question burning in their minds. Who on earth are these guys? Meanwhile, inside the White Tiger Guild headquarters, someone screams out, "Boss, you need to see this." The division leader is absolutely losing his mind after hearing that someone is dropping 250 million won just to enter a C-rank gate. Ordnance report that a certain team is bidding on every single C-rank gate the second pop up. Because of this, there are literally no gates left for the lower hunters in our guild. The starting bid was 70 million won, then it jumped to 100 million won, and they ended up buying the gate license for 250 million won. Staring at the unfamiliar name on the screen, On-sang squints and asks, "Is the leader named Yoo Jin-ho? How have I never heard of this guy?" His subordinate guesses it seems this kid is the second son of the chairman of Eugene Construction, using company money to buy up gates. At first, Sang-min thought this was just a rich kid's expensive hobby, and there was barely any profit to make. But when he reads the name of the guy raiding with the rich kid, Sang-min hesitates and calls out Kichul is not survivor of the double dungeon incident from a few months ago. His name is Sung Jin-woo, right? Suddenly, Sang-min realizes this is a gold mine. Slapping his desk, he stands up and orders everyone to drop what they are doing. Bring me every piece of information on D-rank hunter Yoo Jin-ho and E-rank hunter Sung Jin-woo immediately. Do not delay. The White Tiger Guild becomes a chaotic mess as keyboards clack furiously. They are desperately trying to figure out how Sung Jin-woo survived 3 separate disasters. First, double dungeon. Second, Hwang Dong-suk's strike squad. And third, that recent murder incident involving a monitoring division hunter who was hired as an assassin. Sung Jin-woo and Yoo Jin-ho first crossed paths during the second incident. Also, Yoo Jin-ho stands out because of his ties to Eugene Construction. Word on street is that Chairman Yoo Myung-han is scouting top-tier hunters to build a brand new guild. If that is true, it perfectly explains why Yoo Jin-ho is clearing out these dungeons at warp speed. Sang-min pieces the clues together, connecting the recruitment of elite hunters to E-rank Sung Jin-woo and rich kid sweeping C-rank gates with ease. He drops a major plot twist. Sung Jin-woo has definitely gone through a double awakening. His subordinate gasps, but Sang-min is absolutely convinced. There is no other way that kid could have survived all 3 massive incidents. They were all absolute bloodbaths where almost everyone ended up dead. Unless he had a double awakening, nothing makes sense. According to the latest files, C-rank mage and a B-rank healer supposedly defeated Kang Tae-shik, but I am not buying it because he is a B-rank assassin class hunter. Mage is total trash against assassin classes, and unless Kang Tae-shik was completely brain dead, he would have targeted the healer first. That means it was practically a C-rank mage, going solo against B-rank assassin. We already know how that would end. Aside from those 2, E-rank Sung Jin-woo is the only other survivor, which means he is the only real suspect. Literally the only logical explanation. Convinced, his subordinate asks, "Where are we going now? Where else? We are going to recruit a brand new member." Kichul's jaw drops. He cannot believe Chief On is personally scouting a rookie. Meanwhile, inside a certain dungeon, only 3 monsters remain. Giant wolves are huddling together, teeth literally chattering. Even though they're massive, they are absolutely shaking in their boots right now, completely terrified of the human stepping out from behind that smoke. Total deadpan look, while the wolves' eyes are practically popping out of their heads. They immediately scatter to run for their lives, but boom, they're already catching savage slashes from this newcomer. Trying to resist is completely useless. They can't do a single thing to stop Jinwoo's advance, and it's just a total bloodbath. Gino's only job is to mine, but his eyes are glued to his bro, who is moving way too clean. Like there's no way he hasn't been hiding these broken skills all this time. But wait, why does it feel like he's even stronger than before? Spoiler alert, Jinwoo actually is. He just hit level 39, and all his stats are totally cracked now. And as always, his strength, speed, and perception stats are totally gapping his health and intelligence. After tearing through the dungeon for a bit, he sees that he leveled up again. He even unlocked some fire skills, like critical strike and advanced dagger techniques. And of course, we can't forget stealth, which takes 200 mana to hide his body and temporarily erase his entire presence. Only catch is, this thing drains 10 mana per second, so Jin-woo has to keep chugging mana potions like crazy. But even though it's a bit of a drag, this skill is insanely effective compared to others when fighting these wolves. Once he levels up some more, maybe Jin-woo will actually put some points into his intelligence stat. Honestly, these dungeon mobs are absolutely nothing to him right now, especially with his advanced dagger technique, boosting his dagger damage by 33%. Add that to his critical strike skill, which costs 70 mana and lets him pinpoint enemy weak spots to deal insane critical damage with his dagger. Just like that, Jinwoo's eyes lock onto the wolves' weak spots. 3 quick crits and 1 is down, easy game. He smirks thinking, yeah, this skill is actually pretty clean. After wiping out all the monsters, a system notification pops up saying he reached the required level. But wait, required level for what exactly? He looks around and suddenly another screen pops up, asking if he wants to accept a job change quest. Jinwoo is totally lost because he has never heard of this before. But hey, if the system is offering, he is taking it. Plus, his stat screen literally says Sung Jin-woo has no class. Later that afternoon, when the White Tiger Guild crew arrives at the dungeon site, both of these guys are absolutely stunned because the place looks like a literal campsite. Some people are chilling, drinking beer and eating fried chicken, while others are playing cards. One guy is even on the phone talking to his mom. Like, why on earth are all these hunters just chilling outside the gate? Suddenly, a kid walks up and starts talking back to Sangmin. This area is restricted. Who even are you? But since he just sees a kid, he snaps right back. Adults are working here, kid, don't get in the way. But hello, she's actually a hunter, so stop treating her like a little kid. Sangmin is shocked and asks, wait, you're actually a member of this strike squad? And she's just like, yep. Starting to feel super sketchy. But that answer gets Sangmin incredibly hyped. Those two literally went inside without bringing a single teammate with them. So if my theory is right, Sung Jin-woo is going to be the rookie of the century, and we're talking absolute top-tier level. Seeing the gate start to fluctuate, the crowd outside immediately starts shouting, "The captain is back, let's get ready to roll!" The second he steps out, Jin-woo asks, "So which gate are we hitting tomorrow?" Jinyo says, "I actually have some personal stuff to take care of, so I'll need to take a day off." Pulling out his phone, Jinyo shows him the gates he booked for tomorrow. He says if it's super urgent, he can cancel, but if they don't enter within 2 days of booking, they'll automatically lose their permit. Thinking that's just throwing money away, Jinwoo says, let's just leave it for now and figure it out later. Suddenly, someone from across the street walks up calling Jinwoo's name, holding out a business card, him saying, "I'm An Songmin, the head of the management department for White Tiger Guild, Division 2. Jinwoo wasn't even planning on taking the card, but he's curious what the White Tiger Guild wants with them. Once they're inside a coffee shop, Sungmin gets straight to the point, saying, "I'm sure you've heard of all the major guilds, like the Hunters Guild, the Fiend Guild, the Knights, the Fame Guild, and of course our White Tiger Guild. I don't even need to tell you that we're one of the absolute best in Korea. So, let me just lay it all out for you. Mr. Sung Jin-woo, I'm here to invite you to join White Tiger. Whatever offer the Yujin Construction Company gave you, we will literally double it." A confident smirk spreads across Sangmin's face. He wanted to get straight to the point because he is absolutely sure he can destroy any offer Gino made. He goes, "We are ready to make an even better offer if you think that amount isn't enough for someone with your insane skills." He's staring at Jinwoo, waiting to see some greedy reaction. Because for an E-rank hunter who was literally at the bottom not long ago, this is a once-in-a-lifetime offer. But instead, Jinwoo hits him with a completely random question. Just how expensive is the White Tiger Guild headquarters? Songmin is completely thrown off, like, what is this guy even asking? But he still answers honestly, well, we don't use the entire building right now. But if you add up all the floors, the total value is around 50 billion won. Then Jinwoo hits him with, so are you saying your guild is ready? Just hand over that entire amount to me. Now Sangmin is completely lost. He asks, wait, what do you mean? What, 30 billion won? On Sangmin screams it out before realizing. He just yelled so loud that the entire coffee shop is staring right at him. He clears his throat to play it cool, and then Jinwoo continues, yeah, Yujin Construction offered me a building worth 30 billion won. Since you just offered to double that, I guess you're ready to hand over your 50 billion won White Tiger building to me, right? Fangman's jaw literally drops. Did Yujin seriously offer 30 billion won? Are his skills really that broken, even though he hasn't even been reevaluated yet? Or is this kid just bluffing because he thinks there's no way to double check? But Jin-woo pulls out his phone to shut him down, saying, "If you think I'm Cap, I have the proof right here." Jin-woo is internally laughing, realizing Songmin didn't actually know about his deal with Jingo and just blindly offered to double it right off the bat. Seeing Jin-woo's dead serious face, it's clear he isn't lying, which makes Songmin start to stutter. "Well, you see, I don't exactly have the authority to approve that kind of insane money. If you could just give me some time, I can bring this up with the higher-ups at the guild." But before he can even finish, Jin-woo is already standing up and pulling back his chair, saying, "I guess we're done here." There's no way. Songmin realizes he completely rushed into this. He should have figured out how much Yujin was offering first, and definitely should have cleared it with the guild before trying to scout him. But suddenly, before leaving, Jin-woo stops and turns back to ask, "How did you even find out about me? You did a background check, didn't you?" By the time Songmin looks up, he has already completely vanished. Before he can even process, a tiny cut slices open his cheek and blood drips out, making Sangmin completely lose it. It is like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. No way, is he using some crazy stealth? Then Jin-woo's chilling whisper comes from right behind him, "Don't turn around." That is when it clicks. Jin-woo is a reawakened hunter with high-key broken stealth skills. This explains why Yujin Group offered him such a massive, ridiculous contract. Realizing he is completely cooked and caught red-handed, Sangmin has no choice but to spill the tea, admitting, "We did not plan to investigate your background from the start. But we got a tip that someone in the White Tiger Guild territory was buying up every single C-rank dungeon permit, so started digging, and all roads led straight to you, Hunter Sung. As for those 3 massive incidents inside the gates, we do not have any concrete proof, but because of that, we are absolutely convinced that you reawakened. That is the only way you could get such high-rank cheat code skills and survive." Coincidentally, Jin-ho was also in one of those exact raids with you. And after seeing you play like an absolute god firsthand, Jin-ho must have run some tests to build the raid team his dad is trying put together. That explains why you targeted all those C-rank gates. When you connect the dots, it actually makes perfect sense. That is why I came to find you today. Jin casually asks, "How many other people know about me?" Glancing past Sangmin, he spots just one subordinate outside the cafe eating rice balls. Right now, only Sangmin and Kichul know about this. His logic actually checks out. Jin-woo realizes that he and Jin-ho drew way too much unwanted attention by running so many C-rank dungeons. Outwardly, he just says coldly, "I do not want anyone else knowing about me. If I hear even a single soul talking about this, that's going to be on you, right?" Sangmin lets out a strained laugh. "Normally, I would have to submit a formal report to the guildmaster, but since I am not trying to get killed, I will make sure Kichul, my subordinate, stays completely silent." Jin-woo gives a quick thanks and then, boom, he suddenly teleports right into the seat opposite him. I get that we have been a major pain for the White Tiger Guild by sweeping up all these C-rank dungeons. But the thing is, we have no plans to stop anytime soon. Sangmin keeps it real, saying, "We cannot let you do that. We need those gates to train our rookie hunters. They are not strong enough to handle high-rank gates yet." Hearing this, Jin-woo drops a deal that absolutely blows the division chief's mind. "I will sell 3 of the C-rank gates we booked to you, but this offer is strictly a one-day only deal. If you miss out now, it is going to be almost impossible to book C-rank gates later." Sangmin can hear it loud and clear. Jin-woo's pitch is so convincing. He sounds like a pro salesman hyping up limited stock. Seoul metro area is not the only place with dungeons, so White Tiger could easily send their rookies to other provinces. But the catch is, every province already has its own big boss guild, like the Fame Guild in Namjeola or the Fiery Knights Guild in Gyeongsang. If they send rookies there, those local guilds will lose their minds. Sangmin knows this all too well, so he asks what the damage is for those 3 gates. When he hears 300 million, 1 per gate, he literally spits out his drink, completely losing his mind, shouting, "The absolute maximum profit you can pull from a C-rank gate is 200 million won. Paying you 300 million won per gate means we are taking a massive loss. We might be a top guild, but 300 million is daylight robbery. How about 200 million? Before he can even try to negotiate, Jin-woo nods and says, "Deal, done," making Sangmin completely freeze up, shaking Jin-woo's hand like a total zombie. Just like that, 3 gates are sold to the White Tiger Guild for 600 million won. And the cash has to hit his bank account today. By the way, here is a little gift. Jin-woo pulls out a small potion and tells Sangmin to open wide. The guy is so shell-shocked he just does whatever he is told, opening his mouth instantly. Jin-woo pours the liquid in and boom, the cut in Sangmin's face completely vanishes. Before young hunter can walk away, Sangmin calls out, "You literally just showed me your stealth and healing abilities. Do you actually trust me that much?" Jin-woo says straight up, Sure, as long as you keep your mouth shut. And just like that, he leaves Sung Min sitting there. Ki-chul rushes in, totally freaked out, asking what just happened. What is that glowing stuff on your face? Did negotiations with Sung Jin-woo go south? Sang Min has no idea where to even start, only managing to say one thing. That guy is on a whole different level than we thought. As soon as he leaves, Jin-ho calls Jin-woo, saying, "Bro, 600 million won actually just hit our account. I cannot believe you actually sold those gates. I was literally about to cancel the reservations. Who did you even sell them to?" Jin-woo just chuckles and says, "That is a classified secret." Back at the office, Jewel is making a massive scene in the Division 2 management room. A second later, Sang Min screams, "What do you mean there are tons of leftover C-rank gates?" Yeah, Ki-chul shows him his phone screen. These gates are being sold for 10 million won or less. Ki-chul looks completely pale, saying Jinho's team did not even book a single one of these. "I think we got played. Boss, Jinho's team is not even planning any raids tomorrow." Reality check has Sang Min shaking like a leaf. Not only did he fail to recruit Sung Jin-woo, but he got absolutely scammed. How on earth did I make such a massive rookie mistake? And why would he even dare to pull this off? Is he not scared I will expose him? Right then, his phone buzzes in his pocket, showing a new text from an unknown number. "This is Sung Jin-woo. We are even now, so I will let you slide for digging into my background." Reading that text, Sangmin smiles bitterly. Deals are supposed to be built on trust, so in this chess match, Sangmin simply got outplayed and mumbles, "This guy definitely a threat, that is for sure. Still, I did not expect him to hit me up directly. Well, at least now I have Sung Jin-woo's number, which is good enough for now. The end game is still recruiting him. Even if the guildmaster chews me out, this chunk of cash is nothing to the White Tiger Guild." Early next morning, Jin-woo is standing on a hill just outside the city. Wearing simple clothes, he cracks his wrist to get ready. Suddenly, a strange purple light materializes right in front of him, radiating an eerie, overwhelming power like endless light and crackling around. The wind whips his hair back, a class change. Quest actually sounds pretty hype. He steps inside the freshly spawned portal, wondering what kind of monsters are waiting for him. Just stepping in gets him hyped up. Feels like the real game is finally starting now. Inside the dungeon he just entered, something that had been asleep for ages suddenly snaps its eyes open. Torches ignite along the dark corridors, and a massive knight clad in heavy, mysterious armor charges straight at Jin-woo. Bro is literally half the size of this knight, but his speed? Absolutely cracked. He dodged and instantly threw a critical strike right at the guy's face. But this knight's armor, way too tanky, couldn't even scratch it. The knight even countered, almost taking Jin-woo's face off. If he didn't buff his speed by 30% and try a few more times, Jin-woo smashed everywhere from his legs to chest to back, but zero damage. Honestly, this mob isn't even that strong. It's just that his armor is so thick Jin-woo's dagger couldn't pierce through. This dude is slow and his attacks are weak as hell. The only annoying part is his insane defense. Jin-woo jumped back, dodging a super slow slash from the knight. Honestly, Jin-woo has no idea how this guy is leaving such massive openings. Luckily, he's already got experience fighting tanky enemies with armor that normal swords can't even scratch. He quickly grabbed the knight's helmet jaw, lifting him up with both hands, ripped it open, and boom, knight defeated. Looking at the massive body kneeling on the ground, Jin-woo realized he couldn't avoid these annoying, time-consuming fights. Fighting humanoid monsters like this is a massive headache, especially if he gets jumped by a whole squad of them. To make matters worse, he's using a torch instead of a glowing stone, so his vision is terrible. Just like past dungeons, he can't leave until completely clears this place, so he needs to save as much mana as possible. Also in this dungeon, the damage he takes is just piling up because the system won't let him leave until he finishes his job change quest. Even worse, potions and shop functions are completely disabled. If he doesn't level up, his health is cooked. Skills like stealth and critical strike are super fire, but they consume way too much mana. If he knew this would happen, he definitely would have invested points into his intelligence stat. For now, Jin-woo is still clueless about this dungeon's rank and can't even tell what level these monsters are. Plus, with no healing and no escape route, this job change quest is high-key suicidal. He only cleared the first mob and already feels like this is going to take hours, maybe even days, since he can't heal and has to rely on leveling up to recover. Wait, hold up. If this takes too long, how is he supposed to complete his daily quest? He originally planned to do it tonight, but now it looks like he won't make it. Just thinking about getting chased by that giant centipede in the desert gives him chills. He paced down the corridor, knowing he had to speedrun this. Thought to speedrun this job change quest to hit his daily goals. Plus, who knows, maybe he won't even have to run next time. With his current level, he might actually be able to straight up delete that giant poison centipede. While muttering to himself, Jin-woo suddenly heard the heavy stomping of iron armor vibrating right behind him. Dropping his torch, Jin-woo instantly launched a heavy punch right into the nearest Iron Knight's gut, sending it flying into the next knight behind it. They both crashed and went flying back, leaving the other two knights on his left and right absolutely stunned, watching them go. But they couldn't even touch Jin-woo's speed. He jumped high, bounced off the ceiling, and slammed his knee right into the left knight's helmet. Moving like a flash, he hopped over to the right knight, locked his powerful arm around its neck, and twisted hard. A loud crack echoed. The head of the Iron Knight was literally ripped off its body. Knockout! Jin-woo just proved that he doesn't need to cut through their heavy armor, he just needs to attack their core to shut them down. Talk about an easy win. And these mobs even dropped some solid loot, like a random leather coin pouch and a high-tier knight's breastplate that cuts physical damage by 7%, though it slows you down if your strength is under 80. Equipping the chestplate, Jin-woo was so relieved that gear stays invisible in real life. Seriously, if he walked around wearing this, people would laugh their heads off. But hey, the defense buff still works even if it's invisible. The gold pouch in his hand felt pretty heavy too. The system opened it, and he got 30,000 gold instantly, bumping his total up to 863,400 gold coins. Jin-woo tossed it in the air, hyped. This is the first time he's gotten gold from a pouch. But the hype didn't last long. Sensing danger, he grabbed his dagger and threw it straight into the empty air above him. Even though nothing was visible, his dagger stabbed into something solid. A few seconds later, a stealth assassin materialized, making Jin-woo's eyes widen. No way, this mob can use stealth too? Broke a sweat realizing these dungeon monsters are actually using stealth. Suddenly, a massive fireball shot right past his head from behind, forcing him to dodge back instantly. Oh crap, behind him was another monster that looked exactly like a mage, and it could even control light. So we got some using stealth and others casting light magic, just like Hwang. He realized this dungeon is basically forcing him to replay all his past battles. And to top it off, there's some crazy monk hanging upside down on the ceiling. Dodging 3 different attacks from 3 directions, Jin-woo thought, man, this dungeon is way harder than I expected. Since he's facing different classes of monsters, he has to adapt his strategy. Knights require pure strength, assassins demand high perception agility, while archers and mages require raw stamina. Since he didn't invest any points into his intelligence stat, Jin-woo's main priority is to conserve as much mana as possible, meaning he has no choice but to stop spamming his skill. His fatigue level was slowly creeping up to 66 points, which meant he needed to wrap this up fast. Even though he managed to wipe out all the knights that jumped him, Jin-woo was heavily catching his breath. He needed to rest and let his fatigue drop, so he sat down to take a breather. If he kept rushing into fights blindly, run completely out of gas. But the second he sat down, his left hand snapped out to catch an arrow flying right at him. A squad of archer knights aiming right at him, making Jin-woo absolutely furious. Seriously, can a guy not even get a minute of peace? He snapped the arrow in half and got right back, grinding. The next drops were another gold pouch and a bottle of warm water. He chugged the entire bottle and finally let out a sigh of relief. Since he had leveled up quite a bit, his health was mostly restored. Now it was time to check his loot. He had the warden's necklace, the knight's breastplate, low-tier archer gloves, high-tier knight gloves, a high-tier mage ring, and mid-tier assassin boots, equipping them all. Even though our boy Jin-woo just leveled up and got some decent gear, he's still sweating. That massive, intricately carved gate up ahead is hiding something seriously bad, and he has zero clue what's waiting for him. No turning back now. He pushes the doors wide open and steps right in. But the moment a freezing chill blasts out from the darkness, his straight face doesn't show it, but inside Jin-woo's heart skips a straight-up beat. Suddenly, torches burst into flames, lighting up a massive, breathtaking stone hall that stretches from floor to ceiling. And right in the middle of everything is a massive empty throne. Then a low thud echoes through the room. Instantly, all his senses, his eyes, his ears, even the tips of his fingers, go on absolute red alert. That sound triggers a terrifyingly familiar feeling in every single cell of his body. Wait, why does this exact, spine-chilling cold feel just like the nightmare he survived back in the double dungeon? Freezing aura coming from that massive knight in blood-red armor slowly walking towards him? Is this guy really the source of this insane, overwhelming pressure, but absolutely crushing him? Jin-woo has no idea, but he has to fight this monster with only half of his health left, and his fatigue level is already at 43. Heavy metallic footsteps echo as a tattered red cloak flutters behind. This boss-level red knight is on a whole different level compared to those trash-tier iron knights. The system calls him Commander, Blood Red Knight Igris. And get this, his name is written in deep crimson, which means he is insanely stronger than any mob Jin-woo has faced. What kind of joke is this? A literal god-tier knight protecting a totally empty throne. He steps down, dragging his massive, oversized sword along the stone stairs. The screeching sound of metal on stone instantly pushes Jin-woo's survival instincts all the way to maximum overdrive. For a giant walking tank, this dude is shockingly fast. In just a couple of steps, he closes the gap and lunges straight at Jin-woo, forcing our boy to duck for dear life as a blade barely shaves his head. The raw impact of that swing smashes into the stone wall behind Jin-woo, blowing it to pieces like it was soft tofu. Okay, this guy is not just a tank with thick armor, his raw strength is cracked. Jin-woo swings his dagger, but it just slides off without leaving a single scratch, exactly as he feared. His attacks are doing 0 damage. Before he can even think, Igris raises his massive sword high, bringing it down right where Jin-woo is standing. Jin-woo barely leaps out of the blast zone, but before he can even clear the thick dust cloud, a flash of yellow light cuts through. Out of nowhere, the tip of the knight's sword thrusts forward, grazing Jin-woo's hair, and almost taking his head clean off if he hadn't dodged at the last microsecond. Once again, the massive blade smashes into the stone pillar behind him, obliterating it into dust. That sword is so freaking long that Jin-woo has to leap way back just to create some breathing room. Here's the catch. The heavy armor's speed penalty kicks in if his strength drops below 80, and this Red Knight's strength has to be at least 80, if not way more. Judging by the sheer destruction of his attacks, this boss is definitely stronger than boy Jin-woo. His agility is on par too, and since daggers are useless against that heavy armor, Igris' defense stats must be off the charts. Basically, this guy outclasses Jin-woo in every single stat by a mile. Making a bold move, Jin-woo puts his dagger back into his inventory. Even though fighting a monster like this barehanded seems like suicide, but keeping it out is useless if it cannot deal any damage at all. He needs to ditch the weapon and find a way to get past that heavy armor. Jin-woo raises his fists, braces himself, willingly putting himself at a massive disadvantage. But then Igris tilts his head, almost like he totally respects the move. He drives a massive sword deep into the stone ground. Then, he unclasps his cape and lets it fall to the floor. Reaching down to his waist, he unbuckles his dagger, dropping both the sheath and the blade. He cracks his knuckles like a pro fighter, standing proudly, completely weaponless, ready to throw hands. Jin-woo. Jin-woo scowls, feeling insulted. What, you trying to show some honor or something? You think I'm weak? Without a single word, Igris explodes forward, catching Jin-woo completely off guard. Before he can even raise his guard, the knight closes the gap instantly, grabs Jin-woo by his hood, and slams him so hard into the stone wall that it literally caves in. Jin-woo lets out a painful gasp, but Igris is not done yet. A massive red hand strikes forward, forcing Jin-woo to cross his arms to shield his chest as the beast drives him even deeper into the wall, shattering another massive section of stone. Knowing he can't get pinned like this, Jin-woo desperately leaps backward, putting about 10 meters of distance between them. Pain radiates through his entire body. Even with armor on, that single attack easily wiped out about 500 of his health points. Imagine if he didn't have any armor on. Through the clearing smoke, the knight's silhouette looms like a literal demon. One direct hit from this guy, it is game over for him. This monster is an absolute beast even without a weapon. What kind of overpowered cheat code is this? Jin-woo stares at Igris, racking his brain. What can I even do? Stop a raid boss like this? He dashes forward. Even if his attacks are bouncing off, his movement speed is still insane, which gives him a fighting chance. Activating his dash skill, speed instantly spikes by 30%. In the blink of an eye, Jin-woo blurs right of Igris' midsection and plants a heavy punch. But that aggressive move put right in the path of the Red Knight's elbow. Jin-woo barely blocks it with his left arm and shoves it aside, instantly seizing the opening to drive a solid punch into the knight's shoulder, only for Igris to throw a counter right back. The two engage in a brutal high-speed brawl, trading dozens of heavy blows until Jin-woo realizes he can't keep this slugfest up for much longer. In a desperate bid, he twists his body and throws a massive haymaker to end the trade. But the knight reacts instantly with an equally brutal counter, throwing Jin-woo completely off balance and spinning him through the air like a top. Suddenly, the system alerts him that his tenacity skill has kicked in because his health just dropped below 30%, slashing all incoming damage by 50%. Seizing the moment, Jin-woo launches a brutal kick straight at the knight's helmet. With his defense boosted, he knows still has a fighting chance as long as he doesn't give up. The kick lands squarely on the helmet, but the knight's eyes suddenly flash, sending a chill down Jin-woo's spine. Before he can react, his leg is grabbed. Igris effortlessly swings him off balance, and with his other hand, throws a lightning-fast strike that sends Jin-woo flying backwards, slamming into the stone wall above the throne, causing a massive web of cracks. Coughing up blood, Jin-woo stumbles off the wall and crashes right onto dusty throne as debris rains down from the ceiling. Igris slowly walks over to Jin-woo, who is slumped over, and effortlessly raises his hand to summon a massive sword back to his hand. Gripping the hilt, he raises the blade and swings it down toward Jin-woo's exposed neck, looking to end the fight right here, right now. Boom! A massive shockwave echoes, but it definitely didn't sound like a neck getting sliced, and a thick cloud of dust explodes everywhere. Through the haze, Jin-woo is actually the giant blade, barehanded thanks to that B-rank High Knight's gauntlet he looted earlier. On top of cutting physical damage by 3%, it has a special effect that completely blocks hand injuries. Thanks to his handguard, Jin-woo confidently blocked the knight's heavy strike. But damn, the shockwave from that hit was so wild it shook the entire room. Other hand, Jin-woo summoned a familiar light. He grit his teeth and slammed the newly summoned dagger straight into the knight's left eye, screaming, "I am not losing yet." That was a direct hit to the weak spot. The knight staggered back, roaring in pain. Seizing the moment, Jin-woo rushed in and tackled the giant armor, pushing it back with everything he had to drive the dagger deeper into its eye socket. It was like Jin-woo poured his entire soul into this one strike, but before he could knock the knight down, the monster ripped the dagger right out of its eye with its left hand. No way Jin-woo was letting go of his precious item. That was his only weapon. So he had to use a quick trick to recall the dagger back to his inventory. Just like that, he summoned it right back into his hand. Summoning all his remaining strength, Jin-woo roared and threw the dagger straight under the knight's chin. Damn, not deep enough. Just a little more. Jin-woo pulled out every single skill he had, including his critical strike even though it cost 70 mana, to target the weak spot under the chin. Pushing his limits, he let out a massive war cry, leaped into the air, and used both hands to drive the dagger deep into its chin. Plot twist, the glowing light in the knight's eyes started flickering, and then completely went out. But Jin-woo did not stop there. He grit his teeth and pushed even harder until the red armor collapsed to the floor, leaving him panting for air. Jin-woo kept his eyes glued to the fallen helmet. He could only breathe a sigh of relief when the system screen popped up, notifying him that he had defeated the blood-red Commander Igris. Boom! He instantly leveled up twice. Staring at the massive boss he just took down, Jin-woo could barely believe he actually won. His knees were shaking as he tried to stand. In terms of stats, skills, techniques, or experience, and he had absolutely no advantage. Pure luck. One wrong move and it would have been over. Even an A-rank hunter would have a hard time taking down a monster this cracked. But then, his face lit up when the loot dropped. He got the Red Knight's helmet, the Commander's touch rune stone, a leather pouch, and even a teleportation stone. Talk about a major flex, 4 items in one go. Opening the leather pouch, 15 million gold coins poured straight into his inventory, making him feel the sweet taste of being filthy rich. With his gold doubled, he was officially rolling in cash. On top of that, he got an S-rank item that made his eyes pop, Red Knight's helmet. It was a defensive beast, reducing physical damage by 15% and boosting his strength and stamina by 20 points. He cheered. Aside from the Demon Castle key, this is my first S-rank gear. Jin-woo put it on immediately, and the stat buffs were on a whole different level. Although a 15% physical damage reduction did not seem like much, getting a 20-point boost to both strength and stamina was absolutely fire. Now, stamina was up to 148, and his strength hit 107. His physical damage reduction went from 46% up by another 15%. Next up, he held a red runestone in his hand, which would grant him a brand new skill once crushed. In his other hand was a blue stone of the same size, a return stone. Description said, this item can only be obtained through the class change quest, but it will automatically self-destruct once the quest is done and cannot be stored in the inventory. But looking at both stones, Jin-woo muttered, why am I getting this now? This is the boss room, or is it because the quest is not over yet? Just as the words left his mouth, he realized he was right. Strange noises were still echoing inside the room. Even with the S-rank helmet, the new skill, and the return stone, could he even survive whatever was coming next? A howling wind suddenly blew from a colorful vortex not far away. He turned his head in shock, just 3 meters away. 2 more portals opened up. Something was trying to crawl out. Right then, the system alerted him. The class change quest begins now. No way, I knew it. It is not over yet. Above Jin-woo's head, a massive screen appeared showing 6 zeros. According to the system, the longer he survived, the higher his points, which would determine his final rank. Wait, what? He yelled out. Is this portal going to stay open forever, or what? The system simply displayed, good luck, and the timer started ticking. Forget questions, he had to survive first. By the second, a massive armored boot stepped out of the portal. Jin-woo backed up, completely stunned by the sheer bloodlust radiating from these knights. But it was not just one, several of them were marching forward. Jin-woo narrowed his eyes, guessing I can probably handle these mobs, but if more guys like Igris show up, I am cooked in seconds. The game plan now is simple, survive at all costs. Even though it was a wild requirement, Jin had no other choice. Checking his stats, he had 390 mana left. He immediately spent 200 on his stealth skill, leaving 190 mana to maintain it second by second, giving him 3 minutes in total as long as his health held out. The armored knights looked around, totally confused as the human vanished. He thought he was safe until the system alerted him that a mage was using a detection skill. 2 blue orbs in the mage's hands merged into a floating eye that scanned the area, locking onto Jin-woo's exact position. His heart skipped a beat. Bro, can this guy seriously see right through my stealth? Instantly, the red eyes, the knights snapped in his direction. They slashed right at his hiding spot, forcing him out of stealth. He had to use all his strength to blow them back several meters. Another massive shadow crept up behind him. Even though his mana was practically gone, he had to force out his bloodlust skill to stop them in their tracks. Taking advantage of the debuffed knights, Jin-woo quickly moved in to strike their weak spots. He was burning through his mana for this skill. He had to take every second count and take down as many as possible. But damn, there were just too many of them. He smashed a few in front of him. Boom! But a massive wave swarmed him from behind. He quickly lost his ground, taking a heavy blow to his back as they surrounded him. Damn, they are spawning way too fast. I cannot handle this many mobs at once. Boom, his passive skill, Will to Survive, kicked in as his health dropped below 30%. He regretted wasting so much mana, stealth, earlier, leaving him with nothing to activate his other skills. Blocking 2 axes swinging at him, Jin-woo thought to himself, should I just use the return stone and get the hell out? He had no idea what class he would get, but with his current power, this quest was just way too cracked. But using that blue stone would mean giving up? No way. Minutes have already passed and he glances up at the clock. Oh my god, it's only been 5 minutes. Jin-woo leaps back, clutching the teleportation stone with everything he has. It is not working. Time to get the hell out of there. Out of nowhere, a heavy hammer swings right at him, crushing Jin-woo's forearm and slamming him to the ground. The blue stone flies straight out of his hand. Right now, he is basically a doormat about to be stepped on by these crazy knights. The second he hits the dirt, they swarm him like crazy. But then, out of nowhere, something explodes, scattering the knights everywhere. It looks like a miracle just saved Jin-woo. He stands up, absolutely furious, sweat dripping down his face. Forget miracles, he has to save himself. Miracles do not exist here. I cannot go out in such a pathetic way. Clenching his fists, Jin-woo roars to pump himself up, fighting like an absolute beast. Giving up on this chance? No way. He leaps up like a monkey, remembering his days at the very bottom of society. Dreaming of reaching the peak one day, nobody understands the sheer pain of a useless weakling like Jin-woo. Back then, everyone trash-talked him to his face and behind his back, calling him a useless E-rank who could not do anything for the team. The Hunter Association should have sent someone actually useful. This kid definitely cleared dungeons by hiding behind everyone else. How does he even dare call himself a hunter when he cannot even kill a single monster? It is honestly pathetic. Just die already. Jin-woo roars, shutting out the toxic voices from his past. He stomps a soldier to pieces, but there are still dozens more marching right at him. Those hateful voices keep echoing in his head. Hey, isn't that the guy nicknamed the Hunter of all mankind? Weakest, not strongest? Seriously, look at him. Strongest is meant for S-rank Choi Jong-in, but this Sung guy is just the weakest. Kim Sang-shik even told Mr. Park that this kid gets injured in E-rank dungeons. He is incredibly weak. Talking behind his back, he even whispered to him, "Watch out, he might hear us." His eyes look so exhausted, he is used to the trash talk, but remembering Uncle Song and Joo-hee telling him to stop, just as hard to shake off. He tries to block it out, but a very familiar voice whispers in his ear, making Jin-woo freeze. You brought this on yourself. Why do you keep choosing the hard path when there are plenty of easier ways out there? He turns around and sees a guy mocking him. You must know you got insanely lucky to even make it here, understand? Am I wrong, Sung Jin-woo? The kid calls him Jin-woo, but it is actually his own weak self who was despised just a few months ago. Seeing his old self standing right in front of him, he turns pale. Hey, I cannot believe you and I are actually the same person. You got tall, and you actually have muscles now, looking pretty strong. But you only changed your appearance. You are still weak. What is the difference between you and me? You still put yourself in life or death situations. The knights swing their swords at him while his weak self keeps whispering in his ear. He blows away a group of them, but that voice is still skinny Jin-woo's voice. Hey, E-rank Sung Jin-woo, this is as far as you go. Courage is useless if you do not know your place. He forces himself to tell that voice to shut up, throwing a punch at the knight in front of him. But strangely, it does not even budge, as if his punch to the gut did absolutely Nothing. It strikes back with a brutal blow to his stomach. As Jin-woo tries to tilt his body to avoid it, it lands another nasty hit right on his back. He feels all hope fading away. Just one knight easily overpowers him, and there are dozens of them surrounding him. Knocked down by a single punch, you still have a long way go. The skinny Jin-woo standing behind the crowd speaks a brutal truth. You will have to kill a lot of people, and many must be sacrificed. You might even have to abandon your family and friends, and in the end, you are just going to get yourself killed. Like, hell, I am going to die! Damn it! Looking at that massive knight raising its weapon to crush him, Jin-woo wonders, what the hell is this? I have never been through this before. His eyes grow blurry. If I actually get beaten to death, what happens next? I can't even think right now. Just as he is about to pass out, the daily quest screen pops up. Hey kid, only 8 seconds left. Jin-woo is completely clueless. Why is that clock counting down and that skinny guy is still rambling? Luck is also a skill, you know. I guess they think letting you die here is just too pathetic. See you later. The clock hits 0 seconds and the Iron Knight swings its sword down with a lethal strike, right as the system announces that the daily quest has failed. Naturally, just as that sword is about to finish off Jin-woo, the system teleports him straight to the penalty zone. If that slash had landed, Jin-woo would have been sliced in half and forced to reincarnate as a centipede. But looking at his face, he definitely survived, barely escaping death right under the knight's blade. The blazing red sun shining through the clouds shocks Jin-woo awake. The temperature and light here are so different, making him sit right up. In front of him are the familiar sand dunes stretching out. This the penalty zone. When he first entered this place, Jin-woo muttered that seeing that toxic centipede again would be instant death. But who would have thought it would actually save him in the nick of time? Slowly sitting up, he mumbles, I cannot believe it is already midnight. What a crazy coincidence. Jin-woo chuckles tiredly. I really thought I would not even live to make it here. Looking back, the system wishing him good luck was probably because it knew this class change quest is insanely hard, or maybe it is just trying to force him to grind as many points as possible. Honestly, who cares about luck or coincidences? His fatigue is already over 90. Jin-woo opens up the shop to buy something to save his life first. Flush with cash in pocket, our boy immediately buys the highest grade healing potions, spending 10,000 gold coins. Just like that, his fatigue index drops. Looking at the bottle in his hand, which is already more than half empty but has not healed any of his HP, Jin-woo realizes this potion does not do much for severe injuries. Tossing the empty bottle aside, he thinks maybe the level-up recovery will work, since he is in the penalty zone and not the class change dungeon. Cracking his stiff neck, Jin-woo knows that if he takes one more hit, he is dead, for sure, but his spirit is incredibly hyped up. Watching the sand start to rise, the only question now is whether there are enough monsters here to help him level up. Jin-woo squints and sees those lanky legs, knowing he does not have to worry. Wow, the system is so thoughtful. Last time when he was weak, it gave him 1. But now that he is stronger, it gives him 3. Every single one of them is absolutely savage. With his last bit of strength, Jin-woo still manages to leap onto a centipede's face and rips it wide open. What did he say last time? Bye-bye. Next time we meet. But since we're here now, let me plant a dagger in your head as a nice hello. It is still 4 hours to survive, but the number of enemies has jumped to 3. Jin-woo glares at the other 2 remaining monsters. Watch yourselves. Bring it on. You are only going to make me stronger. Back in the real world, Jin-woo's neighborhood is completely pitch black. Jin-ah staggers out of the bathroom, complaining about not being able to sleep because of some weird dream. She looks at the clock. It is 3:40 in the morning, and her brother is still not home. She did not even hear him say he was going to work, so who knows where he is. Pulling up her blanket, Jin-ah sighs, mumbling, wait, does he have a girlfriend? Nah, only in her dreams. Before she finally knocked out, she was still rambling, wondering if her brother would even remember her parent-teacher meeting tomorrow, hand or not. As the clock ticked away, Jin-ah drifted off to sleep, hoping her brother would show up. Well, Jin-woo would definitely make it to that meeting, as long as he survives the next 15 minutes and 22 seconds. The sky here is still scorching yellow, and this toxic centipede demon keeps flexing its giant jaws like it actually has a chance. But its ugly screech gets cut completely short by Jin-woo's lethal strike. Jin-woo is just built different. The level-up system screens are popping up like crazy, and he didn't just take down one of these things. Almost a dozen corpses are already piled up at his feet. Snatching a potion, Jin-woo chugs it down, realizing his big brain theory was right on the money. The recovery feature actually works in the penalty zone, and he can still use the shop to patch up his health and cure his fatigue. With only 3 minutes and 19 seconds left, he hops down from the pile of dead centipedes, locking in before heading back to the job change dungeon. The Kasaka dagger just not cutting it against those heavily armored knights, so he opens the shop right away to find something way sharper. Looking at a whole stash of weapons with crazy price tags, Jin-woo scrolls through to find something useful on page 2. He spots this insane blade called the Night Killer, costing a whopping 2,800,000 gold coins. It is expensive, but luckily he is loaded cash, so he buys it instantly, praying this thing does the job. This B+ rank dagger has 75 attack points, plus a broken passive that boosts damage by 25%. Armored enemies. He grabs some bandages too, wrapping them tightly around his right hand for a solid grip. There is no way he is dropping his blade like he did earlier. Fully prepped, he tells himself it is time to do or die. Clutching a glowing red stone in his left hand, Jin-woo crushes it, hoping to unlock a dope skill, Stealth. A blinding light flashes, and boom, the new skill is unlocked, Ruler's Touch. The system description is super brief, stating that this skill costs 0 mana and lets him physically control objects without even touching them. This is absolutely broken. He is going to abuse this so much. Let's see. Wait, hold up. Jin-woo suddenly realizes this is the exact same move Igris used to pull that sword into his hands. He tests it on a nearby Centipede corpse, and it actually shakes, but it doesn't do much to heavy stuff since his mastery level is still low. With only 40 seconds left on the clock, Jin-woo wonders if he missed anything. Nah, he watches the timer hit 0, hoping luck is on his side. The second he teleports back into the job change dungeon, he is greeted by a sea of shiny helmets. Bro, Igris only left a few hours ago and the house is already packed. And these mobs are incredibly aggressive, rushing at him like they are happy to see him. Jin-woo doesn't say a word. His dagger flashes through the air, slicing them to pieces. The armored knights keep swarming him, but he just swings his dagger over and over, shredding their armor to pieces. And damn, this new weapon feels absolutely incredible. This is way better than trying to fight barehanded. But there are still way too many walking metal suits in front of him. But wait, Jin-woo looks around and realizes something is off. He is slaying tons of knights, but his experience bar isn't moving at all. The system said no health recovery until a level up, but it never said he couldn't level up anymore. Taking a closer look, notices the mages in the back haven't even casted any offensive spells. Only the frontline knights are rushing him. Those robed figures are just standing there like statues, making Jin-woo wonder if they are casting some useless curse that isn't even touching him. Or wait, are they casting a summoning spell? He quickly glances back at the portal, which spinning wildly behind them, with knights pouring out of it like a waterfall. Since he gets 0 experience no matter how many he slays, Jin-woo starts slashing his way through while putting the pieces together. These guys are all summons, not the actual mobs. He leaps into the air, summoning his dagger to his left hand. The summoner has to be the one hiding behind everyone. 'Tis that mage demon. Jin-woo chucks his dagger right past the frontline mobs, impaling the robed mage in the back and leaving a scorched, smoking wound. Immediately, a bunch of black armored knights collapse to the ground like sacks of trash. Boom! Jin-woo guessed right and even unlocked a new dagger throwing skill. Without wasting a single second, he activates stealth to vanish like a puff of smoke. He needs to hunt down the rest of the mages, because this fight is far from over. Suddenly, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 massive eyes pop open in midair as the mages cast protection to sniff out Jin-woo's presence. They pinpoint the human hanging onto the chandelier, but he is way too smart to let them get away with it. Using those floating eyes, trace them back. He locates the mages instantly. The first mage gets absolutely wrecked, leaving his Night Killer dagger stuck in the wall. Activating Ruler's Touch for the very first time, Jin-woo successfully pulls the blade back into his hand, immediately landing a dozen slashes on that cloaked freak. 5 - 1 leaves 4. Dual-wielding his daggers, Jin-woo is ready to rumble. He dashes right through a whole line of knights, shredding anyone who tries to block him with his specialized daggers. But wait, Jin-woo just figured out a whole new way to use Ruler's Touch by putting his daggers back into his inventory. With his hands completely free, he reaches into thin air and locks onto the iron helmet of a nearby knight. It is as if he is touching it directly, and with a single squeeze, he completely crushes the iron helmet. Jin-woo just snatches a mob's head from afar without even moving an inch. He is sweating from the intense concentration. Feet do not stop, sprinting forward at full speed. He is going to wipe out every single one of them to vent his anger. Who knows how long has passed, but in the dim candlelight, you can see the shadow of a single human standing on a massive pile of knight corpses. But they still have him heavily outnumbered. One sneaky knight manages to land a heavy blow on Jin-woo's back, leaving him in absolute pain. Spinning around, Jin-woo slices its head off in a split second. Panting heavily, he yanks the sword out of his back and throws it onto the pile of corpses with pure disgust. How much longer are you going to hide, you coward? His mastery of Ruler's Touch is so cracked now that he pulls the hiding mage straight to him, slicing it in half before it can even summon any more reinforcements. Only 3 mages left, but they are not playing solo anymore. They gather together, pressing their hands on the ground to form a glowing purple circle. Just looking at that color, you know it is bad news. The pile of armor under Jin-woo's feet begins to rumble with the same purple light, clanking together as they suddenly rise, up in the form of a golem made of pure steel armor. Even worse, the giant beast reaches up high and slams the back where Jin-woo is standing right against the ceiling to crush him. Our leaps down to dodge the hit, landing safely on the floor. But the golem immediately charges at him, slamming its massive arms down to rip up a giant chunk of the floor and hurl it, sending debris flying everywhere. The room is covered in dust, but Jin-woo's eyes are glowing brighter than high beams. He locks his target onto the 3 weak mages, maintaining the purple circle. Thanks to Golem's reckless slam, a ton of knights got caught in the crossfire and died, clearing a straight path for him. This is a golden opportunity. Jin-woo dashes forward like a gust of hot wind, slicing through all 3 mages at the exact same time. Behind him, hundreds of armor pieces come crashing down to the floor, while some knights collapse in one piece. As long as they stop moving, he is good. Honestly, if they hadn't summoned that golem, this whole thing would have been over way faster. Looking up, the timer above his head finally stops at 4 hours, 29 minutes and 16 seconds. Just like that, a notification flashes. All monsters have been cleared and the class change quest is finally over. But Jin-woo is still on edge, wondering if something else is about to jump him. Bro has absolutely zero trust in this system, waiting for the catch. But then, another screen pops up, telling him his massive accumulated points have qualified him for a top-tier high-level class. Finally, Jin-woo lets his guard down. It is actually over. Time to choose his class. Since he is currently dual-wielding daggers, he is thinking he is a shoo-in for assassin. But wait, the system says a custom class has already been selected based on player data analysis. Hold up. No choice? Jin-woo is like, wait a minute. From day 1, he dumped every single point into strength and agility. Surely, he is getting crowned as a beefy warrior, or maybe a high-speed assassin. Heck, maybe even a defender since his health stat is so high. It has got to be one of those 3, no doubt. He stares at the screen. Honestly, any of those 3 would make him absolutely cracked compared to before. But then the system does something weird. Bizarre notification pops up saying, wherever you walk, death follows. The stench of blood fills the air, and every single step you take leaves a trail of corpses. Like what? Jin-woo's eyes go wide. And the next line is even crazier. The player thirsts for absolute power and refuses to rely on anyone else, carving out his own path in this world. Your hunger for power is so insane that you can literally summon wandering spirits from the Valley of Death. An entire army of undead soldiers will obey your every command, wiping out any obstacle in your way. At this point, Jin-woo's face goes pale. An undead army? That sounds sketchy as hell. Who even gets a class like this? His eyes go super wide as the final text hits. You have been chosen as a necromancer. Necromancer? Jin-woo reads it once, twice, 3 times. It finally sinks in and he jumps up. Wait, but my intelligence stat is trash? According to what knows, a necromancer is a mage-type class. Basically a dark mage who commands undead armies. But honestly, Jin-woo has never once heard of any hunter ever being a necromancer. Summoning monsters to fight your battles while you just sit back and chill? That sounds totally unreal. He frowns. He has always been a frontline fighter. Ever since awakening as a trash E-rank hunter, his main weapon has been daggers. All his unlocked skills are literally for assassins. So why on earth is the system giving him this class? Looking at his active and passive skills, Jin-woo tells himself to breathe. Just calm down. Okay, if there is one good thing about being a necromancer, it is that summoning your own army sounds pretty sick. But summoners themselves are weak. Does that mean all his hard-earned stats going to waste? Hold up, the system is asking if he wants to accept or decline the class. Obviously, if he has a choice, he's not going to pick something he hates. Jin-woo. Decline. But the system is persistent. This is a hidden class. Are you sure you want to reject it? Okay, wait, that makes him hesitate. Some rare hunters can create crazy barrier shields or heal people, and those guys are highly valued. Even putting healers aside, Jin-woo heard rumors that the S-rank White Tiger Guildmaster Baek Yoon-ho can literally transform into a beast, and hunters with those insane unique abilities are always scouted by top guilds with VIP treatment. Maybe those hunters with unique powers are the ones who got hidden classes? Still, Jin-woo is not fully sold. If only he could test out this necromancer class first, then he wouldn't be hesitating. Suddenly, his eyes land on the tattered robe of the mage boss he just defeated. Come to think of it, those mages were kind of like necromancers. This robe lying here is basically a sign, right? Jin-woo mutters, I don't know who is running this system, but setup is actually pretty fire. Unlike normal glass cannon mages, he gets to keep all his physical combat skills. If he takes this class, he can jump straight into battle summon an army of loyal undead to back him up. Bro, that means he could solo a B-rank dungeon entirely by himself. This whole game dictated by stats and skill levels. That means his summons will level up with him. No more lonely grinding. Buzzing with excitement, Jin-woo makes his choice. The moment he accepts, a massive surge of black aura explodes from out of nowhere. System notifications start spamming his screen. Quest cleared under the time limit. Bonus points. Teleportation stone unused. Bonus points. Remaining health over 50%. Also rewarded. Defeated all enemies. Even more points. His accumulated points are so off the charts that a massive wave of dark energy starts swirling around Jin-woo. It completely engulfs him, and amidst the chaos, a new notification flashes. You have been promoted from Necromancer to the Shadow Monarch. Yes, you heard that right. The system just upgraded his class again. Jin-woo thought the dark mist was going to swallow him whole, but it is actually just a fancy visual effect for his massive haul of rewards. Exclusive class skills unlocked, stat points boosted, title acquired, conquer of adversity. Jin-woo cannot believe he just got a double class upgrade in one go. The second class is way more overpowered because of his insane points. Normally, a warrior would become a god of war, a knight would become a sword master, and a mage would become a high wizard. For a necromancer, they ascend into the absolute ruler of death, the Shadow Monarch. As the dark aura fades, Jin-woo realizes that without those extra bonus points, he would have been stuck as a regular necromancer. Suddenly, the swirling shadows start whispering to Jin-woo. They sound like they are in pure agony. Right on-cue system screens pop up over the fallen metal knights, explaining that shadow extraction can be used on deceased targets. So this is the core necromancer skill? Jin-woo is pretty sure this is the ability to bring the dead back to life as summons. While he is thinking this feels like commanding an army, the system prompts him to choose a command phrase to trigger the skill. That was sudden. He pauses, racking his brain for a phrase that sounds absolutely cold. Taking a deep breath, Jin-woo commands arise. Instantly, a heavy whoosh echoes through the room. Dark mist gathers over the broken armor on the floor. First, a jet black hand emerges, clawing its way up from the ground. Even after everything been through, Jin-woo still stares in absolute awe. A shadow warrior with glowing blue eyes rises from the darkness. It looks incredibly powerful, leaving him completely speechless. Insane. Jin-woo just summoned his very first soldier, unlocking his exclusive class skill, Shadow Extraction Level 1. No mana cost. Instead, mana can be extracted directly from corpses to form shadow soldiers. The chance of failure increases depending on how strong the target was and how long they have been dead. Current capacity, 30 out of 30 shadow soldiers. He also gets another skill, Shadow Storage Level 1, 0 mana cost. This allows him to absorb and store his shadow soldiers right inside his own shadow. Store saved shadow soldiers, summon them when needed, or absorb them later. Max shadow capacity, 20. Looking at the shadow labeled Level 1 infantry soldier, standard rank, Jin-woo is like, wait, does this mean I can literally turn any enemy into my own summon? Pure cheat code. Another shadow looking cool as hell in a cloak is a level 1 elite mage. Jin-woo currently has 3 of those and 27 infantry soldiers. He is wondering how he managed to summon 30 shadows when his storage limit is only 20. Then our boy suddenly gets a wild idea. What happens if he extracts the shadow of an S-rank hunter? And right there, sitting not too far away, is the perfect test subject, that red-armored demon. That is exactly who Jin-woo wants to try this on. But first, the system kills his vibe a bit, telling him he has to release his current soldiers back into the void before he can extract any new ones. Jin-woo awkwardly taps the chest of one of his soldiers, saying, "Sorry guys, but I have to let you go. My bad for summoning you out of nowhere." As the shadows fade away, the system hits him with a warning. Once they are gone forever. No do-overs. Jin-woo is probably feeling a massive wave of guilt right now. He takes a few seconds of silence before turning back to the red-armored boss, Blood Red Commander Igris. Imagine having this guy in the squad. Jin-woo drops the line, "Arise." Suddenly, a dark energy surges from Igris's body into the air, like crazy. The wind starts whipping around him, turning into an absolute hurricane. Jin-woo grits his teeth as the system screen pops up with a notification. Extraction failed. Only 2 attempts remaining. Damn, it is not that easy. If the target has insane stats and has been dead too long, extraction is off the table. This boss died an hour ago, so it makes sense that it is a tough pull. But if you think Jin-woo is just going to give up, do not know him. He has 2 attempts left, so he tries to call forth the dark aura again. Rises just above Igris's head before completely fizzling out. Gone. Looking at the empty throne, Jin-woo reaches out his hand and whispers, "The master of that throne is long gone, so stop guarding an empty seat. How about you protect me instead, the one standing right in front of you? Arise." Jin-woo gives it one last try. Honestly, that speech sounds a bit corny, like it would not work at all. Surprisingly, Igris actually vibe checks it. Maybe this guy had a soft spot for smooth talkers when he was alive, because he immediately responds to Jin-woo's call with a massive, whirling vortex of dark smoke and a blinding light. As the wild winds howl, Jin-woo cannot help but smirk. Witnessing the rebirth of a ridiculously OP soldier is just too satisfying. He is about to greet Blood Red Igris, but then he thinks, man, that name is way too long and cringy. The super cool knight is currently kneeling right in front of him. Well, since I am your master now, I will just call you Igris. The system also chimes in to welcome Igris, saying, congratulations, you have successfully upgraded the Shadow's power. It starts at level 7. Knight rank Shadows and above can actually be named. Looking at this beast restored to all its former glory, minus the red color, Jin-woo happily calls him Igris. His status window is still insane, and now he has the title Monarch of Shadows along with all the new class stats. Plus, he just got this broken skill called Conqueror of Adversity, which boosts all stats by 1% for every 1% of health he loses. Talk about clutching. Even as a shadow, Igris still looks incredibly badass with his cloak billowing in the wind. The only difference is, now he is completely loyal, kneeling at Jin-woo's feet. Not just him, but 29 other shadows bow down to their new Shadow Lord. Having an entire army worship him is a bit awkward for Jin-woo, but he flexes some leadership and says, I look forward to fighting alongside you all. Once everything is set, the swirling gate spits Jin-woo back into the real world. He steps out looking absolutely beat, realizing the sun is already up and he actually survived. Back at his apartment, Jin-woo passes out and sleeps like a dead man. His phone starts ringing like crazy, forcing him to groggily answer, hello? His little sister's screeching voice blasts through the phone. Are you joking right now? How are you still asleep? I do not want to hear any excuses about being tired. Jin-ah goes off. Do you even know what time it is? He scratches his head, like, not a clue. She yells back, 2 in the afternoon, mister. I have my parent-teacher meeting today. Did you seriously forget? Oh crap, he is instantly awake. Jin-woo panics, wait, what time do I need to be there? Thank goodness, it is at 5. He rushes to the bathroom and promises, do not worry, I will be there. After a quick shower, he looks at his messy hair in the mirror and then down at his base plain t-shirt. Jin-woo tells himself, okay, I should probably dress up since I am meeting Jin-ah's teacher after all. Number 280 is called, and Jin-woo stands up and heads to the bank counter, handing over his account book. He wants to make a debit card with his balance, and the clerk takes one look at the numbers and completely freezes. There is over 1,400,000,000 won in there. This guy looks so young. How is he loaded like this? She asks him what he does for a living, and when she hears he is a hunter, she is like, oh, makes sense. Rumor has it hunters pull in insane cash, so he must be a high ranker. She quickly pulls out a stack of paperwork, treating him like absolute royalty. She upgrades him to VIP and starts pitching all sorts of investment plans, but he politely declines. Right now, the only thing worth investing in is his own life. Later, before the meeting starts, Jin-woo gets judged hard by his sister. Who are you, and what did you do to my brother? She is completely speechless. But it is not because she is embarrassed by her usual messy brother. It is because he looks way too different today. He got a haircut, bought brand new clothes. Jin-ah cannot believe how someone could glow up this much. Jin-woo is like, what, did you want me to wear my tight striped dungeon armor to meet your teacher? Just as Jin-ah expected, the students in the hallway are absolutely staring. Who is that? Why is he so hot? Is he a new teacher? Is Jin-ah's brother actually that handsome? Seeing her brother turn heads, she leans in and teases. So you do not have a girlfriend, right? If you do not have a girl, why are you out so late? Want me set you up with a cute high schooler? Stop playing matchmaker, Jin-woo says, pinching her cheek until she squeals and apologizes. They head straight to the staff room. Her homeroom teacher warmly welcomes him, even complimenting how handsome Jin-ah's brother is. As he sits down, Jin-woo realizes he graduated from this exact school but never ran into the teachers before. Pouring some tea, the teacher starts the conversation. Jin-ah's grades are top tier, and she is a sweet girl, so you do not need to worry at all. Jin-ah is a model student, and I have zero worries about her future. I am sure you know she wants to go to medical school, right? Jin-woo nods. Yeah, according to the teacher, her practical scores are amazing and her reports are light years ahead of everyone else. So she definitely has a solid shot. Just try not to put too much pressure on her. Honestly, Jin-ah is doing so well there is barely anything to discuss. The teacher swirls her cup and then asks, I heard you are a hunter. Hypothetically, if Jin-ah ever awakens, would you let her become a hunter? That question hits Jin-woo right in his feelings. He does not even explain himself, just dropping a cold, straight-up no. Sighing at his extremely firm response, the teacher completely gets where he is coming from, but that was just the icebreaker. The real reason I am asking is because one of our students dropped out after awakening, and she is not And about school, if she keeps skipping like this, the school is definitely going to lose its mind. Like, even if she is a hunter, she needs to at least get that high school diploma first. Teach. The teacher admitted she did not know much about hunters, so she apologized for asking such basic questions. Jin-woo then asked what rank the girl was, and from what the teacher could remember, it was the absolute lowest, rank E. Honestly, Jin-woo thought the girl was totally cooked, but hey, that was her own choice. He was not even planning to get involved, but since she was Jin Ah's friend, the teacher begged him to help out. Can you please convince her to at least finish school? Hearing about Jin Ah's friend was already a surprise for Jin-woo, but when he heard her name was Han Song-yi, he was completely shocked. By the time he finished talking with the teacher, the school day was over and the campus was totally empty. Jin-woo just stood there, waiting for the last girl in casual clothes to finally walk out. Talk about a small world. I knew it was you. The second Song-yi saw his face, she gave him her usual attitude, asking what he was doing there. Jin-woo immediately thought back to the very first time they met. She was indeed a ranky hunter with absolutely zero raid experience. As soon as she saw him, she scowled and asked if he was the hunter her teacher wanted to talk to. Jin-woo pulled out a photo of him and Jin Ah, showing it to Song-yi just to double-check if she really was his sister's friend. She replied, "Yeah, wait, so you are Jin Ah's brother? I actually went to visit you in the hospital once, but I could not get inside." Now it all clicked for Song-yi why her teacher had sent him to see her. But what if you are her brother? Just so you know, nothing you say is going to make me care about school, and I am absolutely not giving up on being a hunter. Jin-woo did not even flinch. He just calmly asked, "You are rank E, right? You do know normal physical attacks do absolutely nothing to magic beasts? You need a weapon with magic power. But those things get worn out fast, meaning you will constantly have to spend money on new ones. That is why rank E hunters are always broke." What, were you planning to fight barehanded? Don't tell me you decided to become a hunter just because you pocketed some easy cash from my squad. Song-yi scowled and said, "Look, if you came here to lecture me, save your breath. You are literally just a rank E like me." Jin-woo knew exactly how stubborn she was and that there was no talking sense into her. So he got straight to the point, saying, "Look, I am not going to tell you to quit because reality is way more brutal than you think." Honestly, she was not going to learn until she got smacked by reality anyway. Jin-woo looked at her and said, "I am not here to stop you. I am here to help you become an excellent hunter." Later that evening, a private jet landed in Korea. Hwang Dong-soo took a deep breath, and damn, the air back home felt completely different. Suddenly, a formal voice welcomed him. Turning around, Dong-soo recognized a familiar face, asking, "Woo Jin-chul, what is a high-ranking Hunter Association agent doing out here?" Jin-chul bowed politely, explaining that since a Rankus hunter just touched down in Korea, the monitoring division obviously had to dispatch someone. Flashing a menacing smile, Dong-soo sneered, "So, are you still Chairman Go-gun-hee's favorite right-hand man? I were you, I would make that old man completely depend on me, and then take over the whole show." But Jin-chul did not even flinch at the trash talk. He just kept it professional and asked, "How long do you plan on staying here?" Dong-soo laughed and said, "Not long. I honestly hate this country, so do not sweat it. I will leave the second my business is done." Sizing up his massive muscular frame, Jin-chul did not hold back at all, saying, "You literally betrayed your own country to run off to America. So your sudden return definitely means you are here to cause trouble." This have to do with Hunter Sung Jin-woo and Hunter Yu Jin-ho. A vein popped on Dong-soo's forehead, and without even turning around, he spoke in pure annoyance. Classic surveillance agent. "If you already know why I am here, then why even ask? What, are you going to try and stop me? With your power?" He whipped around, glaring with pure menace in his eyes, ready to snap at whatever Jin-chul said next. But Jin-chul remained completely unfazed. Calmly replied, "I am just doing my job, sir." The sheer tension between these two was so heavy that the entire airport atmosphere felt completely suffocating. Passersby had no idea why the air suddenly felt so heavy. Dong-soo clapped a hand onto Jin-chul's shoulder and grinned, saying, "You know, I have always liked you. Why not join the scavenger guild? We will pay you way more than whatever that old man is throwing your way." Honestly, Jin-chul absolutely hated dealing with this guy. Frank's beast, Hwang Dong-soo, had a brother named Hwang Dong-suk, who the association suspected of murdering countless hunters inside dungeons and cutting his tracks like a lizard shedding its tail. But they could never run a real investigation because of Dong-soo's massive influence. Jin-chul knew both of these brothers were cut from the same cloth. Neither of them felt a single ounce of guilt for their disgusting crimes. In Jin-chul's eyes, both of them were absolute trash. Later that night, in front of a glowing blue rank C gate in an abandoned neighborhood, Jin-woo brought Song-yi to meet two guild execs, namely An Song-min, division manager of the White Tiger Guild, and his assistant, Hyun-ji Sheol. They instantly recognized the girl tagging along behind Jin-woo. She was the same kid from the last rank C gate, obviously a weak rankie. Sang-min did not expect much from her, but since Jin-woo himself was technically registered as a rank E, he kept his mouth shut. He admitted he was shocked to get a call from Jin-woo so late, let alone hear him ask, "Tag along to the White Tiger's new recruit training raid." To Sang-min, this meant Jin-woo was finally showing interest in their guild, so he personally set it up. Since it was Jin-woo asking, Sang-min jumped on the opportunity to show off their top-tier training system and make a great impression. This zone has a super high gate spawning rate, so almost nobody lives here. 80% of the houses are completely abandoned. Parts of the area are completely blocked off. It was the perfect spot for a rank C gate training session. Suddenly, an annoyed voice cut through the air, saying, "It is already 9 o'clock, stop talking and get inside." A guy in shiny armor from head to toe glared at them under the moonlight, looking totally annoyed that they were just standing around chatting. Sang-min laughed it off nervously, telling Jin-woo not to mind him. "That is one of our new recruits, and he seems a bit annoyed about having visitors." The guy was obviously a rank-a-hunter. Sang-min nodded and added, "That is Kim Chul, and as you can see, he is a tanker. Today's strike team has 1 rank A, 7 rank Bs, and 4 rank Cs, making 12 members in total. Putting high ranks like rank A and rank B into a simple rank C gate might sound like total overkill, but even with their high ranks, they are still just rookies, so this is the perfect way to grind some dungeon experience." Jin-woo doesn't openly object, but honestly, with so many high-tier hunters around, the kid next to him won't get any real-world training. Plus, it's just gonna make Song-yi realize just how weak she is compared to the high rankers. But since the kid is literally beaming with excitement and asking when they're heading in, Jin-woo decides to let it slide. 4. He wants her to see firsthand how absolutely helpless and a rank hunter can be inside a dungeon. Meanwhile, Kim Chul whispers in Jin-woo's ear, basically telling him to just stand back in 3. Just watch. Bro really thinks he's the main character, bragging that things will be way too easy if he handles it. As the group starts marching into the gate, Song-yi hears that Sung Jin-woo has her back, and she suddenly gets super pumped up. Jin-woo casually strolls a few steps behind the kid, but the moment he steps through the gate, his senses tingle with a super weird vibe. Something is seriously off. Back on the outside, Sang-min and the staff suddenly watch the C-rank gate turn blood red and start swirling like crazy. The portal is thrashing violently, like a storm at sea. Something is seriously wrong here. Jin-woo has never seen anything like this before. All he knows is that his survival instincts are screaming, and he needs to get out fast. Tries to poke his head back through the portal, screaming at Sang-min to contact the main strike team right now. But before he can even finish his sentence, the gate violently sucks him back in, leaving nothing but his hand desperately reaching out. The 2 White Tiger Guild members panic, screaming at each other to find a fix. 9:10. Sang-min whips out his phone and calls the guildmaster directly, dropping the bombshell that a red gate just appeared. Over at the White Tiger headquarters, the boss slams his desk and leaps up 10. Completely losing his mind. How on earth does a red gate spawn from a C-rank gate? If you're not joking, I need to see this with my own eyes right now. 11. Rank Hunter Baek Yoon-ho, the guild master of White Tiger, immediately senses that things are about to go sideways. Meanwhile, a sleek, shiny black luxury car is cruising from the airport back to the city. 11. 12. Hwang Dong-soo is chilling in the back seat with his legs crossed, trash-talking, "Nice ride, but it's so slow I could probably run faster than this." Glancing down at the speedometer 13, which is already pushing 100 kilometers per hour, Woo Jin-chul stays dead silent, not wanting to waste energy arguing with this guy. Dong-soo then asks, "Oh right, how did my brother's funeral go?" 13:14. Jin-chul tells him the facts, saying the funeral was kept strictly low-key, but they couldn't recover the body. He asks if Dong-soo wants to visit the memorial. 15. But Dong-soo just shrugs it off. "Nah, I don't care about the dead. I only care about the absolute trash my brother left behind." Instead, he orders Jin-chul to drive him to another dungeon 15-16 to hunt down his target. No matter how pathetic those rats are, if they call themselves hunters, they'll definitely be at a gate. And that spot Dong-soo is talking about is 16-17, obviously a dungeon raid. Jin-chul asks, "But Korea has countless gates. How do you expect to track them down?" Bro just smirks, pulls out his phone, and says, "Is it really that hard? It is the 21st century after all. 17-18. Besides, it looks like Hunter Sung Jin-woo just entered a dungeon. Let me remind you of one thing, Jin-chul. Dungeons have their own rules. Real-world laws 19 don't apply in there. You catch my drift, right? To put it plainly, stay out of my business. Whether I bury those punks alive inside that dungeon or not is entirely 19-20. My call to make. Got it?" Jin-chul just replies, "Yes, sir," without asking a single question. Meanwhile, inside the C-rank dungeon, the raid team 2021 completely stunned. They've landed in a freezing wasteland with snow falling everywhere, which is absolutely not a normal dungeon. Worse, the gate behind them has completely vanished. 21, 22. Jin-woo frowns, scanning the area. He doesn't detect any immediate threats, but it looks like the gate has literally teleported them to a completely different dimension. The kid 22, 23, Song-yi is totally clueless, asking, "Is something wrong, big brother?" Suddenly, whoosh! Out of nowhere, two objects fly straight at them at lightning speed. If Jin-woo hadn't 24 clutched it out of midair, that thing would have spiked her right in the face. But the other guy isn't so lucky. An ice arrow hits him straight in the forehead, 24-25. Taking him down instantly. He collapses to the ground without even a fight. Amidst the howling blizzard, absolute chaos breaks out as people start screaming. 25-26. Two dark figures lurking in the trees watch the whole thing, not even bothering to hide themselves anymore. Song-yi shivers in pure terror as she sees the ice arrow 26-27 actually starting to freeze Jin-woo's hand. He instantly steps up, shielding the kid. These monsters are ice elves, but he couldn't sense them at first because they were way too far away. 27-28. People who have never faced these creatures might call them ice elves, which sounds pretty chill, but the veteran hunters who actually have to fight them use a totally different name. 29. Terrifying appearance and the brutal, savage ways they hunt down humans have earned them a much scarier title, the Ice Killers. 30-31. When Baek Yoon-ho arrives on the scene, he touches the outer portal and realizes it's completely sealed shut. "This is bad." 30? He asks, "Wait, I heard this was a C-rank gate. Did you guys try contacting the association?" Ki-chul replies, "We did, but they insisted it was just a regular C-rank gate, so they've brushed us off." 31-32. Yoon-ho is sick of the association's useless excuses. Everyone knows that red gates only spawn in high-tier dungeons. 33. There is a whole different world behind this portal, but it's emitting the mana waves of a trash C-rank dungeon, which makes absolutely no sense. The gate in front of them, 33-3-34, has to be at least B rank, and if they're unlucky, it could easily be A rank or higher. Behind him, a subordinate asks if they should scan the mana waves with a meter one more time. 34-35. Yoon-ho waves it off as pointless. Once a gate turns red, it stops releasing mana waves entirely, making it impossible to get an accurate reading. 35-36. There is currently no way to tell what rank this gate actually is. When Yoon-ho asks how many hunters are currently trapped inside, he learns there are 12 in total. 36-37. The leader is Kim Chul, an A-rank hunter, accompanied by 7 B-rankers. But since most of them are green rookies, things are looking bad. The White Tiger Guildmaster 37-38 doing the math. This gate is highly likely B rank or A rank. An S rank gate is unlikely, since that would trigger a national emergency, so he temporarily rules that out. 38-39. A B rank gate requires at least 3 rank hunters, but if it's an A rank gate, you'd need multiple S rankers or at least 10 A rank hunters to clear it. 39-40. Expression grows dead serious. Long story short, if this is an A rank gate or higher, the hunters inside are completely cooked. Maybe 2 or 3 40-41. A or B rankers can make it out if they're incredibly lucky. Sang-min then hesitates before speaking up. "Sir, actually, there's someone else who went in. A hunter I've been keeping tabs on." 41-42. "Say what?" Yoon-ho snaps his head around, super tense. "A hunter you've been... What rank are they, A or B?" Cornered by his boss's rapid-fire questions, Sang-min 43 shakes his head. His nervous look makes Yoon-ho even more anxious. "Are you saying an S-rank hunter went in with those rookies?" Forced to spill the beans, 43-44. Bang-min mutters in a tiny voice, "No, sir. He's actually an E-rank who went in right before the gate closed." Meanwhile, back inside, one hunter has just caught an ice arrow straight to the 44-45. Instantly dead. Jin-woo crushed the arrow in his hand, turning it to dust. He realized these monsters were actually smart, targeting the 2 weakest members of the raid party to take them out first. If they had targeted him instead, the arrow would have flown straight at his face. To make things worse, that ice elf looked right at Jin-woo, using a throat-slit gesture to threaten him. Talk about flexing on the wrong guy. That trash move made Jin-woo furious, and he instantly shattered the ice arrow in his bare hand. Oh, really? Before he could even talk trash back, those 2 figures vanished. Thin air, but he was still absolutely fuming. He muttered that he would hunt them down later and end them with his own hands. That is when their leader, Kim Chul, finally spoke up, saying, "Those monsters are definitely not happy to see us. By now, some of you must have realized that we are trapped inside a red gate, which means that no one from the outside can enter this dungeon until we are all dead, or the dungeon breaks to open the gate." Suddenly someone panicked and asked, "What even is a red gate?" Jin-woo quietly explained to Song-yi next to him, saying, "It is a special gate that links us to another dimension. Once you step inside a red gate, we are completely cut off from the outside world, which means zero backup is coming. There is absolutely no way out unless defeat the dungeon boss, or wait for a dungeon break. In other words, we are completely cooked. Standing tall in the freezing snow, the guy in giant armor declared, with confidence, "Let me introduce myself again. I am Kim Chul, an A-rank hunter. Now that we all know we have entered a red gate, I would love to promise that we will all make it back safely, but I won't make promises I can't keep. We might have to wait months for a dungeon break, so there is zero guarantee that everyone will survive until then. The minimum difficulty of a red gate is B rank. In a crazy, dangerous place like this, managing everyone is impossible, so I am to form an elite team to clear this dungeon with me." Jin-woo was surprised, wondering what this guy was planning, but he kept quiet. Kim Chul continued, "If we stay here, we will freeze to death or get ambushed by those ice monsters again. Even if nobody joins my team, I will still clear this dungeon and get out of here on my own. So who is riding with me?" Right away, several people jumped at the chance to join his team. After all, he was the highest ranked hunter here, and their survival rate would skyrocket with an A-rank carry. But plot twist, Kim Chul ruthlessly pushed one person away, then another, and another. He pointed straight at the 5 weakest members, excluding them from his squad, including Jin-woo and Song Yi. His reasoning was brutally simple. Hunters at C rank or below are just dead weight to me. One day inside a red gate is only 1 hour in the real world, and if things go south, it might take us months to defeat the dungeon boss. We might even have to wait forever for a dungeon break, and there is no way I am carrying any dead weight with me. The rejected hunters could not believe they were being called trash, but in this world, might makes right. Kim Chul added, "Don't feel too bad. If you guys are somehow still alive when we clear the boss, you can tag along to escape." Just as they were about to leave, a girl's voice called out, asking Kim Chul if she could join the leftover group instead. He did not stop her, but he was seriously confused. He is an A rank, so why would she reject him? Is she just feeling pity for those losers? Or is she completely out of her mind? Since a spot opened up, a C rank hunter quickly snatched it. As that black-haired girl passed Jin-woo, she whispered only for him to hear. Kim Chul did not even react to that arrow. "But you did. You are actually him, aren't you?" Meanwhile, on the outside, An Sang-min hesitantly confessed to his guild leader, saying, "I wanted to keep this a secret to build trust with Sung Jin-woo, but I am absolutely certain that he is a reawakened hunter." Jin-woo had never given him a straight answer, so when reporting to Baek Yoon-ho, he admitted it was all just a theory for now. Unconfirmed intel did not mean much to the guild leader, who decided their safest bet was still Kim Chul. An Sang-min stopped pushing, knowing that Guildmaster Baek would only believe it when he saw Sung Jin-woo's insane power in action. Right then, Ju Sung-chan, the head of department, chimed in with absolute confidence, saying, "Kim Chul has got this under control, sir. His track record is top tier, and his combat skills can easily match the veteran members of the White Tiger Strike Force." Hearing this, Baek Yoon-ho finally relaxed. After all, Kim Chul was a rank beast. Even compared to elite hunters, he is a rare prodigy that they could not afford to lose. They just had to hope that as the strike squad leader, Kim Chul could lead the B-rank hunters to clean house. Ju Sung-chan, who had arrived late, overheard them gossiping about an E-rank hunter, supposedly reawakened. He immediately started clowning on An Sang-min, saying that loser would not have a fraction of Kim Chul's experience. An Sang-min did not want to argue, knowing the results would speak for themselves. Suddenly, a luxury car pulled up, blinding everyone with its headlights. Before the door even opened, a loud, cocky voice boomed, "What on earth is going on here?" Pretty sure this was just a C-rank gate, unless it is actually an A-rank gate. Hwang Dong-soo stepped out with a smug grin directed at the White Tiger Guild Master, but he was met death stare from a furious Baek Yoon-ho. The White Tiger members gasped in shock, whispering, "Oh my god, that is the S-rank monster from the Scavenger Guild." Ignoring the minor background characters, Hwang Dong-soo just smirked, saying, "What is up, Guildmaster Baek Yoon-ho? I just came here to take care of some quick business. Didn't expect to run into you here." "Small world, huh?" Instantly, Baek Yoon-ho started unleashing his beast form, grinding his teeth as he growled, "Hwang Dong-soo, answer me. You are supposed to be in America, so what the hell are you doing in our territory?" Hwang Dong-soo scoffed mockingly, "Territory? Please. Actually, there is something I have been wanting to ask you too. Did pathetic trash hunter join the White Tiger Guild? What were you thinking? Recruiting a useless E-rank loser?" Baek Yoon-ho had no idea who he was talking about, but when the name Sung Jin-woo was brought up, the guildmaster was completely stunned. How on earth did an S-rank like Hwang Dong-soo know about him? Touching the gate, Hwang Dong-soo quickly realized why everyone was gathering around, realizing it was actually a red gate. Once the party split was finalized, Jin-woo turned to ask his group, "How are you guys so calm, even though you are all rookies?" The black-haired girl answered, "We were trained to expect the unexpected inside dungeons. Besides, Kim Chul went through brutal special training, and he is slated to join the elite White Tiger raid squad soon." The 14 hunters split into 2 groups and took different paths. Kim Chul's squad headed straight down the main path, while Jin-woo's group went through the forest. They said their goodbyes, though whether they would survive to meet again was another story. Under the cold winter light filters through the trees, and the black-haired girl gets all hyped up, asking Jin-woo if he is really going to gatekeep his secrets forever. Jin-woo just gives her the cold shoulder, acting like who knows. But honestly, she is already plotting in her head that this guy is easily rank A, or maybe even higher. But yeah, she cannot just say that out loud. Meanwhile, tramping through the snow, Kim Chul suddenly starts trash-talking, calling the other group total idiots and telling his squad to look over there. Massive claw marks on a tree trunk make Kim Chul super annoyed. He thinks those losers should have just stayed put because they just wandered right into ice bear territory. And he is convinced those innocent people are cooked all because of that rank E hunter. His curly-haired teammate laughs it off, asking what he even expects from a trash rank E hunter who probably has 0 real training. Kim Chul agrees that the guy is completely untrained. But wait a second. Most of the people in that other squad are actually rank C, and there are even a few rank B hunters. So how on earth did anyone think that guy was the leader? Whatever. He's dead for sure anyway. Slamming massive, expensive shield into the snow, Kim Chul flexes and tells everyone to just stick to the plan. Raising his golden axe that matches his shield, the whole squad gets into formation. Yep, it is showtime. Outside the gate, Dong-soo is losing his mind because he traveled all this way just to run into a red gate. Meeting this Sung Jin-woo guy is turning out to be way harder than he thought. As the beast mode fades from Yoonho's face, he wonders why everyone is so obsessed with this Sung Jin-woo kid. Meanwhile, the first enemy Kim Chul's squad faces is a ferocious ice bear. It charges in, slamming its sharp claws right into his tank of a shield. You can literally hear the crunch of ice followed by the bear roaring in pure agony. Its claws completely shattered against Kim Chul's expensive shield. Talk about a massive flex. He swings his right arm and buries his axe into the bear's shoulder, one-shotting it instantly. On his own, Kim Chul quickly wipes out 5 or 6 ice bears surrounding them. His team starts hyping him up, screaming that he is absolutely cracked because those beasts were rank A, and he just soloed the whole pack. Feel totally safe now. Kim Chul just stares at the piles of dead beasts in silence, realizing he is easily strong enough to handle multiple ice bears on his own. He orders his team to do the dirty work of butchering, since they need to stock up on food to last a few days. It looks like their start is going great. But Kim Chul has no plans of slowing down. He glares back at his team and barks out orders to stay sharp until they make it out of the forest. He tells them he is the only one strong enough to carry, and that the other group is probably already bare food. Meanwhile, over with Jin-woo's squad, chilling, strolling through the deep snow. Suddenly, the black-haired girl tells everyone to freeze, saying they cannot go any further because trees are covered in territory claw marks. She warns them that this whole forest is crawling with ice bears, so they need to fall back immediately before the monsters start swarming them. Jin-woo just sighs like it is no big deal, asking if she means this whole zone is ice bear territory. She is like, yeah. She cannot comprehend why this guy has 0 fear on his face. She wants everyone to get out of there ASAP, but instead, Jin-woo drops a plot twist and says that is exactly why they should head deeper into the forest. Thinking he has absolutely lost his mind, she screams right at him, asking if he is deaf or just wants to get killed. But Jin-woo just plays it cool and explains that since this is bear territory, as long as they stay in the woods, the only enemies they have to deal with are the bears. And honestly, they are way easier to handle than those big-brain ice elves. Hearing this absolutely blows her mind, and she realizes, totally right. If the forest is packed with bears, it means there are no other crazy predators around, meaning they do not have to stress about running into even stronger monsters. She is kicking herself for not realizing it sooner. Jin-woo does not even judge her. He just casually asks if they are freezing and opens his shop menu, which is loaded with coats, pants, gloves, and snow boots. He starts handing them out, telling everyone to gear up because he is not letting them freeze to death before they even start fighting. Catching a super warm winter coat he tossed her, the black-haired girl is absolutely shook, asking if that is spatial magic. The rest of the squad, losing their minds. But honestly, those items only cost 10 gold coins each, so Jin-woo easily equips the entire squad with winter gear. They start whispering among themselves, thinking spatial magic could only summon 2 or 3 low-tier items at best. So how on earth is this guy summoning much gear? Even Song Yi finds his background extremely shady, but before she can say anything, he pats her head. He tells her that since she is the same age as his little sister, and since he dragged her into this mess, he is going to protect her. In exchange, she and everyone else need to stop asking questions. Once they are all zipped up, he reminds them to not ask him anything or expect anything from him. Suddenly, a soft thud in the snow catches his attention. He looks over, sees a massive ice bear with terrifying fangs charging straight at them. The cowards in the group immediately lose their cool, screaming at Jin-woo and asking why he said they only had to worry about bears. They are freaking out because this is a high-rank beast, crying about how they should have never entered the forest. The black-haired girl steps up, offering to distract the beast while the rest of them run. But before she can even finish her sentence, Jin-woo grabs her hood and yanks her back. He pushes her out of the way, telling her he needs to make one thing clear. He is going to solo all these beasts himself. Ignoring her frantic warnings about how dangerous it is, Jin-woo just casually strolls forward. Sensing a perfect chance to farm some easy experience points, he quickly swaps his title from Adversary Conqueror to Wolf Slayer, giving him a massive 40% stat boost against beasts. The bear's giant claw smashes into the snow right where he was standing, but he easily leaps high into the air, dodging it like it is nothing. Honestly, he does not even need his daggers for this. Just bare fists will do. With his current level and the Wolf Slayer buff active, one-shotting this beast with his bare hands is a walk in the park. The moment his fist connects with the bear's skull, the insane impact completely deforms its face and instantly crushes its entire skeleton to dust. The massive shockwave shakes all the snow off the nearby trees, leaving the squad completely speechless, gasping in pure shock. No way, this guy actually walked the walk. Dropping a giant ice bear with a single punch, he casually sits down on the dead beast. Jin-woo just rubs his wrist and mumbles that he leveled up, since high-tier monsters yield way more experience points. The blue eyes of the girl is staring at him with her jaw on the floor, dying to ask who he is. But of course, Jin-woo isn't saying a word. Outside the Red Gate, things are getting seriously intense between all the different factions. Yoon-ho is dead staring the buff guy in front of him. Like, you really did all this just to find Sung Jin-woo? What do you even want with him? Yeah, as if he'd ever tell. Dong-soo just brushes it off, saying he is just trying to have some fun. Yeah, right, no one is buying that trash excuse. But honestly, whatever his real plan is, we are completely powerless this time. We literally can't do anything about a red gate. This is not some basic dungeon, bro. They could be dropped into a scorching desert or a jungle full of venomous snakes and bugs, or some freezing snowfield where their toes would literally turn to ice. Honestly, they are way more likely to be cooked than to make it out alive. Standing outside that red gate, Dong-soo is dying to go inside and see for himself. At his level, basically nothing surprises him anymore, but the entrance is completely locked shut. All he sees is a flashing red screen, forcing him to find another way because who knows when this gate will finally break open. Watching the whole thing go down, Jin-chul feels like Sung Jin-woo is insanely lucky, since even Hwang Dong-soo is completely helpless against this red gate. But forget about that, if he is really that lucky, he better survive and get the hell out. Crackle of fire melting the bear fat sends a mouth-watering aroma into the air, making the whole squad super hyped as they eat and chat away. Go Myung-hwan, E-rank fighter, takes a big bite and goes, "This bear meat is a bit chewy, but damn, it is actually good." The other C-rank is a tank named Yoon Ki-jung, and that girl over there is Hee-jin, a B-rank mage. Happily munching on her meat, Song-yi asks, "Hey, does Jin-ah really study nonstop at home all day?" She told me her walls are literally covered in study notes to memorize before bed. Hearing about his sister makes Jin-woo smile instantly. She is just like any other, just wanting to relax, eat dinner, and go to sleep. Once she is home, she just wants to pass out. Plus, she is obsessed with fried chicken. Song-yi is like, "Are you capping? How are Jin-ah's grades?" "Bo high then?" Honestly, even Jin-woo can't believe it. Ever since middle school, they only went to arcades and played games. Looking at everyone, it feels like they are just on a cozy camping trip, whispering to each other about how the ice bear attacks seem way lower than usual lately. Well, that is because their leader cleared our toll all ice bears with his bare hands, which is why they get to chill like this. While the meat is still grilling, Jin-woo suddenly stands up. He says he is done eating, needs to go work out, leaving everyone totally mind-blown. He says if he doesn't train, he'll get penalized, making the whole squad think, okay, this guy is OP, but he is seriously weird. Hanging upside down, Jin-woo does sit-ups on a high tree branch, thinking to himself that it is pretty annoying he can't just ditch this raid team and head straight into restricted zone. Now his only option is to stretch out and keep hunting. Jin-woo heads deep toward the ice bear lair at the foot of the mountain, where dark, eerie growls echo. The moment they spot an intruder, they aggressively charge out with glowing red eyes. Taking a quick count, he is pretty hyped with their numbers. Going to be a fair fight. Show yourselves! At Jin-woo's command, his shadow starts to swoosh and expand widely behind him. Out of the dark, rising figures gradually take shape into knights, bowing and kneeling right behind Jin-woo. Without even looking back, he just says, "You all Know this is your first battle, right? Leading the pack is, of course, the majestic, red-plumed Igris. Behind him, 29 shadow soldiers are fully locked and loaded. They don't roar like the bears, but once this shadow squad charges, they show absolute zero fear. No matter what claws are thrown their way, they clash their weapons directly against the bears. Instantly, both sides start taking casualties. As bear limbs fly and blood splatters everywhere, some shadow soldiers get slapped into oblivion. Some ice bears are built different, wiping out 3 shadows with a single swing. Hidden in the trees, a shadow mage charges up a glowing red orb. Swift flick of its arm, it summons dozens of fiery red spheres and rains them down on the battlefield, completely blasting both friend and foe alike. Having a mage cast such broken magic while my infantry regenerates so fast is crazy. My shadow warriors are even stronger than I expected. Basically, their insane healing makes them immortal. But this is draining a ton of my mana. The fight just started, and he is already down to 1,567 points. Suddenly, a massive ice beast with a long scar across its eye lets out a savage roar, pulling up right behind its minions. This thing is 3 times bigger than the other bears. One look and Jin-woo knows this is the alpha of the pack. Its swings are on a whole different level, instantly turning Jin-woo's shadow soldiers into black smoke, just erasing the remaining soldiers in the blink of an eye. Yeah, this is not a fair fight anymore, and Jin-woo is completely out of mana. He can't revive any more shadow warriors. Igris, take the field. Armor clanks loudly as the shadow commander steps up to face the giant bear boss. Drawing a sword that is literally bigger than his own body, Igris flashes forward like a blur, landing a clean, devastating slash that leaves a massive gash. Blood absolutely sprays everywhere. Landing smoothly on a tree, he looks down at the struggling beast. By now, the bear has gone totally feral, wilding out and shattering trees left and right with its claws. Even with his much smaller build, Igris is crazy fast, leaping onto the bear's forearm and driving his sword deep, dragging it as he moves to rip open a massive wound. Blood gushes out like a fire hose, completely disabling both of the bear's arms. Igris doesn't waste a single second, circling right behind it to slash deep into its legs. That godlike speed has Jin-woo letting out a surprised gasp. Igris completely locks down all 4 of the bear's limbs, calmly standing in front of it, without taking a single scratch. But the alpha bear's furious roar shows this fight isn't over yet. Igris leaps high into the air, spinning 360 degrees over and over, before bringing his blade down to decapitate the giant bear in a split second. Sheathes his sword so fast it makes Jin-woo question reality. Looking back, if Igris had been using his sword from the start during their fight, Jin-woo wouldn't have stood a chance. After leveling up so much, he thought he could handle this commander easily now. But looking at the bare head rolling on the floor, even though Igris is kneeling before him, suddenly feels like he is still not stronger than his own commander. Stepping up like a true dark monarch, Jin-woo gently pats his shoulder and tells him he did a great job. No way he is letting the massive body of this savage alpha bear go to waste, so Jin-woo immediately extracts its shadow from the freshly dead corpse. Instantly, a rank 1 shadow beast rises along with all its dead minions. Just like that, he has built himself an absolute squad of beastly rank 1 shadow monsters. But now, the soul of the ice bear boss is literally kneeling right in front of Jin-woo. He can't help but smirk, seeing how smoothly everything is playing out. Meanwhile, the White Tiger Guild guys have been waiting outside for 3 hours, which means 3 whole days have already passed inside. Yoon-ho is sweating, wondering how many of them are even left alive. The environment inside a red gate is pure nightmare fuel. Their skin could be bubbling under a blazing sun, or they could be freezing to death in sub-zero temps, or even fighting off toxic bugs. The weak ones, instantly cooked. But wait, even if somehow adapt, finding food is a whole different story. It's a high-rank dungeon, so there is no way low-rank hunters can just chow down on monster meat. Honestly, those C ranks and below are probably already dead. Dong-soo is just standing around, bored out of his mind, letting out a massive yawn. He claims Jin-woo is probably dead too, and that coming here was a total waste of time. Then he drops a question: is Sung Jin-woo even a member of the White Tiger Guild? He glares back like a thug. If he's not, then why the hell did he go inside that gate? That question completely stuns the White Tiger staff. Sangmin has to step up and make something up, saying Jin-woo is just an old friend who wanted to join a high-paying C-rank raid, so he let him tag along. Yoon-ho stays quiet, but he knows Sangmin is totally capping to cover for Jin-woo. There's definitely a massive secret they're hiding. Plus, why would an S-rank monster like Hwang Dong-soo fly all the way from overseas just for an E-rank nobody? The math is not mathing. Dong-soo turns around in his expensive leather shoes, sounding almost too relaxed, saying, well, looks like there's nothing else we can do here. Split second. Boom! He snatches Sangmin by the collar like a helpless rat. You wanted to hear me say that, didn't you? See, I have a special talent. I can smell the BS from a mile away. Your store pure trash. Dong-soo's grip tightens, choking the life out of Sang-min. Spill it. What are you hiding from me? Bro is literally choking him and expects an answer. Yunho grabs Dong-soo's wrist, absolutely furious, and growls. Let go of my staff. Dong-soo's eyes widen in rage. Are you trying to order me around? Don't act like you're some big shot here. What did you just say to me? Boom! A massive wave of Yunho's signature icy aura explodes around them. He's making it crystal clear if Dong-soo doesn't back off, they're throwing hands right here. Sang-min drops to the ground, coughing and freaking out. If someone doesn't stop this, we're about to witness a full-blown war between two S ranks. Back inside, it's day 4 and the freezing cold is brutal. Lips are chapped, breath is pure ice, and Kim Chul's high-tier axe is literally just a stick now. His shield is half broken. Kim Chul is staring down a giant snow monster that treats his top-tier gear like cheap toys, leaving his eyes completely dead with exhaustion. He can't wrap his brain around this. Me, the great Kim Chul, losing? No way, that's impossible. But behind him, his squad getting torn to shreds and chewed up like cabbage by these snow monsters. He's in complete denial. He was supposed to become the star recruit of the White Tiger Guild, specially trained to be one of the top hunters. So how on earth is he getting absolutely wrecked? He's grinding his teeth, refusing to accept reality. Sure, the food shortage wasn't his fault, but as the captain, he feels the weight of it. While he's busy mumbling about being the captain, his last standing teammate gets sniped by an ice arrow and drops dead. Damn it! Right in front of him is a horde of ice elves, the ones who just wiped out his entire remaining squad. He is shaking. First it was snow monsters, and now ice elves? No way. He freezes as one last survivor crawls toward him, begging for help. Splat! A metal spear pierces the guy from behind, killing him right in front of Chul. A cold shiver runs down his spine. The ice elf who did it is wearing this sickening twisted smile that completely breaks Kim Chul's mental. Mind goes blank. He lets out a terrified scream and just bolts, having no idea that behind him the ice elves are mounting up on giant snow beasts. Gasping for breath in the freezing air, blowing on his hands to stay warm. He keeps coping, telling himself it's just the cold. If we had food, we wouldn't have lost this easily. Suddenly, he runs into the old territory of the ice bears, only to find the literal bloodbath. Dead bears everywhere. Wait, is this why he hadn't seen a single ice bear since entering the forest? Did Jin-woo's squad actually wipe out all of them? No way. He immediately denies it. Those weaklings couldn't possibly do this. It has to be the ice elves. But just thinking about them sends a wave of pure terror through him, and he books it. The ice elves must be nearby. He's got to get out of there right now. Meanwhile, outside the red gate, the temperature's absolutely plummeting. Yunho is partially transforming into his beast form. Claws out, white fur spreading across his face, ready to absolutely obliterate the jerk in front of him. Dong-soo isn't backing down either, showing off his killer intent, forcing Ki-chul to quickly drag Sang-min away. Neither of them is budging. Yunho's right hand crackling with frost and lightning. Across from him, Dong-soo's left hand, Ya's charging up with high-voltage electricity. They clash at insane speeds. The sheer force of their blows sends rocks flying meters into the air, fracturing the ground, their silhouettes blurring in the chaos. The White Tiger staff are barely holding on, trying to survive the shockwave blasting from the center of the clash. But as the dust clears, leaving only pile of dust, we see Dong-soo smirking. Well, aren't you something? You actually stopped both of us? We see Jin Chul standing right between them, his sleeves completely shredded up to his armpits from blocking the raw power of two S ranks. His hands are shaking, but he looks completely unfazed. He says in a deadpan calm voice, "If you two hadn't pulled your punches at the very last second, my arms would be completely shattered right now." To defuse the situation, he's forced to drop some intel. To be honest, I was the first one to suspect Sung Jin-woo of double awakening. So about 2 months ago, I used our most advanced mana meter to test his mana, but the results were exactly the same. He's definitely just an E rank. Sang-min is shocked, but keeps his mouth shut while Jin Chul tries to keep the peace. He adds, "It's a tragedy that Hunter Hwang Dong-suk passed away, but Sung Jin-woo simply doesn't have the power to solo an entire strike squad." Dong-soo just brushes off of his hands and chuckles like, "Wait, didn't I just stir up a whole mess? Oh, I know. Even if they're baiting me, the one who took out my brother is definitely the Yujin group's golden boy. But honestly, that's just a cheap excuse." Dong-soo's face flips in a second, leaking pure unfiltered murderous intent. It's literally just an excuse to go on a killing spree. Woo Jin-chul reads him instantly but stays dead silent. That cold shoulder completely kills Dong-soo's vibe, so he just shrugs and walks away. At midnight like this, might as well go home and crash. Walking right past the White Tiger Guild members, this S-rank threat drops a straight-up warning. What are you looking at? Never seen 2 S-ranks throw hands before? Sang-min shuts his mouth real quick, but his worried eyes drift to the red gate behind him. He's still completely convinced he's the only one who knows how cracked Sung Jin-woo really is. There's no way he doesn't make it back alive. And not just survive, Jin-woo's whole squad is literally chilling around a campfire, laughing it up in the middle of a brutal blizzard. This cozy, happy-go-lucky vibe being watched by someone hiding in the dark woods. It's Kim Chul, and he's absolutely fuming, unable to comprehend what the actual hell is going on. Every single one of them a low-rank trash hunter, so how are they still breathing? They've got thick winter wear, warm blankets, tents, high-tier gear, and even steaming hot food hanging in absolute abundance. Right there in the open. Seeing this makes Kim Chul's blood boil with pure jealousy. If I actually had food and warmth, I easily would have wiped out those ice elves myself. Literally grinding his teeth, convinced they hoarded all this gear from the start just to keep it for themselves. What a bunch of absolute snakes. But suddenly, Wad hears a furious shout echoing from the woods. You absolute bastards. Kim Chul, completely losing his mind, stomps out and starts screaming in their faces. My team got wiped out because we didn't have food or gear. How on earth do you guys have all this? Seeing them look hesitant, Kim Chul gets even louder. Why are you quiet? Did someone sew your mouths shut? I knew you guys were sketchy from the start. Who's the one hoarding all these supplies? Tell me right now, and I might just spare the rest of you. Who took all the gear and left their own team to die? Song-yi is shaking with fear, clinging to Heejin, who is literally grinding her teeth in anger. Kim Chul actually has the nerve to start counting to 3. If no one speaks up, you're all accomplices. He counts 1, but dead silence. Counts 2, and he starts unsheathing his sword. Seeing that nobody is playing his game, he instantly targets Park Heejin. She was the first one to switch squads, so she must be plotting something. She didn't have the guts to survive on her own, but she wanted to hoard all the food. Is that why you jumped ship to this squad? You're the mastermind, aren't you? Completely lost in his own delusions, Kim Chul charges forward ready to scream 3, but instead takes a massive slap straight to the back of his head. His face goes faceplant mode right into the freezing snow, rolling 3 times like a bowling ball until he hits tree trunk. The squad instantly cheers seeing Jin-woo finally back, but our MC is just staring with pure disgust at this joke of a captain. Literally the one who abandoned us to die, so shut your mouth. But wait, did Jin-woo bring guests back? The 4 of them look around the dark forest, seeing nothing but snow and Kim Chul. Jin-woo glares at the empty snowy space and speaks up. Come out. Quit the stealth. You can't hide from me. Your presence is way too loud. Sudden flash of light has everyone instantly backing up behind Jin-woo. They're here! Honestly, even Jin-woo feels a cold chill down his spine. That's the Ice Elf Chieftain. Riding on a massive beast, his figure slowly emerges from the snow, with a massive army backing him up. We're talking not 1, 2, or 3, but over 20 of them. The leader mutters, so it's true. You're not all complete trash. Looks like one of you actually has some real skills. Jin-woo fires back with zero hesitation. What did you just say? Who are you calling trash? The monster lord pauses for a second, surprised that someone actually dares to talk back to him. But more importantly, you actually understand our language. Right then, Jin-woo realizes he's somehow speaking their tongue. To Heejin, he's literally speaking the monster language, and her mind is completely blown. Jin-woo realizes this has to be a system perk, but the monster leader couldn't care less about how the human understands them. He finds it amusing, pointing to a monster beside him. This is the guy you met before, the one who did that throat-slit gesture to challenge Jin-woo on Day 1. The chieftain says, he told us there's a strong human among the weaklings, so we wanted to test you in a duel. But before he even finishes speaking, that cocky monster's head gets clean sliced off, blood spraying everywhere and mixing with the falling snow. Jin-woo lands right behind them. As the lifeless body of the ice elf collapses into the bloody snow, Jin-woo looks back and mocks the leader. Anything else you want to say? Instead of being shocked, a wicked, creepy grin spreads across the leader's face. Well, aren't you interesting? After a lightning-fast clash of daggers, Jin-woo quickly leaps back, realizing this opponent is actually a beast. Twirling his ice dagger, the chieftain makes an offer, though calling it an offer is an understatement. You're definitely going to love this. Stepping off his horse, he smirks before dropping a question. Let me ask you something. What are you doing with these pins? You're clearly not one of them. Jin-woo is confused, but before he can even ask, the chieftain bursts out laughing. Oh, so you really don't know. We constantly hear voices in our heads telling us to slaughter humans, but those voices go dead silent whenever you're around. Jin-woo goes quiet. Voices telling them to kill. Could that be like the system quests forced on him? Maybe those rules don't apply to him because system basically turned him into a player. Standing right in front of him, the Ice Elf Chieftain keeps talking. Honestly, we have absolutely no reason to fight each other. We don't want to take any unnecessary losses. All you have to do is hand over those humans behind you, and I'll let you walk away alive. So do we have a deal? Jin-woo frowns, completely ignoring the offer, and asks a different question instead. Who are you guys? We're do you come from? And why are you so obsessed with killing humans? The chieftain smirks and is about to answer when suddenly his body blurs right in front of Jin-woo, teleports over to his right side just a few steps away, repeating the exact same words. We have no reason to fight each other. We don't want to take any unnecessary losses. All you have to do is hand over those humans behind you. Jin-woo is visibly shocked. Wait, what just happened? Was that speed or just some cheap trick? It's clear the monster has zero intention of answering him. Standing before his grinning minions who look just as creepy as their boss, he's asking Jin-woo, well, do you accept the deal? I refuse, he flatly replies. Immediately, the vibe around those ice killers shifts completely. Don't tell me you plan to fight me and my subordinates? Bro, you are heavily outnumbered. Do you really think you can defeat us all by yourself? Jin-woo just scoffs, outnumbered by who? Who is outnumbered here? Right then, an entire army of shadow soldiers crawls out from the smoke of Jin-woo's massive shadow, scaring the absolute crap out of his 4 teammates. Before the ice monsters can even make a sound, the teammates are already screaming in pure terror. No way, monsters are literally spawning out of thin air. Jin's mouth is so wide open you could fit an egg inside. Wait, are those shadow soldiers and savage ice bears? They spawn right behind the crew, letting out deep growls, and Yoon Ki-jong is absolutely shaking. Doesn't even dare to look back, but the others nervously sneak a peek. Who are these guys wearing giant fur coats? The moment Go Myung-hwan locks eyes with a shadow ice bear, he is instantly terrified, shrinking his head into his coat like a scared turtle. But the ice leader just keeps that smug, cunning smirk on his face. What a cheap trick, Jin-woo. Not even mad, Jin-woo just tilts his chin and asks him back, are you sure about that? Boom! The shadow army rushes forward like a storm, completely launching into the ice monsters. Both armies clash in an absolute bloodbath, slashing and stabbing, doing whatever it takes to take the other down. Jin grabs her teammate and runs. We cannot get caught in this fight. We need to run for our lives. Watching the two armies tear each other apart, Jin-woo realizes the leader calling his army a cheap trick wasn't entirely wrong. Sure, he has the numbers, but he lacks the mana to sustain them for a long time. Even if his shadow soldiers are immortal, their numbers will gradually drop if they keep getting shredded. He leveled up each shadow so they can handle a few ice elves, but the problem is still the leader. That guy is literally clearing 3 or 4 shadows at once without even breaking a sweat. Honestly, Jin-woo guesses his level might be higher than his own. This boss is not going down easily. Even with Igris, his normal infantry stands 0 chance. Glancing toward Kim Chul dropped earlier, Jin-woo decides he absolutely needs a stronger shadow. Stepping through the falling snow, the elf leader smirks and introduces himself. My name is Baruka. What is yours? He replies, I am Sung Jin-woo. He slowly backs up till his foot touches Kim Chul's sword, suddenly launches himself forward, kicking the sword so it spins and lands right next to its owner, who is knocked out face down under a tree. Jin-woo leaps high, slashing both daggers straight at where Baruka was standing. The boss dodges instantly, trying to step on Jin-woo's dagger, but it suddenly vanishes like smoke, putting Baruka on high alert. Out of nowhere, that same dagger appears in Jin-woo's right hand, aiming a clean slash right at the leader's face. Swings his other hand, clashing directly with Baruka's second dagger. The two lock weapons in an intense struggle, but Jin-woo leaves an opening. The elf leader quickly drives a knee straight into his stomach, sending him flying backward. It does not really hurt, but it definitely annoys Jin-woo. He does 3 flips and sticks the landing on the snow. Baruka's smile widens. I cannot even remember the last time I felt this excited about a battle. Right then, a massive fireball rains down from above, straight onto where the boss is standing, burning the snow and ground with a loud boom. That is not from Jin-woo, but his shadow mage. Thanks to his master buying time, he managed to cook up a perfect fireball. Keeping his eyes locked on the embers floating in the wind, Jin-woo's ears pick up the sound of the tanker waking up behind him after such a massive blast. The guy is furious, realizing the voice he heard before passing out belonged to that damn Sung Jin-woo. While cursing him out, his hand suddenly touches his sword hilt. Kim Chul grips it tight, swearing he will kill this bastard no matter what. Meanwhile, Jin-woo stands facing the raging sea of flames, looking completely unbothered. He speaks directly into the smoke. There is no way a single attack like that could kill you, so quit making me wait. Emerging through the flames and thick smoke, the elf leader rushes out with a savage smile on his face. Is this really all your little soldiers can do? Baruka screams as he charges. Even when the boss gets within 20 meters, Jin-woo does not flinch, standing completely still before suddenly launching forward, ignoring Jin's panicked warnings from behind. Why? Because right behind his back is Kim Chul, gripping his massive sword, ready to slice down his ultimate enemy. Jin-woo is literally trapped in a pincer movement, Baruka in front and Kim Chul behind. The elf leader chuckles. Looks like that guy behind you wants to kill you too. but he instantly shuts up when he sees a smirk on Jinwoo's face. Oh, Kim Chul, you are just way too predictable. Jinwoo silently calls out Igris. The shadow beneath his feet instantly turns black and surges up like wings, forming that massive, familiar figure. A brutal squelch echoes through the air. Igris's massive sword impales Kim Chul straight through his chest. Kim Chul is left hanging like a piece of meat, spitting blood, his face swelling with rage. Desperately tries to curse Jinwoo out. You absolute bastard. Jinwoo did not even bother turning around, yet he took out Kim Chul so easily. You saw this coming the entire time, did you not? Damn it. Even in his final moments, Kim Chul can only stare at Jinwoo's ice-cold eyes, and even though Jinwoo does not say a word, that gaze says it all. Spitting out one final pool of blood, Kim Chul dies a miserable death. Now Jinwoo has only one enemy left to face, the leader of the Ice Killers. That is cute, but this is not going to change your fate. The boss sneers. Jinwoo's lips part as he whispers arise, but Baruka is already extremely close, and Jinwoo still is not moving. Luckily, Igris instantly steps in after finishing his target, swinging his heavy sword to force the Ice Leader to roll away and land a short distance back. Standing behind Igris, Jinwoo places his hand on Kim Chul's body, calling for him to rise. Since he just died, the scream is incredibly loud. Jinwoo waits in silence. A few seconds pass, and the shadow extracted from Kim Chul's body successfully takes shape, kneeling right before him. This new shadow is just as massive as Igris, rocking a super clean high-tier set of armor, and now he needs Jinwoo to give him a name. Jinwoo looks at him, not wanting to call him Chul anymore. You were a tanker, so from now on, your name is Iron. The system immediately registers it. Iron Level 1, Night Grade. Not even a few seconds later, the annoying voice the elf leader echoes nearby. He slashes through a few shadow soldiers, grumbling, "Do you really think you can stop me? Just one extra soldier? Of course not." Jinwoo orders Iron to step forward and activate his signature skill. A loud taunting cry to generate. Iron drops a massive shield, swatting away Baruka's incoming attack. Bro didn't even flinch. He just stands there grinning like a psycho, completely triggered. Baruka locks eyes on Jinwoo, thinking, oh, a new challenger? Let's take him out first. He leaps right onto Iron's massive shield. Even though he can't slice through that absolute unit, insane speed lets him slip right behind Iron. Landing with a smug grin, the boss starts trash-talking. Bro, you really think this slow-ass turtle can stop me? But hold on. Igris blitzes out from behind Iron like a shadow. At the same time, Jinwoo spawns on the left. Talk about gassing yourself up too early, bro. How about a 3-on-1? Fight is so cracked that Song-yi grabs Hee-jin shaking and asks, yo, is this how hunters normally fight? Hee-jin is just like, absolutely not. No normal hunter could survive a trial like this. The B rank and C rank guys nearby are completely shell-shocked, whispering, guys, I think we're literally dreaming right now. Igris leaps into the air, swinging his massive razor-sharp sword right at Baruka's chest, forcing the boss to dodge back. But because he was distracted, he gets caught slipping and takes a hit from Jinwoo's Kasaka dagger, right in the shoulder. Boom. Paralyze and bleed debuffs instantly trigger. But damn, it still missed the boss's vital point. Jinwoo has to admit this boss is built different. Even in a crazy bind like that, he still covered his weak spot. Leaping back, Jinwoo sees blood pouring everywhere. Bro shrugs off like it's nothing. Baruka's resistance is way too OP, cleansing the debuffs instantly. All it did was make him even more furious. Jinwoo just smirks. Yo, now is not the time to throw a tantrum. Take a look around you, buddy. Baruka grits his teeth and looks around. No wonder everything suddenly got so quiet. Every single ice elf he was flexing earlier is lying dead on the ground, while Jinwoo's shadow armsy is still standing strong. The boss goes absolutely feral, charging straight at Jinwoo, screaming, if I just end you, these shadows will disappear too, right? But Jinwoo just calmly draws his dagger, throwing it straight at the boss, flying in like a what the hell. Are you actually throwing away your weapon? Are you stupid? But then, Jinwoo flicks his wrist. Ruler's touch activates instantly, catching the spinning dagger. Instead of pulling it back, Jinwoo boosts its speed to the absolute max, catching the ice elf completely off guard. No way he can block this. The dagger slams directly into Baruka's ice blade, shattering it to pieces. Before the boss can even process what just happened, a massive roar shakes the ground from behind. Iron uses his massive, heavy arms to bear hug the boss, lifting him up like a helpless little frog. Instantly, the entire Shadow Army focuses all their firepower for a massive combo attack, making the battlefield erupt in non-stop explosions. Iron's shadow is looking pretty beat up now, totally ragged. Then, with a loud crash, Baruka bursts through the encirclement, upper body covered in burns, and his clothes are shredded. But now he's unleashing his final, full power state. You're dead. With a deafening roar, his icy aura completely overflows. I will slaughter every single one of you. But right as he finishes trash-talking, a cold blade slices right through his side, blood spraying everywhere. He freezes, looking down in pure shock. Jin-woo's figure fades out of stealth right next to him, his dagger buried deep in the boss's vital spot. Looks like it's over, buddy, Jin-woo chuckles. Suddenly, the boss grabs Jin-woo's wrist, blocking him in place. Who do you think you're talking to? I'm not done yet. He swings to counterattack, but out of nowhere, Giant Iron leaps in with his massive axe, slamming it straight down on the boss's head, flattening Baruka right into the bloody snow. Jin-woo sighs. See? I told you it's over. That was a clean finisher. Or so Jin thought, until the system notification officially pops up. You've defeated the dungeon boss. Finally, he lets out a deep breath. Damn, that was way too close for comfort. But hey, leveling up twice is a massive win. Suddenly, a heavy thudding sound vibrates through the snow. Wait, what is that? Turns out Iron is still savagely hacking away at the boss's dead body. Jin-woo has to yell, "Yo, stop, that is enough." He literally has to point right at his face to make him chill. But when Iron looks back at his master, his face is just completely blank and derpy. Seriously, even as a shadow, this guy is still an absolute idiot. Jin-woo just shakes his head, totally speechless. This big guy is definitely going to be a headache later on. Iron has no clue what he did wrong. He looks over at Igris, but Igris just facepalms, lets out a heavy sigh just like Jin-woo, and walks away too. Iron is still completely clueless, turning his horned helmet toward two nearby shadow soldiers, flexing his arms and cheering like they just won the championship, and those two idiots actually start copying him. Listening to this nonsense, Jin-woo turns to the human survivors who are still standing there frozen and yells, "All right, let's head home." But they're still in denial. Go home? How? But then, right in front of the snowy forest, a blue portal begins to manifest. It's the exit. Jin-woo waves them over. Look, the gate is open. Let's get out of here. The four survivors are completely speechless, unable to believe they're actually going home alive. Jin-woo takes one last look around the snowy battlefield, then looks down at his feet, wondering what he should do with this boss. Outside the gate, the red gate is still glowing a dark, ominous red. Sangmin checks his watch. It is already 3 a.m., meaning a whole week has passed inside the dungeon. Looking at his guildmaster, who is finally back in his human form, Sangmin asks, "Sir, do you want to go get some rest? We can watch the gate." But Baek Yoon-ho just shakes his head. How can I just leave when my own guild members are still trapped in there? I'm staying right here until sunrise. But right as he says that, the space around the red gate starts to ripple with bright, swirling energy. That is the sign. The dungeon has been cleared and the gate is opening up. As shadows begin to emerge, Yoon-ho eagerly watches, hoping to see Kim Chol. Did the A-rank Titan actually survive? But the first person to step out with tears in her eyes is Park Hee-jin, accompanied by Go Myung-hwan, who is literally crying a river. Next is Yoon Ki-jung, followed by the two weakest hunters. When Sang-min spots Sung Jin-woo stepping through, he silently pumps his fist, cheering, "Yes, exactly as I predicted." But as the five of them step out, the gate completely vanishes behind them. The entire crowd rushes forward, asking, "Wait, what about Kim Chul? Hold on, are you guys the only survivors?" Hee-jin looks down and whispers, "Yes, we are the only ones who made it out alive." The White Tiger Guild Masters can completely dumbfounded, unable to believe that only low-rank hunters returned, and only one B-rank made it. Where is our A-rank? What on earth happened inside that gate? Jin-woo doesn't have time for this drama. Ignoring the chaotic White Tiger crowd, he just looks at Song-yi and says, "Come on, let me take you home." But suddenly, a massive hand grabs Jin-woo's shoulder. Yoon-ho demands answers right now. Jin-woo casually brushes the guildmaster's hand off his shoulder, rejecting him flat out. "Look, I'm exhausted. If you want to know what happened, go ask your own guild members." Instant rage flares in Yoon-ho's eyes. "That wasn't a polite request, kid." He grabs Jin-woo's shoulder again, squeezing with insane force, letting him know, "I'm Baek Yoon-ho, the guild master of White Tiger. This is an order, not a suggestion. Do you hear me?" His voice drops to a chilling growl, repeating, We just lost 9 of our guild members. As their leader, don't I have the right to ask you a few questions?" But Jin-woo was already annoyed. He turned around, giving Baek Yoon-ho a look of pure disrespect. "At least I saved 3 of your hunters. As their guild master, shouldn't you be thanking me instead?" The two locked eyes for just 2 seconds, instantly reading each other's minds. In the end, Yoon-ho backed down first, lowering his voice. "Looks like I took my anger out on you. You're right, my bad." And just like that, the two of them walked over to their cheap car parked nearby. Meanwhile, Yoon-ho walked over to Hee-jin, who was clutching a hot cup of water with both hands, her eyes still glued to where Jin-woo had just left. Yoon-ho asked her, "Why is that guy acting like that?" To be honest, Hee-jin had no idea. He had been like that from the start. But after defeating the boss, Jin-woo apparently shouted something at the dead body 3 times. Sang-min stepped in to defend him, saying, "Maybe he's just tired. He doesn't seem like a bad guy." Instead of getting mad, the guild leader asked why they hadn't recruited him yet. "Anyone who dares to yell straight to my face like that would definitely demand a massive price to be recruited." Yoon-ho gave a short order saying, "Recruit him. Just trying your best isn't enough anymore. I will provide whatever you need. Just get that young man into our guild, all costs." Finally, Sang-min could smile. I knew it. I wasn't wrong about him. Meanwhile, Jin-woo's old beat-up car carried the two of them, speeding down the highway. Steering with one hand, he thought tiredly. Maybe the gap in their power was just too massive, because even after 3 attempts, Jin-woo still couldn't summon Baruka's soul back to life. It was a shame, but there was nothing he could do. At least he got some fire loot out of it. Baruka's A-rank dagger. The description said that Lord Baruka himself used this dagger, and it was infused with magic to reduce the user's weight, letting them move much faster. Plus, it buffed attack by 110 points and agility by 20 points, making it the absolute best weapon in Jin-woo's hands. After dropping Song-yi off at her apartment, her attitude was way more polite than before. She bowed and thanked Jin-woo, which totally threw him off. "But why didn't you just call me Brother Sung like before?" Her cheeks turned bright red as she bowed and looked up respectfully. "Thank you so much for today. See you tomorrow. See you next time." With that, she dashed inside out of embarrassment, leaving Jin-woo totally confused. Checking his watch, it was only 3:50 a.m. Technically, seeing her tomorrow made sense. Turning the wheel, he figured he'd be going on a raid with Jin-ho tomorrow. The sun had barely risen, but the light reflecting off Jin-ho's shiny armor was already blinding. Even though he was used to this vibe, Jin-woo was still speechless. Did you seriously take a taxi here dressed like that? But honestly, Jin-ho's armor was actually way less ridiculous this time compared to before. Jin-ho was determined, saying, "If you need me to, I'll even walk here. After all, you're the one helping me." 2 of them got into Jin-woo's cheap car, but the one driving was actually the rich heir of the Yu-Jin group. Jin-woo said, "First, we need to pick someone up on our way to the raid, Han Song-yi." Yeah, the high schooler from before. Jin-ho instantly sensed something sus. Not only did Jin-woo have her number, but he was also being way too nice to her. Are they dating? The moment they parked, Jin-ho turned around with a dead serious face. "Should I start calling Song-yi ma'am?" Jin-woo had no clue what this kid was talking about. "She's just my sister's friend." The girl showed up with a bright smile, greeted Jin-woo, and hopped into the car, smiling as she said hello to Jin-ho. He watched as Jin-woo asked her if she got any sleep, even saying, "Why don't you sleep a bit in the car?" Every single word exchanged made Jin-ho's jaw drop. They clearly met up last night, but what did they do to be this exhausted? Earlier, Jin-woo said he got home at 4 in the morning, yet he claims she's just his sister's friend? Jin-ho wanted to mind his business, but his conscience kicked in, so he whispered, "Boss, Han Song-yi is still a minor, you know?" Jin-woo was completely lost, having absolutely no idea why this kid was acting so tense. Seeing Jin-woo not getting it made Jin-ho panic even more. Well, he's not an ordinary guy anyway, so maybe I shouldn't judge him by normal standards. I'll just shut up and drive. C-rank dungeon they were raiding today was filled with aggressive stone monsters, but with just one sweep, shattered like broken glass. Jin-ho stammered in absolute shock. "Boss, who on earth are these guys?" He was so terrified he fell straight onto his butt, watching Jin-woo's shadow soldiers tear the monsters apart. Jin-woo then remembered this was Jin-ho's first time seeing them. Simply explained, "Just think of it as one of my skills. But honestly, a skill that lets you summon creepy shadows like this is pretty insane." Jin-woo didn't feel like explaining the whole story. Either way, they were incredibly useful. They did all the hunting, fighting, and even ran errands, like looting mana crystals. Jin-ho felt totally useless, pleading, "Could you please at least let me collect the crystals?" The reason was simple. His only job was completely stolen by these shadow soldiers. Jin-ho couldn't even hide his sadness, which made Jin-woo laugh. This guy's so weird. Soon, Jin-ho got used to the shadow soldiers handing him ores to put in his bag, even though he was crying inside. It was their very last raid together. The 19 raids he had promised Jin-ho were wrapping up so fast. Meanwhile, in an A-rank dungeon far away on the east coast of the United States, screams echoed through the caverns. This wasn't some weak rookie losing his mind, but an A-rank hunter named Liam. Covered in cold sweat, he gasped, "My entire strike squad got wiped out?" His eyes locked onto a figure with long hair and a thick beard standing in the center. No way. Is that a humanoid magic beast? For the first time, Liam felt true terror. Felt weird from the start when they didn't find a single monster in the dungeon. He never expected to encounter a monster like this in the boss room. Looking closely, Liam was shocked. The mana radiating from this guy was greater than the entire A-rank dungeon itself. This was unheard of. Just how strong was he? Turning sharply toward Liam, who was desperately crawling backward, the figure spoke, completely terrifying him. Shooing away the monsters, the long-haired man complained, "Why are you screaming so loud? It's deafening." "Don't worry, your friends aren't dead. I just knocked them out." Even though Liam was shaking too hard to listen, the man explained, "Your squad attacked me out of nowhere. I'm not a magic beast. I'm actually a human." But hold up, that's actually a human. The more he talks, the harder he sheiks. The guy points at himself and stammers, I'm Korean. I just want to go home. Finally, his face comes into clear focus. Definitely a human, no cap. Cut to a smoky barbecue joint with meat sizzling on the grill, where Jin-ho is sitting across from him, acting all polite. I'm so sorry, Mr. Celebrating in a cheap place like this is kind of embarrassing. Honestly, Jin-woo couldn't care less. He's just worried this cheap food won't sit well with a rich kid. He raises his glass and asks what Jin-ho plans to do next. Honestly, he's just drinking for the vibes. The second alcohol hits his system. His passive skills instantly purge it. Jin-ho respectfully clinks his glass and gives him an honest answer. I just need to take a simple written test at the association to get my guildmaster license. After that, I'll try to negotiate a deal with my dad. His cheeks are flushing red, but he's dead serious. Thinking back to his promise with Jin-woo. Sure, getting a building worth 30 billion won is cool, but that's just a side quest. Jin-woo's real goal, still to level up, and he's already secured the bag. There's zero reason to keep this partnership going anymore. As of today, Jin-woo has already reached level 61. Rocking the titles of Shadow Monarch and Conqueror of Adversity, his health pool is now sitting at a massive 13,000. His stats are naturally through the roof, plus his physical damage reduction is up by 46%. Sitting across from him, Jin-ho stuffs his face and asks, So, what's your next move, boss? Staring at the demon castle key in his hand, Jin-woo doesn't give a straight answer. He just says he'll be off the grid for a while. The kid's face instantly drops, and he chugs the rest of his drink in disappointment. If you think I'm annoying, you can just say it straight to my face. See, bro is completely overthinking things again. Jin-woo sighs, calls his name, and asks a random question out of nowhere. Seriously, how do you actually see me? With his face burning red from the alcohol, Jin-ho starts opening up. My older brother is 10 years older than me, and honestly, he can't stand me. So we never really spent any time together growing up. Jin-woo just listens in silence while the meat continues to sizzle on the grill, but compared to him, you literally saved my life and helped me get where I am today. Honestly, boss, you feel more like a real brother to me than my actual brother. That hits Jin-woo right in the feels. He doesn't say it out loud, but his cold expression softens up. Well, if you see me as an older brother, then I don't mind calling you my little brother. Kid is totally stunned, staring at the glass Jin-woo is holding out. Before you know it, he's crying ugly tears, completely overwhelmed with emotion. Still calling him boss, but now he's trying to go in for a hug, which totally creeps Jin-woo out. To make things worse, the kid face plants onto the table, sobbing, I'm not drunk. I'm totally sober. Crying his eyes out, completely tuning out the tense news broadcast on the television. We received reports that a major incident occurred during a training heat exercise for your rookie hunters. Is that true? On the screen, the White Tiger Guild Master is getting absolutely bombarded with questions by reporters. Is it true that all the high-rank hunters were wiped out and only the low ranks made it back alive? There are rumors circulating that a mysterious figure stepped in to save the survivors. What's your comment on this? Yoon-ho keeps it brief and cold. The association has already wrapped up its investigation. An incident did occur, but no one came to rescue the survivors. Jin-woo watches in silence as a reporter presses further. Then why are you refusing to let us interview the survivors? At that point, Yoon-ho shuts them down, ends the press conference on the spot, and heads straight back to White Tiger headquarters. Slumping back into his chair, he loosens his tie, completely exhausted. Those damn reporters really know how to sniff out a story. Suddenly, his secretary walks in. Sir Min Byung-gu is on the line. Exhausted as he is, he takes the call. A teasing voice chuckles from the other end. Hey bro, why'd you shut off your phone? Yoon-ho sighs. I'm keeping a low profile until these reporters chill out. The guy gasps. Oh, so it is because of that Red Gate incident, huh? I just saw it on the news. I'm in Japan right now, by the way. Look at you, looking all handsome on TV. Yoon-ho is too tired for games, so his friend takes the hint and tones it down. Hey, don't sweat it. Everything will blow over soon. But seriously, I've got some massive news. A week ago, someone from Japan secretly reached out to our Hunters Association. So I came over here to check it out myself, and honestly, the situation is way worse than what they reported. It won't be long before this news hits Korea. Yoon-ho instantly snaps out of his exhaustion when Byung-gu mentions they want to talk to someone who was part of the Jeju Island raid. Up straight, leaning in closer to the phone, spill the details. Well, as you already know, 4 years ago, an S-rank gate burst open on Jeju Island. After countless failed attempts to reclaim it, even the government gave up on saving the island. 4 years later, the place is still completely overrun by those giant ant monsters. Remembering how close he and Min Byung-gu came to dying during that raid, Yoon-ho grits his teeth. It's a memory he'd rather keep buried, but this time something even crazier is happening. Yoon-ho doesn't get why this is even a topic. They're stuck on that island anyway, so why not just leave them be? But the news Byung-gu is about to drop is a total game changer. Chance those ants are migrating to other countries by literally flying across the ocean. A winged ant carcass was just washed up on the coast of Japan, proving these monsters are evolving at an absolutely terrifying rate. Packing up to head out, Jin-ah spots him. Why have you been leaving the house so much lately? Don't tell me you're going on another long trip? Slinging his bag over his shoulder, Jin-woo tells her, I'll be gone for about a week. Not even caring where he's actually going, Jin-ah smirks. So, when were you going to tell me you got a girlfriend, dear brother? He quickly slips out the door, claiming he's just hanging out with a friend, while she giggles behind his back. This time, heading over to the Dason building, Jin-woo doesn't even wait for daylight. Under a deep crimson night sky, the dungeon gate stands wide open, surrounded by burning flames and massive chains. Back when he beat the Hellhound Cerberus, he was barely past level 20. Now that his level is literally 3 times higher, this raid should be a total breeze. The massive door leading straight to the Demon King's lair looms right in front of Jin-woo. After a brief pause, he pulls out the castle key and prepares to step inside. Welcome to the Demon Castle. As the massive doors creak open, the system screen instantly pops up. You have received a quest. Stepping inside, Jin-woo is greeted by pure pitch-black darkness. Only light comes from behind him, stretching his shadow 3 meters down the hall. The corridor goes on forever, lined on both sides by creepy winged demon walls. He can barely make out a tightly shut door at the very end of the tunnel. Just as he's wondering if that's the exit, a massive system screen pops up right in his face. Regular quest. Collect the demon souls. Demons are crawling all over this castle, and you'll unlock a special reward by taking them down and harvesting their souls. Quest requirement. Collect 10,000 demon souls. Rewards. Number 1. Choose any item from the shop, and number 2. Bonus stat points. 20 extra stat points, plus 3 mystery rewards that weren't even listed in the quest info. Talk about a massive upgrade. As the massive door slammed shut behind him, Jin-woo was absolutely stunned. Honestly, it has been a hot minute since he last got assigned a final quest, and this reward is looking absolutely cracked. 20 free stat points is just insane, but on top of that, he gets to pick literally any item he wants from the shop. We are talking about legendary items worth over 10 billion gold here, and if he clears this quest, he gets to take one home for free. Hyped out of his mind, our boy steps inside and pushes open the door he thought was the exit. Immediately, a wave of intense heat hits him right in the face. Bro realized that with rewards this fire, the quest itself was going to be an absolute nightmare. But still, Jin-woo never expected this. Instead of a single boss monster waiting for him, he sees a completely ruined city trapped in a raging sea of fire spreading over the debris. Hunters call these massive open-world dungeons a field-type dungeon. He never in a million years imagined he would actually step into one of these today. Looking up, there are actual clouds and a moon, and the ruined buildings look like a creepier copy of Seoul. Suddenly, dozens of glowing red eyes emerge from the shadows, slowly creeping toward him. He was completely stunned. The quest requires him to collect 10,000 demon souls, which means there are at least 10,000 of these beasts lurking inside the castle. As these terrifying monsters slowly emerge from smoke and flames, the system drops a hint. Every single demon you defeat gives you 1 soul. But if you want to speedrun this, you can find high-tier demons with way more souls on the upper floors of the castle. Tossing his backpack to the side, Jin-woo originally planned to tell everyone he would only be gone for about a week. But looking at this absolute chaos, he has no idea if a single week will even be enough. The moment his bag hits the ground, boom, our boy vanishes from where he was standing. Swings his fist, unleashing a literal hurricane of wind. In the blink of an eye, he blitzes 20 meters forward, leaving 4 monsters deeply sliced behind him. A 2-horned demon opens its mouth wide, getting ready to blast him with some dark energy, but Jin-woo instantly slices it in half. They do not even have time to react. Checking his system notifications, he realized just defeated low-tier demons, netting 100 experience points per kill. Do the math, and he needs to obliterate 597 more of these trash mob to level up. Looking at his current stats, wiping these guys out is absolute light work. It is just going to take some time. Meanwhile, at an upscale traditional Korean restaurant where only the super rich go to dine, a wealthy older man sets down his chopsticks, stares dead into his son's eyes across the table, and asks, "So you actually want to become the guild master of the Yujin Guild?" Jin-ho, sharp in his suit, bows his head and replies with pure determination, "Yes, father." He hands over his guildmaster license and raid logs, his heart pounding as he thinks, "Why is my father still hesitating between me and my brother for this position?" He speaks up, trying to make his case, "Father, I am sure you are already aware of this, but if you hand the guild master position to a complete stranger, it is way too risky. You would basically be giving them total control over our business." But cutting his youngest son right off, Yoon Myung-han, suddenly speaks, "There is someone I want you to meet first." The sliding doors open, and in walks a very average-looking guy introduced as Go-myung-hwan, a hunter, bows to the two of them. It turns out he is a member of the White Tiger Guild and one of the rare survivors from that recent crazy Red Gate incident. Jin-ho is totally confused how on earth his dad managed to track down a survivor right now, especially when reporters outside are literally hunting them down. Urged by the chairman, the hunter starts his story. On that day, besides the White Tiger trainees, there was this young female hunter who looked like a high school student, and a guy named Sung Jin-woo. Jin-ho instantly locks in, quickly asks, "Wait, was that girl Han Song-yi?" Now everything clicks. That is why those two got so close recently. But wait, what was my even doing inside that gate in the first place? Go-myung-hwan continues. "At first, I was so confused why two E-rank hunters were even tagging along to a training camp for rookie hunters. But at this point, Jin-ho completely tunes out. Honestly, he is the only one who does not need to hear the rest of the story, because Jin-woo's actual broken power is something Jin-ho knows better than anyone else. But dang, now he is not the only one who holds his young secret anymore." Finishing his story, Go-myung-hwan looks extremely puzzled and adds, "The White Tiger Guild strictly ordered us to keep Sung Jin-woo's involvement a complete secret, though I have no idea why." The chairman pulls out a thick folder and tells him to dismiss the hunter. Turning to his son, "All right, Jin-ho, you know I am always scout hunting for God mode talent. So naturally, when I heard rumors of a beast who single-handedly saved everyone from a red gate, I had to look into it." He slides over a file with his son's picture on it. Yu Myung-han never expected that the mystery powerhouse he was desperately trying to recruit was actually a member of his own son's strike squad. "I think you picked the absolute worst day to negotiate, son. It seems like Sung Jin-woo was the real MVP who carried you to get that guildmaster license, wasn't he?" Caught red-handed, Jin-ho cannot even deny it because that is exactly what happened. But now that his dad knows he got hard carried by another hunter, his chances of beating his brother for the position are basically dead. Jin-ho hangs his head in pure silence for a hot second, but when he finally looks up, he is still determined to make his play. "Father, please let me lead the Yujin Guild." To his absolute shock, his dad does not object at all, simply replying, "Sure," leaving Jin-ho completely speechless. Hearing his father actually greenlight his takeover of the Yujin Guild was a massive plot twist. "Well, you said it yourself just now. Letting a stranger control the guild is way too risky. Why should I take that gamble when I can just hand the keys to my own son?" Jin-ho is still totally lost, thinking, wait, I literally just got caught lying about this and he still says yes? Yu Myung-han sighs, shaking his head. Only an absolute fool exposes his own weaknesses during a negotiation. He only has one crucial question left. You actually recruit Sung Jin-woo to join our guild? Jin-ho has no idea if he can pull this off, so he can only reply with, "I will do my best." Well, like father, like son, right? The apple does not fall far from the tree. Yu Myung-han smiles, pleased with how fast his son locked in. But here is the real play. The old man has already contacted two S-rank hunters to recruit them into the Yujin Guild. We are talking about Cha Hye-in from the Hunters Guild and the retired legend Min Byung-gu. Even though she is an absolute beast, Cha Hye-in is still just the vice guildmaster, constantly overshadowed by Choi Jong-in, the ultimate hunter. So, the chairman offered her the guildmaster spot, backed by our unlimited corporate wealth. As for Min Byung-gu, even though he is retired, he is still in peak physical shape to jump back into action. Honestly, he only retired because of the absolute trauma from failing all three previous Jeju Island raid campaigns. But recently, a winged ant carcass washed up in Japan. If a fourth Jeju Island raid gets greenlit, he will personally scout them back into the game. Staring at his deep-in-thought son, Yu Myung-han wonders who will secure their target first. Will it be him saying those, or will his son manage to bag the legendary Sung Jin-woo first? Smirking to himself, he cannot wait to see how this plays out. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, Jin-woo is currently cooking. Still a long way to go. He has only grabbed 309 out of 1,000 demon souls, but he did pocket some low-grade demon horns. They are just two tiny little horns from the head of a low-rank demon. But hey, demon horns are prime ingredients for high-tier magic, which means they sell for a crazy amount of cash. Standing in the middle of a pile of monster corpses, for a minute with zero spawns, Jin-woo realizes he basically wiped out the entire zone. Talk about a clean sweep. Honestly, the first floor is too easy. The mobs here, but hey, XP is XP, and Jin-woo is still pulling in some decent gains. Normally, he would have to grind through 9C rank dungeons just to level up once. But here it only took him 4 hours to level up. Of course, as he levels up, the XP curve spikes, meaning ranking up is only going to get harder. Back when he faced Baruka, Jin-woo realized he was only at the level of a low S rank hunter. He needs to speedrun this if he wants to get truly broken. Right now, he is holding the entry permit to the second floor of the demon castle. permit lets him use the teleportation circle on the first floor, but only to jump between floors. Looking at that massive pillar of light shooting straight up into the whirling sky, Jin-woo figures it is probably located right where Seoul Tower stands. To get there fast, he is going to need a ride. Time to summon a shadow warrior. He quickly pulls a random soldier and boom, out pops the Ice Bear leader looking absolutely massive, like a literal military tank. No way he is walking after this. Jin-woo hops right onto its back, ready to let the big guy do all the running. But suddenly, 3 giant monsters block the road like a bunch of local thugs looking for a fight. Damn, what a pain. But before Jin-woo can even finish complaining, his wild ice bear mount charges ahead like a bullet. This beast sees an enemy and instantly chooses violence. Jin-woo grabs onto its fur, absolutely loving it. This bear is actually cracked, running like crazy and just yeeting any monster in its way. Yep, he is naming this beast tank. They plow straight toward the teleportation circle. Meanwhile, over in Washington, D.C., a federal investigation is going down on hunters. Bunch of high-ranking officials are standing behind the FBI deputy director, staring at a scruffy, bearded guy in prison garb chained to a metal table inside. For now, they only know this dude claims to be a Korean hunter. But how on earth did a Korean hunter randomly spawn in a dungeon on the other side of the planet? According to the reports, he claims he got trapped inside a gate 10 years ago before it closed, and when he finally woke up, he was somehow in America. This is absolutely unheard of. Not only did they find a living human inside an A-rank gate, but this guy also wiped out an entire strike squad above a rank hunters. They want answers, but the latest intel is wild. They suspect this guy might actually be a monster with human memories. If that is true, they need at least one S-rank hunter on standby, or the entire Washington area is cooked. Contacted the Scavenger Guild already. Seems they have an S-rank hunter who can speak Korean in Washington. The deputy director quickly agreed. Yep, we are talking about Star Hunter of the Scavenger Guild, who is landing tomorrow morning. Hwang Dong-soo is on his way, and man, he is still incredibly salty about what happened back in Korea. He wanted to personally delete that trash, but that red gate completely ruined his plans. Meanwhile, the FBI has only managed to dig up one thing about the mysterious prisoner. His name is Sung-il-hwan. Back with our boy, Jin-woo is standing in front of a burning building, double-checking his permit to the next floor of the Demon Castle. See, the key-holding monsters spawn randomly on each floor. You have to kill them to get the permit, or you are stuck. Since the Daesung building has 100 floors, this dungeon is basically 100 different worlds. Jin-woo started from floor 1, and he is already speed running up to floor 27. Even the mid-tier demons are getting sliced and diced like trash. Thanks to the constant grinding, his ruler's hand skill leveled up. The mid-tier demons here are around C rank, but the high-tier ones are exponentially stronger, just like the massive gap between an S rank and an A rank hunter. By this point, Jin-woo bagged 2,116 souls out of 10,000. Not even halfway there. What a drag. Jin-woo just casually strolls through the battlefield while his shadow army absolutely wrecks everything, wondering if he can clear all 100 floors in a single week. Honestly, when he first got the Demon Castle key, he was worried that it would be some nightmare S-rank dungeon. But these fights are actually an absolute cakewalk, making him feel way more relaxed. Before he knows it, he breezes through floors 47, 48, and hits floor 50. His soul count is skyrocketing. But then Jin-woo comes face to face with the ugly mug of the lower floors boss, Vulcan the Greedy, beside him are guards with smaller sizes, making the giant, majestic look of Vulcan sitting on the throne made of bone stand out even more. Finally, a real demon lord. Jin-woo waves his hand and summons his shadow mages. This fat boss looks dangerous, so Jin-woo decides to handle him personally. 3 mages from his shadow army spawn in and immediately start spamming their signature fireballs, blasting the area right in front of the boss. Then Jin-woo summons his heavy hitters to engage Vulcan's guards in close combat. Honestly, this is light work for Jin-woo. He casually activates his stealth skill, so his close soldiers can trade blows with the boss's lackeys. Even though these guards are high-ranked demons, Jin-woo's shadow warriors have leveled up right alongside him. Not only are they stronger because his intelligence stat is up, but his shadow capacity has also increased significantly. Thanks to that high intelligence, his mana pool is deep enough to keep his shadows constantly regenerating. Strangely, the fat boss Vulcan hasn't moved a muscle. Jin-woo thinks he can wrap this up in a flash. But suddenly, in the blink of an eye, that massive body vanishes from the bone throne. Jin-woo's eyes go wide. No way! A massive shadow leaps so high it literally blocks out the sun. What the hell? Jin-woo is shocked because this fat guy is actually extremely fast, diving straight into the center of the shadow army. Vulcan slams his massive weight down, completely flattening iron with 0 effort. Jin-woo is stunned. This guy's speed makes zero sense for his size. In a flash, Vulcan completely shreds the shadow soldiers, including the 5 pages. Seeing his army get turned into dust, Jin-woo rushes forward, closing the distance in a few massive leaps. He pops up right in front of the demon's ugly face, and he has prepared to lay waste to this fat bastard. Right now, all his stats are over 100, with his strength sitting at a cracked 150. Time to show him the power of a real punch. Strike was absolutely built different. Just one clash triggered a massive chain of explosions, shaking the entire area. But the moment Jin-woo landed, even he was stunned. Bro really punched that beast out of pure rage and sent it flying into next week. Honestly, since he dumped all his stat points into strength, it makes sense he is this cracked now. But wait, the system alarms are going off, meaning it's not over yet. Rising up from the rubble, greedy Vulcan activates his Bloodlust skill, boosting all of his stats by 50%. Hearing that monstrous roar, Jin-woo immediately recognizes this broken skill. It is the exact same buff Cerberus used back then. This boss now has insane pain tolerance, and his speed is reaching God mode. If this thing was not so massive, it would be almost impossible to track its attacks. But with this insane speed, Jin-woo knows he cannot dodge the incoming direct hit. He quickly yells for iron through his shadow army. Realizing he cannot run over in time, the giant tank summon chucks his massive shield forward with everything he has got. Giant shield flies through the air, landing perfectly right in Jinwoo's hands. Grabbing hold of it, with only 2 seconds before Vulcan crashes down, Jin-woo braces himself and blocks with the shield, taking the full impact of the boss's devastating club. That massive impact is only the start. The shockwave literally cracks the ground for dozens of meters. This attack is enough to wipe out an entire army, but Vulcan is still not done. True to his greedy name, the boss swings his club again, smashing it right where Jin-woo is standing. The ground shatters into dust, but our boy is still standing strong, tanking it like a beast. I can barely tank these hits thanks to my insane strength stats, but I need to find the perfect opening to strike back. Guy is too greedy. He is never satisfied with just one hit. But the moment he raises his fat arm to launch another attack sequence, Jin-woo drops the heavy shield and leaps into the air with Baruka's dagger. But plot twist, his slash hits nothing but thin air because the boss actually dodges it effortlessly. Damn, this beast actually predicted his move. Before Jin-woo can even land, Vulcan's massive stone club is already swinging right at him. Grits his teeth in frustration, thinking, I cannot dodge in midair with no way to move my body. But wait, move his body? Jin-woo gets a wild idea and uses Ruler's Touch to push against the hideous giant head of the monster below him. Bright light flashes from Jin-woo's hand. He uses the recoil from his own skill to launch himself backward. No way, it actually works! Jin-woo flies back, barely escaping the swing of that massive stone club. That was way too close. With his current dagger, he can only scratch Vulcan's head. But getting that close is a death trap since the monster can easily read his movement. First, he needs to slow this big guy down. Jin-woo takes a quick look around, plotting a way to make sure this fat monster cannot dodge his next move. His eyes lock onto a crumbling, tilted building nearby. Smirking, he bolts straight toward it, drawing the gaze of Vulcan's glowing red eyes. The giant beast drags its massive body and chases right after him. This is exactly what Jin-woo wanted, baiting the monster into a wild chase. Without even looking back, sprints full speed toward the crumbling building. Once the timing is right, he triggers his dash skill, boosting his speed by 30% to run straight up the side of the building, leaving the monster utterly stunned. Jin-woo leaps onto the collapsing roof, knowing the beast has probably figured out his plan by now. But it is way too late to stop now. With a smirk, he thinks at that speed there is no way you can break. Just as the beast is about to slam into the building, Jin-woo uses Ruler's Touch as a thruster to launch himself straight at Vulcan, pulling Kasaka's dagger out of his inventory. The monster's red eyes barely track the movement, tilts its head to dodge, but it still cannot escape Jin-woo's incredibly clean slash. Blood gushes from the wound as Vulcan lets out a painful roar. Meanwhile, back in the real world, everyone around Jin-woo's apartment is wondering where he disappeared to. He left so fast without telling Sang-min, who came looking for him but found absolutely nothing. After the Red Gate incident, Hee-jin kept in touch with Song-yi, who ended up telling the department manager Jin-woo went on a trip with a friend for over a week. Song-yi had asked Jin-ah, which is how they realized Jin-woo is currently not even at home. But Sang-min is not buying the travel story. There is zero evidence showing Jin-woo left the country. No money has been withdrawn from his bank account, and his credit cards have not been touched either. He tells Hee-jin that tracking hunters is literally his job, so he traced Jin-woo's last known location in the city center, thanks to the Hunter Association. What a mystery! Hee-jin actually thinks Jin-woo might have been kidnapped, which almost makes Sang-min burst out laughing. Like, who could possibly kidnap Jin-woo? To kidnap someone that cracked, you would need a whole team of high-rank hunters, like China's special forces or something. You know this better than anyone, Miss Park, since you saw him in action. But seriously, where on earth is Jin-woo right now? Well, he is definitely not on Earth. Right now, he is facing a furious, jagged-toothed Vulcan who has completely lost it after taking a massive slash to the neck. Since he already landed one clean hit, Jin-woo is fully confident he can finish this boss off easily. The ground is covered in dark purple blood, looking like a total mess. But unfortunately for this boss, Vulcan is officially cooked. He is slumped against a cliff, completely lifeless, while Jin-woo chillax and counts the massive loot drops from the system. He gets a demon noble's earring, the orb of avarice, Vulcan's horn, and a fragment of the world tree. That last one sounds kind of weird, but checking the info, Jin-woo sees it is classified as a crafting material. It's not just wood from Vulcan's club, but a legit piece of the world tree with all toxins purified, packed with immense magical energy. It can be used to craft top-tier magical items. It looks small on screen, but holding it, it is literally as big as a grown adult. Jin-woo has no idea what to do with it yet, so he just puts it in his inventory for now. He definitely prefers immediately useful items, like the S-rank Demon Noble's earring, which boosts agility and strength by 20 points. That effect gets even stronger if he can collect the matching necklace and ring. Jin-woo puts it on, wondering if he can farm the rest of the set here. Next up is the Orb of Avarice, an A-rank item made from the fossilized blood of the boss Vulcan. It insanely enhances the caster's magic, inflicts massive damage on opponents, and the desire for destruction effect literally doubles that damage. Damn, that is absolute fire. Jin-woo is just there thinking, man, I wish I had some magic skills. Suddenly, thud-thud, over 20 demon heads get dropped right in front of him, making him total face like, bro, can you please stop doing that? Jin-woo scolds Igris, and he stops immediately. But the real issue is that because Igris did it, our lovable dummy Iron is copying him, literally dragging Vulcan's massive head back to show off. Bro, I was the one who actually took down the boss. Does tossing me a shield make you think you are the main character now? Remembering how smugly Iron threw him that shield, Jin-woo waves his hand to call over the shadow mages who are standing around fanboying over how jacked Iron is. Handing the Orb of Avarice to one of them, Jin-woo points at a random building nearby and tells him to go wild. Channeling a fireball from the Orb of Avarice, the mage summons an attack so massive right above his head that even Jin-woo gets a bit freaked out. One single throw completely pulverizes the building into rubble, and the orb does not have a single scratch on it. Plus, the item description does not say he cannot lend it to others. Jin-woo knows this is the ultimate cheat code that regular mages would literally drool over, begging just to touch it once. Meanwhile, in America, right after landing, Hwang Dong-soo heads straight to the Intelligence Bureau. If you are so suspicious, why not just run a DNA test? But Dong-soo does not care, because anything crawling out of a dungeon is sketchy. He smirks. What if you are just a monster masquerading as a human? The man stays silent, looking totally indifferent, which pisses Dong-soo off. I need you to show some cooperation here. Who even knows what kind of creature you are? Hwang just nods as the questions keep flying at him. Did you die in the dungeon? If not, how did you survive 10 years in there? Or are you some shadow soldier? None of those are true. Then how did you get back to the real world? Suddenly, a thought flashes in Dong-soo's head. If the dead can return, could his useless brother do the same? But Hwang shuts him down. Stop dreaming. No one can bring back the dead. Let me ask you something instead. How much do you actually know about these gates and monsters? Dong-soo silently glares at Hwang. Outside, the deputy director is watching them closely, hearing the annoyed scavenger hunter back. Are you saying you know something we do not? Dungeons, gates, and monsters are just the tip of the iceberg. An ancient power has awakened, and it is going to bring catastrophic destruction. Hwang says he came to prevent that catastrophe, but he refuses to reveal what it actually is. Across the table, Dong-soo sneers mockingly. So you came to stop the end of the world, but what it is and how to stop it is a secret. But you do know humanity has plenty of powerful hunters, right? Hwang does not disagree, but against that absolute power, numbers are just a joke. Bringing some random team of hunters will only get them cooked. You are pretty strong, so you should understand. Dong-soo does not understand, especially that pretty strong part. How dare this guy look down on him? Letting it slide for now, he asks again with a smirk. So you are saying you are the only one who can stop this? You are wasting my time. Pulling up a file with a photo of a younger Hwang to compare, Dong-soo sees it is a match, but 10 years in a dungeon and he barely aged. Your experience is decent. If you were a hunter today, you would be making bank. Too bad back then did not have ranks like they do now. Looking down at the family section, Dong-soo sees his wife is named Kyung-hae, and they have 2 kids. Suddenly he freezes, then asks, For the daughter's name first, do you still remember your kids' names? Of course. Il-hwan proudly answers, Sung Jin-ah, and my son is Sung Jin-woo. The corner of Dong-soo's mouth curls up, and Il-hwan instantly senses something is wrong. The hunter's face twists into a wicked grin, and a heavy, terrifying aura starts filling the room. But Il-hwan is not backing down either. His voice remains calm, but the air pressure around him skyrockets. Nobody else realizes they are locked in a silent clash of power. You are an annoying piece of trash, aren't you? Dong-soo hits the red button on the table, thinking, the universe is sending me a signal. This is my second chance. Shouting at the glass, he frames Il-hwan as a monster. Deputy Director, this guy is about to attack us. Evacuate everyone now. Having completely spooked the bureau, Dong-soo chuckles darkly and whispers, I just got back from Korea. Let me tell you a secret, your son? He is dead. Seeing the blank stare in Il-hwan's eyes, the hunter laughs in pure evil satisfaction. Guess you will have to read him his will in heaven. Seriously though, what is this guy even talking about? Meanwhile, Jin-woo has made it to the teleportation point. He takes a look at hands that haven't had a manicure in 10 years and a horde of hideous zombies, all looking fresh out of the grave, rotting in flesh dripping off, with arrows still sticking out of their cracked skulls. It is a massive undead army of all shapes and sizes, just waiting to get destroyed. In this place, Jin-woo runs into a boss who can also summon an undead army just like him, a massive entity with giant black horns. The demon lord points forward, kicking off the battle right here. Iron Igris, Jin-woo commands quietly, clear a path for me. Two dark shadows blur past their master, rushing straight into the fray without a second thought. Right behind them, the ice bears and shadow soldiers charge in, clashing head-on with the skeleton army. The battlefield goes wild, and whether they have bones or not, Iron is just furiously swinging his hammer to pulverize them. Igris is way more stylish with his swordplay, but absolutely no one is getting away. Jin-woo steps closer to the demon lord and asks, what's with the face? First time seeing an undead army this cracked? The boss's hollow eyes stare at the human standing under the blood-red moon. Jin-woo looks at the boss and asks, did you really think you stood a chance? The boss actually freezes and takes a step back. Jin-woo tilts his head like, wait, do dead things still feel fear? Honestly, it does not even matter. All that matters is whether I should slash you vertically or horizontally. The sound of a giant skeleton getting sliced into pieces and crashing to the ground drowns out Jin-woo's landing. Hey there, you have been watching this for over 5 hours straight. Why don't you pause this video and take a quick break? Once you are back, let's keep going. Walking past the piles of corpses, Jin-woo looks down at the split skull of the boss, who the system calls Midas, the guide of souls. The rewards start spamming the screen. Jin-woo gets some spring water from the Forest of Echoes and 200,000 experience points. Plus, you have discovered the demon soul sealed in Midas' necklace, gathering 220 souls and leveling up twice. Looking at the blood-red sky, Jin-woo thinks, man, Midas could summon hundreds of monsters, way more than me, which means his magic stats are absolutely broken. He wishes he could turn Midas into a shadow soldier, but the system denies him. Target's mana is corrupted, so shadow extraction is blocked. But on the bright side, Jin-woo loots the Demon Monarch's necklace. Looks like defeating this boss will just cop a piece of the S-rank jewelry set, which boosts his speed and intelligence by 20 points. But to unlock the set effect, he still needs the ring. Find out. This set is actually cracked, since wearing just 2 out of the 3 pieces instantly bumps all his stats by 5 points. Looking at the pillar of light ahead, Jin-woo figured he'd have to slay more boss monsters to complete the set. But since he already gathered 10,001 demon souls, the quest was officially over. He was absolutely exhausted, so climbing any higher was out of the question. Then, after grabbing his rewards, Jin-woo immediately checked out the shop to see what he should spend it on. Should he go for something worth 1 billion gold to boost his combat power for fights? Or pick up an item perfect for clearing dungeons? The more he overthought, the more stressed he got. This shop refreshes its inventory daily, so if he rushed his decision, he might regret it and lose value reselling it later. Jin-woo decided he should only grab what he absolutely needed, which turned out to be a random cursed box, something he never had the chance to get before. It slowly manifested in his hand, looking like the complete opposite of that previous random blessing box. As he opened the cursed box, he couldn't help but think of the blessing box that gave him the key to the demon castle, which scored him all that god-tier loot. But when he saw the glowing light inside this new box, Jin-woo was completely stunned to find out it gave him yet another key. This one was a sleek matte black antique key, with no name, no details, and 0 info on the difficulty level. Jin stood there completely speechless, like, what is this even for? He threw it into his inventory for now, figuring it would come in handy later. Then, he casually called up the system to claim his 20 stat points and dumped them all into intelligence. That instantly made it his second highest stat. Finally, it was time for the secret reward. Jin-woo reached out as it slowly materialized from thin air. He wasn't expecting much, but when he saw the simple scroll, he was totally shocked. It was the blueprint for the Elixir of Life, allowing him to learn how to craft this legendary item. Meanwhile, the Federal Bureau building in the middle of Washington was a total war zone, with the top floor engulfed in massive flames. The fire crews were struggling hard just to keep the damage down. Word on the street was that two S-rank hunters had a clash so insane it literally reshaped the local terrain. For now, they could only focus on fighting the fire, with no official casualty count yet. The deputy, director of the bureau, stared blankly at the falling ash, and especially at Hwang Dong-soo, who was slumped over in a heap, looking either knocked out or straight up dead. Calling this a fight wasn't even accurate. It was a total one-sided beatdown. Hwang Dong-soo, the S-rank hunter famous all across America, got absolutely washed before the real fight could even start. After wrapping things up at the Demon Castle, Jin-woo headed straight to the hospital where his mother had been lying in a deep, silent coma for years. After standing there for a moment, he pulled up a chair to sit beside her. Jin-woo pulled out a blueprint for the Elixir of Life. This S-rank healing item had a description that sounded almost too good to be true. It could cure any disease or illness, and the effects are maximized if you drink the entire bottle. That was exactly why Jin-woo came straight to his mother's room, hoping with all his heart that this would finally save her. To craft the Elixir of Life, he needed 3 rare ingredients. First was the fragment of the World Tree, which he looted after taking down Vulcan on the 50th floor. Next, he got spring water from the Echoing Forest by defeating Metis on the 75th floor. But to put it all together, Jin-woo still needed the purified blood of the Demon King. Even a total idiot could figure out where that last ingredient was hiding. It had to be on the very top floor of the Demon Castle, guarded by the final boss. Jin-woo now had a clear goal. He had to completely clear the Demon Castle to secure the final piece for the elixir. Clenching his fists after a whole week of non-stop grinding inside the Demon Castle, he had leveled up 16 times. He was basically S rank now, and he wasn't afraid of anyone. "Mom, just wait for me a little longer." With nothing left to hide, Jin-woo headed straight to the Korean Hunters Association, where a bunch of guys were gossiping about the crazy incident in Washington after that absolute clash between 2 S-rank titans. Seeing someone walk in, the male staff member took a quick glance and whispered to the girl next to him, saying that this stuff happens all the time. He said delusional. Down on their luck, hunters come here looking for a second chance constantly, so she shouldn't waste her time on this guy, and to just give him a price quote and send him to the evaluation room. But when they glanced at his registration form, the name on it practically jumped out at them, the legendary name that shook the White Tiger Guild. Up on the top floor, the White Tiger Guild master was drowning in paperwork when he got a call from reception, letting him know that the hunter he was talking about the other day had finally arrived. Baek Yoonho jumped up and asked where he was, then immediately rushed down to the evaluation room, where Jin-woo was sent to re-evaluate his rank. Right outside the room, about 5 people were waiting in line. They went in one by one just like always, some sweating bullets from anxiety, while others were chill and chatting. Getting a second chance at life was incredibly rare, and only a lucky few ever made it. Pointing at the crowd standing outside, one guy mentioned that any hunter who scores a D rank or above gets snatched up instantly. They were scouts from various minor guilds who were low on members, standing around to poach newly re-evaluated hunters. He warned that they should stay far away from those kinds of small guilds. Small guilds always run sketchy, high-risk dungeons where survival rates are absolutely terrible. Jin-woo realized he had a point, since minor guilds didn't have the leverage to pick and choose their dungeons. They probably weren't evil enough to sacrifice newbies like Dong-suk's squad did, but without proper survival skills, they'd just end up getting wiped out by freak accidents. Back in the day, Jin-woo was at the rock bottom of the food chain too, so he knew exactly how brutal it was. Just then, the door opened and a young guy stumbled out, looking completely devastated. Next up was the chatty king from earlier, and before stepping inside, he told everyone to stay chill, saying that as long as they didn't end up as a trash E rank, they'd still make decent bank. But those words did absolutely nothing to comfort the guy sitting next to Jin-woo, who was so terrified he was biting his fingers, his face pale as he muttered, "If only I could get into a major guild and make enough to pay off my debts, then I could finally live with my daughter." He kept repeating, "C rank? I must get a C rank or higher." Listening to the man desperate to convince himself, Jin-woo fell silent. Hunter ranks were all about raw power. Sure, you can train your muscles and hone your sword skills over time, but the massive gap between ranks was practically impossible to cross, and the pay gap was even worse. Even Mr. Song, with all his years of experience as a master swordsman, stood zero chance when up against someone of a higher rank like Kang Tae-shik. Jin-woo clenched his fist, remembering that he used to be stuck in that exact same trap, and no matter how many thousands of dungeons he cleared back then, nothing would have ever changed. Suddenly, loud crying echoed from the chatty guy, making the anxious man next to Jin-woo turn completely white. That dude was talking so big earlier, but walking out with an E rank completely broke his soul. Poor guy next to Jin-woo was shaking so bad he couldn't even stand up, so he begged Jin-woo to go ahead of him. Jin-woo casually agreed and walked inside. The room was surprisingly empty, and following the staff's instructions, had to state his name and place his hand on a magical glass sphere. The receptionist looked totally bored out of her mind, since almost everyone who came here ended up being a trash E rank, but she still had to follow the protocol. But the moment Jin-woo touched the sphere, a loud hum vibrated through the room, accompanied by non-stop warning beeps. The receptionist frowned in confusion, trying to reset the machine multiple times, but she got absolutely nothing. She started getting flustered, then downright annoyed, until the guy from the front desk walked in to check what was going on. Usually, there was another assessor named Chang-shik in the room, but he was currently in the restroom, so only out of nowhere, this girl peeks in out of pure curiosity. Word on the street was Guildmaster Yoon-ho had his eyes on this guy. Suddenly, a massive Eggerin pops up on the screen. Jaw literally drops. He turns to the girl next to him and asks how long she's been working here. She's like, 6 months. Dude starts sweating buckets, whispering, "Get the cheek, now." His mind is racing. It's been 2 whole years since Hunter Cha Hae-in got evaluated here, so of course this newbie doesn't know what's up. But for him, this is the ultimate ticket to a promotion. He's not letting this slide. He snaps, "Go get the chief. Tell him to drop everything and get over here." Seeing her hesitate, he spells it out. "This isn't a glitch, idiot. The mana device literally can't read his power level. Do you not get what that means? The machine isn't strong enough to measure him." Meanwhile, our boy Jin-woo is just chillin', looking bored out of his mind. He's just waiting around like, why is this taking so long? They're in absolute disbelief. Like, is this really Korea's 10th S-rank hunter? Cut to lunchtime outside the Dissociation headquarters. A guy in a pinstripe suit asks Jin Chul about Hwang Dong-soo's sudden return to Korea. He's like, is it true he had nothing to do with that Red Gate incident? Jin Chul responds, "Yes, sir. I'm absolutely sure Dong-soo wasn't the one who saved those hunters." Even though Jin Chul wasn't there when the gate finally reopened, he has a strong feeling about who actually pulled it off. He just doesn't have the proof yet, so he keeps his mouth shut. The old man smiles calmly. "I can tell you're holding back because you lack evidence. For now, I'm more worried about those winged ants on the coast of Japan." Jin Chul nods in agreement. So far, they've only found carcass, but if they can actually fly all the way from Jeju Island to other countries, every single guild hunter is going to get drafted. Flicking his cigarette ash with a hand decked out in gold rings, the old man nods and looks up at the noisy building nearby. Jin Chul doesn't hear a thing, but the chairman's hearing is just on another level. Putting out his cigarette, the old man says he'll tag along with Jin Chul to check it out, making Jin Chul wonder if something's off. Staring at the back of his neck, with that neat, clean haircut, Jin Chul totally forgot what kind of absolute beast this man actually is, just because he looks so gentle. Upstairs, the evaluation room is in absolute chaos. Chief steps up and announces, "Our machine cannot measure your magic power. To use the high-capacity mana reader, we need authorization from the higher-ups. Could you please come back in 3 days?" Everyone in the room is thinking the exact same thing. No way, he's an S rank. The small-time guilds waiting around know they don't stand a chance, but they can't help but hope for a miracle. Amidst all the whispering, the doors suddenly swing open and everyone freezes. The leader of Korea's #1 guild, Hunter Choi Jong-in. What is the ultimate hunter doing here? The crowd goes wild, while Choi Jong-in just rocks his signature calm smile. The Hunters Guild is the powerhouse of Seoul and the only guild in Korea with 2 S ranks. Jin-woo spots him but keeps his poker face on. Only heard rumors of Choi Jong-in being this cracked fire mage who can obliterate an entire building with a single spell. That's why they call him the ultimate hunter. Jin-woo can't help but smirk, thinking, what a cringe title. Choi Jong-in walks straight up to him, making the whole hallway lose their minds. Definitely here to steal the rookie. Jin Chul keeps a straight face, but inside, he's totally stunned. Jin-woo is actually S rank. Adjusting his glasses, Choi Jong-in overhears the whispers about the machine breaking. Just by looking at the kid, he can already tell this guy is built different. No testing needed. He's absolutely top tier. Smiling warmly, Choi Jong-in reaches out his hand, introduces himself, and gets straight to the point. "If you haven't joined a guild yet, how about joining mine? Got a few minutes to chat?" "No, I'm busy," Jin-woo replies coldly, completely walking past him. Bro left the top guildmaster totally hanging. The crowd is in absolute shock. No way. Did he seriously just reject Choi Jong-in? Jin-woo isn't trying to be rude. He's just locked in. All he wants is to level up fast, hit the demon castle, and get the cure for his mom. The leader of the Hunters Guild doesn't even get mad. He just turns to Jinchul and asks, "Wait, did I forget to introduce myself?" His smile never fades, completely unfazed. Laughs it off. Maybe I wasn't charming enough. In just a couple of seconds, the kid has completely vanished without a trace. Must be a top-tier assassin type. Looking toward the exit, Choi Jong-in is determined to recruit him to solidify his guild as a world-class powerhouse. Suddenly, he spots a very stressed Yoon-ho marching in. White Tiger Guildmaster is definitely not happy to see the red-haired guy in the red suit. But his sheer panic gives him away immediately. Choi Jong-in smirks. "Ooh, caught you red-handed." But the White Tiger headquarters is way on the other side of town. Yoon-ho is panting like crazy, meaning he probably used his beast transformation to sprint here. I knew it. He knew exactly what was going down. That's the case. Could the mysterious hunter who cleared the Red Gate and saved everyone be the exact same guy as this kid? Plot twist! Doesn't even need to ask Yoon-ho. He already knows he's right. Yoon-ho is desperate to keep his hands on him, but there's no way he can stop him. Smiling, he walks past Yoon-ho. Even from that brief interaction, he can tell Jin-woo isn't someone you can easily control. Yoon-ho knows exactly how that snake Choi Jong-in operates, realizing the guy has already caught the scent. Meanwhile, that trembling older guy finally gets his retest, crying tears of joy because he landed a C rank. But honestly, nobody cares. All eyes are glued on two massive guild leaders who showed up at the exact same time. Leaving the Hunters Association, Jin-woo heads straight back to the hospital, staring at his sleeping mother. Why do I keep feeling like you're just going to open your eyes? Just comforting himself. He knows she's locked in the eternal slumber, a terrifying comatose state of unconsciousness that only started appearing after the dungeons opened up. Just wait a bit longer, Mom. I'm going to save you, no matter what. Jin-woo steps out of the room, his mind feeling heavy. Even though he's gotten way stronger, facing the boss at the top of the castle is going to be insanely tough, especially since the middle floors were already a struggle. But then he spots a very familiar face waiting outside. Literally night, and Jinchul is standing there wearing sunglasses. The second he sees Jin-woo, he asks, "Did you clear out all those monsters in the dungeon? I thought I was good at reading people, but I can't see through you at all." Jin-woo doesn't even answer. He just sighs. Why do we keep running into each other? Jinchul ignores the attitude and continues, "The monitoring division's job isn't fight monsters. It's to manage hunters. In other words, our job is to keep tabs on hunters and penalize those who break the law." Jin-woo is already looking for an exit. He has zero interest in hanging around to listen to the monitoring division. But behind him, Jinchul keeps talking like a broken record. "My team exists to keep hunters in check," even though that doesn't really apply to ranks. However, someone wants to meet you. Follow me. Right there in the hospital hallway, he points into the shadows. "Chairman of the Hunter Association Go Gun-hee is here to see you." Of course, the chairman doesn't just materialize out of thin air. Jinchul leads Jin-woo over to meet the chairman of the Hunter Association, who is standing there with a warm, gentle smile. But he wasn't even hiding the massive aura radiating off him. He even reached out his hand first to shake. Sitting down across from him, Jin-woo stared at Go Gun-hee, who was already 80 years old but built like a retired S-rank wrestler, yet he gave off this super chill vibe. He started off by congratulating young Sung on reaching S-rank, though Jin-woo shook his head and said, "I am still waiting for the re-evaluation." But Woo Jin-chul was like, "Do not definitely S-rank. That machine rarely glitches. It is just that cannot measure magic power that goes completely off the charts." He immediately cut Jin-woo off before he could even speak. "You want to know why we keep the re-evaluation process there, right? To buy time?" Go Gun-hee slowly explained. "It is to give us time to privately meet individuals like you, young Sung. You probably already know there are not many top-tier hunters in the association like you. Even though we are huge, who would even care about the association when the big guilds are offering insane fame and massive bags of cash? The elite hunters from those top guilds know this, using it to flex their status. Yet, nobody even notes the name Woo Jin-chul, even though he is a cracked A-rank hunter. We tweaked the rules a bit, just to meet awakened hunters with broken power." Jin-woo stayed silent. The chairman was speaking facts, which meant the main point was coming up next. "We are not a massive conglomerate, so we cannot promise you billions, but we can back you up in so many other ways." Jin-woo did not stay silent anymore, he asked. "Like how?" The chairman smiled. "I am laying out a golden path for your career, young Sung. Hunters protect citizens from those monsters. They are not the government. They are literally the backbone of this nation, and the only force keeping them in check is the Hunter Association. To be straight with you, I can make you one of us." Jinwoo stared at the chairman in silence. Was this old man really offering him sheer power? He looked up and asked coldly, "Why go to such lengths?" To recruit me? Go Gun-hee asked back. You know the 5 big guilds, right? Right now they are keeping a fragile balance. Hunters, Fame, White Tiger, Fiends, and Knights. The government alone is not strong enough to control hunters since normal laws do not apply to them. That is why the association exists. Thinking about it, he was not wrong. Monsters are not the only beasts in this world. Humans can be just as terrifying. Seeing that Jin-woo had no more questions, the chairman asked him, what is your decision? Honestly, this was a crazy good offer. He knew plenty of normal guys who became wildly successful just with Chairman Go backing them up. The old man had massive power, not just in the Hunter Association, but also across government departments and the media. Even if he grinded and leveled up like an absolute madman, he would only reach his level, not necessarily surpass him. An opportunity like this only happens to the main character. Meanwhile, on the other side of the table, Go Gun-hee was also sweating in tension. The Hunter Association stood completely separate from the 5 giant guilds, acting as the ultimate shield. This country clearly needs the association, while he was just an old man running out of time. Suddenly, the young man across from him dropped 3 words, "I am sorry." Go Gun-hee's heart sank. Guess in the end, everyone is just chasing the bag. But then Jin-woo continued, "I want to fight." The chairman was completely shocked. You mean you want to keep fighting monsters? Jin-woo nodded, knowing that while the association also ran raids, they only handled trash D-rank and E-rank dungeons that the big guilds ignored. If he joined them, he would never level up again. But as long as he is hunting, he will keep growing. As a hunter, I belong in the dungeon. Jin-woo kept it short, leaving the chairman absolutely stunned. Those sharp eyes shining beneath his messy black hair were dead serious. Was he really telling the truth? Clutching his chest with his wrinkled hand, Go Gun-hee did not expect his heart to race like this. He could not even remember the last time he felt this hype. If I were 20, no, even 10 years younger, I would definitely want to fight alongside a beast of a hunter like this kid. Jin-woo stood up first. Goodbye, my little sister is home alone, so I have to go. As he walked past Woo Jin-chul, he whispered, "You have a good eye." But I was not the one who cleared the double dungeon. As Jin-woo walked out, Jin-chul was left standing there completely mind-blown. Then who on earth could have actually done that? Looking out the window shining under the moonlight, Go Gun-hee quietly recalled when healers with magic recovery powers were first discovered. He thought he could regain his youth and escape old age. But it was all a lie. No healing magic in existence could turn back time. The giant guilds will keep scouting new talent. They are literally building private armies. Once the association loses power, they will be like rabid dogs off their chains. It looked like his chat with Jin-woo really got to the chairman. He sighed. I always thought I had to hold all the power to prove the association is still the big boss, but maybe I was wrong. Jin-woo's words kept ringing in his head. A hunter belongs in the dungeon. Go Gun-hee then ordered clear his schedule for the rest of the day, even though he had a meeting with the Prime Minister. I have zero interest in wasting my energy on those show-off politicians. Want to grab a drink, Jin-chul? Jin-chul replied in his usual dry tone. I do not drink much. Are you all right, sir? Go Gun-hee just laughed. Sung Jin-woo had gotten his old heart pumping with raw excitement, wondering just how strong that kid could get. Boom! The ground shattered as Hwang Dong-soo coughed up a mouthful of blood. Completely helpless, the glowing eyes of Sung Il-hwan slapped his face hard, followed by another incoming fist. The shadow of that wild beast of a man made Hwang Dong-soo snap awake in terror. It was not a dream after all. He hovered in bandages with broken limbs and brutal wounds all over his body. Sensing someone in the hospital room, Hwang Dong-soo glanced over and forced a bitter laugh. What are you doing here visiting a complete loser like me? Just spit it out, Deputy Director. The man had been waiting quietly, calmly stating he needed to ask him, face to face. Are you absolutely sure Sung Il-hwan is a monster? Hwang Dong-soo shot back. Are you implying I attacked a human? Passing over an iPad, the Deputy Director showed him the nearby security footage of Sung Il-hwan actually saving people from a collapsing building. I have never seen a monster rescue humans before. Do you still think he is a monster? Hwang Dong-soo scowled in frustration. Then have you ever seen a human walk out of a dungeon gate? Obviously not. The Deputy Director stayed silent, but everyone already knew the answer. With his left eye swollen shut and red, Hwang Dong-soo growled, "Make no mistake, that guy is a straight-up monster." Hearing that, the Deputy Director put on coat to leave. He reminded Hwang Dong-soo to fill out the paperwork once he got discharged. He summarized the situation, explaining that Sung Il-hwan vanished right after the clash, and the authorities lost his trail. Besides, even if they found him, who was actually strong enough to take him down? Hwang Dong-soo boiled with rage, screaming Il-hwan's name, heart burning with pure hatred. He could still feel that monster stepping on his chest, warning him, "You better not set foot in Korea again. And I am not saying this for my son's sake. And it is all because of you, bro." You won't even get to rest in peace after you go under. The more those words played in Dong-soo's head, the harder he clenched his jaw. Like, did that trash really just try to threaten him? I already know exactly where that clown is heading, but I'll need some top-tier gear to pull up on him. Time to hit up the guild. Once I secure those items, bagging that trash is going to be an absolute walk in the park. You wait. Dong-soo's rage was absolutely boiling over. The second I heal up, I'm gonna shred you like cheese. Meanwhile, the Hunter Auction House, which is organized both live and online, is the ultimate hub for trading and bidding on materials and loot gathered from raids. We're talking about thousands of hunters in South Korea joining these bidding wars just to buy and trade high-end gear. Obviously, flexing the best armor gives you a way higher survival rate, so everyone is desperate for that OP gear. Your average hunters in D rank and E rank are usually too broke to afford this stuff because they barely make pennies compared to the high-ranking elites. But there's still a small chance they stay pull decent gear by tagging along with regular raid teams. See, hunter gear is heavily enchanted, meaning even a simple rusty sword could cost as much as a whole apartment. And the actual good stuff, already scooped up by C-rank hunters and above. Even though our boy Jin-woo knew weapons cost millions or even billions of won, just scrolling through the prices had him breaking a sweat. Bro thought he saved up a decent bag, but turns out he can't even afford what he actually wants. He's looking into new gear because he has to face the monsters on the higher floors of the demon castle anyway. Since that whole open field dungeon is literally burning, Jin-woo is going to need serious fire-resistant gear. He already checked the system shop but found absolutely nothing useful, so our boy is actually considering selling the Orb of Avarice for some quick cash. Luckily, he's holding on to some prime real estate that can fetch a crazy high price, especially since the insanely expensive artifacts out there only boost your power by 20 to 30% at most. Plus, since Jin-woo farmed this himself, completely legal. But here's the catch. If he lists it under his own name, people are definitely going to ask questions. Like, how does a trash E rank get his hands on something so busted? At the end of the day, he just needs to get that official S rank license. Jin-woo scrolls down, thinking if he had some history of clearing an A-rank dungeon, listing this would be a breeze. But who in their right mind lets an E-rank walk into an A-rank gate? Oh wait, Jin-woo spots someone recruiting low-rank workers. Next morning, Sung Jin-woo's file lands right in front of the association president. Looking at the photo, he's like, wait, how did this kid look so young 4 years ago? Well, that's because he was known as the world's weakest hunter among the E-ranks, sir. Go Gun-hee flips through the files, thinking, with this many dungeons, was he on a death wish? Or has he been a fake hunter since back then? Jin-chul actually has the answer to this. Many witnesses confirm Jin-woo was truly weak back then, sir. His double awakenings must have happened very recently. Recalling what Jin-woo said last night, Jin-chul concludes that if he had awakened a long time ago, he wouldn't have let his comrades perish in that double dungeon. His record also shows Jin-woo getting brutally injured over and over but still joining raids, right up until they found out he was trying to pay for his mother's hospital bills. The president nods, understanding it all. Nowadays, rare to find anyone like this kid. So after his father went missing, young Sung took care of his sister and hospitalized mother all on his own? Jin-chul replies yes, and on that note, there's news. Jin-woo just joined a raid team. Apparently, it's under the Hunters Guild. The president's eyes twitch, unable to hide his disappointment. So he's all talk, huh? Already swayed by the Hunters Guild's deep pockets? Jin-chul basically waits for him to finish being disappointed before dropping the plot twist. Actually, according to my sources, Mr. Sung didn't join their strike force, but their mining team. Wait, what? An S-rank hunter applying for mining? What is bro cooking? The mining team leader checks his list to confirm the name. Jin-woo looks super professional in his worker uniform, but he actually has 0 experience. Well, his fighter classification still fits the job description. Mr. Bae pats the young man's shoulder to encourage him. There are plenty of hunters just like you here, kiddo, so don't sweat it. Just head inside with the team when we're called, and don't forget to grab your gear. Watching the hunters walk out, Jin-woo is experiencing a whole different side of dungeons for the first time. Because of the massive scale, they have a strike squad for clearing monsters, a mining team to excavate mana crystals, and a transport team to haul out monster corpses. The support teams can only enter the dungeon once the boss is already down. Strangely, machines don't work inside dungeons, which is why they need human miners. Wait, even this pickaxe in his hand is magically enchanted, so is what an A-rank gate looks like. Jin-woo stares at it for a moment, getting ready to step inside. He came here to see a high-level dungeon with his own eyes, because sooner or later he's going deep into one of these. While the miners wait for their turn, the lead hunter, Jong-in, looks pensive. This place is bigger than expected, but we can't drag this out. It'll mess up. schedule for the next team. There are still too many giant monsters and not enough time. He sighs, complaining about not liking bright spaces, but then casually flicks his cigarette to light it up. Boom! The flame erupts like fireworks, and Jong-un thrusts his hand forward, instantly shaping that blazing fire. Blinding rings of light. Keeping his posture steady, those rings are blasted forward with insane force, expanding massive firestorms that crash right into the giant beasts, triggering deafening explosions that instantly reduce them to ashes. The flames punch a straight path deep the dark depths of the dungeon, leaving a smoky trail in their wake. Pulling his hand back, Jong-un calls in the tankers. As the flames fade into the dark tunnel, those massive, high-tier shields slam down right in front of Jong-un, creating a magical barrier to block whatever is blasting back. Bet them. That fireball collides with the defense circle, spreading to both sides for several minutes. Standing behind his tank, Jong-un chuckles confidently. Well, we probably can't salvage charred corpses anyway, so I held back a bit. No idea how deep this dungeon goes, but those frontline monsters are definitely dust. The tanker, still holding the line, turns to look at Jong-un with pure admiration. No matter how many times he sees him in action, it's always mind-blowing. Jong-un politely gestures forward, offering to support the lady behind him. Seeing her blonde hair pass by, he smiles and adds, "Watch out for the burning smell, I know you have a sensitive nose." Meanwhile, outside, the mining team, losing patience, asking over and over, when are they coming out? They said it was almost done. Are they waiting for New Year or what? The team leader's annoyed face makes the staff super nervous, desperately trying to calm him down. I mean, they have to make sure every monster is cleared so you guys can mine safely. Suddenly, as the strike team finally emerges from the gate, everyone starts cheering and getting ready to mine. From a distance, Jin-woo watches the country's strongest raid team march out in their state-of-the-art gear. The front, Jong-un looks completely relaxed. Not wanting to get recognized, Jin-woo pulls his cap low, blending into the crowd to avoid the passing raid team. While wrapping up, our boy spots the second-in-command of the Hunters Guild, a badass lady with short blonde hair. She is the vice leader, and man, her aura is built different. Even though it is their first meeting, Jin-woo instantly recognizes her as Cha-in, one of the elite rank S hunters of the country. Looking at her cold, indifferent face, he wonders how many women in this world could look that stunning. On top of that, she is probably just as strong as Choi Jong-in. Watching from afar, Jin-woo sizes her up, guessing she might even be as strong as the president himself. But plot twist. At that exact moment, Hae-in suddenly snaps her gaze toward the miners. She does not see anyone unusual, but she cannot shake this weird feeling, like she just sensed a massive, insane presence. Is she just imagining things? A second ago, it felt like the president was standing right there, but now it is gone, and a busy man like him definitely not visit without telling anyone. Hae-in quickly covers her nose and mouth with her handkerchief, coughing a bit, and stops looking at the miners. Jin-woo stands perfectly still, but hides his aura. No way, her senses are cracked. He almost got caught there. Following the mining team, Jin-woo steps into the rank of dungeon. Now, the rank of a gate is actually judged by the mana wavelength it puts out in its overalls, not the level of the beasts inside. That is because a massive swarm of weak monsters can still trigger a huge mana reading. Jin-woo walks in and thinks to himself, most beasts in rank B gates and below are low-level garbage, but rank A dungeons are built different. They are packed with high-tier monsters. Just as he steps in, Jin-woo feels a gust of wind blowing from deep inside. But wait, that is not wind, it is the heavy mana wave leaking from the boss monster. Seeing the young guy standing near the entrance, some of the workers start whispering, wondering why the leader even hired a trash low-rank hunter. Like, what can he even do besides manual labor? They are talking trash, and Jin-woo hears every single word. Man, being a rank E really means getting disrespected everywhere you go. Good thing he is past that phase, and he will not be on this team for long anyway. But trying to stay low-key is hard. A massive buff dude purposely shoulders Jin-woo, snapping at him. The path is narrow, stop blocking the way. But as soon as he looks up, the gaze of boy Jin-woo makes him break a cold sweat. His tone instantly shifts to a polite whisper. Ah, never mind, it is nothing. As he watches Jin-woo walk past, he thinks to himself, is this guy seriously a rank E? Like, are you sure? Meanwhile, the transport team has already headed inside, straining to drag those massive beasts out. They always go in before the miners, and man, that job is pure labor. Everything runs like clockwork. The assault team clears, the transport team hauls, and then the miners clean up to squeeze out every penny. Besides magic stones and mana crystals, the corpses of high-rank monsters are gold mines, because you can use everything from their bones, hide, and flesh to craft top-tier gear. What makes a rank A gate totally different from the rest is that it is packed with high-level beasts. Once everything inside is cleared and the dungeon boss is defeated, the gate will close. The whole process has to be completely finished for the raid to be called a total win. The mining team leader notices Jin-woo standing frozen in front of a giant monster corpse, so he walks over and asks, "First time seeing something this massive. Pretty shocking, right?" He explains that the gate closes just 1 hour after the boss is defeated, which is why the transport and mining teams have to rush in and work while the boss is still alive. Jin-woo looks at the leader and asks, "Has the boss ever jumped out of its chamber to attack?" The leader laughs and says it is extremely rare, but if it did happen, everyone here would be cooked. But, hey, I have been working for the Hunters Guild for 3 years and I have never seen it happen. Jin-woo himself, these guys are being way too cocky. The mana wave from that boss is so heavy it is making his butt tingle. The boss of this dungeon is definitely stronger than Vulcan and Midas, whom he just crushed. It is actually pretty impressive that Choi Jong-in and Chea Haein are going toe-to-toe with a deadly beast like that. Props to the Rank A raid members too. Even if their rank is lower, they play a huge role. Because they fight as a unit, they make it out alive, forming an absolute powerhouse of a team with skills honed over years of battle. Getting to work with the mining team, Jin-woo quickly gets a feel for the pickaxe. Sweat starts dripping down his ripped, bare arms, making the other workers double take. "Yo, I thought you said today was this kid's first day. Is he seriously a rank E? He does not look like a rookie at all." The leader responds, "Trust me. I checked his license myself. Do you think I would hire a random hunter without checking? As for how the guy is mining non-stop without even breaking a sweat, they are completely clueless, only able to joke, 'Honestly, this kid Sung was born to be a miner. I guess I just have an eye for talent.' He keeps swinging until noon, and when the lunch call rings out, Jin-woo finally stops. He tells the leader he already ate before coming, so he will skip lunch. The crew does not mind and heads off, leaving him all by himself. Dropping the pickaxe, the moment Jin-woo has been waiting for is finally here. With about 1 hour of lunch break, he dashes deep into the dungeon, using every single second to head toward the boss chamber. Out of the pitch black, soft thudding sounds echo like quiet footsteps, and a massive shadow with glowing red eyes is clinging to the wall. Yup, that is the boss. Even from a distance, Jin-woo can feel its crazy power. It is on a whole different level than Midas. He quietly summons Baruka's dagger, gripping it tight. Feeling completely ready to solo this thing, a smirk creeps onto his face as he wonders if he should just take it out. But he knows he cannot do that, because if he kills the boss, the Hunters Guild is going to take a massive financial hit. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind. "What are you doing here?" Making Jin-woo freeze on the spot, the female voice asks again, "I am asking you, what are you doing here?" Instantly, Baruka's dagger vanishes from Jin-woo's hand. He lets out a quiet sigh to calm his racing heart. Man, he almost up big time, and he does not even know why he had that crazy urge. Without turning Prince around, Jin-woo mumbles in a low voice, "I got lost." Hae-in asks if he is with the mining team, but looking at his gear through her handkerchief, she already knows the answer and tells him to leave immediately. Is the boss chamber. A small smirk plays on Jin-woo's lips, thinking she is seriously high tier, since he did not even sense her until she was right behind him. But Hae-in is also suspicious, because she is sure she saw a weapon in this miner's hand, so where did it go? She steps closer, keeping her voice calm. "You need to leave now. If the boss gets aggravated, it will break out and slaughter everyone." In the dungeon, Jin-woo apologizes and quickly backs away. He keeps his head down as he walks past Hae-in, leaving behind a subtle scent that makes her loosen her grip on the handkerchief, covering her nose. "Wait," she calls out to him, cautiously stepping closer, sniffing the air around him, and is instantly shocked. This guy does not smell bad at all. Grabbing the license tag on Jin-woo's chest, Hae-in asks with a serious look, "Are you really a hunter?" Jin-woo puts on a clueless face, but the low rank on his card says it all. Instantly, her attitude shifts. She goes back to her cold, indifferent self and orders him to leave. Jin-woo is totally confused but just rolls with it, slowly walking out of the boss chamber. From behind, Hae-in watches him go, thinking that maybe because of his low rank, he does not have that foul hunter smell. Actually, he smells pretty good. Later, as the mining shift ends and they pack up, team leader turns around and teases Jin-woo with a grin. "I heard you got lost and bumped into Miss Cha. You lucky bastard. Getting to talk to her is literally a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Lately, Cha Hae-in has been camping the entrance like crazy just to make sure no beast pulls a surprise jump scare on them. She literally skips lunch to stay on guard, pure dedication. That is why Jin-woo kept bumping into her there. These miners are totally chill and cracking jokes because they have zero mana sensitivity. They cannot feel a thing. Pressure coming from that dungeon is insane. Only the raid team is sweating bullets because they actually know how terrifying these monsters are. Suddenly, a guy with glasses, Wad, chimes in. Apparently, Miss Cha can literally smell the signature scent of hunters, and she absolutely hates it. Word on the street is her nose is way too sensitive so she always has to cover her face with a handkerchief. Must be rough being around other hunters. Hearing this, Jin-woo realizes that is probably why she asked if he was a hunter. But wait, he remembers what the ice boss Baruka said back then. No voice told him to kill Jin-woo like it did with other humans. That means Jin-woo does not have that hunter scent either. The voice did not press Baruka because Jin-woo is a player. Honestly, this might be the absolute best perk the system gave him. But what even is a player? As he heads out, the crew hands him his daily pay and floods him with praise. Man, they thought he was a literal human excavator. Crystals were flying everywhere. Thanks to him, they finished 2 hours early, beating the transport team. The chief says he is a born natural for the mining grind. Chief is dead serious with his compliments, leaving Jin-woo speechless. Then the boss clears his throat, getting real serious. Normally, he does not do this, but does he want a permanent job? The pay is going to be insane. Jin-woo just smiles, politely thanking him, but says he has other plans. Chief does not give up and asks about tomorrow. Jin-woo hesitates. He does not really need to mine anymore now that he has seen how high-rank dungeons look. 2 days left before his official reevaluation. But wait, mining again tomorrow? Is the Hunters Guild raiding again so soon? Chief nods and says their B team is taking over tomorrow instead of Team A. Jin-woo is genuinely surprised since this is news to him, making the chief laugh and explain the strength of the Hunters Guild. They are literally the only guild in Korea with 2 separate teams capable of clearing rank A dungeons, so they just switch shifts. Jin-woo locks in his decision immediately and asks where to meet. The chief laughs, promising to bag him double pay, since he literally works 5 times faster than any normal guy. Cut to a barbecue joint where a girl sighs. Bro really called her out here urgently just for some basic pork belly? Jin-ho is completely wasted, slamming his glass down. What is wrong with pork belly? This place is sacred to him and big bro Jin-woo. Soo-hyun, his cousin, crosses her arms, completely done with him. If it is so sacred, why is she here? He mumbles about finally sorting with his Soo-hyun leans in, actually curious, asking if he is the guild master now. Jin-ho starts shaking, crying about how he needs Jin-woo to save me. She's totally lost. Who even is this Jin-woo guy anyway? But look, he is ghosting his calls. It is like he is avoiding him on purpose. His screen is literally full of automated replies. The more Jin-ho talks, the harder he cries. He said he would be off the grid for a few days, but it has been over a week. Going ghost for 4 to 5 days was already bad enough, but a whole week is crazy. Soo-hyun backs away. Are they dating or what? On the television, the handsome star Lee Min-sung is giving a speech, saying tomorrow is his official reevaluation. Honestly, looking at this handsome face is a million times better than watching her cousin cry a river. But Jin-ho is not having it. This news is not even that deep. Soo-hyun agrees. It is all for show anyway. The guy is already rank A. It is just a clout-chasing stunt. He is a total attention seeker who loves making noise, playing the flirt game. Everyone knows his drill. He is a professional clout chaser, and ever since he awakened, his ego has been through the roof, making him think he is him. Snatched his phone right out of his hand, Soo-hyun loses her patience. What is the point of calling her out if he is just going to cry? Let her call his boyfriend then. No way. Talk about perfect timing. Jin-woo actually calls right at that second, making Jin-ho jump up in shock. He starts whining down the line immediately, begging for his big bro. Supposed to be gone for just a couple of days. So what took so long? Instantly hyped, he tells Jin-woo he needs to talk after his chat with his dad. Can he swing by tomorrow? Free tomorrow? Soo-hyun just watches her cousin do a complete 180. Jin-woo agrees to tomorrow night. Meanwhile, that night, in a luxury high-rise, under the bright moonlight, another call is being answered. It is Cha Hai-in. She rarely calls this late. She asks if they can pull some background info on a miner. His name is Sung Jin-woo. Today's encounter has been living rent-free in her mind. But plot twist, the person on the other end replies immediately. Are they talking about the rank E hunter from the association? Because Guildmaster Choi literally asked for the exact same thing. He wanted everything on this Jin-woo guy, but nobody knows why. They tried their best to dig up info, but the association has put his file on absolute lockdown. They have never done that for a low-rank hunter before. Hae-in immediately senses something is highly sus. Boss of the Hunters Guild is looking for him, while the association is keeping his file top secret. Why is everyone so obsessed with a rank E hunter? Hanging up, Hae-in flops onto her expensive bed, completely baffled by this massive anomaly. Out of all the hunters she has ever met, he is the first and only one who actually smells good. Wait, what? Jin-woo thinks he is dreaming. Are these hunters actually greeting him so warmly in the morning? No, it is just the miners smiling and welcoming him. He thought he was seeing things, but the vibe is just super wholesome. They friendly ask him to join them for lunch, saying he better not have eaten already. Sure, there are still some salty people giving him side eyes, but Jin-woo is honestly loving this vibe. Working with people is actually great, and he is fitting in fast. Right at lunch break, a hunter clad in heavy armor suddenly steps up with a question. He asks if one from the mining crew can help carry gear since their regular porter flaked. The workers give him a massive bombastic side-eye. Why not ask the Jack transport team instead of them? The transport chief immediately claps back, saying they have been grinding for 3 hours straight on an empty stomach because they skipped dinner. They do not have any spare hands. He tells him to ask the mining crew since they finished early yesterday. The mining chief is like, yeah, only because they had Sung carrying them, not because they are OP. The two captains keep bickering, leaving the hunter completely stressed. He even promises extra cash for the risk. But a tiny bonus is not worth risking their lives. Is trash, and they would rather lose a job than lose their lives. Seeing the tension, the mining chief speaks up. He tells Sun Ki-hoon that mining in a rank B gate is already stressful enough, but a rank A is a whole different beast. Everyone knows low-rank hunters do not belong here. Sure, porter duty sounds simple, but compared to safe mining, it is highly dangerous. Most of them are only rank D or even rank E, so even a tiny mistake means they are cooked. Total death trap. Who in their right mind puts their life on the line for pocket change? Sun Ki-hoon didn't even argue. He just looked at them like, so nobody wants the smoke? Boom. One hand goes up. Who else but our boy Jin-woo? The whole room started whispering before straight up losing their minds. Bro, you really want to step into the hunting grounds of an A-rank hand gate? You're an E-rank. Are you out of your mind? Why are you walking into a place where beasts will tear you apart? You're way too young to be throwing your life away for a few bucks. But Jin-woo was playing 5D. His job? Just carry the bags. The real goal? Get a free front row seat to watch a top-tier strike squad in action, especially inside a super rare rank dungeon. Then, some blonde guy from the mining crew started chuckling like, look at the rookie volunteering without knowing the lore. It's literally his second day on the job. Ki-hoon, he's just an E-rank. Find somebody else. The squad leader just gave a chill smile and signed Jin-woo up. But hold up, why is this kid carrying all this heavy gear like it weighs nothing? Right before stepping into a portal that looked way bigger, yesterday's, Ki-hoon checked in on him. This is your second time at an A-rank gate, right? But Jin-woo instantly sensed the plot twist. The gate was massive, sure, but the mana leaking out felt way weaker than yesterday's dungeon. Honestly, if this place was actually a high-risk zone, the guild wouldn't have deployed their second-string combat unit. The entire roster was swapped out, and 0S rank hunters were in sight. They had 11 A ranks and 6 B ranks. In any other guild, this squad would be the absolute main character flex, but the Hunters Guild was just built too broken. Sun Ki-hoon took the lead. 17 members, including our boy, stepped through the rift, but Jin-woo's spider sense was going crazy. Why did the mana feel so low budget compared to yesterday? Did the association totally miscalculate the rank? And looking at the vortex, Jin-woo got this nasty sense of deja vu. It felt exactly like the vibe right before a red gate pops off. Please let that just be paranoia. He walked in, telling himself, chill out, bro. You're literally surrounded by a high-rank raid party. Then the system pinged. You have entered a dungeon. Wait a minute, yesterday's dungeon. Didn't give him a notification at all. Almost instantly, this long-haired girl walked up to Jin-woo and whispered, hey, don't stress. Sun isn't the only cracked player in this lobby. We've all got hands. She was super sweet about it, definitely giving off a rank healer energy. It made him think about Ju-hee. If she hadn't suffered that massive mental trauma, she could easily be flexing in a high-tier raid party just like this one. The 6 B ranks in this squad were borderline A ranks, and the guild probably had another 1 or 2 units just as stacked. The girl kept trying to hype him up. Just relax, we'll do all the heavy lifting. You're completely safe as long as stay tucked right behind us. We have golden rule here. If a mage gets hit, the tank messed up. If the healer gets hit, the damage dealer's messed up. And if the baggage carrier gets touched, that's a total failure on the entire guild. Basically, the odds of you taking damage are 0 while this team is still standing. Ironically, the guy sweating the hardest right now was Sun Ki-hoon himself. Bro was thinking, this is my first time acting as the main raid leader since joining the guild. If I pull this off, I'm getting officially promoted to captain of the B team. Sure, I don't have god mode stats like the guildmaster or vice master, but I'm still a top tier A rank player. I can do this. Suddenly, the shadows started shifting. The flank guards instantly snapped their heads toward the dark. With zero hesitation, not even a single word spoken, 2 tanks slammed their shields down into a hard blockade, while the support mages instantly dropped pixel-perfect stat buffs on them. Damn, even Jinwoo was impressed seeing them instantly block into battle formation without a single shot call. From the pitch-black tunnel, the sound of frantic, rushing footsteps echoed out, paired with glowing red eyes. Ki-hoon yelled out in a panic. What the hell is that? Dungeon jackals? 2 of those feral, red-furred beasts lunged straight out of the dark, only to get violently checked by a fully armored tank's shield. One got swiped across the room, while the tank hooked the second one right in the throat, taking it out instantly. Ki-hoon, playing a sword tank build, sliced two of them clean in half. Spotting a whole wave of these mutts rushing down the corridor, one of the damage dealers vaulted right over the shield wall, dual-wielding blades to shred the front-runners. Duck! Stacked female mage conjured two massive orbs of energy and hurled them forward, erupting into a deadly laser grid that turned the pack into minced meat. Wave cleared in seconds. Ki-hoon and the squad walked up to inspect the bodies. Why on earth are dungeon jackals spawning inside an A rank? Jin-woo looked at the healer beside him. Is this an abnormal mob spawn? She looked just as baffled. These things are strictly C-rank trash mobs. They're way too squishy to survive inside an A-rank ecosystem because they just get eaten. Plus, there is zero food source for them down here, so how are they even alive? Then Jin-woo caught sight of a massive indented ring hidden under the fur of its neck. Oh, plot twist. These aren't wild mobs. Somebody brought them inside. Ki-hoon caught on too. Somebody bred these things as hunting hounds. And the fact that they're operating off-leash means they've been trained to high-level intelligence, which means their tamer has got to be brute menace. Jin-woo's inner monologue was screaming, "Bro, was my hunch actually right?" Then, the heavy ground-shaking thud of massive footsteps echoed down the hall. Ki-hoon's face went ghostly white the second he realized what was walking toward them. The feet belonged to an absolute unit of an orc, rocking blood-red skin covered in glowing white tribal war paint. No way! High orcs! What are they doing in this tier? And the crazy part? The first one to step out was literally the smallest of the pack. Behind him, an entire legion of these nightmare fuel orcs marched into the light, unhinging their jaws to let out a deafening war cry. One of them gripped a massive spear wrapped in tattered red cloth, whipped it back and chucked it like it weighed nothing. It broke the sound barrier. And get this, the target was none other than a pale-faced Ki-hoon. He barely managed to yank his heavy shield up in time, catching the tip of the spear and forcing it to ricochet straight up into the dungeon ceiling. Damn, the sheer force ripped a massive fracture straight down his shield. What kind of broken physical stats are those? Before they could even breathe, the high orc from a second ago went airborne, bringing a colossal battle axe crashing right down onto the cracked shield. Meanwhile, the rest of the horde blitzed the B team, trying to shatter the front line's aggro. Gritting his teeth, Hank popped his taunt skill to pull the mob's aggro back to him. But the High Orc's eyes glowed crimson. It completely ignored the tank mechanic and bypassed the Vanguard guard. Look out! They're diving the mages. The guy rocking a giant Dumbledore-style wizard hat channeled a beam of raw energy from his dumbbell-shaped focus, screaming back at the tanks. We are not folding today. Hold the line. A glowing magic circle spat out a barrage of fire spells, condensing into a single heavy blast right against the orc's chest, knocking the giant back onto its heels. It actually stumbled. Bro thought he won. Spoiler, he didn't. The orc caught its balance and charged forward even faster, making the wizard look like he just saw a ghost. My magic DPS did 0 damage. They have absolute magic immunity. Instantly, glowing purple shadow vines erupted from the floor, anchoring the brute to the stone. A crowd control mage was sweating bullets trying to keep the bind active. Yo, my hold only lasts for 5 seconds. I got this. The Dumbledore mage hoisted his focus high and chanted a powerful spell, manifesting a literal fire elemental packed with the stats of an A-rank hunter. Now, while these summons hit like a truck and can one-on-one a high orc, his mana pool capped him at summoning 2 of them max. Pure panic was setting in. This was his ultimate ability, and if his mana hits 0 right here, the whole squad is officially cooked. On the verge of passing out, the mage was completely drained just trying to survive, leaving 0 support for the fighters. Suddenly, a high orc swung its massive axe and sliced a fighter's arm clean off. The healer in the back scrambled to stop the bleeding, shouting, "What is our tanker even doing? Get over here and block this!" But looking over, the tanker was already grabbed by the head by an orc. Yeah, they were completely cooked too. We are completely outnumbered and surrounded on all sides. Split into small teams of 3, Ki-hoon yelled, desperately trying to command Team B while holding off a raging high orc right in front of him. He knew this was an A-rank gate, but nobody expected to face 20 high orcs all at once. At this rate, Ki-hoon had to pray his teammates could just survive on their own. These high orcs were built different. They were literally as strong as A-rank hunters. Right now, a team of only 17 hunters was facing 22 of these monsters. Not only were they outnumbered, but these B-rank hunters simply did not have the damage to put them down. Every single time an orc swung its axe, Ki-hoon prayed. Casualties were absolutely guaranteed. He just wanted his B-rank squad to make it out alive. Right then, another B-rank fighter had his arm chopped clean off. He was a goner, but the mage leaped in to shield him and immediately cast giant summon spell. The summon wrapped around the high orc and dragged it to the ground, buying precious seconds for the healer to regenerate the arm. It was pure agony, but with the skills, B-rank healer. The arm was fully restored, but her mana was hitting rock bottom and sweat poured down her face. Suddenly, the shadow of the furious high orc loomed over them. The black-haired mage could not hold it off. Damn it, it is still alive! She shrieked as the orc brought its massive axe down for a death blow. With zero defense, the healer could only squeeze her eyes shut and wait for the end. Meanwhile, next to the rock wall, Jin-woo dropped his gear. In a flash, his body vanished as he activated stealth skill. The healer slowly opened her eyes, wondering why the strike never came. To her shock, the giant orc was clutching its throat, lifted high into the air by invisible force, struggling to break free. An insane invisible force tore into its body. Right before the terrified healer, the massive beast was ripped clean in half, splashing purple blood all over her face. What in the world just happened? Over on the front line, Ki-hoon slashed an orc, splitting it right down the middle. Gasping for air, he frowned. Wait, what is going on? Why does it feel like fight suddenly got way easier? It was not just him. Team B was fighting back hard, but now they were actually dominating. Out of nowhere, deep cuts appeared on the monster's ankles, under their arms. An orc trying to block a sword suddenly had its arm slashed open. This was all Jin-woo using stealth to systematically nerf the high orcs without anyone realizing. He glided through the battlefield looking for openings, but these high orcs were smarter than they looked. Very quickly, they started looking around, sensing an invisible threat. Slipping right next to one, Jin-woo whispered, "Don't make a move if you want to live." He pinned the orc completely still, giving a nearby hunter plenty of time to rush in and land a devastating punch with her gauntlet. Boom! A massive hole blasted right through the orc's chest. The B-rank fighter took it down instantly, making her lose her mind with excitement. Jin-woo immediately slipped away as she squealed, "Oh my god, I actually killed one." Now, Jin-woo was using stealth, not perfect invisibility. Blood was splattered across his body, but he kept moving like a ghost, leaving clean, deep gashes on the high orcs. Sun Ki-hoon and his crew were the elites of the Hunters Guild, top guild in the entire country. It was not that Jin-woo did not trust them, but these high orcs required some serious crowd control. Slicing his dagger into another beast, Jin-woo remembered how close that healer came to dying. He could not just stand by and watch people get slaughtered. Just then, a system notification popped up. "You have leveled up." That actually caught him off guard. Who knew that just playing support could grant experience points? He had absolutely no idea, but Jin-woo was smart. He held back from stealing the kills for more XP. After all, this gate belonged to the Hunters Guild, and he did not want to mess with their business. Playing a silent support and stealth was the perfect play. Once the last orc fell, the raid team stood there, completely shell-shocked. "Is anyone hurt?" Ki-hoon called out. "As long as you are breathing, our A-rank healer can fix you up." Amazingly, there were 0 casualties. The hunters were buzzing with disbelief. "I cannot believe we just wiped out a whole squad of high orcs." It was a literal miracle. But amidst the celebration, the short-haired mage kept her eyes locked on Jin-woo, who was quietly carrying the bags. Was that Porter playing them all? As a mage, she easily picked up on the residual mana from a stealth skill. She walked over to Ki-hoon and whispered about the bizarre thing she had just witnessed. Ki-hoon was stunned to hear that an orc had been lifted into the air and literally took into pieces. "Are you saying someone was casting spells in secret?" Ki-hoon asked. She nodded, absolutely sure. Ki-hoon turned to the blonde mage. "Gina, was that you?" Gina frowned. "No way. I cannot do that. Just binding those monsters for a few seconds almost killed me. Besides, we do not even have a chanting mage in our squad. Team is mostly fire mages, and we do not even have an assassin-type hunter here." Gina was right. The black-haired mage glanced over at Jin-woo with a knowing look, adding, "Someone else definitely stepped in." But she chose not to expose him. He clearly had his reasons for keeping a low profile, so she decided to keep quiet for now. The only male mate let out a massive sigh of relief. If he had to summon one more beast to hold the line, he would have passed out from mana depletion. Ki-hoon knew they were right. Even he noticed the high orcs acting weirdly. Escaping that fight with 0 casualties was practically impossible. Now, the real question was, do they keep going, or do they turn back? "Let us go back," one hunter said. "This place feels way too dangerous. We barely got inside and we already ran into high orcs. Who knows what else is waiting for us?" The red-armored tanker agreed. "We need to contact the guildmaster or vice-guildmaster immediately. Pushing forward is way too risky. Can we just retreat? We can come back later after bringing 2 more healers and 3 more mages to boost our backline." "Ki-hoon, I know you do not want to call it quits since this is your first time leading the raid, but we have to pull back." Ki-hoon was torn. If he successfully cleared this gate, he would be promoted to the official leader of the main raid team. Clenching his fists, he knew an opportunity like this would never come around again. From Jin-woo's perspective, he totally got it. What hunter wouldn't want to clear the dungeon? But if Ki-hoon was a smart leader, there was only one logical choice here. "All right," Ki-hoon finally We are pulling back for now. A massive wave of relief washed over the entire team. Thank goodness! I thought he was going to make us fight to the death. Ki-hoon smiled. Come on. I am not that crazy. Stop complaining and let us get out of here. Leaving the glowing magic stones behind, the team turned around and headed back. But right as they approached the exit, Ki-hoon suddenly let out a shocked shout. It is a barrier. An advanced locking spell had been cast on the gate, and its color was completely different. The exit was sealed shut. Black-haired mage scrambled to break the seal, realizing with horror that someone inside this very dungeon had deliberately trapped their raid team. There is no way they can win this fight. Suddenly, a massive chill runs down the spine of the mages, the tankers, and literally everyone in Jin-woo's squad. It's a crazy mana wave, and the entire squad is instantly panicking. Like, what the actual hell? The healer and that female mage rush over, desperately trying to break the barrier blocking the gate. Another mage joins them, and the three of them combine their powers to blast their way out. But Jin-woo already knows something is seriously wrong. The mana wave coming off that barrier is so insanely strong that even the least sensitive hunters can feel it clearly. The mages are pushing themselves so hard that blood literally starts leaking from their eyes. How did no one detect a crazy mana wave like this from the outside? Did the boss monster purposely hide its presence this whole time? Blood starts pouring from the mages' eyes, noses, and mouths, and all three of them collapse to their knees at the exact same time. Turns out it's a terrifying curse spell targeted specifically at mages. Quick, use a dispel. In the middle of all the panic, Ki-hoon notices glowing red eyes slowly creeping towards them from the dark. Before he can even see what it is, a wave of pure dread and danger hits every single nerve. At this point, Ki-hoon isn't the only one shaking in his boots. Every single member of Team B is terrified. Sure, their raid team just beat over 20 high-grade orcs, but right now they are looking at a massive army of at least 50 orcs, and every single one of them is radiating a terrifying, overwhelming aura. Ki-hoon freezes, completely paralyzed, even as a massive high-grade orc with messy hair stands less than 2 feet away. It leans in close, staring straight into Ki-hoon's eyes while growling like a beast. The tanker behind him is literally sweating bullets, thinking this monster is about to bite their leader's head off. But Ki-hoon tries to hide his panic, yelling out, "Stand down! If we fight right now, we are all dead meat." Fists are shaking like crazy, and he can't help but think, if only Master Choi or Miss Cha were here, things would be completely different. The orc opens its jaws aggressively, but instead of ripping Ki-hoon apart, it screams some weird foreign monster language right in his face. Kruswi Guru or Nakaka. Suddenly, the entire orc army behind him chants the exact same phrase like a battle cry. Then the orc's blood-red eyes are covered by a creepy purple mist. And bro literally starts cracking his neck and shoulders like he has chronic back pain, letting out some absolutely disgusting cracking sounds. A few seconds later, he snaps back to normal, but from his stinky mouth he actually speaks. "Hear me, humans." Ki-hoon can't believe his eyes. No way is this orc actually speaking human language. Bro is actually speaking, even if it is a bit laggy. "Listen up, humans, I am Kargalgan, and I want to meet your leader." Like, what the actual hell is happening? The tanker in the back screams, "No way, is that orc seriously speaking human, or is it using some kind of crazy magic?" The mage with the glasses looks closely while getting healed. It is just a puppet. Someone is speaking through this orc. Damn it, someone behind Ki-hoon, panic Ki-hoon. That monster is a magic user beast, and it is using spellcasting to talk to us. Do not tell me you actually trust these monsters. This is obviously a trap. Let's just fight them and end this once and for all. Whatever happens, happens. Sweat is dripping down Ki-hoon's face. He glares at the orc and asks, "Kargalgan, are you the one who locked down this entire cave?" Orc speaks with glitchy pauses, introducing himself as the high priest of the proud orc tribe. He looks at the bleeding female mage and scoffs with pure disrespect. "A human's weak power could never destroy my magic barrier." Ki-hoon presses on. "Is there anyone even stronger than you in this dungeon?" The orc's face looks like a straight-up demon from hell as he glares at him and fires back. "Who would even dare to stand against me? You have two choices: get slaughtered by my army, or follow them. The exit gate is right behind them, but they are completely trapped." Staring down an army of 50 crazy strong orcs, Ki-hoon is totally cornered. He bites his lip and decides to follow them, which immediately pisses off his whole squad. Puppet spins around and tells the humans to follow. Even though they are furious, they have no choice but to obey. Besides the boss monster, there are tons of other high-grade orcs waiting for them in their lair, meaning their chances of winning are basically zero. Jin-woo figures Ki-hoon is planning to negotiate with the boss to buy them some time to escape. But honestly, Ki-hoon isn't even sure of his own plan. He literally has zero options. Right now, there is only one path forward. Suddenly, he slows down his pace to whisper to Sung Jin-woo. Without even looking at him, "Listen up. We are going to launch a surprise attack on the boss the second we see him." Whether we succeed or not, the boss won't be able to keep up that magic barrier blocking the exit. While we distract the high-grade orcs, you need to run out of this cave and call the main raid team for backup. Jin-woo glances at the captain. You do realize the fight will be long over before any backup arrives, right? Are you seriously saying everyone is going on a suicide mission just to take down the boss? Ji-hoon lets out a bitter laugh. Our ultimate goal is to close this gate, not to make it out of this dungeon alive. A lot of people invested fortunes for us to get this done. The healer next to them pulls out a small notebook and says to Jin-woo with a straight face, I also have a favor to ask. This is my will. It's pretty short. He takes it with a totally speechless face as the healer continues. If you make it out of here alive, please deliver this to my family. Pin. We are just doing what we were trained to do, but you are not even a part of our team, so please, you have to survive and make it back. Even though the rest of Team B is terrified, they all have that same ride-or-die attitude as the healer and Ki-hoon. Jin-woo sighs, stuffs the notebook into his pocket, and agrees to take it, but then he drops a bomb. I won't be the one delivering this. He can feel exactly how broken the boss is from the intense mana wave. But this fight is far from over. Why? Because he's literally him. Meanwhile outside, a blonde girl in casual clothes and a hat shows up, and it is none other than Cha Hae-in. It is already noon, but the mining team hasn't even started working. She looks around for a while but cannot find that mysterious guy. Did he already quit the mining team? The team leader walks over and greets her. Hey Miss Cha, isn't today your day off? Ha-in immediately asks him, is there a hunter named Sung Jin-woo working today? The leader tells her that the guy went inside the gate with the raid team as it drops. Wait, did you just say he's a porter? And he's inside the gate right now? Looking at the blue glow of the Class A gate, Ha-in is absolutely stunned. An E-rank hunter casually entering a Class A dungeon just to carry bags. What is bro thinking? He doesn't have extra lives to waste. Then she remembers yesterday, Jin-woo was definitely standing right outside the boss room. With her weapon in hand, she knew she wasn't seeing things. Something super shady was going down here. She turned to the mining captain and said, I'm going in too. The guy was totally shocked. Is there an emergency? Do you want me to call for backup? Hae-in replied, no, this is personal. There's nothing to worry about. But then she realized her hands were empty. Right, it was her day off, so she didn't bring her weapon. She turned back and asked the captain if anyone had a weapon she could borrow. Honestly, the workers didn't even know if a crystal mining pickaxe counted as a weapon. Looking at Hae-in, she was completely disappointed with the basic tool in her hand. She looked at the captain and asked if anyone had a sword or a spear, but the captain had no options. This is a mining team, bro. Where would they get that kind of gear? Hae-in handed the pickaxe back, turning toward the A-rank gate, but for some reason she hesitated at the entrance. The captain seemed to get it, sniffled for a few seconds, and said, Miss Cha, are you sure you want to go in there, completely unarmed? The blonde girl started shaking like she was having an inner battle, then suddenly whipped around. Blushing hard, snatched the pickaxe. She bowed and thanked them, making the captain laugh. That's the spirit, better than nothing, right? Hae-in held the pickaxe tight, charged right in-eyed. She had no idea that Hunter's Guild Team B had already entered a completely different space, a massive solid fortress packed with high orcs armed to the teeth. These weren't normal orcs, they were elite warriors with axes, spears, and shining armor. And it wasn't just a few dozen of them. Thousands of glowing red eyes were watching them from the shadows. This was the orc throne room, and 4 massive bosses were waiting on a high platform. Stood like royal guards protecting the massive throne. The orc king muttered, intruders, before speaking directly to the humans. Team B hunters stood frozen, taking in the terrifying view as they walked up the massive wooden steps. On both sides, savage and brutal orcs glared at them like they wanted to eat them alive. Looking around, Ki-hoon realized if an army of high orcs scale escaped the gate, they would wipe a whole city off the map before high-rank hunters could even stop them. Sweat was literally pouring down his face. Ki-hoon stared at the boss sitting on that high throne. He knew they had to take down the king, but he couldn't stop the pure dread rising in his chest as he looked at the 4 giant monsters guarding him. Each one was built different, making him wonder if they could even get past the guards to kill the shaman. Behind him, the hunters were shaking with fear, desperately waiting for their leader's signal. They planned to launch a coordinated strike on their one and only target, the shaman on the high throne. Touching the skull mask on his face with his tattooed hands, the king took it off and asked in a deep, booming voice, Are you afraid of me, humans? Just those words unleashed a wave of raw mana from Kargalgan, like toxic wind sweeping through Team B, making them turn pale and gasp for air like their souls were being ripped out. The one feeling it worst was the healer. She was panting like a fish out of water, wondering how this monster could use such broken magic. Are we really supposed to fight this thing? Everyone was violently trembling. This king was on a whole different level, making their own mages look like complete trash in comparison. He was talking tough earlier, but now even Ki-hoon was shaking. Why? Why did you bring us all the way here? Look around, your warriors could have easily slaughtered us instantly. Ki-hoon's trembling question only got a 3-word reply, just for fun. For the rest of our time in this dungeon, I want to entertain my warriors by slaughtering you one by one. The orcs raised their weapons, roaring in absolute hype, their bloodlust literally bursting through their red skin. Putting his skull mask back on, the king's eyes locked onto the hunters, muttering, "Wait, is there a strange creature among you?" Ki-hoon didn't catch that last part because his mind was stuck on those words, just for fun. They were literally just toys to these monsters, not even real opponents. Are our lives really just playthings to be toyed with and thrown away whenever they want? Refusing to give up, the captain screamed at the top of his lungs, "Everyone, attack now!" Ki-hoon sprinted forward with his sword and shield, charging straight for the Orc King to start the fight. But no matter how pissed he was, he realized that behind him, absolutely nobody moved. They were completely paralyzed by fear, glued to the wooden floor, barely able to even stand. Ki-hoon knew it, but there was no going back. He leaped up the wooden steps, trying to get closer to the shaman. Suddenly, a magic circle made of 12 ancient runes flashed in front of him, turning into a protective barrier right tip of his sword, blasting the captain back onto the floor below. Watching Ki-hoon struggle to crawl up, the deep voice laughed, "Foolish human. Fly." An invisible force grabbed Ki-hoon's entire body, lifting him 20 meters into the air like he weighed absolutely nothing. The king slammed his hand down, and gravity instantly crushed Ki-hoon into the floor like a rag doll. A massive boom echoed, and pure terror filled the room. Ki-hoon couldn't even fight back as he was lifted again, launched straight up to crash into the ceiling, and then slammed right back down onto the wooden floor. Tears streamed down the team's faces, but nobody dared to step forward to save him. He looked like a shredded leaf falling to the ground. But suddenly, Ki-hoon's body blurred in midair. The king's eyes tracked him, but he was too slow. Someone had caught him and landed safely near Team B. Ki-hoon was barely clinging to life, but he could still recognize the person speaking to him. Even though the guy looked covered in shadows, his voice was clear. "Ki-hoon, this dungeon belongs to the Hunters Guild. I know I shouldn't interfere, but at this rate, these high orcs are going to wipe out your raid team." As the king gestured for his guards to kill the intruder, Jin-woo calmly asked, "Do I have your permission to kill every monster in this dungeon?" Ki-hoon saw the guard. An orc is swinging its axe right behind Jin-woo, completely frozen and unable to even let out a squeak. But our boy doesn't even bother to look back. He just raises his arm and activates Ruler's Touch. Squeezes the orc like it is nothing, lifting it into the air just like what happened to Ki-hoon earlier. Then, he throws that beast straight up, smashing it into the ceiling before it crashes back down. Boom, down to the ground. Just one simple hand gesture and that annoying pest is dealt with. He then turns back to Ki-hoon and asks, "Let me ask you one more time, am I allowed to clear out all the monsters in this dungeon?" Jin-woo's eyes are dead serious, 0 games being played here. Ki-hoon's eyes widen in sheer shock. Split second, and he literally starts begging with tears in his eyes. "Please, I beg of you, just do it." He just saw Jin-woo completely obliterate that beast with a literal flick of his wrist. Up on his throne, Kargalgan laughs like a maniac, calling it an interesting trick for a mere human, but how long do you think your little parlor tricks will work against us? Jin-woo just stands tall, unfazed by the magical roar of the High Orc King. He does not even flinch, calmly replies, "This is the first time I have ever felt such a massive source of energy." A bloodthirsty grin spreads across the shaman's face. He laughs like a lunatic, immediately shifting his target. Meanwhile, the shadow beneath Jin-woo's feet starts splitting into branches at his command, rising up dark waves and instantly taking form right in front of the raid team's mages. Noticing a shadow arm holding an axe rising to his left, Jin-woo calmly says, "I hate to break it to you, but this is a completely one-sided match, and obviously it is not looking good for you." Shadow Army is now fully summoned behind him. Jin-woo, Iron, Igris, Tank, and the entire Shadow Squad are locked and loaded. Meanwhile, a sleek car pulls up at the empty lot outside the Ranka gate. Seeing a man in a sharp suit get out, the crowd starts whispering, "Look, the hunters from the monitoring division are here. Something big is about to go down." Woo Jin-chul stares at the gate, deeply lost in thought. Why on earth did he apply to be a miner, and for 2 days straight, there is no denying that Sung Jin-woo is registered as an E-rank hunter. I wish I had been more careful, because now all of his moves are being watched. The mining team leader looks at Jin-chul with a mix of shock and respect, asking what brings the monitoring division all the way here. Just like Cha Hyen, Jin-chul gets straight to the point. "We received word that Mr. Sung Jin-woo joined the mining team. Can you tell me where he is? The team leader is stunned, about to ask what the kid did wrong. Big-lipped guy who got terrified by Jin-woo the other day interrupts. I knew it. I told you so. If he was not a hunter, he would definitely be out there murdering people. When he looked back and smiled at me, I saw pure evil in his eyes. Ignoring the guy's endless yapping about how that look gave him goosebumps, Jin-chul asks again, where is Mr. Sung right now? The team leader honestly replies, Sung is inside the gate. Today's porter did not show up and no one else wanted to do it, so Sung volunteered to go in with the raid team. Jin-chul is speechless. First a miner, now a porter. This guy is unreal. Suddenly, the team leader adds, also, Miss Cha Hyan just went into the gate to find him. Jin-chul's eyebrows furrow. Even Miss Cha went in? Thick-lipped guy pipes up again, screaming, did that dude commit a crime or kill someone? I knew he had the soul of a criminal. Adjusting his glasses, Jin-chul simply replies, you will find out tomorrow. This is definitely going to be all over the news anyway. The miners start whispering frantically, clearing a path. Jin-chul can lead his team closer to inspect the gate. But before he even takes a step inside, a sudden surge of raw energy shatters his sunglasses. What on earth is this? Why am I sensing such a sinister energy? Jin-chul's cool composure vanishes instantly. His broken glasses drop to the floor, but the absolute terror on his face is undeniable. No way, how did I just feel like my entire body was about to be torn to shreds for a split second? Pull out their measuring device, and the mana wavelength of this gate has actually surpassed 94,000. What the hell? This is a top-tier rank A gate. Association must have completely messed up the gate's mana calculation. Jin-chul knows things are incredibly bad. If the raid team was put together based on the association's rankings, we might be facing a catastrophic disaster here. Sure, 2 S-rank hunters are already inside, so they should be fine, but they need to get in there right this second. Meanwhile, about half an hour ago, Cha Hyan entered the gate alone, only to find high orc corpses scattered all over. What is going on? Did Sun Ki-hoon's team really take down all these high orcs? How could they possibly pull that off? Suddenly, an intense wave of bloodlust hums from deep inside, making Hyein feel extremely uneasy. She drops her hard hat, ties back her short blonde hair, and gets into a fighting stance with her pickaxe. These massive mana waves are coming from the boss monster. There is no way anyone in Sun Ki-hoon's team is making it out alive. But plot twist, that mana is actually coming from the shadow army that Jin-woo just summoned. Right now, standing on his left and right are his absolute units, Igris and Iron, looking incredibly menacing. Still, it is not enough to scare the boss. Sitting on his throne, the beast chuckles. Do you honestly expect to fight my army with a handful of weak soldiers? Jin-woo just smiles. You are going to regret underestimating me and my shadows. Honestly, compared to the massive horde of high orcs here, Jin-woo's squad looks tiny. The monsters form a giant red circle surrounding them completely. He quietly activates his skill, Monarch's Domain, giving all his shadow soldiers fighting inside his shadow a massive 50% buff to all their stats. This is the exclusive class skill Jin-woo unlocked after clearing the 70th floor of the Demon Castle. Shadow soldiers became insanely strong back then. Iron roars fiercely, leading the charge as they spread out to shield the Hunter's guild members. The mages in the raid team are left completely speechless. How can a single human use such insane dark magic when even a top-tier A-rank mage can only summon 2 beasts at most? Up on his throne, the High Orc King commands his army to charge all at once. The wild orcs do not hesitate for a second, grabbing their swords, spears, and axes, rushing straight toward Jin-woo's shadow army. Iron lets out a massive taunting outcry, roaring at the top of his lungs to flex his dominance. But unfortunately it fails because the enemy's levels are way too high. Infuriated, Iron raises his double-headed battle axe, skipping the talk and slashes 5 orcs in half with one clean swing. Absolute beast. Sword glowing with dark magic, Igris is radiating pure boss energy. He raises his blade and calmly steps up to face 5 massive orcs, rushing right at him. But with his crack swordsmanship, a few clean slashes are all it takes for Igris to wipe them out. Too easy. Meanwhile, 2 high orcs spot the bossman Jin-woo and charge straight at him. Jin-woo just grips Baruka's dagger and swings it twice. Boom, their limbs are sliced clean off. Talk about satisfying. Another orc tries to pull a cheap sneak attack from behind, but Jin-woo just leaps into the air and delivers a quick cross slash to finish him off. Totally effortless. Seeing this, the B-rank raid team's tank and healer are completely losing it. They realize this guy's power is easily on par with their vice guild leader. Jin-woo's moves with Baruka's dagger are as smooth as butter, slicing through dozens of high orcs like they are made of paper. Like, why is a hunter this OP working as a porter? While tearing through the horde, Jin-woo starts calculating his next move. Except for Igris, Iron, and Tank. His shadow soldiers are basically B-rank. But even then, they are getting destroyed 3 or 4 times before they can take down a single high orc. Plus, this high orc army outnumbers his shadow army 3-1. That is why Jin-woo has to step in and clear out as many as he can himself. Suddenly, the wall behind them explodes with a massive boom. The Orc King's deep voice chants a fire dragon spell, making Jin-woo whip around to see what the hell is going on. How did a single spell wipe out dozens of his shadow soldiers? Turns out a giant fire dragon was just summoned from a purple magic circle right above the Orc King. After taking out Jin-woo's shadows, the boss looks down on him with pure disrespect, mocking him for acting tough while his summons do all the heavy lifting. What did you say? Jin-woo growls back. You should be saying that to yourself. Trash. Right after that explosion, his shadow soldiers instantly regenerate, because as long as he has mana, his army is basically immortal. But to Kargalgan, this is just a minor annoyance. He figures this human will run out of mana sooner or later anyway. Boss actually has a reason to flex, though. His high orcs are shredding through Jin-woo's shadows insanely fast, so draining his mana is definitely on the table. Jin-woo ready-ups with his 2 daggers. You will be dead way before that happens, but the boss casts a defensive shield, completely blocking Jin-woo's next strike. Safe behind his barrier, the boss mocks him. It is useless. While you are wasting time, your army is getting absolutely cooked. Jin-woo lands and starts talking smack. Oh, you sure about that? I have got some heavy hitters on my side, too. You should probably worry about yourself instead of my mana. Boss chuckles and casts another spell, turning it into a massive firestorm to wipe out Jin-woo's entire army in one shot. Boom! A massive wave of flames sweeps through the battlefield, swallowing his shadow army. Jin-woo is left standing all alone in the middle of the smoke and fire. Honestly, this guy feels even stronger than Vulcan or Midas. Midas could summon thousands of undead, but his defense was trash. Boss? He has insane defense, cracked magic power, plus 100 high orcs backing him up. Talk about a massive numbers disadvantage. No wonder he had to get his hands dirty. But wait, this isn't some low-tier job change quest anymore. In Jin-woo's eyes, the game has officially changed. Opens his inventory, pulls out a mana potion, and flexes it right in front of the boss. As long as I have this, I can top up my mana whenever I want. Seeing the boss's shocked face, he doubles down. I don't really like the taste, so I am going to end you guys fast. He tosses the empty bottle to the ground, ready to show them the real power of a necromancer. Arise! At his command, glowing red hands burst out from the freshly slain orc corpses. The high orcs back up in pure horror as their fallen comrades rise as undead soldiers, lining up right behind Jin-woo, waiting for his command. Jin-woo smirks, totally loving how these orcs are shaking in their boots. Your army is still standing for now, but soon they are all joining my shadow army. Points straight at the boss, and that goes for you too. The boss's smug face instantly vanishes, replaced by pure panic. No way. Is he the last word gets completely blurred out, leaving everyone hanging. Even though they are terrified, the high orcs still have the numbers advantage, so they roar to try and hype themselves up. With the newly some addos on Jin-woo's side, the battlefield turns into absolute chaos as both sides prepare to clash. Blades crash and monstrous roars echo like something straight out of hell. The boss sits up from his throne, staring in absolute disbelief. Makes no sense. If he is really that guy, why are we even here? Ever since they woke up in this dungeon, they have only heard one single command: hunt down humanity. It is a voice that drives them to kill without question. And right now, that exact voice is screaming inside the boss's head again. He waves his hand, sending his 3 strongest guards charging forward. Go, kill him, and bring me his head. Jin-woo just smiles, totally chill. So the big boys are finally stepping up. Huh? Iron takes that personally. He whips around with his massive axe, ready to block a devastating strike from a guard wielding a giant blade. Boom. The impact is so heavy the floor underneath them literally cracks as these 2 massive tanks clash. But Iron does not know the meaning of fear, pushes back, and completely deflects the giant blade. Right after parrying the strike, this massive shadow soldier delivers a brutal headbutt straight to the orc's face. Crack. The skull armor on the orc's forehead completely shatters. As the guard stumbles backward, completely dazed, Iron swings his axe right into his face, ending the fight instantly. Talk about satisfying. Over with Igris, he is casually facing 2 guards charging at him. First, our Shadow Knight uses his sword to block a massive overhead strike. Then, keeping a tight grip on his hilt, he flips his entire body high into the air, dodging 2 attacks at the exact same time. While airborne, he pulls 2 daggers from his back and chucks them straight into the neck of a beast-type orc. Spins around, lands right on the orc's head, and stomps hard on the dagger, driving it deep into its neck. He drops him instantly, just as the other guard tries to rush him. Keeping his eyes locked on the gorilla-like orc's movements, Igris raises his massive sword to perfectly block its heavy swing. Igris parries and sends the guard flying backward, right into Iron's path. Iron is already waiting with his axe, swinging it in a perfect arc to launch the orc to the left. armed and flying through the air. Even if the orc survives that, he has tanked the ice bear waiting for him with sharp claws raised. Boom! Tank swipes right at him. That monster got ripped apart like a cheap toy, pieces raining down. On the other side, Iron puts his hand up for a high five, basically flexing like, too easy, bro. Seeing his shadows coordinate this well actually makes Jin-woo laugh. His elite soldiers are straight up dominating. But despite flexing on the outside, deep down, Jin-woo knows he can't just keep chugging potions to refill his mana forever. If he runs out, his entire shadow army is gone in an instant. But just seeing the boss's face twisting in pure frustration is already a massive win. Meanwhile, the human tank turns to his squad and yells, "We can't just stand here and watch. We need to get in there and help." It looks like things are under control, but the boss drops a couple of agony and fire chants, instantly making the hunters cough up blood. Kargalgan deploys a massive purple magic circle overhead, basically telling the audience to stay out of his masterclass performance. On top of that, he targets Jin-woo with a custom debuff circle, trying to shut him up with a stack of sleep, exhaustion, blindness debuffs. It looks insanely overpowered, but the moment it gets within half meter of Jin-woo, it literally goes boom and gets neutralized instantly. Talk about a cheat code. Every single debuff is wiped clean before it even grazes him. The boss's face goes from smug to pure, unadulterated panic. Just like that, the exhaustion and blindness curses are completely deleted. He roars out, "Why is my magic not working?" But when he looks at Jin-woo, all he gets is a smug stare. Jin-woo literally brushes some invisible dust off his shoulder, totally unbothered, and says, "I told you, you're not on my level." He knows the Grand Mage Candiaru's blessing gives him total immunity, leaving the boss completely helpless. After taking that weak hit, Jin-woo equips the Orb of Avarice onto his Shadow Mage, spawning a colossal fireball in the air and chucking it straight at the boss sitting on his throne. This bad boy multiplies magic power, dealing insane amounts of damage, and the moment it hits the boss's magic barrier, it shatters it to absolute pieces, before he can even cast offensive chant. The shaman takes the massive fireball point blank, collapsing to his knees and coughing violently. He is furious, confused, and utterly shocked at how this human is destroying him. Just then, a slender figure appears at the boss room's entrance, staring in absolute shock. It's Hei-in. The utter chaos of shadows summons tearing through high orcs leaves her completely stunned. Even a high-ranking summoner can only control one or two beasts at a time. But what in the world is she looking at right now? Hei-in rushes over to her raid team surrounding Ki-hoon and asks, "Is everyone okay? What is going on here?" Honestly, they don't even have an answer. They're just watching this madness unfold. Meanwhile, Kargalgan completely loses his mind and screams, "Your cheap tricks won't work on me anymore." He channels his mana to stack a bunch of buffs like Rage, Giants, and Burning. He unleashes an insane amount of raw magical pressure, whipping up a hurricane-level wind around him. In no time, the boss grows into a massive giant, 10 times his original size. Standing in front of him, Jin-woo with hands in his pockets looks like a tiny ant. Hei-in screams to her team, "We need to get out of here now. This level of power is way beyond anything Raid Squad can handle." Up above, Kargalgan goes absolutely wild, trying to stomp out the shadow soldiers below with his massive foot. He stomps and rages. "I'll crush you annoying little bugs." Standing right under that massive shadow, Jin-woo just sighs and mutters, "Man, I've had some really bad experiences with giants before. You might not be made of stone, but seriously, stop with the giant form already." He keeps his eyes locked on Kargalgan, thinking he finally drained Jinwoo's mana and stopped soldiers from reviving. The boss spits out a massive fireball, shouting, "Don't get cocky, human. I was only playing with you until now." The boss is pouring absolutely all of his real power into one final attack. The massive dragon head from earlier appears behind him to buff his stats, unleashing the ultimate, all-powerful Kargalgan. "Still think I'm easy game?" He blasts a wave of fire directly at Jin-woo, intending to incinerate him along with his entire shadow army. One shot. But out of nowhere, that tiny human has already teleported right next to his ear. Jin-woo just scoffs and drives a heavy fist straight into the shaman's eyeball. Making yourself bigger just makes you an easier target. A mage with no guards can't block a surprise attack from an assassin, you know? While Kargalgan is screaming in agony over his ruptured left eye, Jin-woo moves faster than a bullet, blue light flashing with every step as he literally slices the giant boss into ribbons. By the time the monitoring division actually shows up, the fight is basically over. All they see is a red-skinned orc grabbing another orc's head about to swing an axe into its face. They think it's an internal orc war, but Cha Hyen calmly chimes in, but those are actually summons controlled by that hunter. Following her gaze, Woo Jin-chul sees blinding flashes of light tearing through the giant boss. Jin-woo realizes his daggers aren't doing enough damage to a target this massive. In moments like these, it's time to put the daggers away. Jin-woo clenches his fists and throws a devastating punch straight into Kargalgan's left cheek, sending the massive giant staggering sideways. That's when Woo Jin-chul finally gets a clear look and realizes the one throwing hands is Sung Jin-woo. Hae-in notices this suit-wearing official knows him by name, so it's not just Master Choi, but even the head of the monitoring division knows this guy. Noticing her shock, Woo Jin-chul explains, "I came here to back up the raid team after we detected a crazy mana spike from the gate, but it looks like we're not needed." Mr. Sung is literally solo clearing an A-rank dungeon. They both stand there in stunned silence, watching his back. So this is his true power. Jin-woo is easily one of the strongest fighter-class hunters, but he can also use summoning magic. How many summons can he control? Hae-in can only ask one thing. Who is that guy? Do you know him? Woo Jin-chul replies, "We have to keep it quiet, but only for a little while." Meanwhile, Kargalgan is completely beaten down, glaring in absolute rage at this unbothered human. The moment you lost your bodyguards, you already lost the fight. Jin-woo isn't standing alone anymore. Behind him are Kargalgan's 3 dead bodyguards, now completely reborn as his own personal shadows. The throne behind them is completely trashed, and the boss screams in utter denial, "This is impossible. There's no way you could ever break through the defense of the great Kargalgan." He completely loses it, roaring at the top of his lungs, but before he can even make a move, he gets his own shadow soldiers literally stabbed the boss to death. Jin-woo did not even blink at the dying king, purple blood flooding the floor. The system popped up showing he defeated the dungeon boss and leveled up 2 times. Pure SSN's rank flex. Looking around, Jin-woo was satisfied to see the boss completely done. At the same time, his shadow army was casually cleaning up the rest of the high orcs. Talk about an absolute sweep. Now, it was time to collect the sweet loot. A bright light began shining from Kargalgan's body, but Jin-woo hesitated to step forward. He reminded himself that this dungeon officially belonged to the Hunters Guild, and stealing A-rank boss loot would be way too greedy. Instead, he just placed his hand on the massive corpse. The only thing he could take without bothering anyone was the shadow arise. He whispered. Suddenly, the air started vibrating as loud whirring sounds echoed. Kargalgan's shadow surged into the air, slowly gathering into the dark, majestic form of the dead boss. Honestly, this had to be one of the most terrifying things Strike Team B had ever seen in their lives. But they were not the only ones losing their minds. Even Cha Hae-in and Woo Jin-chul were absolutely to see a boss getting born as a shadow, submissively kneeling before the very Mainten who just crushed it. Jin-woo smiled. "Now that you are a shadow, you seem a lot more chill." Before this, his shadow army had 3 tiers: normal infantry, elite mages, and knight grade like Igris. But Kargalgan was on a whole different level. Absolutely worth the grind of beating an A-rank dungeon boss. When the system prompted him to name his new shadow, Soldier, he could not remember that long name Kargalgan for the life of him, so he went with something short and sweet. "From now on, your name is Tusk." Of course, the giant shadow did not complain. It actually looked pretty proud of its new name. Tusk was registered as an elite knight grade, which was 1 level higher than Igris. Adding an higher army of high orcs to his roster was an absolute win. Now, his shadow storage capacity was 1,227, so he released some weaker ones and kept the most useful ones. Ignoring the dozens of shocked eyes staring at him, Jin-woo casually recalled his entire shadow army back into his shadow. Once the dust settled, Woo Jin-chul walked up and called his name. Jin-woo was shocked. Wait, even Cha Hae-in was here? When did they show up? Right now, the entire Strike Team B was staring at him with pure confusion. They all wanted to know how a regular porter could be this overpowered. Just as Jin-woo was trying to figure out how to flip away, Woo Jin-chul and his squad in black suits stepped in to block the crowd, declaring loudly, "We are from the Hunters Association surveillance team, tasked with protecting the identity of Hunter Sung Jin-woo. This information is strictly confidential, and we will explain the non-disclosure terms in detail once we exit this gate. No one is allowed to speak a single word about what they saw today." Meanwhile, 2 agents, sunglasses, whispered to Jin-woo, advising him to let them escort him out to avoid unnecessary drama. Woo Jin-chul then continued addressing the crowd. He stated that Jin-woo had just soloed an entire monster army to save the richest guild in Korea. His power clearly way beyond an S-rank hunter. If anyone had questions, they had to go through the association. For now, they were escorting everyone quietly out of dungeon. "Wait, please wait." Sun Ki-hoon, limping over with the help of his teammates, called out to Jin-woo. He said he understood why identity had to be classified. He promised not to ask why an absolute god was working as their porter, but since Jin-woo saved their lives, he wanted to thank him on behalf of the entire team. Following his lead, the entire Strike Team bowed deeply to show their deepest respect. Jin-woo then pulled out the notebook he had been carrying and handed it back to Hiram, saying since she survived, she could deliver her own will. She let out a goofy laugh as she took it, and Jin-woo immediately slipped away with the government agents. Cha Hyen wanted to say something, but she was too late. She missed her chance to talk to the mysterious clean-smelling guy. Just then, a cute mage wearing glasses walked up and asked why she was carrying a pickaxe. Hyen blushed, clutching it tightly, and suddenly thought, what if he thinks I'm a complete weirdo? Realizing she spoke out loud, she quickly looked down, totally embarrassed, and tried to change the subject. Meanwhile, near midnight, Yoo Jin-ho in a crisp white shirt sat in a cafe looking super determined. The moment of truth was getting closer, and Jin-woo's answer would decide his entire future. He slapped his own face to stay awake, telling himself to focus on the goal. The second he saw Jin-woo's messy black hair, he immediately waved his hand, shouted, "Boss, over here. Wait, what is up with your clothes?" Jin-woo looked down and realized his outfit was completely shredded and dirty. But hey, he just came straight from a dungeon. Hearing this, Jin-ho was mind-blown. He thought, wow, even at his level, he is still grinding. That is so fire. As Jin-woo sat down, Jin-ho hesitated for a second before telling him about the conversation he had with his father. Long story short, while he was trying to negotiate, Go Myung Hwang showed up and spilled everything about the Red Gate incident. Apparently, he even told his dad how Jin-woo saved the White Tiger Guild hunters. Jin-woo wondered why he would do that. But then he asked, what do you mean you need my help to become the Yu Jin Guild Master? Sitting up straight, Yoo Jin-ho confidently replied, yes, I will give you full decision-making power, so please do not feel pressured. Jin-woo already had his answer, and his serious made Jin-ho hold his breath in suspense. That same night, the news of Sung Jin-woo joining the Hunters Guild raid reached the ears of the guild master, Choi Jong-in. He was completely losing his cool, which was super rare for him. He asked if Jin-woo really mined yesterday and worked as a porter today. Sun Ki-hoon, looking sharp in his suit, reported that he had no idea why Jin-woo did it, but it did not seem like he wanted to crash their raid. However, the boss was no ordinary beast. When Team B got totally overwhelmed and things turned deadly, Jin-woo had no choice but to step in. Choi Jong-in nodded. First it was White Tiger, and now his own hunters owed him their lives. But the details of the fight kept spinning in his head. Jin-woo could summon multiple beasts, move with extreme assassin-like speed, and even turn a dead monster into one of his loyal shadow soldiers. The scariest part was that this was only what he chose to show. What if he was hiding even more broken abilities? Choi Jong-in suddenly turned to his assistant and asked, if he is really that strong, how does he Compared to me, just how strong is Jin-woo? Man, that's a tough question. Ki-hoon slowly replied, explaining that in every raid, everyone has different roles to keep things balanced. Each role covers for the other's weaknesses. Usually, it's split into 3 main types: attack, defense, and support. Without these working together, the whole squad is cooked. Basically, one teammate's weakness gets carried by another's strength. Sounds simple, right? But then, Ki-hoon clenched his fists, finally forcing himself to drop the truth bomb. That hunter is just too cracked. Master Choi, could you solo an A-rank dungeon at the absolute highest difficulty? That question made Jong-in freeze, and Ki-hoon already knew the answer. No matter how OP you are, protecting yourself when a whole pack of monsters jumps you at once is basically impossible. Jong-in sighed, his voice dropping as he went, damn, looks like my title of Ultimate Hunter is a total joke now. Ki-hoon didn't want to rub salt in the wound, but he had to be real. He said, look, I can't tell you how to run your guild, but you have to recruit Sung Jin-woo at all costs. Obviously, Jong-in wanted him bad too, so he was like, I'll do whatever it takes. The next morning, a massive crowd of reporters with top-tier cameras swarmed in front of the Hunter Association building. Word had leaked, and the mastermind behind the hype was sitting in a van across the street, smirk on his face as he watched Lee Min-sung. Min-sung looked out the window, flexing his ego at the massive crowd. He capped, saying he didn't expect this much attention, but he was secretly loving it. His assistant snickered, got a headline for tomorrow yet? How about, Lee Min-sung, the man who has it all, is about to awaken God mode. Min-sung cringed a little, since it was so cheesy. But hey, today he was all about that hype. Suddenly, 2 luxury rides pulled up in front of the press. Everyone strained their eyes to see who stepping out. But instead, Yoon-ho with his orange hair and Choi Jong-in with his red-pink hair stepped out, and the cameras went absolutely wild. What the hell? Are all these reporters doing here? Yoon-ho muttered, annoyed as hell. Right away, the press swarmed them, yelling, are you guys here to recruit Lee Min-sung? Do you think he'll retire from show business? As top-tier hunters representing Korea, what rank do you think he'll get? Yoon-ho scowled, completely lost. Like, who is this Lee Min-sung guy, and why the hell are they blocking the entrance with a press conference? Annoyed, Yoon-ho just snapped, I'm not here for him, so I have nothing to say. Jong-in kept his cool, throwing a friendly smile and dropping some tea. We heard Lee Min-sung already signed with the Fiend Guild. That's pretty much common knowledge in the industry. So yeah, we're actually here for something else. Hearing that, the reporters totally deflated. They thought they had a massive scoop, but nope, disappointing. Yoon-ho caught up to the red-haired guildmaster and teased, I heard your Hunters Guild almost got wiped out yesterday, huh? But Jong-in wasn't about to take that lying down. He fired back, well, at least we didn't lose an A-rank rookie like you guys and the White Tigers. Honestly, despite the trash talk, both of them owed him big time. Jong-in admitted, yeah, if he hadn't shown up, our entire second-string elite squad would be dead by now. Yoon-ho was about to walk inside, stopped when Jong-in added, and that's why we need to recruit him. It's the right thing to do. Hearing that, Yoon-ho got triggered and hissed. Back immediately, our guild took losses too, so we need to beef up our ranks. It makes way more sense for us to sign him. Jong-in's face started twitching. He snapped back, are you kidding me? Since when do you need an S-rank hunter to strengthen your roster? Are you trying to pick a fight with me? Or what? Yoon-ho growled. Oh, and since when did you become Mr. Morality? The two giants were about to throw ins right there until another guy walked up and asked, what's up with the big bosses? Don't tell me you two are fighting over Min Sung? This dark-haired guy in the slick black suit was Lim Tae-gyu, the master of the Fiend Guild, looking super edgy as always. Immediately, both guild leaders spun around and yelled right in his face, we don't give a damn about Lee Min Sung, and we don't care what his name is. Tae-gyu was totally stunned, wondering what crawled up their asses. Meanwhile, inside his van, Lee Min Sung looked through the window and saw Jong-in and Yoon-ho. He smirked, fully believing all the top guilds in the nation were literally fighting over him. When the driver said it was showtime, stepped out of the car, flashing a blinding, camera-ready smile. Flashbulbs went off everywhere, which completely confused Jin-woo, who had just arrived, at all. Like, why are there so many people here? At first, he thought the media found out about his recent exploits, but that made no sense since they didn't even recognize him. But with this massive crowd, how was he supposed to get inside? Realizing he couldn't just stand there, Jin-woo started squeezing through the crowd, but as soon as he reached the steps, a security guard blocked him, asking, hey, who are you? Do you work here? Can't you see the reporters? Jin-woo was just confused and said, I have an appointment. But the guard snapped, this way is blocked, turn back. You're not allowed here, go somewhere else. Lee Min Sung looked at Jin-woo, pure disgust. He was trying to look cool, and this random nobody was ruining his shot. He wondered why security wasn't kicking him out already. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed from the entrance. Who said he's not allowed to pass? Everyone froze instantly. It was Go Gun-hee himself, the legendary chairman of the Hunter Association, stepping up for Jin-woo. He announced, that young man is my personal guest. Then he turned to Min Sung and went, hey, Lee Min Sung, I assume you still remember who gave you permission to hold your little press conference here? Min Sung immediately lost his smug look, bowing frantically and saying, yes, of course, sir. Satisfied, the chairman led Jin-woo inside, completely ignoring so-called superstar. The reporters went wild, whispering, wait, who is that guy? Why is the chairman himself escort him inside? Min Sung fuming. He didn't care who the kid was. Ruining his spotlight was completely unforgivable. He called his assistant over, demanding to know who that punk was and how he knew the chairman pull off a stunt like that. Shaking it off, Min Sung walked back up the steps to strike another pose, trying to figure out how to steal the spotlight back. He figured, just head inside and kick off his reevaluation. Flashing his most charming smile, he announced, excuse me, I must go discuss today's schedule with the association officials. But before he could even reach the door, two figures in black suits suddenly cut him off. It was the cold-faced Woo Jin-chul and his surveillance team, blocking entrance. He declared to Min Sung and the entire press crowd, currently another hunter is undergoing a reevaluation, and his test must finish first. Locked down until 11 o'clock, and absolutely nobody is allowed inside. Min Sung is losing his mind. There's still over 30 minutes left. Like, who is this mystery guy making him wait? Is it that guy the president just personally escorted inside? This dude is throwing a fit, demanding to go in. The reporters are already piling up, and my official rank evaluation is scheduled for 11 o'clock. So I need to get in there right now. Even the president knows this, and you're still blocking me? Seeing that Woo Jin-chul isn't budging at all, this celebrity kid steps up to whisper a straight-up threat. Hey bro, do you even know who I am? I'm Lee Min Sung, the one and only. But Woo Jin-chul just repeats himself, saying you can enter the building at 11 o'clock. Min Sung refuses to take the L and keeps whining. Don't you know the Eugene Group is the biggest sponsor of the Hunter Association? My dad is Lee Wong-yu, the vice president of Eugene Group. Considering how much money we throw at your association, you should be on your knees right now. Do you not see all the reporters standing right behind us? How dare you treat me like trash in front of these cameras? Are you sure you can handle the consequences? But despite his massive ego trip, Whew, Jinchul shuts him down with a single word. Absolutely. This completely breaks Minsung and he goes ballistic. Who do you think you are? Is that hunter really that special? He keeps pressing, totally runs out of Jinchul's patience. Jinchul slides his glasses off, giving this loudmouth idol a death stare. If I answer your question, Mr. Lee, do you think you can actually handle the consequences? Minsung instantly freezes up, eyes wide, totally cooked. He doesn't dare to chirp another word. Meanwhile, inside the building, dead silent. Jin-woo and the Guild Association president, Go Gun-hee, are walking down the long hallway when they spot the top two guild leaders bowing respectfully to them. These guys have been waiting for over an hour. Go Gun-hee leads Jin-woo inside, mentioning that it has been 2 whole years since Korea last saw an S-rank hunter. Plus, the Hunters Guild already witnessed his insane power, so they're definitely desperate to recruit him. Stepping into the re-evaluation room, Jin-woo meets the evaluator in charge. Before we start the official re-evaluation, we need to test your skill set to classify your class. What kind of skills can you actually use? Jin-woo casually summons a shadow right out of thin air to show them. The evaluator gasps in pure shock when he sees the shadow soldier rise up. Soldier looks incredibly solid and packs insane power, but since nobody has ever seen a class like this, the guy is completely baffled. Did you just summon this beast? Are you a tamer? President Go Gun-hee suddenly cuts in, saying, Mr. Sung, this isn't the only thing you can summon, is it? Jin-woo didn't really want to flex, but lying now is pointless since too many people have already seen him in action. He closes his eyes and does the math. Since he just turned a bunch of high orcs into shadows, decides to just go all in and show off his entire army. But even he didn't expect the look on President Go Gun-hee's face to change so drastically. And let's not even start with Choi Jong-in and Baek Yoon-ho, who had their eyes glued to him from the start. Jin-woo summons his strongest warriors, and of course, doesn't forget those high orcs that just joined his shadow squad. He casually drops a bomb. I can summon over 100 of these. The evaluator is literally stuttering. Baek Yoon-ho gritting his teeth. This kid has some absolutely broken magic power. Is that really Sung Jin-woo? The last time we met, he wasn't anywhere near this powerful. The difference is night and day. Even I'm getting totally overwhelmed by his pressure. A few moments later, Jin-2 walks out of the evaluation room, holding a license in his hand. On it, his name and a massive S rank are printed clear as day. Before he can even process it, the 2 top guild leaders are already waiting to get a word with him. Pushes the door, trying to slip away by claiming he has some unfinished business. But weirdly enough, both leaders warn him in unison. If I were you, I wouldn't exit through that door. Jin-woo thinks they're just scare him into staying and accepting their deals. But the second he steps past the glass doors, hundreds, thousands of camera flashes explode right in his face, completely blinding him. What on earth is this? Behind the glass, Baek Yoon-ho just facepalms. I told you so, but you didn't listen. Now both of us are all over the news. Gina, look, your brother is on TV. She knew it was him instantly. But why is Jin-woo on TV? Just 10 minutes ago, the spotlight was all on Minsung. He was standing outside the building, giving a grand speech to the entire press. Even if my rank is low, I will still fight monsters to repay all the love and support my fans have shown me. No matter what rank I get, today I promise to become a hunter for the people. This dramatic speech instantly wins back hundreds of camera flashes from the reporters. Breaking news of Lee Min-sung retiring floods the air as questions hit his ears. Did you say you'd give up your title as Asia's top star to become a hunter, even if your rank is low? Min-sung raises his hands, soaking up all the press attention. In his head, he is absolutely loving it. Yes, look at me, put all eyes on Lee Min-sung. Of course, this retirement gig is total cap because he already passed his evaluation and secured an A rank. Retiring after just 2 years to bag millions of dollars, promoting the Fiend Guild is his actual master plan. Bathing spotlight, Min-sung thinks this is going to silence all the rumors and make everyone forget about my mandatory military service. Everyone will be shocked that I threw away fame and fortune to put my life on the line for our country. It was a perfect pre-planned PR stunt. Next, Min-sung smoothly thanks Lim Taegyu, the guildmaster of the Fiend Guild, for inviting him to promote them. But suddenly, a reporter in the crowd yells out in shock. What? An S-rank hunter? Did you get a call from the association? Not just 1 or 2, but a whole crowd of reporters are getting phone calls and losing their minds over the news. They're whispering about the identity of South Korea's 10th S-rank hunter just revealed, leaving Min-sung totally frozen. It's actually real. Sung Jin-woo's name and face are up on the association website, along with the massive S-rank badge. The reporters instantly turn around with hungry eyes, smelling a massive scoop. The association didn't close down the evaluation center this morning for Lee Min-sung. They did it for that S-rank beast. Nobody is passing up an S-rank hunter. The entire crowd completely ditches Lee Min-sung and rushes Fide. But they can't get to Jin-woo because Woo Jinchul and his squad immediately block the way. Hundreds of cameras are flashing wildly as reporters beg to get just one photo for their front page. Meanwhile, Lee Min-sung is left completely in the dust, only catching whispers of the words S-rank hunter. Showed up today of all days. Just looking at him, even his assistant was trying to sneak away. Min-sung realized his career was officially cooked, and to think that same assistant was literally just asking for a clickbait headline for tomorrow's news. Now, bro is screaming into his phone, demanding a total headline rewrite. Forget loser, he wants the ultimate hero, the absolute mind-blowing rise from E-rank straight test rank. Lim Min-sung was left standing there utterly clueless and completely abandoned. Meanwhile, today's real star, Jin-woo, was getting absolutely blinded by thousands of flashing cameras. Wait, isn't that Jin-woo? The mining team just took a break and immediately saw the breaking news. They all huddled around, shocked to see Jin-woo on the screen. That thick-lipped guy who hated him was just waiting for this, instantly screaming, "I knew it! I knew something was off when he kept staring at me. Let's see what kind of messed up crime that trash committed." But as they gathered closer to watch, the news anchor's voice blasted out. Plot twist, Sung Jin-woo is officially South Korea's 10th S-rank hunter. The whole squad stared at that loudmouth with pure disgust. Nobody even had to say a word. Bro was already shaking in his boots. Meanwhile, the massive news of Jin-woo breaking through to S-rank was spreading like wildfire across the entire nation. Whether it was Ju-hee far away or Song Chi-yul in his dojo, everyone heard the earth-shattering news. Over at Yujin Construction, the chairman called his son in to drop the bomb. The Hunters Association had just made a formal announcement about Sung Jin-woo, an S-rank mage hunter. So the dad looked at his wealthy son and asked one simple question: "Have you recruited him yet?" Looking down in shame, Jin-ho replied, "I am sorry, father. I could not convince him. Jin-woo told me he is going to start his own guild and even invited me to be his vice guildmaster if I want to." Jin-ho was absolutely terrified, but his dad just smiled warmly and asked, "Do you know why I wanted to start the Yujin Guild in the first place?" Jin-ho thought it was for profit, but his dad shook his head. "I already have enough money to last us several lifetimes. Do you really think I would risk making enemies with the top guilds just to scrape up some extra pocket change? There is only one reason, and that is to protect ourselves. Hunters are getting way too powerful these days." Nobody is even surprised anymore when they see a single hunter with enough raw power to match the entire military force of a nation. These guys are known as national-level hunters. They are far beyond S-rank and are considered the strongest beings on Earth. In some smaller countries, they literally rule as kings. We cannot keep relying on the law or the government to protect us. I wanted to start a guild so we could recruit hunters we can actually trust. It was never about the money or making connections. It was about finding hunters we could stake our lives on, and it looks like you have already found one. So I agree. I will let you become the guildmaster of the Yujin Guild. Jin-ho could only stare at his father in absolute shock. Dad's gentle voice echoed in his ears. "Go build and expand the Yujin Guild. Gather strong hunters you can trust with your life and turn them into your allies. In the future, those hunters will be your greatest asset." His father smiled as Jin-ho cheered, "Thank you, father." But then he was completely caught off guard when Jin-ho suddenly turned the offer down. "I cannot accept your offer, father." Jin-ho's face was filled with absolute determination. "I am going to join Jin-woo's guild." Surrounded by a massive crowd of reporters, Jin-woo was totally confused. Why were they all taking pictures of him? Weren't they supposed to be hyping up Lim Min-sung instead? But the reporters were shoved right in his face, firing off questions left and right for tomorrow's front page. Woo Jin-chul quickly pulled him inside while the monitoring division held the crazy press back. "Dealing with them will only drain you. Let us take you home." But suddenly, boom! Jin-woo literally vanished from right under his nose and reappeared behind the press pack, leaving only 2 words. "I am fine." He pulled his hood up and slipped past them in a flash, leaving the reporters completely brain-lagged. Seeing Jin-woo easily break out of Jin-chul's grip, Choi Jong-in chuckled from behind, commenting, "For a mage hunter, his physical stats are pretty cracked, huh?" But when Jin-chul didn't give his usual reply, he glanced over and saw the White Tiger Guildmaster's eyes glowing like high beams. "He is too fast. He is so fast my eyes could barely even track him." Baek Yoon-ho's hand was literally trembling thinking about it. He already knew Jin-woo was strong, but this was on a whole other level. The way Jin-woo moved just now unleashed that same insane surge of magical power from when they met outside the evaluation room. He has gotten way stronger since the last time we met. Baek Yoon-ho grit his teeth, completely certain that Sung Jin-woo had powered up even more. Big Shot Guildmaster did not even bother replying to Choi Jong-in, which totally surprised him. But Baek Yoon-ho's mind was racing right now. He figured Jin-woo's reawakening must have happened a while ago, but how on earth did he get this much stronger? This makes zero sense. No, what if it is not even a reawakening? Is it possible that he is a hunter who can endlessly level up? Meanwhile, Jin-woo's stun was splashed all over national television, reporting the massive news of the first S-rank hunter to appear in 2 whole years. Every single channel was broadcasting it, and over in his hospital bed, Hwang Dong-soo was gritting his teeth in pure rage, screaming, "That bastard is still alive. I cannot stand that filthy piece of trash." Once things settled down at the appraisal association, Jin-woo went to see an appraiser, who looked like he had just seen a literal ghost. I have seen countless artifacts in my life, but I have never seen a red crystal orb like this before. The measuring device in front of him was literally showing a row of question marks, meaning its power amplification was a jaw-dropping 100%. Sweating bullets, the appraiser realized that even the legendary master artisans could only craft gear that boosted power by 50% max. Choi Jong-in would literally throw a mountain of cash to get his hands on this. He stared at the young hunter and asked, "Where on earth did you get this?" Jin-woo casually replied, "I found it in a dungeon." This made the appraiser even more suspicious. A god-tier artifact like this was just lying around in a dungeon for someone to pick up? "Do you want to put this up for auction? We can guarantee you get an insane price for it." Jin-woo told him he would think about it. Right now, his top priority was to conquer the demon castle as fast as possible to brew the holy water of life. But to pull that off, he desperately needed an artifact to protect him from the intense flames inside. So, Jin-woo asked, "Do you have anything that protects against fire?" The appraiser stared at him in utter disbelief, making Jin-woo wonder, "Wait, is that stuff actually rare?" Leading him into the showroom, the appraiser replied, "No, actually, fire resistance is the most common type of gear on the market." But when Jin-woo innocently asked, "Really? I did not see any of it listed online," the appraiser chuckled. "That is because it is way too expensive to be sold publicly like that. But if you want to buy some, it is easy. After all, fire magic is the most common offensive spell out there." Jin-woo realized that made perfect sense. Song Chi-yul and Choi Jong-in both use fire magic, and even his own Iron Guard Necromancer minions do too. Stepping inside the room, he saw tons of armor sets in every shape and color lined up behind glass display cases. Full sets of protective gear were neatly displayed. Jin-woo looked at them curiously and asked, "Can a thin layer of glass like this actually keep them safe? Artifact even safe? Why is the security so basic?" The appraiser just laughs and says, "Relax, bro, this glass is packed with mana. It is super strong." He claims it can tank a full-on hit from an A-rank hunter. Bro even challenges him, saying if Jin-woo can break it, he can keep the treasure inside for free. Jin-woo senses the mana, but honestly, it does not look that tough to him. Our boy just takes a deep breath and lightly powers up. Boom. His fist starts glowing blue and hums, with pure energy, completely terrifying the appraiser. Bro instantly panics and screams, "Wait, chill. I did not mean you should actually punch it." That glass shatters. The elite guild hunters will swarm this place in seconds. Turns out, this auction house has a massive security deal with the top guilds. The appraiser is sweating, thinking, "Wait, did not this kid say he is a mage? Why is his physical strength so broken?" But Jin-woo just shrugs it off and asks to see some cool daggers instead. While a weapon expert leads Jin-woo to check the gear, the appraiser looks back and spots a huge crack on the glass. Talk about a close call. Did not even touch the glass and it almost shattered. Absolute cheat code behavior. Jin-woo picks up a decent-looking dagger and asks for the price. When they say 30 million won, brain starts calculating at light speed. This trash weapon is only B rank and way weaker than his Night Killer, yet it is wildly expensive. It is probably around the same tier as the Kasaka Venom Fang. Jin-woo pulls out his own Night Killer and hands it over for a quick appraisal. The expert holds it with pure respect, calling it a masterpiece made by a god-tier craftsman. Jin-woo just smiles, knowing he literally bought it from the system shop. But when they value it at a whopping 100 million won, bro is absolutely stunned. No way! He bought this for just 2,800,000 won from the system. Meanwhile, Kim Sang-shik's basic iron sword costs 3 million won and only gave a plus 10 attack boost. Even Jinho's flashy armor cost millions and did basically nothing. Since system shop items sell for this much insane cash, he realizes there is absolutely no need to sell the Orb of Avarice just for quick money. Meanwhile, over at the White Tiger Guild headquarters, Yoonho is sitting alone, losing his mind trying to figure out if the rumors are legit. But can a hunter really level up endlessly? In his buffed state, he can read an opponent's exact skill level with perfect accuracy. So there is no doubt. Sung Jin-woo was way weaker when they first met at the Red Gate, but now, he is a total beast. Yoonho leans back in his chair, completely exhausted by the thought. Why would an absolute powerhouse like him join another guild when he can literally start his own? Rank 1 or rank 2 guilds in this country do not even matter anymore. If he keeps growing this fast, he will soon stand at the very top. It feels like he and Jong-in are just wasting their time. Meanwhile, the news of E-rank loser Sung Jin-woo reawakening As a God Mode S-rank mage type has on Sangmin's heart racing with excitement. He thinks the guild leader might have given up on recruiting him, but I am absolutely not giving up. One more try, and I know I can recruit him into the White Tiger Guild. Standing right behind Sangmin are his two loyal subordinates. But bro, showing up now is way too late. The reporters are packed like sardines outside Jinwoo's apartment. Not even a bug can squeeze through. Peeking out the window, Jinna calls her brother. Look at this. There are so many people waiting out there. Instantly, a photographer spots her, flashing cameras like crazy, completely startling the poor girl. She literally looks like a thief caught red-handed. Jinwoo casually asks, "Want me to go down there and make them scram?" But she shakes her head immediately. "No way. If you do that, the internet will cancel you."
Stop adding fuel to the fire.
Watching Jinna crawl backward like a secret agent, Jinwoo is just completely lost. Why would anyone hate me? Bro, you literally roasted the reporters. But whatever, I do not care about them, and neither should you. Suddenly, a loud banging on the door makes Jinna jump. Jinwoo stomps over, ready to kick some butt. The nerve of these guys, actually coming up to knock on his door. He cracks the door open with a menacing glare. Plot twist. It is just his loyal sidekick Jinho crying his eyes out, sobbing. "Boss, my dad kicked me out of the house." Jinwoo is speechless. Like, why are you bringing your family drama to my doorstep, bro? Jinwoo thought he had his own place. But Jinho whines, but my dad bought it, so it is under his name. "Please, boss, save me. Let me crash at your place for a bit." Before he can even finish, the door slams shut right in his face. Cruel. Jinna asks, "Who was that?" Jinwoo just casually shrugs, no idea, some random stranger. Banging continues as Jinho begs, "Boss, please, save me." Meanwhile, Jinho's mom smiles at her husband and asks, "Aren't you being a bit too harsh on our boy?" Hwang Han replies, "No. If he wants to stand on his own 2 feet, he needs to pave his own way." But instead, he chooses to work under someone else. He frowns with deep exhaustion. Suddenly tells his wife, "Something is wrong. Why am I seeing double? Why are there two of you?" Boom. Mung Han collapses to the floor, leaving his wife in absolute panic. Late at night, everything is quiet. Jinwoo slips into his sister's room and sees her fast asleep, drooling. Since she is so defenseless, he worries someone might target her while he is away. So he whispers, "Summon." Out come the high-level shadow guards of Tusk. These guys are absolute beasts, each capable of soloing an A-rank hunter. But wait, aren't there supposed to be 44 of them? Jinwoo asks where the missing is, and the shadow points to the ceiling. Ah, right. Back during the raid, Jinwoo literally slammed that guy's head into the ceiling. Is bro seriously sulking right now? Keeping the guard wearing the cool fur hood, Jinwoo dismisses the other two and orders him to protect his sister. The others will stay hidden as backup, ready to jump in if things get messy. The shadow bows and melts right into Gina's shadow. Meanwhile, the girl is still snoring, completely oblivious to her god-tier bodyguards. Jinwoo decides to upgrade the security for the entire neighborhood. He summons his elite Shadow Knights to patrol the area. He warns them, "Stay hidden. Do not let anyone spot you on patrol." The shadows vanish instantly to carry out their mission. Even if a crazy villain shows up, they stand zero chance against his knights unless they are A rank. Jinwoo smirks, thinking this is a pretty neat way to do community service. Morning, Jinwoo's old car is cruising down the road. He asks his driver, "Did you actually get any sleep?" Jinho just grins widely. "Honestly, motels these days are super cozy, boss. That works for now." Jinho will just crash at the motel while they look for a proper guild office. Even though Jinho can be a bit clingy, Jinwoo is low-key touched that he rejected his wealthy family's guild just to stick with him. That is real loyalty right there. Jinho asks, "Why are we at the Disung building so early, boss?" Jinwoo grabs his bag, opens the door, and casually says, "Catch you later, bro." Before Jinho can even turn his head, Jinwoo completely vanishes. Ding, the system announces, "You have entered the Demon Castle. The fiery wasteland ahead is all too familiar. From here on out, things are about to get real." Since the difficulty here was insane, Jinwoo had to prep hard before pulling up. He whipped out his newly bought wind cloak to protect himself from the scorching flames, and then grabbed a nameless ring infused with water magic. Fully stacked and ready to flex, Jinwoo stepped in with pure confidence. But no way, the system popped up a new quest that caught him completely off guard. It was a regular quest, Demon Souls Part 2. The mission? Climb to the top of the Demon Castle, beat the trash out of Demon King Baran, and harvest its soul. The rewards were absolute fire, including a high-grade runestone, plus 30 stat points, and a secret reward waiting to be revealed. Now that is a sweet deal. If he could get his hands on that rune, cracking it open would grant him broken class-specific skill. Shadow Extraction, Shadow Storage, and Sovereign's Territory are already cracked, so Jinwoo was dying to know what insane power he would unlock next. Teleportation gates swirled beneath his feet, letting him fast travel all the way from the first floor to the 76th floor. Choosing the highest floor immediately, Jinwoo stepped right in. and got warped straight to the top. The place was a desolate wasteland packed with massive, terrifying monsters flapping their wings like ancient beasts, making Jin-woo realize he should not even waste his own breath fighting them. He pulled out the Orb of Avarice, pumping it with mana until it blazed like a massive fireball. Suddenly, the three magic circles of Tusk's familiar hymn began to glow. Tusk was squaring up against a monster just as massive as he was. Handing over the Orb of Avarice meant Jin-woo wanted him to go full god mode without struggling before they even reached the boss. Tusk grabbed the orb, charged up his power, and his eyes lit up like high-beam headlights. His magic circle unleashed a colossal pillar of fire, wiping out absolutely everything in its path. It was like adding a wind buff to a wildfire, burning everything to ashes down a massive stretch. The destructive power was so insane that the system notifications started spamming him. You have defeated a high-tier demon, gaining 1,700 experience points. The demon noble was also eliminated, yielding 2,200 experience points. The alerts kept popping up, just like that, back to back. Shielding himself from the heat, Jin-woo was completely stunned. Even with the Orb of Avarice, Tusk's power was technically nerfed since he became a shadow soldier. But since the orb scales with the user's power, Jin-woo decided that Tusk gets to keep this broken item forever. Right now, our MC is sitting at level 81, with over 24,000 HP and slightly over 5,000 mana. His intelligence stat is actually higher than his strength, sitting at 189 to 186. His agility is at 175, while his vitality and perception are at 145 and 126. Along with a 46% dibjage reduction, several of his skills have reached level 2, including advanced dagger techniques, dagger throw, stealth, and ruler touch. Meanwhile, both critical strike and dash have reached the absolute max level. But back in the real world, inside a special ICU, a doctor is reporting that a patient has been asleep for 2 straight days. An overworked-looking Yu Myung-han mutters that he must just be exhausted, asking, "Is there something wrong with my body, doctor?" The doctor suddenly asks if he has been around any hunters or awakened beings lately. The moment the doctor mentions the eternal slumber disease, Yu Myung-han instantly puts 2 and 2 together. Patients diagnosed with eternal slumber can never wake up again. It is not just about being unable to wake up, but their life force literally gets drained away while they sleep. The only way to keep them breathing is by hooking them up to life support devices powered by mana. This terrifying disease only appeared after the first gate opened, and anyone who cannot afford these mana-powered machines is basically cooked. And the reason the doctor asked if Yu Myung-han had been around hunters is because condition is directly linked to mana exposure. Turns out some people are genetically unable to tolerate mana, and their eternal slumber symptoms trigger after prolonged exposure. You must stay far away from essence stones, mana crystals, and anyone radiating mana. Given how fast your symptoms flared up, something must have triggered this dormant condition. Mr. Yu, is anyone in your family a hunter? Remembering Jinho's determined face, Yu Myung-han immediately realizes when his exposure started. As days go by, society keeps finding new ways to use mana, meaning more and more people are exposed to it. Clenching his trembling fists, he realizes that in a world like this, anyone who cannot handle mana simply has no place to survive. Yu Myung-han grits his teeth in rage, thinking, "So I have become a victim of natural selection." With disbelief in his eyes, the great Yu Myung-han, a victim? No way. I cannot back down, I have not lost yet. That was all he could tell himself. Meanwhile, on a coastal island in Japan, waves crash against a foot that is definitely not human. A live monster ant has successfully made landfall on the shores just outside Jeju Island. Japanese coastal island lies a peaceful little village where hunters patrol in absolute quiet. "Mr. Nogawa, thanks for keeping this place safe. Who is that with you, a rookie?" Nogawa nods yes and tells his partner, "Our job might not look like much, but these daily patrols give the locals peace of mind. If a gate suddenly pops up in a remote area like this, we are totally cooked. If we do not spot the gate early, a dungeon break will happen and the whole town gets wiped off the map. That is why we have to locate any gate as fast as possible, using our mana detectors and contacting mainland hunters to send an emergency signal. It takes 3 days for the heavy hitters to reach us, which means we must locate the gate within 3 days of its appearance." He chuckles. "Since we are just D-rank and E-rank hunters, the only ones in town, we have to carry this responsibility." Rookie points toward a shadowed figure ahead and asks, "Mr. Nogawa, is that a person over there?" Getting closer, they see it clearly. That is no human. That is a straight-up monster. Inside the blazing demon castle, whether Jin-woo actively fights or not, the ground is littered with demon corpses. His count of extracted and stored shadow souls still stands at 1,227, but with his massive intelligence stat, the gap between his maximum extractable shadows and his storage capacity is closing fast. looking at the scattered monster corpses he cannot extract. Jin-woo feels a bit of regret but realizes that keeping his shadow army bunched up with him is not efficient at all. He decides to split them into 6 groups, led by his shadow commanders, putting efficiency above everything else from now on. You have 2 tasks. 1. Fan out and destroy every enemy you encounter. 2. Report back immediately if you locate the portal to the next floor. Order given, the shadows vanish in all directions. Left alone, Jin-woo plots his move. Once the portal is found, no matter what sweet loot is left behind, he has to skip it. His ultimate goal is to reach the top of the castle as fast as possible. Suddenly, the system goes crazy with experience point notifications flooding his screen. Jin-woo did not expect that splitting them up would farm this much experience so fast. Seeing the crazy explosions and battles shaking the distance, he realizes this setup is actually fire, saving him from running around like a headless chicken. So as long as his shadow soldiers don't get wrecked, they don't drain any mana over time. Sounds easy, right? But Jin-woo still has to chug mana potions like crazy because his mages and infantry soldiers are kind of trash and keep getting clapped. The monsters on these floors are getting way stronger. A few days after seeing Tank again, Jin-woo notices this absolute beast has already jumped to level 24, which is 10 whole levels higher than before. Even our boy leveled up, but it is nothing compared to how fast his shadow army is growing. He realizes that letting his squad herd hunt like this is way more effective. And just like that, they have already reached floor 80, with only 20 floors left to go. Jin-woo is clearing this dungeon way faster than expected, but there is a catch. They've been stuck on floor 80 for 2 days now, and the teleport gate is nowhere to be found. Plot twist. Maybe some high-tier demons are still lurking around the corner. Suddenly, his mana pool straight up plummets to just over 4,000. Jin-woo quickly looks over at a building exploding in the distance, wondering who on earth is slaughtering his shadow soldiers so fast they can't even regenerate. This enemy must be absolutely cracked. Jin-woo figures this is where Iron and his squad are fighting, but the idea of someone being stronger than Iron actually catches him off guard. His mana keeps tanking fast, so Jin-woo decides to recall all his shadows back to him first. The next day is the exact same story. He keeps having to pull his army back because his mana is dropping like crazy. Even High Orc Team B and the goat Igris himself are taking hits. The monsters on this floor are no joke, but Jin-woo senses something super fishy. Tusk's squad was right next to Igris, but instead of helping them, the enemies bypassed them completely and went straight for the High Orc group. Wait, is this demon not strong enough to face Tusk? If they are cherry-picking fights they can actually win, it means they are smart enough to read their opponent's weaknesses. Jin-woo looks over at the Raging Flames imps. They targeted the High Orc squad on purpose, which means their next target is definitely going to be the Ice Bear group. Time to set a trap. Jin-woo activates his stealth and waits in the shadows to see what happens. Sure enough, it doesn't take long before a group appears in this distance. They look incredibly dangerous, putting everyone on high alert. Jin-woo spots a demon noble accompanied by 3 demon knights guarding it. Tank immediately lets out a massive roar, declaring war on the spot. But one of the armored knights charges forward and, with a single strike, slashes the Ice Bear's neck wide open. Watching them go at it out there, Jin-woo finally gets why his shadow soldiers couldn't regenerate fast enough. Before they can even fully reform, they are immediately sliced to pieces. Even with Tank leading the charge, they stood absolutely zero chance. It is over. Jin-woo slowly reveals himself right in front of the knight. The knight doesn't care who he is, grips spear and charges straight at him. Dodged. Ducked under the first strike, Jin-woo launches a brutal kick straight into the knight's throat, ending the fight instantly. Boom! Easy 3,000 experience points secured. The other 2 knights jump in together, trying to take him down. But Jin-woo doesn't even bother looking up. In a split sec, he completely vanishes from the spot. The exact moment, a shiver runs down the knight's spine. Jin-woo breaks his stealth and appears right under its chin. One clean, brutal slash, and he takes out both of them at the same time, bagging another 6,000 experience points. Jin-woo charges straight at the demon noble, who is now left all alone. Seeing the demon literally shaking with fear, he can't help but mock it. I always wondered if monsters could actually feel fear, but I guess I finally have my answer. Standing against the light, Jin-woo looks more terrifying than a real demon, but guy refuses to go down without a fight. He unleashes a barrage of spear thrusts, forcing Jin-woo to dodge left and right. Every single thrust triggers an explosion right behind him. Getting hit by that would be bad news, so Jin-woo quickly sidesteps to stay clear. Forehead, neck, heart, this demon is aiming straight for his vitals. Ever since floor 1, he has faced all kinds of monsters that match up to Hunter ranks. Since he already beat an A+ rank Demon King and Demon Hunter, these mid-tier demon nobles are basically CES rank threats. Suddenly, Jin-woo flashes right in front of him, disarms the monster and grabs its mask to lock it in place while his other hand raises the dagger for a finishing blow. Out of nowhere, the demon screams, "I surrender! Surrender." Hearing this completely catches Jin-woo off guard. Okay, that is weird. Why does it feel like more and more monsters can speak human language lately? With a cold stare, he looks at the demon and rips the mask off, only to find out there is actually a girl underneath. She immediately begs for her life. "We were wrong. Please don't kill me." Jin-woo is totally confused. "You are the one who jumped my soldiers first, and now you are begging for mercy?" Tank and the boys are standing there looking absolutely furious, but don't dare to speak up. But she quickly cuts him off. "As the guardian of this area, I couldn't just stand by and watch someone slay the demons. Please spare me." Jin-woo looks around at the baddies, then to the only survivor and asks, "What about hold your knights?" Judging by her eager face just trying to survive, she obviously doesn't care. She basically says knights are supposed to die for their master. Wow, talk about being selfish. Jin-woo is completely speechless. Just when Jin-woo starts thinking this girl acts too much like a human and hesitates to take her out, her eyes flash. She whips out a dagger and tries to stab him. But right at that moment, a blue barrier suddenly blocks the hit. It is Tusk using his protective hymn just in time. She gets caught red-handed, but does she feel guilty? Not even close. She immediately drops to her knees and starts begging for her life again. Jin-woo doesn't know if she is just shameless or way too optimistic. He has Tusk cast gravity reduction on her and starts grilling her about the location of the teleport gate. Floating helplessly in midair, she says, "My clan has one. Take me with you, and I will show you where it is." So that is why Jin-woo couldn't find the gate easily. It was hidden, guarded by the demons this whole time. Desperate to save her neck, she keeps blabbing that she knows the gate locations for every single floor. All you have to do is spare her and her clan, and she will be his personal tour guide. Honestly, sounds like a sweet deal, but she literally just tried to backstab him. Who would trust her? Jin-woo steps closer, getting right in her face. She looks up, her eyes sparkling, and even as a demon noble, she can't help but blush and feel her heart racing. Too bad our boy doesn't care about looks or romance at all. With a voice that is absolutely freezing cold, he asks, "Can I really trust you?" The moment she looks into Jin-woo's eyes, she feels a chill run straight through her soul. The absolute terror of bloodlust skill makes her entire body shake. She stammers out, I swear!" He turns around. As long as she leads him to the gate, this territory is safe. But before leaving, he asks, "Who even are you?" Meanwhile, over on Jeju Island, the Japanese hunters are about to learn what true nightmare looks like. The cameraman is shaking on the ground, watching a monstrous ant casually munching on a human head. He is literally shaking like a washing machine, wishing he could just vanish. But too late, the beast locks eyes with him. His eyes widen in pure horror. Scream echoes across the island. Spreading its massive wings under the sunset sky, the now fully fed ant takes off into the air, leaving behind a trail of lifeless bodies as it flies off to find its next snack. Back to the demon castle, the human-like girl finally introduces herself. "I am Isil, the eldest daughter of the Raideru clan." Just as she is about to flex her clan's pride, Jin-woo straight up cuts her off. Zero interest. But how does he get a monster to spit out the info he needs without giving away his own cards? Do you hear a voice inside your head constantly telling you to kill humans? Isil takes a moment to think and replies, "No. Though I do hear a voice in my head, it only tells me to protect my territory." Hearing this, Jin-woo realizes that these monsters aren't just mindless killers. They exist for a completely different purpose. For some reason, normal beasts just kill humans, while these guys are here guarding a temporary dungeon. Wait, if I am out here hunting them down, does that make me a monster too? Jin-woo drops his voice and asks, "How long has this been going on?" Isil shrugs, "Ever since I woke up here." Now that detail, it completely catches our MC off guard. Waking up here? Does that mean they got transported from somewhere else? No way. Is this finally a clue to help me understand how this broken system actually works? Jin-woo plays it cool and asks, "So where were you before waking up in this castle?" She replies, "The demon realm." "Honestly, I only got here 1 day ago." So Jin-woo pushes further, "And what exactly were you guys doing back in the demon realm?" Suddenly, Isil's eyes go totally blank, like thousands of lines of system code are literally loading in her brain. She mutters, "We were preparing for war." Jin-woo is too hyped for answers to notice her voice sounding completely glitched out. "We are preparing for war against an insanely powerful enemy. It requires the entire demon race to mobilize." But as she speaks, her voice starts lagging and glitching hard. "Warning, I have exceeded my permitted dialogue. This conversation must end." The same line repeats 3 times. It is totally pre-programmed. This is the exact same weird reaction he got when he asked Baruka. It is super obvious that the system is blocking any real lore drops. But even with the system trying to mute her, Jin-woo knows he just stumbled onto a massive clue. Think about it. Leveling up, instant dungeons, quests, rewards, penalties, even his class change. Everything is designed exactly like a game. So when you sum it up, these monsters are just NPC assets coded into the system. Jin-woo tries to milk more info. What kind of overpowered enemy are you guys fighting? But suddenly, Isil gets a massive headache. Her lips are moving, but zero sound is coming out. She completely loses consciousness and collapses. If Jin-woo had not caught her right there, she would have face-planted hard. Looking down at the passed-out demon girl, he realizes the system goes absolutely berserk whenever anyone asks about this mysterious enemy. Right now, this system is so broken and omnipresent that it could easily manipulate him, or even the entire world. Sitting a bit further away, watching Isil, Jin-woo keeps thinking, who on earth is this enemy the demons are fighting? And wait, does this mean the system can interfere with all my magic whenever it wants? Off with his head. What on earth is going on? Bro, it targeted the healer instantly. The weakest hunter on the team got taken out first. The moment their numbers dropped, it wiped out the healer to cripple the team's battle power. It literally knows it will lose if the fight drags on. No way, does this damn bug actually have high IQ? Just as that winged ant takes flight, preparing to dive in, it catches the lens of a nearby dashcam. This is literally the only raw footage of this monster's absolute slaughter that gets broadcast to the entire world. This mutant ant was actually put down in just one day. It was first spotted on an island near the battle site. Believe it migrated there after completely wiping out the entire population of that island. But thanks to some quick reacting hunters responding to the emergency, this massive threat was successfully dealt with. Jinchul opens up his report file. We lost 4 E-rank hunters, 1 D-rank and 1 C-rank leader in the fight. Luckily, an A-rank hunter arrived mid-fight and became the decisive factor in taking down the mutant ant. An official speaks up. Wait, are you saying it takes at least an A-rank hunter that killed the single bug? We've 294 casualties caused by this mutant ant alone. We deployed a total of 108 hunters. Sounds like a massive army, right? But this monster has high-tier danger sense, flies away instantly. The Japanese Hunter Association claims their response was totally justified. But look, Japan has the most organized hunter system in all of Asia, so if even they suffered casualties on this scale, what kind of nightmare would we face if that crazy bug crossed over to Korea? The officials start whispering in a panic. Woo Jin-chul continues his briefing. Just like Japan, our nation has tons of islands, and we cannot monitor every single one of them. Go Gun-hee speaks up in a heavy tone. The island that was attacked is 150 kilometers away from Jeju Island. The fact that this thing can fly that far means coastal areas are not the only ones cooked. They could fly straight to the cities in the Mapo district. If these beasts are evolving, they could easily cross over to northern regions like Jindo and Wando. What kind of damn ant can even fly that far? Why not just call it a wasp at this point? One official groans, while another frustratedly adds, we can't just deploy hunters to every single island. We are already dealing with a massive shortage of high-rank hunters, and sending low-level ones is just handing them over as free ant food. Even after the meeting wraps up, Go Gun-hee feels completely stressed. Who could they even ask for backup in a disaster like this? China or Russia? Sure, they have tons of hunters, but they are also dealing with the exact same headache as us. Their own borders are just too massive to defend. What about the United States? No way, they ghosted us the moment an S-rank gate popped up in our country. Just then, Woo Jin-chul spots him outside, runs over and whispers on the down low. There is something I did not bring up during the meeting. Hwang Dong-soo from the Scavenger Guild secretly reached out to us. He announced that he joined the Jeju Island raid. The chairman is totally shocked to hear this. Walking down the hall, he whispers to Woo Jin-chul. Well, his target is glaringly obvious. Jin-chul nods, knowing from the start that the target is none other than Sung Jin-woo. They need to find a way to ban Hwang Dong-soo from entering Korea. Otherwise, it will trigger another massive clash with Baek Yoon-ho after that Red Gate incident. But wait, Hwang is not the only big shot contacting them. They actually received another call from a national-level hunter. The legend is currently waiting, and Jin-chul is about to take the chairman to meet him right now. Back in the dungeon, sparks fly around as Isil suddenly snaps awake. Realizing there is a pillow under her head, she sits up in a panic. Wait, did I actually fall asleep? Jin-woo just gestures forward calmly. Looks like monsters are not exactly friendly with one another, huh? These guys tried to jump you. He points directly at a massive pile of monster corpses stacked high. Isil is completely stunned, not by the bodies, but because this human actually guarded her while she was asleep. She gets up and thanks him. Turns out, mindless beasts do not recognize intelligent monsters as their own kind. Jin-woo does not want to waste any time and asks, how long will it take to get to the teleport gate from here? Following close behind Isil, he heads inside a massive castle towering high above the flames of the demon castle. The guard bows deeply to the young lady, reporting that her father is waiting in the throne room. He then asks who the guy standing behind her is. She snaps that he is an extremely important guest and orders the guards to show some respect before leading Jin-woo into the massive throne room. The moment our MC steps inside, he immediately sizes things up. If I have to fight, I will definitely be facing the final boss here. And the guy sitting on that throne does not look happy at all. Actually, he looks completely furious. Bissell, what are you doing? Who is that punk standing next to you? Before she can even explain that he is a guest, her dad roars. What kind of guest brings a whole damn army with him? Seeing Isol completely lost, her father loses it even more. Can you not see the entire army of shadows hiding right behind this man? Jin-woo stays quiet, secretly admitting this old guy has some insanely sharp senses. Immediately, 4 bards point their blades straight at the intruder. How dare you bring an army into my home? Jin-woo just keeps it simple. Look, I promised Isol I would leave this place in peace if she... The guards immediately point their swords at the intruder. How dare you bring an army into my home? Jin-woo simply explains, look, I promised Haein to leave this place in peace if there is... Stepping out of the portal, his casual attitude leaves the king totally speechless. Like, is this really the guy who just shredded demons at god speed and cleared all the lower floors of the tower? Even though they are nobles, the Rataru clan is only ranked 20th, basically one of the weakest clans. If this guy could already wipe out Vulcan and Metis, they stood 0 chance. So the king quickly swallows his pride and tries to negotiate, asking if he only needs the portal. But Jin-woo is like, nah, I have one more request. Puts his hand on Isol's shoulder, pulling her close and asks to borrow her for a bit longer. To him, it is simple. Isol knows every single portal on every floor, and he needs her as a guide. But he does not realize his hand on her shoulder has her totally flustered and makes the king shake with pure rage. Bro is like, wait, did I say something wrong? Finally, our guy takes the hint and takes his hand off her shoulder. A moment later, a massive feast is laid out before them. As the king stabs his knife into a piece of meat, he suspiciously asks, do you really only need the portal and a guide? Jin-woo figures the old man totally misunderstood what he meant by borrowing her. The king is plotting hard right now. Honestly, having to negotiate with him is destroying his noble pride. But knowing this insane human is the master of a whole army of shadow soldiers, it is way better to stay out of a fight. So, just asks, you won't put my daughter in danger, right? Oh, a literal monster actually worrying about his daughter? Jin-woo chuckles and says, I promise. Waving his hand, the king orders Servant to bring over a scroll for Jin-woo. It is a special permit allowing them to go to floor 81. But here is the catch. This permit only works at the transfer circle on floor 80, meaning they have to get a permit from each clan on every single floor to move up. After finishing his meal, Jin-woo stands up and tells Is it's time to move. Just then, he gets a system notification that a demon noble wants to join his party. System explains that party members can use the transfer circles to travel between floors. Plus, experience points can be shared based on each member's contribution. Jin-woo looks at Isol and warns her, if you see a fight, do not join in. I will handle everything. No idea what she heard, but her face turns completely red and she nods like he just proposed to her or something. Jin-woo notices, but ignores it since it is not that deep. The portal glows as they teleport. As soon as Jin-woo steps out, he looks at Isol, who is lugging a massive bag, and asks if she is fine without a horse. Since horses cannot join the system party, only Isol could make the trip. She takes off the huge bag and shows Jin-woo a bottle that looks like wine, explaining that this is a drink the Garrus clan leader absolutely loves. Her dad actually packed gifts for all the other clans too. She says, if you bring these, it will be way easier to convince them. Jin-woo is confused. Convince them? Is your family close with the Garrus clan? Flustered, Isol says no, but in the demon realm, rank battles between nobles are super common, though she is sure the Garrus clan is pretty reasonable. Jin-woo hears her out, but he does not take the bottle. He just tells her, wait here, I will be right back. Walking ahead, he summons his army of shadow soldiers. A few minutes later, absolute screams and fire erupt inside the Garrus castle. Meanwhile, at the Korean Hunters Association, this guy wearing a super casual Hawaiian shirt praises, your English is incredibly fluent, but I do not think I get your point. Are you saying you do not know where Korea's 10th S-rank hunter, Sung Jin-woo, is? I heard he is impossible to track. Even my own surveillance team has 0 clue where he is. The guy smirks. How do I know you guys are not lying to me? Woo Jin-chul calmly replies, the Korean Hunters Association is not dumb enough to lie to a national level hunter. The guy finally lets it drop. By the way, I heard my bro Hwang Dong-soo caused a pretty big scene here, right? He is S-rank, so we cannot really tell him what to do. Chairman does not say anything. But the way this guy keeps calling him brother, acting like Hwang Dong-soo is purely an American hunter, makes the old man look super annoyed. He goes on, Sung Jin-woo is one thing, but I actually came here to ask the association to lift the entry ban on Hwang Dong-soo, but it looks like you guys already did that? Go Gun-hee nods, and the guy immediately stands up to shake hands and leave. Well, nothing left to say then, I will call if I need to. Go Gun-hee is considered a giant in Korea, but talking to this blonde guy, he still has to look up, making him feel like a straight-up kid. Before leaving, the guy even brings up the Jeju Island incident, saying, I heard Korea was in pure chaos recently. Did my visit make you hope I came to help with that? He asks, but own question. It is kind of embarrassing, but I would help with Jeju if I could, but I am just way too busy. With a smug grin, he adds, though, it would be a totally different story if Korea had cash to hire someone like me. Anyway, I am out, got a flight to catch. Jin Chul quickly asks, can a hunter from our surveillance team accompany you? He agrees, but tells him, keep everything we talked about today strictly confidential, okay? Once he leaves, Go-gun-hee sighs heavily. Jin Chul, was I stupid for hoping that guy would actually help us with Jeju Island? Jin Chul simply replies, do not worry, Chairman, Japan already agreed to help us. Hunters from the biggest guild in Japan are arriving today. Back at the demon castle, flames are bursting from the ruins. After a while, everything goes dead silent, and the system notifications start spamming him with constant level-ups. Each demon knight gives 3,000 points, and the demon nobles give 4,500. Jin-woo quickly hits level 87, and his shadows are leveling up like crazy too. Nearby Igris has officially hit max level. With his Monarch's approval, he can upgrade to a whole new rank. Tank the Ice Bear has also reached max level for beast types, waiting for Jin-woo's go-ahead to promote. Obviously, he approves the rank up. The moment he gives the word, the shadows of Igris and Tank instantly swirl into a pitch-black storm, returning with a completely next-level aura. Surrounded by endless black energy, Igris is promoted from Knight to Elite Knight, and Tank goes from Elite Monster to Knight. Two massive black pillars of light shoot into the sky. The system asks if Jin-woo wants to rename them, but Bro does not even care. A moment later, his two guardians step out looking absolutely broken. Igris is still that tall, lean beast, but with his Elite Knight title, he's basically as strong as an S-rank hunter now. Meanwhile, Tank has grown massive and looks incredibly majestic, his new Knight title putting him on par with the strongest A-rank hunters. Suddenly, Isol calls out, Lord Jin-woo! He corrects her instantly, telling her no need for the formal stuff, but the girl still asks, do you even know how many clans you have wiped out? Thinking about it, they are currently on floor 89. Excluding her clan, that makes 9. Isol frowns and warns him, from floor 90 onwards, high-ranking nobles rule the place. They are on a completely different level compared to the lower ranks. If you negotiate with them like you did with my clan, maybe they will just hand over the permits. Jin-woo just asks her one simple question. If I were weaker than your clan, would you guys have listened to a single word I said? Isol completely silent, realizing he is absolutely right. Jin-woo chuckles, seeing her understand his point, saying, that is just how this world works. Stretching his arms, he adds, deep down, you already knew that. Changing Demon Clan ranks is crazy hard, but our boy just casuals out. Let me carry the Radir clan to number 1 then. Isol gently corrects him. My clan is Radir. But Mr. Jin-woo, why did you spare our clan? Because I like you. He drops this riz with a completely deadpan face, like he is just talking about having breakfast, leaving her totally shook and stuttering. Accidental riz is wild. No wonder she fell hard. But Jin-woo is just getting major Jin-ho vibes from her. Bro is really wondering why he always ends up babysitting the sweet, clueless ones. Bull only gave him a tiny warning, but Jin-woo quickly realizes she is not capping. From floor 90 onwards, the castle guards are next level, all high-rank beasts. Way stronger than the mobs on the lower floors. Even with his boosted intelligence stat, Jin-woo is burning through tons of mana just to clear them, because his Shadow Su soldiers keep getting destroyed and regenerated. By floor 97, Jin-woo hits level 90. He knows surviving this long is not just luck. Watching him absolutely demolish the Ruku clan, Hatos clan, ranked 4th and 5th, Isol totally asks, are all humans as OP as you? Jin-woo is dead tired but still mumbles, well maybe 1 or 2. Thinking of Go Gun-hee and Cha Hae-in, who feel way stronger than normal S-ranks. Judging by their aura, even Jong-in, the ultimate hunter, is not on the Vice Guild leader's level, even though they call him the ultimate hunter. Honestly, S-ranks are just built different. Since their mana is off the charts and impossible to measure, the gap between S-ranks is actually bigger than the gap between standard ranks. Jinwoo used to think he was on par with a prime Go Gun-hee, but now, floor 97, he has definitely surpassed that. Suddenly, he tells her she can head back now since he is going solo. Isol looks heartbroken and asks, am I not useful anymore? Seeing her down, Jin-woo pats her head to comfort her. You did great. Thanks for the help. Isol is usually super bright, so seeing her look so down actually made him want to cheer her up. But then she looks up with pure determination. No, I want to go with you. I want to see how far you can go. Oh. Jin-woo just shrugs and says, up to you. Who step into the portal to floor 98. Meanwhile, at Incheon International Airport, a super important flight from Japan just landed. Stepping off the plane are two S-rank hunters in sharp black suits. Godo asks his assistant in Japanese. The air is vibrating. Someone insanely powerful is in this airport. She looks at him shocked. Someone stronger than you, Lord Godo? He looks around but sees nothing unusual, figuring he must be tripping. I mean, who could possibly be that cracked at an airport? Just then, a diplomat rushes over, apologizing in Japanese for the delay because of the crowd. Godo just asks, did anything happen at the airport today? They tell him some hunter from the United States visiting Korea for personal business, so it is nothing major. As they walk, Ryuji is still locked in thought, wondering if this mysterious powerhouse has anything to do with his mission in Korea. They are taken straight to the Hunters Association to meet Go Gun-hee. This is the first time the chairman is meeting the man hyped up to be on the same level as Liu Jigang. One look and the chairman knows Goto is not to be messed with. Right now, Japan has 21 S-rank hunters, and 11 of them belong to Ryuji's guild, the Draw Sword Guild. Unlike Korea, where 5 major guilds are always beefing for power, Japan is dominated by this single giant. Everyone knows Goto's guild is the second largest in all of Asia, right behind China's top guild. Hanakawa, Ryuji's translator, speaks up first. After that recent disaster, we realized we cannot ignore Jeju Island anymore. That is why we want to offer Korea our full support. While Go Gun-hee is still processing what full support actually means, Ryuji cuts in. Let me go straight to the point. I want to form an elite strike team of top-tier hunters. What do you think? The chairman is stunned, so you want to build an alliance to raid straight into the ant's nest? I know Japan has some absolute beast hunters, but attacking Jeju Island, their home turf, is not that basically suicide? Ryuji raises his hand, signaling Hanakawa to drop the strategy. These are the intel files we gathered on the ants. Each single one has the power of an A-rank hunter. But they have one massive weakness. Their lifespan is super short, only about 1 year. If we can take out the ant queen, every single ant on Jeju Island will be wiped out within a year. Go Gun-hee is deep in thought. It sounds way simpler than trying to exterminate the entire nest, but actually getting to the queen means fighting through thousands of guards. The Japanese team obviously knows the ants will fight to the death to protect their queen, and that they will have to slaughter thousands of them just to reach her. But we do not have to do that if we lure them out of their nest, Ryuji says confidently. In the past, there were 3 times when Korean hunters went to the shores of Jeju to clear out stray ants, drawing them out to fight. Suddenly, someone yells, impossible, but Hanakawa shuts them down immediately. That has been fully verified by mana detectors. Please check the files. To seal the deal, Ryuji drops a bomb. 10 out of 11 S-rank hunters in my guild, including myself, are going to join this Jeju Island raid. We will pull the aggro and lure the ants, while Korea sends your own S-ranks to take down the queen. The rest of our guild will back you up right after. Hearing that 10 S-rank hunters, including Godo, are going all in completely shocks the room. The chairman is shook too, even if he keeps a straight face. If 10 S-ranks successfully pull off this massive bait, the queen and just a few royal guards will be left vulnerable in the tunnels. Ryuji continues. That is the plan. Our S-ranks will split into small teams to strike from different angles. This will distract the ants and leave their base completely open. The Korean S-rank hunters can then heli-drop onto Jeju Island and infiltrate the nest. Once the queen is dead, you guys evacuate by helicopter immediately. Gun-hee admits the plan is solid, but why is Goto so ready to deploy 10 of his own S-rank hunters? Of course, Ryuji has an ulterior motive. Only national-level hunters have ever cleared S-rank gates before. Got that legendary status. If he successfully clears Jeju Island, he will finally secure the national-level hunter title. With that kind of power, Japan will rise to a whole new level. But since this is a deadly S-rank gate, he has to choose his 10 S-ranks carefully to keep casualties at 0. Ryuji takes a deep breath, convinced that Korea has absolutely no reason to reject this. This might not be the safest play, but to reach the national level, I have no choice. Flipping through the files, Go Gun-hee is deep in calculation. Unlike Japan, Korea only has 8 S-ranks in the country right now, and even out of those 8, only 6 can actually fight. The chairman is way past his prime, and Min Byung-gu has already retired. So the real question is, do Korean S-ranks even have the defeat the Ant Queen? But wait, Sung Jin-woo literally soloed an A-rank dungeon boss. If he joins this S-rank dream team, they might actually stand a chance. Otherwise, they will definitely get their chance. Those damn ants are evolving way too fast, and their entire army might actually learn to fly across the ocean soon. It is officially impossible to delay this any longer. Korea has agreed to send Japan the detailed plan soon. Meanwhile, our boy Jin-woo is lighting up a torch, climbing to the 93rd floor with Isisol. Soft snow starts to fall. Unlike the lower floors that were burning hot, it is freezing cold, gloomy, and totally dead up here with howling winds. Suddenly, the entire space is shattered by a pair of massive wings spreading wide. Jin-woo takes one look and instantly knows it is a dragon. It stomps its giant foot down, eyes glowing bright, staring dead at its enemy. It is a Western-style dragon, pure white all over, the ride of Baran, the mysterious demon king. Jin-woo already sensed this guy has some crazy OP power. Seeing Baran face to face, he actually wonders if he can actually beat this absolute monster. Besides, Isel is already shaking. Baran's insane bloodlust sends shivers straight down her spine. This is also her first time seeing the Demon King face to face. She is trembling so hard that Jin-woo quickly realizes this guy's aura is too overwhelming, so massive that even a weakling feels it crystal clear. Plus, there is this dragon named Kazel, and an opponent that can fly makes things way worse. Wait, a flying dragon? Other than Isel's horse, this is the second non-demon creature he has seen in this tower. Are mounts some kind of exception? Before he can even figure it out, the dragon takes off high into the sky. Right as Baran swings his massive blade forward to cast his Hell's Army skill, Jin-woo thinks if that dragon is not a demon, maybe I can actually extract its shadow. Suddenly, beneath the ground, dozens of purple dimensional portals burst open with a massive rumble. Demon soldiers and demon knights summon in waves, and even demon generals show up, living up to the Baron's Hell's Army skill. There are hundreds of them of all ranks in the snow, easily all rank A or higher. Isel rushes up from behind and asks anxiously, "What should we do?" But Jin-woo is busy calculating their forces and does not reply. Around 100 high-level combatants, with a total of over 1,000. Is this where the battle starts? Not getting an answer, Isel panics and screams, "Lord Jin-woo!" He does not even flinch as hundreds of monsters charge right at him. They all look absolutely furious, like they are out for blood, eyes unblinking. Though a drop of sweat rolls down his cheek, our boy is just chillin', waiting at the perfect moment. A demon flies straight at his face, and the tension grows even thicker on Jin-woo's face. Suddenly, his Monarch's domain skill silently sweeps across the ground, slowly swallowing the demons charging at him. Then Jin-woo lets out a loud roar. A massive blast of wind sweeps toward the demon, targeting Jin-woo. Purple and black shadows erupt out of nowhere, thrusting a spear clean through it, skewering it along with dozens of other demons. Spears impale the entire vanguard, hanging them up like dried squid in the sun. Wiping out so many enemies in just one shot leaves Isil completely stunned. Now she finally gets why Jin-woo did not move. He was silently timing the perfect moment for his shadow soldiers to ambush the demons from right under their feet. The bigger monsters are now charging furiously at Jin-woo. Familiar claws, axes, and clubs swing wildly. The small orb of avarice spins gently in his hand, but the epic battle cries of tank and iron drown it out easily. They just burst out of the ground, ripping apart anyone threatening their master's life. Behind them, Igris leaps high, slicing the throat of an elite demon knight. Talk about a grand entrance wiping out the army. Suddenly, a giant red hand thrusts forward. Tusk casts his Hymn of Fire skill, blasting the back lines of Baran with massive explosions. Isel is literally having her mind blown right now. Even though they have been climbing the floors together, this is the first time she has seen him fight but in this fight against Demon King Baran, the supreme ruler of this domain, Jin-woo is the intruder, a massive threat that must be deleted. What about me? Isel asks herself which side she actually belongs to. Suddenly, from above, Baran opens his mouth wide, forming a giant pillar of light. Yet there's hundreds of lightning bolts blasting up into the sky, punching right through the clouds, creating massive craters filled with lightning. From those holes, lightning strikes down across the entire area. Isel knows this is not just normal lightning. Looking up, she sees Jin-woo throwing his cloak over her to shield her, automatically triggering his immunity skill to counter any debuffs, because that attack is purse with a wide area paralysis effect. If he does not block it, all his shadow soldiers will be shredded into pieces and their mana completely drained dry. He dashes away from where he stood with Isel, leaping 3 steps to land on top of a watchtower, aiming right at the dragon's bony white wings. But right as his dagger swings, a loud clash rings out. Jin-woo realizes he just clashed directly with Baran's blade. The Demon King swings his massive arm, blasting him straight into the ground, smashing the earth and leaving Jin-woo in pure pain. Arg! He grits his teeth, only to see a blinding light flashing above him. Baran is gathering lightning once again, but this time, instead of shooting it into the clouds, he fires it straight at his enemy still lying on the ground. Jin-woo dashes away at his absolute fastest speed, with the light tracing a long path right behind him. It is way too close, and that speed is insanely fast, almost catching him. Jin-woo knows he cannot withstand that power directly, since his cloak has its limits too. Suddenly, a massive pillar of fire roars behind him, blasting in the opposite direction, startling Jin-woo for a second. That is not Baran's trick. That fire pillar is actually countering the Demon King's lightning, as Tusk is using Hymn of Fire to create a massive shield to protect his master, colliding directly with the lightning pillar. The two forces deflect, but sparks of lightning still chase it after Jin-woo. Tusk's eyes glow as he powers up, blasting the fire pillar towards the Dragon Kaisel, making it scream and veer off quickly. Good thing he gave the orb Avarice to Tusk because that power is absolutely insane. The dragon is heavily damaged, wobbling and dropping its master, forcing Baran to jump down. His face twisted with rage because the moment he looks up, Jin-woo is already pointing a burger right at his face. I am so sick of looking at your face. On the opposite side, the demon is equally proud, badly stomping its feet with a massive rumble. Some skills do not consume any mana, like Ruler's authority and maintaining his shadow soldiers. Ruler's authority allows Jin-woo to apply physical force to an object without using any mana. Moving heavier objects requires a higher skill level, and similarly, shadow soldiers do not require effort to summon. But when they get destroyed, it is a completely different story. Regenerating them costs mana, and once the master runs out of mana, ability to regenerate and return to shadow form is gone. That is why it is crucial for Jin-woo to pump his intelligence stat to boost his mana pool. However, this demon, King, has massive power and crazy magical abilities. He wonders how its soldiers move. If its soldiers cannot regenerate after being destroyed, resummoning them would probably cost a mountain of mana. As Jin-woo thinks this, his mana has already dropped by more than half. Looking at the Demon King walking over, it roars, unleashing a pillar of light like the lightning from earlier, forcing Tusk to cast his protective hymn to block it. But at this close range, it is not enough, so Jin-woo raises his cloak. Knowing Jin-woo's mana is dropping fast, the Demon King doesn't give him a single second to recover. His shadow soldiers need a massive amount of mana to regenerate, and Jin-woo literally cannot fight this alone without them. It is a race against time. He has to end this before running completely dry. Iron swings his massive axe forward, but before he can even touch the opponent, Baran's insane fist completely shatters it. The Demon King slashes his massive greatsword right down the middle of Iron's face, wiping out another soldier. But wait, Igris seizes the opportunity and leaps, swinging his sword down in a flash. But no way, it fails again. Baran catches the blade with a wicked grin and in a split second summons a magic orb that blasts away Igris's entire upper body. It is crazy. Right behind him, Jin-woo lunges in to deliver a deadly strike to his weak spot, but that massive greatsword blocks him with two loud clangs. Damn, he actually blocked that? Before he can even react, Jin-woo gets grabbed by the head and lifted off the ground. With his sword in one hand, the Demon King is ready to crush him, but he didn't realize stalling like this bought Jin-woo just enough time to regenerate his shadows. Even before they fully reform, an axe and a sword slam down to block Baran's right arm, and Jin-woo lunges forward, driving both of his daggers straight into the Demon King's chest. Baran tries to block with his other hand, but Igris' sword pins it from behind. Absolutely powerless to stop Jin-woo, the Demon King takes the hit as our MC drops back to the ground. Baran's eyes flare with pure rage. He spreads his arms wide and lets out a deafening roar, summoning lightning as the entire area spins into a violent hurricane. Talk about a boss raid. But because it is a wide-range windstorm, thankfully the direct damage is heavily reduced. The blast tears Jin-woo's cloak to shreds, but he is still standing strong. Frowning at his two daggers, Jin-woo realizes the boss is pulling out his ultimate move. Two beams of blinding light erupt from Baran's hands, forming massive twin daggers. Oh yeah, Baran is going all in now. If he has daggers, Jin-woo has them too. He tightly grips Baruka's dagger and the Night Killer. The two absolute powerhouses glare at each other for 1/10 second, and then they charge. They move so fast they look like two streaks of light, then clang. The sound of Jin-woo's daggers clashing against Baran's rings out. Baran thrusts with his right hand, but Jin-woo's left hand blocks it clean. This is intense. A deadly blow is thrown the second our MC finds an opening to counter. They trade dozens of rapid-fire blows, sparks flying everywhere as metal clashes against metal. Baran starts growling as he opens his mouth wide to unleash that crazy breath attack again. Oh crap, at this close range, Jin-woo frowns, bringing both of his daggers up to guard his chest, bracing himself against that massive surge of raw power. With a loud, screeching sound, his blades reach their absolute limit and Jin-woo gets blown back. He manages to deflect the energy upward, but his twin daggers fly off in opposite directions. He's completely disarmed. Seeing his chance, Baron flashes a wicked grin and raises his hand, thrusting it straight at Jin-woo's face. Jin-woo exerts every ounce of his strength, using both hands to catch Baran's incoming fist. This raw test of muscle makes the Demon King's armor rattle like crazy. Damn, he's strong. Suddenly, the boss opens his mouth, and that low growl makes Jin-woo's heart skip a beat. Again? Does this bastard have infinite mana or what? His mouth is already gathering another massive energy sphere. Just then, something is thrown right past his ear to interrupt the boss's charge, and as the object falls, it looks way too familiar. Jin-woo immediately realizes Basil's weapon. Her hands are trembling, her face is shocked, and she is still frozen in her throwing pose, like she can't even believe she actually did that. She chose Jin-woo's side, but now she's the new target. Baron glares over, ready to blast her to pieces. Tightening his grip, Jin-woo remembers he has dumped a ton of stat points into intelligence. It is time to unleash Ruler's Touch. Baron senses something is wrong. Jin-woo literally twists his entire arm off. He's used this skill so many times that he can telekinetically control even the heaviest objects. Before the Demon King can even lose his mind in rage, Jin-woo roars, "That's enough. It is time to end this." He spins, channeling all his power into a punch buffed by Ruler's Touch, buff, the devastating blow that completely blows Baron's head off, obliterating it in midair. Oh my god, Lord Jin-woo! Isil is left speechless, her mouth wide open. The headless body of the Demon King collapses to the ground, and Jin-woo immediately collects his soul. The Demon Souls Part 2 quest is officially complete. Isil runs over, worried out of her mind. Exhausted, Jin-woo plops onto the ground but still manages a smug smile, saying, "Go tell your father that the Radaru clan is now the #1 clan in the demon realm." Her eyes well up with tears. Totally touched, but she still corrects him. Our clan is called the Radaru clan. As sunlight peeks through the ruins of the 100th floor, Jin-woo has leveled up to 97s. With the sun rising high, shadow soldiers are busy looting mana crystals and cleaning up the battlefield. A massive wave of system notifications pops up with insane loot from Baron. We got a ring, a longsword, a dagger, a horn, and most importantly, the pure blood of the Demon King. Acquitting the Demon King's ring, his perception and intelligence stats jump by 20 points. With all 3 set pieces equipped, all of his stats get a clean 15-point boost. But the item in Jin-woo's hand right now is the real prize he came for, the pure blood of the Demon King. This blood is packed with raw magic power, but despite its pure name, it is actually highly toxic. To actually use it, he needs a fragment of the World Tree and spring water from the echoing forest to neutralize the poison. Now that he has all 3 rare ingredients, Jin-woo immediately requests the system to craft the Holy Water of Life. But surprisingly, it is not an instant process. The success rate and the quantity of the crafted item actually depend on his intelligence stat. He can't pump his stats right now. All Jin-woo can do is wait. "Man, if I knew, I would have put more points into intelligence," he mutters. Meanwhile, Isil keeps babbling next to him, talking about the skills needed to craft items. "Don't worry, you'll be fine." 10 long seconds drag by, and finally a success notification pops up stating he received 6 bottles of the Holy Water of Life. Jin-woo grins from ear to ear. On top of that, he gets a pleasant surprise. Only 1 portion of the Demon King's blood and the World Tree fragment were consumed, while only the echoing forest spring water was completely used up. Tiny bottle in his hand is the Holy Water of Life. Jin-woo reads the description with a racing heart, wondering if this item can truly cure his mother's illness. He wants to head back and find out right away. Just then, Iron comes dragging the massive corpse of the dragon Kaiselin over, and when Jin-woo praises him, the big guy grins from ear to ear. The other shadow soldiers immediately throw up a thumbs up, always ready to hype each other up. "Arise!" Jin-woo calls out, absolutely shocking Isil once again as the massive shadow of the dragon begins to take shape. Doesn't even mind explaining his broken skill to her, saying, I can't turn demons into shadow soldiers, but it looks like flying dragons are an exception. When it comes to picking a name, our guy draws a complete blank. What was your name again? Kaiselin or something? Whatever. Too long to remember. Let's just go with Isil. The dragon lets out a loud roar, spreading its wings as if it absolutely loves the new name. Seeing Jin-woo take off his coat, Isil excitedly hopes they can ride it back to her clan, thinking this beast must fly super fast. But Jin-woo is only focused on the fastest way out of here, wondering, do I really have to walk down floor by floor? Isil keeps chattering happily behind him, talking about how her clan will throw a massive party and how happy her father will be, while Jin-woo just thinking about how he hasn't claimed all of his quest rewards yet. When the system alerts him that a runestone can be crushed to unlock the Shadow Exchange skill, Jin-woo stares blankly, the new item appearing in his hand, and crushes it without a single second of delay. A dark shadow swirls around him, and it turns out this is an OP skill that lets him swap places with any shadow soldier. Cooldown is 3 hours right now, but leveling up drops that timer. Jin-woo tries swapping places with a soldier nearby, and bro, the feeling is absolutely insane. Literally instant teleportation at this point. Once his shadow soldiers finish helping Isil pack up, Jin-woo calls them back. He tells her, "Sorry, but I can't go with you." Shadow under his feet starts wriggling. Jin-woo reminds her that the Radiru clan on floor 80 is way too far. "See you around." The shadows slowly swallow him whole as he leaves her with a simple goodbye, and completely vanishes right in front of Isil. Around them, the Sung builds and Selim's flare returns to normal. Since the boss is cleared, the dungeon is finally resetting. Isil and the clueless shadow soldier swap places, leaving both of them standing there completely dazed. Meanwhile, Jin-woo spawns right in his own neighborhood. Swap with the guard soldier here actually worked. SSS rank move right there. Looking at the 3-hour cooldown timer, Jin-woo leaps into the air and summons Kiesel. The massive dark shadow spreads out beneath him, launching Jin-woo straight into the sky. Under the bright moonlight, he flies across the Seoul skyline, heading straight to the hospital. Meanwhile, even late at night, the Hunter Association is still grinding, but almost all office lights still blazing. Woo Jin-chul points at an analysis board showing Japanese satellite footage that can detect mana. This data is for first, second, and third cleanup operations. Go Gun-hee confirms that Godo was spitting facts. It looks like the entire ant army crawled out of the nest, leaving only the queen and her personal guards inside. These ants are actually changing their forms, which proves they can evolve with each generation, even though their lifespan is only 1 year. Go Gun-hee is slightly worried about the queen's royal guards. But then again, every boss dungeon has its own guards, so that is normal. The real issue is, once those ants realize their queen is cooked, there's a chance they will swarm back before we can finish the job. Woo Jin-chul drops the solution, a jamming signal. Since these ants communicate using special wavelengths, radio waves can easily disrupt them. Go Gun-hee squints his eyes, realizing that means they only need to deal with the queen and her close guards, right? Suddenly, the chairman whips his head toward the window, making Woo Jin-chul jump. Did you feel that? No way, there is a massive mana wave even though it is super far away. What is happening? Have you been in touch with Sung Jin-woo lately? Same old question, and Woo Jin-chul can only say he is trying his best. Meanwhile, under a dim street lamp, there is an old drinking tent. 2 guys are talking, asking if they felt that massive mana wave. The man sitting across from Baek-yoon-ho just chuckles, guessing that Jong-in and Hae-in are probably just beefing over guild stuff. Pouring him a drink, Baek-yoon-ho watches Min Byung-gu, the retired S-rank healer, lift his cup and laugh. Chill out, bro, or you are going to get wrinkles all over your face. Way too young to be a retired hunter. Want to hear something funny? Baek-yoon-ho downs his shot and flatly says no. But Byung-gu is not even mad, just squinting his eyes at Kim Young-gu. Baek-yoon-ho thinks back on this guy, and honestly, it is super weird. He is the first S-rank hunter to retire while being completely healthy. Actually, not just the first, but the only hunter in the entire world to pull this move. S-rank hunters get paid absolutely crazy money. Sometimes Baek-yoon-ho looks at him, wondering if anyone else throw away that bag just because they felt like they did not want to be a hunter anymore. Plus, Byung-gu definitely does not look like he was born into a rich family. Suddenly, the vibe gets heavy. He asks Baek-yoon-ho, "Are you still going? But you saw Yoon-seok die." Baek-yoon-ho simply replies, "I just have a reason to go. If we do not wipe out that ant nest, everyone in this country is cooked." Byung-gu gives a soft laugh. "Since when did you become so patriotic?" Putting his glass down, Baek-yoon-ho replies cryptically, "Since I have to go anyway, might as well find a good excuse." Byung-gu cuts him off, "I am not going, so do not try to convince me. If you came here to recruit, then you are wrong." But Baek-yoon-ho bluntly replies, "No, I came to say goodbye. Since you know what is going to happen, this might be my last shot to ever see you again." Byung-gu's voice softens. "Well, I am preparing for the teacher certification exam. I just want to be a teacher and live a normal life. You probably already know this, but the Yujin group is building a guild and looking for experienced hunters. They even hit me up to offer me the guild master position. And honestly, since I retired, tons of companies have thrown insane offers at me, not just them." Thinking about the past, Byung-gu says, "It is not like I never thought about returning. I am just not built for that kill or be killed life anymore." He holds out his glass. "That is why I am taking the teaching exam. I am actually thinking about teaching Korean history." Baek-yoon-ho pours him a drink and asks, "Why that subject?" "Well, you know me, I am obsessed with historical dramas." "What a psycho." Baek-yoon-ho squints his eyes. Young-gu laughs. "No, this is just how normal life goes. I want to read about wars in history books, not fight in them." Baek-yoon-ho lets out an understanding smile. Right, he is just a normal guy. Hunters are never normal, but come to think of it, there are not many S-rankers who actually hate killing beasts, except maybe healers. At the end of the day, their job is saving lives, not taking them. The two talk late into the night, while that mysterious energy has already glided all the way to the hospital. As the curtains flutter in the night breeze, Jin-woo stands inside his mother's hospital room. He looks at her and thinks, if anything goes wrong, there is no redo. She might not even be able to swallow the holy water of life, and even if she does, there is no guarantee she will wake up. But I have seen the system pull off insane miracles, and my own life is already an unbelievable story. Thanks to the system, I rose up from being a trash E-rank hunter to where I am today. Uncapping the holy water, Jin-woo tells himself he has to trust the system one more time. Holding the bottle over his mother, he suddenly starts trembling. The stress is too much, and Jin-woo has to stop to take a few deep breaths. He carefully pours the liquid into his mother's mouth, praying silently, "Please, please work." His eyes suddenly land on bar on her neck. It was from when he tried to wash her hair but spilled hot water. Even though she was severely burned, his mother only asked, "Are you okay? Does it hurt anywhere?" She only worried about him, making Jin-woo feel like he had committed a terrible sin. He was the one who gave her that scar. Suddenly, his mother's hollow, pale skin starts to fill out, and the color returns to her face so fast you can literally see it. But why is she not waking up? Jin-woo prays again, "Please, open your eyes, please." He touches her head, whispering that she is his only reason to get stronger every single day. "Please, just wake up." Resting his head by the bed, all Jin-woo wants is to hold his mother and feel her weight in his arms. "You have suffered so much all these years, Mom." Whispering please in a voice as soft as a murmur, he stays like that through the entire long night by his mother's bed. In the quiet apartment complex, Jin-ah stares at her schoolwork, completely unable to focus. She heads out to the convenience store to grab some snacks, looking out at the distant city lights, realizing summer is right around the corner. The night breeze feels unusually warm while Jin-woo sits with his head buried by the bed until the morning comes, and the curtains are fluttering, blocking out a long-haired silhouette that literally looks like a ghost. But then, a soft voice breaks the silence. "Jin-woo, is that you?" No way. His mom is actually awake. She looks super dazed as she spots her son sleeping sitting up right next to her bed. "How long was I asleep?" Kyung-hae asks, noticing Jin-woo staring at her in complete shock. 4 years, he mutters, lowering his head just like before. Jin-woo's hands start shaking, gripping his pants tightly as his mom asks, "Where is Jinna? Is she okay?" He manages to reply, "Yeah, she's doing great." A warm smile spreads across her face as she says, "Thank you, my son, Jin-woo. You kept your promise." His eyes widen in shock as his mom gently cradles his heavily scarred hands with both of her own. "But you got hurt, didn't you?" Seeing him look down, her voice remains so gentle. "Jin-woo, my boy, you must have gone through so much, right?" He opens his mouth but can't find the words, clenching his jaw to hold back his tears. But finally, breaks down. Tears stream down his cheeks in heavy drops. His voice shakes as he lets out a quiet yes, his soft reply fading into the wind fluttering through the curtains. "Wait, what?" A patient actually woke up from the eternal slumber? The hospital director is so shocked he's about to lose the rest of his hair. This is literally unprecedented. The doctor then reports that the patient's guardian wants her discharged today, which is why he came to ask the director. Obviously, the answer is a hard no. Her condition can't be stable yet after being bedridden for over 4 years, and she shouldn't even be able to stand up, let alone walk. But the thing is, all her test results are complete perfect, the doctor adds. She's totally healthy and walking around on her own. The director, losing his mind. 0 movement for 4 hold, and now she's in perfect shape. The director finds it impossible to believe. "Do not let her leave. We need to report this to the medical community immediately." The doctor admits he already tried to convince her guardian, but the guy is definitely not some average Joe. "Sir, have you heard of Sung Jin-woo? He literally just became our country's 10th S-rank hunter." The second he hears that name, the director does a complete 180. "Our hospital has absolutely no right to keep a patient who is in perfect 10 out of 10 health. Let her go home." Behind his back, he's sweating buckets, but hey, who would dare mess with an S-rank? Early the next morning, Jin-ah rushes in. She's completely speechless. The second her mom warmly says, "Look at how much you've grown," the girl breaks down in tears and dives right into her mother's arms. Seeing his mom and little sister holding each other, Jin-woo suddenly feels like every single struggle he went through was totally worth it. This is the ultimate reward for surviving all that hell. Still, a tiny sting of anxiety hits his chest. As a hunter, he knows he's crossing a bridge with absolutely no turning back. Sitting outside on the hospital grounds, Jin-woo pulls out his phone. Ever since he entered the demon castle, he hadn't touched it. There are literally a billion missed calls, but he figures if it's super urgent, they'll just call back. Turns out, someone snapped a photo of Kaisel flying in the sky, and it's trending everywhere. Everyone is panicking, thinking a wild monster is flying over Seoul without a gate even opening. It's got people scared to death. Suddenly, an unknown number calls. Jin-woo picks up and hears a powerful voice on the other end. "Mr. Sung, this is Go Gun-hee from the Hunter Association." Surprised. Wait, why is the chairman calling him directly? He says there's an emergency, and thinking it's about Kaisel, Jin-woo immediately apologizes and promises to be more careful in the future. But the chairman's confused reaction makes him realize he has no idea about the dragon, so Jin-woo quickly pivots and asks what's up. "I haven't been on my phone lately." They agree to meet up at the association building. Once there, Go Gun-hee drops the bomb. The raid starts in 4 days. They're heading to Jeju Island to wipe out those crazy ants, but they absolutely need Sung's help to pull it off. All of South Korea wants Jeju Island back. Please fight alongside us. Jin-woo hesitates. Normally, he would jump at any chance to hunt high-level monsters and level up fast. Thinking about his mom holding Jinna so tightly, he's about to say no. Suddenly, a massive wave of mana hits him, making him freeze instantly. Chairman's sharp eyes notice his reaction, so Jin-woo mentions he can sense hunters clashing nearby. Go Gun-hee smiles warmly, just as expected. Your senses are incredibly sharp. I'm impressed you can feel that from this far away. The S-rank hunters are actually warming up in the gym right now. Probably what you're sensing. They're getting ready because we're only 4 days away from the Jeju Island raid. The S-rank hunters from Japan, including Godo, have arrived as well. Leading Jin-woo to the private training facility, Go Gun-hee is sure the young hunter wants to see these legendary names. Inside, Yoon-ho, with wild eyes in his half-beast form, lunges at a man wearing a martial arts uniform. The martial artist slams a hand onto his shoulder, sweeps his leg, and before Yoon-ho can even brace himself, he loses his balance and crashes hard to the ground. Come on, coach, you're young, you gotta be stronger than that. Drenched in sweat, Yoon-ho laughs it off. I'm not your coach, it's big bro to you. With that, they charge at each other again, clashing arm to arm with pure raw strength. The fight is intense, but they both have massive grins on their faces, throwing heavy blows that literally shake the entire gym. Not every day you see this many S ranks in one place. That crazy mana you felt was definitely coming from right here. Jin-woo bluntly comments, looks like Big Bro is having a bit of a hard time though. A familiar voice chimes in to explain, that's true, but if Yoon-ho went all out, Ma Dong-wook wouldn't be able to keep up at all. It's Choi Jong-in, squinting his eyes with a smile as he greets him. He continues, the guy in the martial arts uniform is Ma Dong-wook, the guild master of fame. Jin-woo asks curiously, you said Yoon-ho isn't going all out. How can he block Dong-wook's raw power? Because there's an audience. He can't unleash his full strength. That would just be too wild. Looking at Yoon-ho's bright and orange hair, which is now turned completely white, he literally turns into a straight-up monster when he fights. Turns out those rumors are 100% true. Jin-woo had heard that Yoon-ho had transformation abilities. Jong-in looks over at the entrance where nearly 10 people are standing and introduces them. Those are all the hunters from Japan. The guy with dark circles under his eyes wearing a hood is Izawa Ippei. Next to him is a cute orange-haired girl named Ishida Mari. That buff guy with the deep scar is Tanaka Kenzo, walking next to Minoru Hoshino, who looks straight out of an anime. Then there's Kumamoto at Sushi, looking like he just got eye surgery, basically the resident villain. The second girl in their squad is Tawada Kanai, who is completely defying fashion trends with some wild purple lipstick. Next is Fujishima Tatsumi, whose super ordinary looks make it hard to believe he's actually an S-rank hunter. He's the complete opposite of K. And of course, there's always that one person who acts like they're allergic to air, Shimizu Akari, making it a total of 3 girls in the squad. And obviously, we can't forget Japan's top hunter, Goto Ryuji. Jinwoo's attention is locked onto the Draw Sword Guildmaster, but a few of them notice him too. Shimizu asks their translator and finds out he's an S-rank hunter. Hearing this, Goto guesses he must be an assassin class. A presence like his is hard to hide, but Hanakawa quickly corrects him, saying he's actually a mage. Goto is absolutely stunned, even though the info is verified. Nearby, Sha Heian frowns with a look of annoyance. Isn't that Sung Jin-woo, the guy who basically ghosted his own S-rank evaluation? It's only then she realizes he's the reason why the air smells so incredibly different. Baida points out Korea's 10th S-rank hunter to Kate, but gets hit with a cold glare. Don't talk to me. Just being around this many S-rank hunters is making me literally sick. For the longest time, the only one catching his eye was this blonde female hunter standing right next to him. Looks like she also has a super sensitive nose just like him, using only a handkerchief to block the smell, though she might be slightly below his level. If he walked up and tried to strike up a conversation, would she think he was just trying to rile her up? Man, if only he had learned a bit of Korean beforehand, things would have been so different. Meanwhile, the crowd on the stands was buzzing with all kinds of wild reactions. While Baek Yoon-ho was still busy throwing hands with Ma Dong-wook, Hanakawa whispered to her guild master, wait, these guys are supposed to be South Korea's strongest? Why do they look so mid? Master Goto, I have been keeping tabs on your raids. Maybe that's why S-rank hunters don't even impress me anymore. But Goto wasn't buying it. He glanced over at the blonde girl and muttered, there is someone here who is actually worth noting. Suddenly, someone walked up and spoke in fluent Japanese. What are you guys whispering about? Did you really just call Korean hunters average? Do you think I don't understand just because you're speaking Japanese? I learned Japanese back in high school, you know. Behind him, a guy in a black suit was hyping him up, shouting, get them, boss! Hanakawa didn't hold back, straight up asking, "And who are you?" which made the assistant snap back in pure annoyance. "This is the master of the Knights Guild, Mr. Park Jong-soo. He is a top-tier A-rank hunter." It made sense that Hanakawa had no clue, but the assistant was ready to crash out, arguing, "Our guild is literally one of the top 5 giants in South Korea, and we have the most A-rank hunters in the country." Hanakawa clapped back, "Wait, a guild full of only A ranks? By the way, did any of you actually pull up to the Jeju Island raid? I heard only S ranks are allowed to join, though." Their bickering immediately caught Goto's attention. Just by looking at her attitude, he knew she had just completely baited the guy. Jong-soo snorted in disgust. "You were literally just a translator. Who tags along? What do you even know?" Hearing that, she immediately threw off her jacket and threw down the gauntlet. "My name is Hanakawa, an A-rank hunter from Japan. Tell me, you can't even beat a traitor? No way." Jong-soo looked away, telling her to stop looking for trouble, but she immediately roasted him. "Wait, are you a non-combat hunter or what?" From the stands, everyone realized a clash between 2 A-rank hunters was about to go down. Choi Jong-in loved this kind of drama, muttering, "Now, this is getting interesting." Cracking his wrists, Jong-soo drawled out the rules. Simple. Whoever grabs the other's wrist first wins. Hanakawa started plotting. "If I try to throw a punch, he'll just grab my hand. I can't just run in blindly. I have to play mind games." "Do you really call putting your hands in your pockets a combat stance?" Jong-soo casually replied, "Don't worry. I won't even take this hand out except to grab your wrist. Let's begin." Hanakawa figured this guy was just overconfident in his speed, so she dashed forward, disappearing like a gust of wind. Her right arm extended, attempting to grab, punch, or touch Jong-soo, but his footwork was insanely fast. That smug, calm expression on his face made Hanakawa so mad she wanted to wipe it off his face immediately. Whoosh! A burst of wind from below forcefully knocked her hand upward. Jong-soo hadn't even put his leg down yet, saying, "Just so you know, I'm not even attacking. Just moving around a bit, you get me?" Hanakawa tilted her head, mocking him. "I can't even understand your accent, but you look pretty ridiculous trying to flex in those ripped pants." She immediately seized the opportunity and reached out to strike, but out of nowhere, Jong-soo grabbed her wrist with absolute ease. "You are way too slow, Miss Translator." "Wait, what?" Looking back, Hanakawa couldn't believe it. His hand was literally shaking as he held it. Jong-soo's voice rang out. "You are the type who always hides behind a tank, aren't you? You have 0 one-on-one combat experience. Back in Korea, we deal with troublemakers all the time, so we have to fight on our own. Sometimes we even have to end each other. Unlike magic beasts, the movements of a human are not simple. If you are weak, you can't read your opponent's moves." She pulled her hand back as Jong-soo added, "If I had a sword in my hand, I would have slit your throat, not just grabbed your wrist." Goto walked over to diffuse the tension. "Good match. Thanks, everyone. Hanakawa, translate for me. To build trust between our countries, I have a proposal. How about we let one of my S-rank hunters duel one of Korea's using the same rules?" Go Gun-hee figured he just wanted to test their strength, so he agreed on one condition: exclude mages and non-combat hunters. That would make it fair. Yoon-ho proposed some extra rules. The winner must touch the opponent's wrist or sarbak first or lock down their attacks. Also, let's change it so multiple people can fight one person instead of a one-on-one. Hanakawa translated on the spot as Yoon-ho continued, "If that's the case, can we choose our own opponents?" Although Ryuji thought to himself that with these new rules, taking down one person could flip public opinion, and the assassin class would have a massive advantage, but he still agreed. The 4 representatives for Korea would be Yoon-ho, Heian Taegyu, and Dong-wook. Japan's team also had 3 males and 1 female, including Tanaka, Hino, Kumamoto, and Tawada. Having no objections, Jin-woo just stood and watched. He wanted to see Goto Ryuji join in, but maybe he just wanted to gauge everyone's strength. Besides, battles between rank hunters are super rare, so it was lucky he arrived just in time. Looking at the opponent's lineup, everyone had different thoughts. Tanaka knew about Dong-wook and Yoon-ho from the news, but for some reason, he felt like Yoon-ho was still hiding his true power. Since the other side had 3 males and 1 female, Tawada naturally targeted the only other girl as her opponent. Taegyu just wanted a chill fight, while the opponent was already hyped up, shouting, "Bring it on!" His size doubled, which got Tanaka hyped as well. This was a battle of pure strength. The 2 beasts charged straight at each other, throwing punches head-on, the shock wave tearing Tanaka's shirt. Meanwhile, the second round began. This Hino guy was fast. Taegyu knew speed was key, and close combat would put him at a disadvantage. Reaching out his arm, my advantage is keeping distance and fighting from afar. Taegyu shot something he just created from his hand, making Hino quickly dodge. Damn, magic arrows? The 2 bounced back and forth like squirrels chasing each other, forcing everyone to dodge. Wait, I thought it was a 4-on-4, but now it's a bunch of 1-on-1s. Looking at them with pride, Go-gun, he said, the interior of this place is made of the highest quality magic stones. An average hunter would barely leave a dent on the wall, but a fight of this level could easily bring down the entire building. However, what the chairman didn't want to say out loud was that it was a pity to send these young hunters into battle. Their opponents were literally some of the strongest S ranks in the world. Seeing Yunho already in his half-beast form, Go-gun, he wanted these young hunters to be fully prepared, not just to grab wrists, but to break them. The one-eyed Kumamoto snorted, "That is just a waste of energy. I won't full wrist back." There is no reason to follow such stupid rules. Instantly teleporting behind Yunho, Goto's motto was adapt or die. Prize, the other guy moved insanely fast, instantly appearing 10 meters away. Yunho realized the guy wanted to kill him, but why did he hesitate? Was he scared? I'm actually scared. Kumamoto held his chest and cried, "I hesitated again. Maybe I'm not cut out to be a hunter." Seeing that attitude, Yunho didn't know if the guy was playing chess or just a coward, and he didn't feel anything special from him either. But remembering his conversation with Byung-gu last night, he guessed he might have been wrong, and Goto probably wanted, oh, they are flexing their power and locking in for a fight. Getting treated like some test subjects pissed them off, so they are powering up to show these fools they messed with the wrong crowd. Hold up, his eyes just changed. One eye is shaking in his boots and wants to get the hell out of there. Yunho is already pouncing like a straight-up tiger, baring his claws. He claws at him while talking mad trash, calling him a pathetic coward who does not deserve to be called one of the strongest hunters out there. Seeing him go completely savage, Dong-wook is like, "Bro, there are nothing but monsters here. Our last fight was literal child's play compared to this madness." Tae-gyu is curled up in the corner like an old man, but he is like, "No way. Bro, you were actually cooking earlier." In the back, Yunho just scoffs. He thought someone was about to pull off an insane move, but it is just big-bodied Dong-wook face-planting hard on the floor. His shirt is half-ripped, exposing his chest. Yunho is like, "Guess I am definitely the stronger one here." Even while eating dirt, he is still grinning like, "Wow, I actually got slammed? This is a pretty fresh feeling." Nearby, Tae-gyu gets pinned against the wall by Hoshino. It is giving major romance manhwa male lead vibes, but Hoshino just coldly drops, "I win, okay?" The pressure is weighing heavy on Yunho as he pants, looking at 3 guys surrounding him. He is like, "Oh, so you think I am an easier target than Choi Jong-in? You are seriously underestimating me." Tawada is gritting his teeth trying to block the incoming attacks. Seeing the blonde girl's eyes glowing, he realizes he screwed up by thinking Hyen was just fast. Now, he cannot even read her moves, and it finally clicks why they call her the dancer. Hyen transitions between skills so smoothly, literally like a beautiful dance. She banned people from calling her that because she got embarrassed, but today Tawada gets it. Just because they do not say it does not mean she cannot do it. A storm of attacks hits him so hard he has to bend all the way back, sending his hat flying. Capitalizing on that, Hyen blinks behind him out of nowhere and taps his shoulder. Absolute diff. Right after that, she rushes over to save Yunho. Wait, is she trying to 1v2 them? But she forgot there were actually 3 of them, because one eye already slipped behind her. He thought his teammates had the other guy handled, so he could just sneak attack her. But out of nowhere, he eats a barrage of crazy slaps right to the face before she even fully turns around. Kane is watching this with her eyes popping out, wondering what the hell that move even was. Fujishima, stunned too. It looked like a machine gun firing. How many punches was that? 14? No way she just threw that many hits in the blink of an eye. Who was even blocking that? Heian's eyes widen in shock, thinking, "Oh crap, that was pure muscle memory. I did not mean to go that hard." But by now, Kumamoto is already knocked out with a crooked jaw, a bloody mouth, and his one remaining eye turning blood red. The Japanese hunters are completely frozen. Oh, it is over. Once this guy gets mad, he turns into a straight-up beast. He loses all control, goes completely wild, and blackouts until the fight is over. Honestly, a guy like this should not even be on the team. Who knows if Kumamoto will attack the monsters or his own allies when he loses it. He once soloed a B-rank dungeon, but they cannot even bring him to A-rank gates because of his team-killing tendencies. Why is he even an S-rank? Goto already knows this, so he tells Hanekawa to just leave it for now, but to stop him if he starts attacking the Korean hunters. Hanekawa whispers back, "Boss, we need to stop him right now. We cannot afford to pay for the damage this guy is about to cause." Kumamoto leaps into the air like a demon, eyes flashing and hair flying, putting Heian on high alert. He is insanely fast. The shockwave from his jump almost catches her off guard. But suddenly, Kumamoto's eyes widen in pure horror. He did not hit his target because Jin-woo literally caught his leg midair with ease. Jin-woo is like, "Sorry for stepping in, but you guys are taking this too far. It is just a spar." This gets Kumamoto furious. He tries to grab Jin-woo, but Jin-woo slams him down like a cop arresting a criminal. Yoonho witnesses this and is completely dumbfounded. He asks, are we absolutely sure this guy is a mage type? That is his official class, but seeing it live, even Hanekawa cannot believe her eyes. Still pinning Kumamoto to the ground, Jin-woo looks at Cha and asks, should we call it a day and forfeit? Looks like Mr. Bake got caught too. Yoonho grits his teeth thinking, the Japanese hunters are on another level. Even if I transform, I am not sure I can take them. Just then, the translator steps up so Goto can talk to him directly. He asks, you are Sung Jin-woo, right? I want to go 1v1 with you. If that's cool with you? Goto looks at him dead serious. Honestly, the look in his eyes and his body language speak so loud he does not even need a translator. Jin-woo thinks, does he want to test my skills? Not sure if he has a hidden agenda, but this is the perfect chance to test how much stronger I have become since the Demon Castle raid. Jin-woo's completely relaxed face catches Goto off guard. Like, is this kid seriously smiling right now? Hanekawa then tells him that Jin-woo has agreed to fight, but on one condition. You have to go all out. Hearing this, Goto's face instantly turns dead serious. Is this kid for real? Even the onlookers can feel the sudden tension. But luckily they have Shimizu, an S-rank healer right here, so even a fatal injury is not a big deal. Goto points at Jin-woo and tells Shimizu to heal him immediately if things go south. Sitting back comfortably, Dong-wook is watching Korea's 10th S-rank hunter for the first time. He is wondering how this kid has the guts to fight Goto, but then he remembers. Jin-woo literally solo cleared an A-rank gate packed with over 100 high-grade orcs, so he is probably fine. Yoonho asks Hae-in, hey, are you okay being around this many hunters? She is like, honestly, it is annoying, but I can't keep holding my nose forever, especially with Jeju Island coming up. But wait, you said you know Jin-woo? Why didn't you stop him? Yoonho looks at Jin-woo and mutters, normally you wouldn't expect these two to clash, but my reason is probably the same as yours, Cha. Hearing this, Hae-in freezes up, totally exposed. Junho lets out a smirk. You also want to see them go at it, don't you? But in his mind, he is wondering if Jin-woo can actually level up. How insanely strong has he become? Right as Jin-woo looks up to accept the fight, a hand suddenly thrusts right at his face. The impact in mid-air creates a massive booming shockwave. Jin-woo dodges it cleanly, only wondering why Goto attacked before he could even finish his sentence. On the other side, Goto is triggered that Jin-woo dodged it like it was nothing. A mage type? Yeah, right. His moves are lightning fast and his footsteps are dead silent. You can fool anyone else, but not me. Bodo gets into his stance, determined to rip off Jin-woo's mask and show the whole world who he really is. Seeing a massive fist flying right at him, Jin-woo thinks, wow, guy is actually pretty cracked, way different from other S ranks. But dodging this is still light work for Jin-woo. When Goto sees that smug smile again, he gets so tilted his blood literally starts to boil. From the sidelines, everyone can tell Goto is completely locked in. Taegyu cannot even track their movements with his eyes, and Dong-wook is shocked that Jin-woo is actually holding his own against him. While his opponent is literally one of Japan's strongest S-ranks, Hae-in can see Jin-woo isn't just surviving, he's actually forcing Goto to go all out on offense. Bro literally just stepped out for a smoke, and when he walks back in, the whole place is popping off. Jong-in stops to watch just as Jin-woo casually dodges another insane punch. Goto is sweating, wondering if this kid is just lucky, or if he's actually cracked. He's like, I need to force him to show his true colors. Plot twist, Goto completely loses his cool and launches at Jin-woo with zero chill, straight up trying to catch a body. Immediately, the system alert pops up, screaming that an enemy with absolute bloodlust is right there. Jin-woo gets distracted looking at the system screen, and Goto's hand grazes his cheek, leaving a bloody cut. Boom! Another massive shockwave hits, but Goto's eyes are locked dead ahead. Wait, Jin-woo has already gripped his hand tight. He just smiles, but inside he's sighing. If I keep messing around with this guy, the system is definitely going to drop an emergency quest on me, just like it did with Dong-suk and Tae-shik. 1 second slower and I would have lost an eye there. Jin-woo's deadpan, calm face has Goto's veins popping out in pure rage. Like, how broken is this guy? He could have grabbed my wrist, but he chose to grab my hand instead. Are you freaking playing with me? Goto demands. Jin-woo just replies, I don't really get what you're saying, but you know, this little game would be over if I grabbed your wrist instead. And I bet you don't want it to end like that, do you? Just like that, the bloodlust between them explodes. It's obvious the next clash is going to be absolutely nuclear. And Yoonho and Hae-in are the first to sense the danger. Before they can even yell, both fighters blitz forward at warp speed. Yoonho jumps in to shut it down, grabbing Goto and dragging him back, trying to suppress the power in his own hands, but it's too late. Boom! A massive explosion tears through the middle because Jong-in cast a spell to force them apart. Stop! That's enough. Yoonho grits his teeth, reminding everyone, hey, that man is literally leading the Japanese team in a few days. Hae-in steps in, adding, no one can handle the fallout if things go south here. Yunho looks over at Hanakawa and demands she call off the match right now because this is getting way too out of hand. Transforming back to his human form, he frowns and looks at Jin-woo, worriedly asking, "Did I overstep back there?" Jin-woo just shrugs. "No, you're good." And just like that, the insane tension evaporates as Dong-wook bursts into a loud laugh, yelling, "Ha ha! I can't believe you went toe-to-toe with Goto Ryuji and only walked away with a tiny scratch on your cheek. That is absolutely insane. Yo, you are built different. Our guild is all mages with 0 brawlers. So if you haven't picked a guild yet, you should definitely join us, Hunter Sung." Jong-in playfully calls out from above. Actually, Hunter Sung is technically a mage type himself. Jin-woo just lets out a quiet sigh of relief now that it's over. Guess I got a little too excited back there. At least now I know how strong everyone is. Aside from the Korean S ranks, I just had a face-to-face with Goto. And even though they are all S-rank powerhouses, not a single one of them noticed my shadow soldiers lurking in their shadows. Even Goto Ryuji didn't suspect a thing. Talk about a massive flex. Suddenly, Jin-woo speaks up. "President Go, earlier you asked if I was going to join the Jeju Island raid, right?" President Go is caught off guard but leans in, eagerly waiting for his answer. Meanwhile, Hanakawa notices Bodo is acting extremely weird. The man is sweating buckets, panting heavily like he just saw a literal ghost. After everyone disperses and heads back to the White Tiger Guild, Yunho slumps into the office chair and sighs. Is that even possible? Does a hunter who can actually grow stronger over time really exist? Man, I wonder how much a guy like him is even worth. Trying to recruit Sung Jin-woo is just a waste of time and energy at this point, but there are plenty of other ways to keep on his good side. Suddenly, his phone buzzes like crazy. Yunho receives official list of hunters for the upcoming Jeju Island raid. He scrolls through the names, then freezes and leaps out of his chair in pure shock. Wait, why the heck isn't Sung Jin-woo on this list? Meanwhile, over at the luxury hotel where the Japanese team is staying, Goto is on the phone with a guy named Sugimoto. He goes, "Hey, there's actually a pretty decent hunter over here in Korea." Sugimoto, an S-rank hunter and vice guild master of the Drawn Sword Guild, just chuckles on the other end, saying, "But he's not stronger than you, right?" Goto replies, "Honestly, I'm not so sure. His name is Sung Jin-woo, a reawakened hunter." Sugimoto sounds completely shocked. Wait, I didn't see his name on the official raid roster? That's when Goto realizes Jin-woo isn't even listed among the elite team. Heading to Jeju Island. Our guild president is dying to get him on the team, but I guess we'll just have to wait and see how things play out. Meanwhile, that very night, the volcanic crater of Mount Hala is echoing with intense, chaotic chatter. "We have to abandon this island. There's no food and our children are literally devouring each other. There's no sustenance left to feed the citizens of our kingdom. We cannot survive like this." The Ant Queen roars in agreement, her gaze shifting toward the largest ant egg in the chamber, where a massive, terrifying shadow is shifting inside. She declares, "We need a stronger warrior, a warrior with absolute god-tier power, capable of leading the citizens of our kingdom. For the sake of this empire, we will make our enemies tremble in absolute terror." She stares at the egg with pure hope, repeating like a dark spell, "Make the enemies who stand against us tremble in fear." Suddenly, the eggshell starts to bulge, cracking from the inside out. The Ant Queen raises her voice, screaming, "You must grow even stronger. You must become invincible." A dark, monstrous arm tears through the shell, and the newborn ant unleashes a terrifying, blood-curdling screech that echoes across the sky. A burst of sinister crimson energy erupts straight out of the volcano, carrying the Queen's final command. "Go, destroy everything in your path and grow stronger, my child." Meanwhile, back at Jinwoo's apartment complex, a few lights are flickering in the messy living room. His place is an absolute disaster zone. Clothes are thrown everywhere, paper rolls, brooms, and books are piled high on the table. Tissues, boxes, and dirty plates are scattered all over the floor along with leftover food crumbs. There is even a frying pan with a half-cooked egg left out, making Jinwoo facepalm hard. His little sister is living like a total slob. He was only gone for a few days, and with no one cleaning, she turned the whole place into a dumpster fire. And he is bringing their mom home today, of all days. But his mom, Kyung-hae, doesn't mind at all. She just smiles and says, "It has been 4 years since I last did any housework. Let us clean it up together." Jin-woo obviously agrees, and the three of them get to work tidying up the place. But honestly, this apartment is seriously showing its age, with thick dust covering everything. As he gathers a pile of dirty laundry, Jin-woo casually says, "Well, we have been living here since we were little kids, after all." Suddenly, his mother calls out to him, her voice turning quiet and solemn. "Jin-woo, did you get any news about your father while I was asleep?" He looks down, quietly replying, "No." He has no idea what else to say, and he doesn't even know how to comfort her. He can't help but wonder how his mother would react if she found out followed in his father's footsteps to become a hunter. His father is the sole reason his mother refuses to leave this rundown apartment, even though Jin-woo is making more money now than most people could ever dream of seeing. in a lifetime. His father is the anchor keeping them here, paying rent month after month. He has been missing for years, yet his mother is still waiting, desperately hoping that one day he will walk through that door again. Watching his mother gently place their family photo back on the shelf, Jin-woo whispers to himself, "This family actually know my mother needs me. I need to forget about the Jeju Island raid." At least, that is what he thought. Meanwhile, back at the raid briefings, they show that these ants are evolving at a terrifying, unprecedented speed. When mutated variants multiply and take over the entire colony, we call it evolution. The images projected on the screen are from the first and second search and destroy operations. In the beginning, they crawled on all fours like normal ants, looking exactly like ordinary insects except for their massive giant the size. But check out this image from the third raid. You can clearly see the ants have started standing upright like humans, with smaller heads for much faster, more agile movements. At that point, they could use their arms and legs completely independently. And after just 2 years, the evolution did not stop there. This is the most recent photo taken, showing the absolute monster that laid waste to Japan. These monsters are looking way too human, and they even grew wings. The media went wild, screaming, "Wait, they can fly now?" Is exactly why South Korea and Japan teamed up for a joint raid. Experts are literally saying even top-tier hunters wouldn't want to face these absolute beasts. Another expert agreed, saying even retired hunters would need serious guts to jump back in. Meanwhile, the internet exploded with one question: why isn't Sung Jin-woo on the list? Haters immediately started trolling, saying once an E rank, always an E rank. He probably peed his pants. Bro claimed he reawakened. What the joke? Despite everyone staring at him, Jin-woo couldn't care less about the hate. He was only worried his sister Jin-ah might get caught up in the drama. He called Jin-ho to see where he was. Turns out the kid just scored a brand new office space, so Jin-woo went to check it out. It was massive and right near his neighborhood. Jin-ho proudly flexed, saying they needed more than just the two of them. Guildmaster, Vice Master, and staff. He needed to find one more person to hit the 3-member minimum to officially start the guild. Jin-ho then remembered someone was looking for Jin-woo and handed him a business card. Some foreigner wanted a callback, saying they would arrive in Korea on July 17th. Jin-woo took it, but suddenly sensed something off. He told Jin-ho to hold on. He had to head home right now. Jin-ho ran after him, only to see him vanish into the shadows. Meanwhile, in a dark alley, a girl was scared out of her mind. Under the streetlights, a man flashed a shiny knife, mocking her. "Hey, did you know there are killers around here?" Seeing her cry only made him more excited. Smirked. "That's exactly why I love this neighborhood." Suddenly, a voice replied, "Yeah, I love this neighborhood too." Standing right behind the killer was Jin-woo, blocking the alley. Jin-woo muttered, almost talking to himself, "I'm just curious, why do you do this?" The killer giggled, playing with his knife, and turned around. "Hey punk, you trying to preach to me?" "None of your business. Maybe because it's fun." The killer charged at Jin-woo, grabbed his shoulder, and stabbed him repeatedly in the chest and stomach, laughing like a maniac. "I find someone weaker and I stab them." But Jin-woo just looked down coldly. The killer froze. The heavy stabs didn't even scratch him, only tearing his outer shirt. Jin-woo snatched the knife and sliced the guy's thigh with one quick cut. The killer shrieked like a dying animal. Jin-woo whispered, "I get that feeling sometimes too, but once you cross that line, there's no going back to a normal life." His eyes glowed. He told the girl, "You should go home before it gets dark." She ran for her life. Jin-woo turned back to the killer. "Turn yourself in before midnight. Do it if you want to live." Looking at his shadow soldier, grinning and pointing at the guy's shadow, Jin-woo ordered, "If he doesn't comply, end him. I want him to live." But he wasn't sure if his shadow soldiers had the patience to wait until midnight. Walking away, he realized the Jeju Island raid was starting tomorrow. The next morning, helicopters roared through the sky, carrying the hunters to Jeju Island. Holding his phone, Godo was still shaking as he recalled his encounter with Jin-woo. A sudden chill hit him just thinking about that guy. He had literally stared death in the face. Holding his head in frustrations, Godo muttered, "What is wrong with me?" Meanwhile, Chinese warships set sail, and Taiwan's fleet departed right on schedule. Near Jeju Island, massive military vessels of all classes deployed. 12 destroyers lined up, heading straight for the north side of the island. The defense team was stationed on these very ships. Dong-suk observed the area and warned, "Those ants could fly out here at any second." Seeing Tae-gyu looking down, he reminded him, "Hey, we're just the backup team. Our job is to intercept any ants trying to reach the mainland if things go south." Tae-gyu instantly cheered up, begging to follow the guildmaster instead. While Dong-suk's squad was more laid back, he still told the girl next to him to stay sharp. But just like Tae-gyu, the younger hunters thought this was a cakewalk. They felt there was nothing to guard and that the defense team was just for show. Even the vice leader looked totally bored. Dong-suk patted her head to cheer her up. Our guild wouldn't be here without your amazing management. You're not just our mascot, you're the brains behind our expansion. I'm really grateful. I honestly suck at managing things. Though she was secretly thrilled, the Vice Master rolled her eyes and said, just make sure you come back in one piece. With the farewells over, Dong-wook set off. While the S-ranks boarded helicopters, Lim was already screaming into his phone. Hearing that the celebrity hunter Min and Sung was joining, he told his staff to find a boat to send him back. Or better yet, make him swim back. But knowing that wasn't realistic, he sighed. Just find a safe spot for him to hide. He is a walking gold mine. Meanwhile, wearing shiny armor, Min Sung, representing the Fiend Guild, flashed a dazzling smile for the cameras, using the hype to boost his popularity. Meanwhile, Sun Ki-hoon's defense line had also arrived. To secure the operation, even if the raid succeeded, they had to stop any mutant ants from reaching the mainland. Several defense teams were stationed across different zones. Squad consisted of 1 B rank, 3 C ranks, and over 10 D and E ranks. Even retired hunters dusted off their gear to join the fight. Alongside them were awakened citizens who normally didn't work as hunters. Out of all the awakened people nationwide, a total of 5,000 stood ready to fight, which was only about 1 in 50,000. On one of the helicopters, a cameraman in full tactical gear with a high-tech camera mounted on his helmet was grinning widely, introducing himself as a reporter. He was there to capture the raw live action. Shaking hands with Yoon-ho, he hyped up the crowd, saying this raid would be broadcast live on national television. There is a 10-minute delay to let the editors cut out anything too graphic, so don't sweat it. Yoon-ho was stunned that a cameraman actually had the balls to tag along. Dude, this is a suicide mission. What are you thinking? Dong-wook, always the optimist, chuckled. Real hunters protect people, right? Just keep your eyes peeled out there. The cameraman patted his sword and smiled. I might not look like much, but I'm actually an A-rank hunter. Just like many others, even with active licenses, many awakened people choose a normal life to avoid the horrors of the dungeons. This cameraman was literally one of those licensed A-ranks. Technically, we've got 2 A-ranks here. It's not my first time filming in war zones either. I've even helped clean up dungeon breaks before. But his hands were trembling. Though my combat skills are pretty rusty. Dong-wook patted him on the back. Don't sweat it. The Guild Association wouldn't let you tag along if they didn't believe we'd crush this raid. Besides, this is the first and probably last time the public will ever witness an S-rank raid live. We failed 3 times before, so everyone is on the edge of their seats. Let's show them a flawless victory. But Yoon-ho couldn't shake off the dread. Because if they fail this time, South Korea is done for. It will be wiped off the map. The world is desperately crying out for a hero. Yoon-ho turned his head to look at his friend. Now this is super awkward, Byung-gu. I definitely didn't expect to see you here. He flashes a big grin saying, well, I figured if I didn't show up to save your butt, you'd probably be a goner. You are literally the type to just dive headfirst whenever you see a monster. Yoon-ho barks back, making everyone burst out laughing. Who is diving headfirst, huh? Suddenly, Haein chimes in to ask Master Bake, did you meet Sung Jin-woo before coming here? Surprised, he asks. No, why do you ask? She softly replies, oh, it is nothing. Luckily, Dong-wook calls out that they have arrived. Jeju City is already visible down below. You can practically feel Byung-gu sweating bullets as he tightly clenches his fists in silence. The Japanese team lands first, just as planned. Godo takes 2 guys to scout around the ruined ghost town city. They spot a few ant carcasses that look like they have been chewed on by something. There is a high chance a predator is loose here. Lowering his voice, over the radio he says, this is Team Alpha, roll call. Tawada from Team Bravo responds first, followed by Fujishima from Team Charlie. Finally, Azawa from Team Delta checks in with a low murmur. All 3 hear their captain's brief command, open the floodgates. A roaring sound erupts from Godo's position, just as 3 points at different corners of the island shoot straight up into sky, leaving the Korean hunters absolutely stunned. Looking at that massive wave of mana, the Japanese team must have done this 100 times. Suddenly, from the volcano's crater, 4 red and black streams burst out. The ants emerge, and sensing the mana from the helicopter above, they buzz their wings and fly straight toward it. Jong-in is waiting up there, tossing 3 fire spears made of fire right out of the chopper, pinning 3 ants and blowing them to pieces. Boom! That is crazy impressive. Just as Byung-gu is about to praise him, Jong-in says, not yet, I knew this would happen. Only 1 out of 3 actually went down. Jong-in already anticipated his firepower might not be enough to take them all out. Hang on tight, it is going to get bumpy. Channeling. A massive fireball in his hands, Jong-in drops it like a literal waterfall of fire. The other 2 ants turn to ash instantly. He realizes these ants have evolved way too much. They are nothing like before. My fire attacks work wonders in A-rank dungeons, but these things have crazy high magic resistance. I will have put in more effort. Right after saying that, he leaps out, riding a board made of pure fire. Jong-in says, let me check out the situation. Someone nearby gets worried, but Haein stays completely chill. He will be fine. His fire magic is literally built for wiping out crowds of enemies at once. Fire sweeps out from the board as Jong-in lands, engulfing ants swarming toward him. After a quick estimate, a massive explosion blasts through, easily clearing the entire swarm. Man, the last time I messed around with ants was back when I was a kid. I still remember that tiny popping sound when burning an ant with a lighter. The fire around him flares up like an absolute barrier, burning them all to a crisp, leaving not even one left. Jong-in adjusts his glasses, muttering with satisfaction. Now that the fireworks are going off, you guys can head down. Looking down from above, the entire area has been completely cleared. Dong-wook chuckles dryly, realizing he was worried about nothing. Unlike our previous raids, there is no exit strategy this time. If we get trapped in that ant nest, we are cooked. Standing by the chopper's door, he tells his squad, the Japanese hunters can only buy us about 1 hour. We have to defeat the ant queen within that time. If anyone has anything to say, keep it short. Everyone is geared up. Let's roll. Someone shouts, and they all leap out of the helicopter. The Korean squad of 6 is ready. On the Japanese destroyer number 2, Kaga, Matsumoto stands ready to order. Activate the jamming signal. The satellite up in orbit is activated, immediately jamming the island's radio signals. Now the ants will not be able to hear the queen's call for help. Oh boy, Kumamoto cowers, screaming like a drama queen, which pisses Tawada off. Cut it out, will you? If you don't get used to this fast, our whole team is dead. Over on this side, Team Charlie, a bunch of orange and blonde-haired guys just finished wiping out some ants, only to realize Kenzo is nowhere to be found. He is off in a corner, tearing them apart one by one with a wild grin like it is some sort of game. Meanwhile, Team Delta looks up at the volcano's crater, seeing it glowing with Jong-in's barrier, while their own area has turned into a freezing ice forest. After clearing their zone, the two guys start gossiping about everything. The heart-shaped crater, webbed with intersecting lines of fire, looking like a heavily scarred heart. The moment the Korean team lands, they feel a pang of regret for what used to be a gorgeous tourist spot, now reduced to nothing but an ant nest. Jong-in's overhead fire net is usually meant to trap enemies, but here he is using it as a shield to keep any ant below B rank from getting through. He bends down and places his hand on the ground, and within seconds, the air is packed with massive fireballs. Whoosh! They shoot off all at once, weaving into each other as if they have a mind of their own, driving the ants absolutely insane. That is crazy dangerous. What on earth is this? The flames charge into the holes in the walls, exploding violently inside, almost drowning out Yunho's explanation. This place is a complete maze. If we just pick a random path, we will end up right back where we started. But thanks to these fire blasts, the right entrance should be the deepest tunnel that shows no signs of explosion. He walks up to one of them and points it out to the squad. From behind, Haein is seriously impressed. Having Jong-in on the team really puts her mind at ease. Watching his back move without a single second of hesitation, the team follows him inside. Stopping in his tracks, Jin-woo has just finished his daily 10-kilometer run. Right now, all of his stats are over 200, with his intelligence stat peaking at 290. Following that, his agility and strength are at 230 and 219, respectively, while his vitality and defense are tied at 200. Looking around the completely empty park, Jin-woo wonders. Usually there are at least some people here, right? I guess they all went home to watch the broadcast of the Jeju raid. The S-rank hunters from both Korea and Japan are incredibly strong anyway, so there is nothing to worry about. Jin-woo tells himself, I don't even need to watch it. Even with me, they will clear the dungeon just fine. 3 arrows pierce an ant's head. The numbers here aren't too bad, which matches our intel. Aside from a few close combat skirmishes, killing these pests is light work. Yunho notices their eyes have degenerated from staying in these dark tunnels for so long. Unless we run into the royal guards, a single line of fire will burn everything to a crisp. Looking around, Byung-gu wonders, is this really the queen's nest? What if she all replies, nah, ants are just ants at the end of the day. It is an island, so where could she even run to? Adjusting the camera on his helmet, the reporter notes that it is a bit dark in here, worrying if the footage will be clear enough for the broadcast team to process. Heading deeper into the tunnel, Jong-in suddenly shouts, look at this! This massive chamber is a breeding ground, which means the queen's nest must be close by. The ants we just killed were probably guarding these eggs. Just as he is about to raise his hand to incinerate them, Haein stops him. Guys, look over there, that egg over there is hatching into something absolutely massive. Byung-gu gets a chill down his spine. Is that even an egg? Is it hatching a royal guard or something worse? Placing a comforting hand on his friend's shoulder, target is to defeat the queen, so just ignore everything else. Yoonho completely gets why his buddy is hesitant. Honestly, even he feels they need to be extremely careful with whatever monster is hatching from that egg. Outside, Shimizu calls out in awe, "Kenzo, why are you looking so intense, man?" Covered head to toe in ant blood with a fresh streak of red running down, he grits his teeth and speaks. "These guys are way easier to drop than I thought. They're flying in formation and trying some tactical military plays, but I already took out like 30 of them. Still, they managed to graze my hip and shoulder." Smirking, Shimizu asks, "Need a heal? Just name your price, but hey, no cash needed this time." Kenzo is totally out of options. If he's not gonna beg, he has to talk some sense to her. "You make way more money than me. Why are you so young and still so obsessed with cash?" Seeing a swarm of flying ants heading their way, he smirks and says, "Better hurry up, they're almost here." But when he turns around, Shimizu's head is already gone. No way. Kenzo's eyes go wide and Fujishima looks over just to see her body about to collapse, before a warning can even escape. Throat. That chilling, insane killing intent is already on them. Damn it. Kenzo clenches his fist and swings, but a clean slice echoes in his ear and his head is instantly lopped off. His robust body slumps to the ground. Before Fujishima's scream can even be heard, he draws his sword and charges, but he can't even see the enemy before getting one-shotted, head gone. This instant death method, exactly like his two teammates. The entire C team got absolutely wiped without leaving a single scratch on the enemy. Meanwhile, standing in front of Dong-wook's shield is a massive ant, undoubtedly one of the Queen's royal guards. These guys look like S-rank level, but a monster is still just a monster. He slams his shield straight into the beast's face, ready to trade blows. Unlike hunters, these bugs have zero tactics and their movement is super limited. Suddenly, from the shadows, Heian dashes out the moment she gets the signal. She drives her blade straight into its head, glides upward, kicks the hilt to spin the sword, and completely slices the giant ant in half. Clean slice. As soon as she lands, another guard rushes her, but she doesn't even blink, swinging her sword in a perfect arc to split it cleanly. These guys are pretty durable, way tougher than I thought. Dong-wook keeps his eyes locked, saying they're royal guards, not your average trash mob. Luckily, there aren't too many of them. Byung-gu grins confidently. "What are you worried about? You've got me!" Seeing his buddy flexing so much confidence, Yoon-ho chuckles. "Well, look who decided not to be a scaredy cat for once." But our healer is already raising his mace and smashing an ant's head, grumbling, "Did you forget? Even if we crush their heads, we still have to chop off their limbs since they can still wriggle around for a bit. Don't leave a half-done job, bro." Looking around, the squad has already carved a path straight inside. We should have hit the Queen's Nest by now, so why do these guys look like the first generation? The squad figures there's probably a second generation waiting for us. Raising his spellbook, Byung-gu chants some magic, throwing insane buffs on everyone present, boosting their absolute best stats. Someone hyped up, "Yo, why do I feel so jacked? I feel like I could solo a whole pack of monsters right now." The second he says that, a bunch of glowing red eyes lock onto them. Someone pipes up, "How about we each drop 10 of them?" Even the reporter gets hyped up, saying, "Let me take out 1 or 2 just to join the fun." No wonder Yoon-ho starts laughing. "Did you think I'm stupid or what? Relying entirely on the healer? These buffs are absolutely cracked. Stand back and let me show you how it's done, bro." Meanwhile, outside in the thick forest, D-team is speeding, track down C-team. Stopping at a clearing littered with dead ants, Izawa figures their allies managed to clear a wave here. But then he spots a bloody pair of glasses in the distance. Oh no, damn it. Those belong to Fujishima. Taking a few more steps, the sight of bloody human corpses has Izawa twisting his face in pure terror. Suddenly, a nearby tree screeches like it's being strangled, sending him falling to the ground, his mask flying off as an absolutely rancid stench hits his nose, making it impossible to breathe. A foul, monstrous odor like nothing he's ever smelled before is wafting from deep inside the forest, right near them. The moment his eyes catch it, his mouth lets out a scream, and Izawa unleashes a massive wave of power, causing a frozen forest to erupt for kilometers, blasting all the trees away. Standing behind his makeshift ice fortress, Izawa is gritting his teeth, shaking in fear. But something insanely sharp flashes by, and his blood is instantly splattered everywhere, mixing with the shattered ice. Meanwhile, inside the cave, mutated ant blood is pouring everywhere as the hunters wipe out the entire horde. Someone grumbles that took way too long, but Yoon-ho thinks they crushed it fast, saying, 5 minutes to drop Benny is wild. Heian, with her new buffs, is absolutely cracked, like a tiger with wings. She already dropped twice her usual count, taking another 50 minutes to push deeper. Squad only has 30 minutes left on the clock. Dong-wook is racking his brain on how to clear this raid in time. Heian sniffs the air cautiously and says, "The queen is definitely ahead, along with her royal guards. Let me scout it out." Yoon-ho speaks up using his sensory skills to scan way ahead, detecting a massive silver ant, which is definitely the queen. quickly alerts the squad. She's at the end of the tunnel with 8 guards. Those royal guards are likely S rank, but we can clear them fast once we set up. Solid decoy play to buy time. Dong-suk gets ready to tank and draw the queen's aggro first, telling Haein to watch his back and handle the guards. Suddenly, Jong-in's flames erupt, instantly incinerating the first 2. He's channeling his magic to summon an absolutely OP fire dragon. Normally, he'd conserve his mana, but today, Jong-in feels like he shouldn't hold anything back. He summons the dragon to go absolute god mode on these ants, clearing the path. A sneaky bug tries to flank him from behind, but immediately eats 3 arrows straight to the dome. Taegu smirks, "Don't sweat it, I've got your back." Yoonho's mouth starts twitching as he realizes there's zero reason to hold back anymore. The armor on his body cracks and shatters as his beast form fully emerges, rocking a wild lion-like head. Shredding 2 ants blocking his way with his bare claws, Yoonho flexes his raw power, yelling, "I've been wanting to wring these bugs' necks for so long." This is the first time Haein has seen Yoonho's beast transformation, and honestly, he looks incredibly fire. He even throws his head back for a massive roar, looking exactly like the beast from Beauty and the Beast. "I'm counting on you, Haein." Dong-suk creates an opening for her to leap high, driving her sword into the ground to trigger a massive earthquake taunt. The royal guards go absolutely wild, rushing her straight at her. This is our chance to strike. Dong-suk grabs his spear and calls out to the team. Their formation is completely shattered. We need to pin this queen down until every single guard is wiped out. "Yo, look over here, you oversized bug." Dong-suk charges Elizabeth's shield right in front of the colossal queen to draw aggro, making the reporter break into a cold sweat. Is the real fight starting right now? Suddenly, an excited voice crackles from the stream's HQ. The viewership rating just surpassed 80%. "Get closer and get the shot, bro." But the moment he steps forward, he gets yanked back by the collar. Byung-gu warns him, "We are in the domain of an S-rank boss. Nobody is going to save your life here. If you get it, stay behind me." The real fight starts now. The cameraman slumps against the stone wall, completely baffled. People always say healers aren't fighters, but that's gotta be cap. How does this guy feel way stronger than an A-rank hunter like me? Meanwhile, the broadcast reaches a quiet little countryside village. An old lady urges her husband to turn on the TV, crying out, "Look, the hunters are fighting the ants." But the old man refuses, grumbling, "Those guys are all talk. I don't care." She keeps pleading with him. "They are out there getting revenge for our only son. So we have to watch, no matter how painful it is." Getting no response from her husband, she turns on the TV anyway, muttering, "You're just gonna watch and end up crying your eyes out anyway, you stubborn old man." On the TV, the raid against the Ant Queen was being broadcasted live, and the play-by-play was totally stressing her out. But looking out the window,